In a nationwide journey of survival on a deserted island, Cheng Mo finds himself ridiculed for wielding a useless fishing rod. While others engage in brutal conflicts over a mere half-loaf of bread, he casts his line and retrieves a freshwater spring, transforming the desolate island into a sprawling oasis in an instant. With a second cast, he hauls in a seaside villa, where a pool party confronts the blood-red moon. Astonishingly, with a third cast, he pulls forth a deep-sea monstrosity clutching a nuclear power plant. A warning echoes. Alien warships are poised to crush the mists, and an SSS-grade sea beast is about to unleash a cataclysmic tsunami. The iceberg goddess discards her sword and raises her fishing rod, proclaiming, "Let us form an alliance. My talent can foresee peril." Cheng Mo gazes at the rapidly increasing number of fishing catches, a light chuckle escaping his lips. We promised a desperate struggle for survival. Yet here I am, inadvertently establishing a maritime empire. Chapter 1. A National Crossing. Bang! The hotel room door is violently kicked open, and several menacing figures storm inside. Husband, he took advantage of me while I was drunk. A tattered woman leaps from the bed and immediately throws herself into the arms of the leading man, her voice laden with grievance. Cheng Mo leans against the headboard, calmly exhaling smoke rings, casting a 45-degree glance at the ceiling. Afterwards, a cigarette makes one feel as blissful as a deity. This unexpected maneuver leaves the men momentarily stunned, yet the hand hidden behind Cheng Mo trembles as he mockingly quips, "Gentlemen, are you not well-versed in the art of celestial deception? You little rascal, dare you sleep with my wife? Either pay up, or I'll have your head." The leading man bellows in fury, striding to the bedside, a cold kitchen knife pressed against Cheng Mo's throat. The underlings echo their approval. "Chop him up." Feeling the chill against his neck, Cheng Mo trembles internally, swallowing hard before casually tossing out a bank card. There are 200,000 inside, 6 zeros for the password. Take it and scram, but leave the girl. The men are taken aback. Is the business this easy? Cheng Mo's heart races. These fools appear to be a tough crowd to deceive. I might just meet my end. Having recently separated from his girlfriend, he felt empty and lonely, leading him to download a dating app, only to invite this calamity. He possesses no cash, but he does have 2 empty cards. Seeing their hesitation, Cheng Mo feigns impatience. "There's a POS machine downstairs. Swipe it yourself. Don't waste my time." With that, Cheng Mo pushes the knife aside and attempts to rid himself of the remaining large pair of underpants. A few individuals exchanged glances, picked up their cards, and murmured a few words to the woman before descending the stairs. Once the door was shut, Cheng Mo exhaled deeply and forcefully pulled the woman onto the bed, demanding, "How will you compensate me for the 200,000? As the woman began to speak, Cheng Mo abruptly leaped up, yanking his undergarments and rushing towards the door. The woman, stunned for a couple of seconds, then shrieked, "Brother, he has escaped." Cheng Mo bolted out of the room, his pants in hand, sprinting towards the fire escape, for the elevator was a dead end. In the stairwell, just as he secured his trousers, pursuers burst forth from the elevator, shouting, "There he is! Take him down!" Cheng Mo sprinted away, glancing back just in time to slip on a piece of watermelon rind. With a resounding thud, his head collided with the wall, and a vivid crimson flower blossomed against the surface. Welcome to the realm of survival for all. Current population, 5 billion. Please note, this is not a game. Once dead, it is truly the end. The rules of survival are as follows. 1. This is a planet several times larger than Blue Star, with 90 of its surface covered by oceans. 2. Once survival officially commences, teams will be randomly formed, with an initial composition of 3 individuals. 3. Various resources, food, and fresh water can be obtained from the sea, but numerous risks also abound. 4. A 24-hour novice protection period will be in effect. After this period, danger will ensue. 5. The islands will continuously move, so please strive to upgrade your island. 6. The survival manual has been sent to each individual's exclusive wristband, wishing everyone good fortune. As the voice faded, a bewildered Cheng Mo suddenly came to his senses, looking around to discover he was on a barren islet of approximately 12 square meters. This islet, resembling a horseshoe print, was surrounded on 3 sides by rocks protruding half a meter above the ground, with one side revealing a sandy beach where he now sat. In the center of the islet stood a cabinet about 1.2 meters tall, the purpose of which was unclear. Cheng Mo slapped his face with his palm. Goodness, how painful! This is real. I have actually traversed into the realm of survival for all. Just as Cheng Mo was lost in thought, gazing at the sea, he suddenly felt something vibrating on his left wrist. Looking down, he saw a luxurious wristband adorning his arm. Clicking on the wristband, a user interface sprang into existence, forming an electronic hologram in the air. At that moment, he realized the functionalities within the wristband: world channel, regional channel, trading hall, workbench, warehouse, island information, personal panel, mailbox, and team information. Opening the world channel, chaos erupted. Damn it, I was in the midst of negotiating a multi-billion deal. How did I end up in this godforsaken place? Where is this? I want to go home. Wow, is this the ocean? So beautiful. Hello. Is this 110? I've been sold to a stretch of sea. Is there a handsome guy upstairs? I'm so scared. Can someone come and hug me? Cheng Mo helplessly shook his head, exhaling a long sigh. It seems everyone is like me, seeking comfort in this unfamiliar world. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. After all, there's no turning back. While pondering, Cheng Mo began to familiarize himself with the high-tech wristband. Upon opening the warehouse, he unexpectedly discovered a grayish treasure chest and a mundane wooden supply box. Survivor's exclusive treasure chest. Level. Description: every survivor possesses an exclusive treasure chest with an unknown level. Opening it may yield various levels of resources, equipment, or skills. Supply box. Level: none. Description: a basic supply box for survivors. Opening it may yield fundamental survival supplies. Upon reading this, Cheng Mo decisively clicked on the supply box. In an instant, the box vanished, replaced by 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 loaves of bread, and 1 unit of timber. TCH. He pouted silently before clicking on the treasure chest. A flash of golden light appeared, and a worn fishing rod materialized in the warehouse. Universal fishing rod. Level: SSS. Description: a fishing rod that requires no bait, capable of catching all manner of beings. It is indestructible. The binder may fish 3 times daily for all beings. Once the attempts are exhausted, it can only be used as an ordinary fishing rod. Note: for each additional wife the binder has, 3 additional fishing attempts are granted daily, with no upper limit. Goodness! An SSS level? I must be incredibly fortunate. Overwhelmed with excitement, Cheng Mo clicked the binding button and retrieved the rod. With a flash of white light, a seemingly tragic fishing rod appeared in his hand, its paint mostly chipped away, resembling the skin of a mangy dog. Since it claims to catch all beings, why not give it a try? Before the words left his mouth, he cast the rod into the water. The moment the hook hit the water, Cheng Mo felt something unusual and swiftly jerked his hand, pulling up an object resembling a water well. Congratulations! You have acquired a freshwater spring. Would you like to store in your warehouse? Store it. My first catch is the vital freshwater resource for survival. It seems this universal fishing rod truly lives up to its name. As he murmured to himself, he cast the rod into the water once more. As before, the instant the hook entered the water, Cheng Mo yanked the rod up. Congratulations! You have acquired a blueprint for a seaside villa. Would you like to store in your warehouse? Store it. Congratulations! You have acquired. On his third pull, Cheng Mo's pupils dilated in shock, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 2. The Extraordinary Sister Duo. At the very moment the two appeared, the island beneath their feet instantly expanded to more than double its size. Reaching a staggering 40 square meters, Cheng Mo focused his gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. To his left stood a tall girl with an oval face and slender eyebrows, clad in a pink yoga suit that accentuated her athletic and fierce contours, exuding an aura as frigid as that of an ice-cold beauty. On his right, a girl dressed in a JK uniform with twin ponytails bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl beside her, her crescent-shaped eyes curiously scrutinizing him. Indeed, they were a pair of twins with strikingly different styles. Sister, sister. The simultaneous calls echoed in Cheng Mo's mind. The thought of these extraordinary sisters flashed through him, and he couldn't help but feel a little moisture at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, however, the sisters' attention was firmly fixed on the colossal object in the center of the island, their beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. A caravan? Where did this come from? The sister in the yoga suit exclaimed with incredulity. Aren't we here for survival on the island? Where did this car come from? Cheng Mo moved swiftly, quickly stowing the caravan into his spatial bracelet. What are you doing? Han Yuyan questioned sharply as she witnessed Cheng Mo's actions. It's my belongings. I can take them if I wish, Cheng Mo replied with a nonchalant tone. You. Han Yuyan's brows furrowed. Sister, the JK-clad girl hastily interjected, pulling her back. Turning to Cheng Mo, She offered a sweet smile, her voice dripping with honey. Handsome, please don't mind my sister. She's just a bit hot-tempered. Since this belongs to you, you are free to do as you please. From now on, we are teammates, so please take care of us. She graciously extended her hand. Cheng Mo took her soft hand, suppressing the fluttering in his heart. It is my honor to meet such a beauty. Haha, I'm Han Kiki, and this is my twin sister, Han Yuyan. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in everyone's minds. Team formation is complete. Please select an island leader and name the island within 10 minutes, or the island will sink. The air suddenly grew tense. All three understood that the island leader required unanimous approval from the group, and they were not allowed to attack one another. Without hesitation, Cheng Mo sat down and accessed his spatial inventory. This was not the time for modesty. He needed to show his strength. Inside the inventory were 5 items, 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 loaves of bread, a freshwater spring, the blueprint for a seaside villa, and a multifunctional caravan. His gaze swept over the last 3 items, and his pupils constricted. Freshwater spring, the source of life. Daily output of 50,000 liters. Must be placed in the territory cabinet. Seaside villa blueprint. Covers 500 square meters, complete with a garden and swimming pool. Must be crafted at the workbench. Multifunctional caravan, a mobile home. Solar-powered. The perfect vacation-style survival. An uncontrollable excitement surged within him. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze burning as it fell upon the sisters, who were still whispering to each other, and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. We've made our decision. Han Yuyan's cool voice broke the silence. She and Han Kiki approached Cheng Mo, you shall be the island leader. Though her tone remained devoid of warmth, a subtle gravity lingered in her eyes. Han Kiki added with a smile, you look like a capable person, so following you is surely the right choice. Cheng Mo's lips curled upwards. This was the affirmation he had been waiting for. He did not immediately rise to operate the territory cabinet. Instead, in front of the sisters, he retrieved the shimmering, freshwater spring from his inventory. There's no rush to select the island leader. You two should take a look at this first. Cheng Mo's voice carried a hint of deliberately suppressed excitement. The 2 girls gazed curiously at the well-like object in his hand. Cheng Mo stepped toward the territory cabinet in the center of the island, ignoring the sisters' gaze, and placed the freshwater spring into the cabinet, swiftly tapping the screen. Buzz. A soft glow pulsed. Suddenly, a well appeared at the back of the island, and a stream of crystal-clear water gushed forth from it, only to cascade back into the well. Though the flow was not substantial, it was remarkably stable, exuding a refreshing aura. The water sparkled like a miniature fountain. Water. Han Yuyan gasped, her icy demeanor cracking for the first time as a torrent of emotion washed over her face, her beautiful eyes fixated on the ever-flowing stream. Filled with shock, she understood all too well what a gushing spring meant. In the vastness of the ocean, it was akin to an inexhaustible gold mine. In that instant, her gaze toward Cheng Mo transformed entirely. Han Kiki clasped her mouth in awe, her eyes wide with surprise, then burst forth with exuberance. Oh my goodness! Freshwater! Cheng Mo, you are amazing! She was nearly bouncing with excitement, her eyes brimming with admiration for him. This was precisely the reaction Cheng Mo desired. He showcased his strength in the most direct manner. The quintessential role of freshwater needed no further elaboration. This display of prowess was enough to silence any doubters. Now, it is time to name our island. Cheng Mo smiled calmly as he successfully seized the initiative. He continued to operate the territory cabinet. Setting the island leader to Cheng Mo, Han Yuyan took a deep breath, gazing at the flowing spring, and exchanged a glance with Han Kiki. Their disagreement vanished. What should we name the island? Han Kiki chimed in, her large eyes sparkling. Han Yuyan turned to Cheng Mo as well. Cheng Mo looked at the two of them, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Don't you think, with both of you standing here, this island instantly becomes enchanting? Han Kiki paused in surprise. Han Yuyan frowned. Enchanting? What do you mean? Cheng Mo's finger tapped the naming box on the screen, typing 3 characters. Let's name it Peach Blossom Island. As he finished, he confirmed the name. Peach Blossom Island has been successfully named. Island leader, Cheng Mo. Han Yuyan fell silent. But after glancing at the precious freshwater still gushing behind her, the words of protest that rose to her lips were swallowed back down. It's just a name, she conceded. Han Kiki, however, giggled behind her hand. Peach Blossom Island sounds quite interesting. It seems to match your temperament, sister. The threat of the island's sinking had been averted. Cheng Mo immediately released the caravan. He then began testing the territory cabinet's transfer function. After successfully relocating it to the position behind the driver's seat of the caravan, Cheng Mo turned to the 2 girls and said, Come, let's take a look at our mobile home. In high spirits, Cheng Mo led the sisters, still reeling from the shock of the freshwater, to the side of the caravan and opened the door. Wow, 2 beds, a private bathroom, A kitchen. Fully equipped appliances. Oh my goodness, is that a solar panel on the roof? Han Kiki was the first to tumble inside, her excited voice echoing from within. Though Han Yuyan maintained her composure, the glimmer in her eyes and the slight upward curl of her lips betrayed her satisfaction, at least for the time being. Their quality of life was assured. Cheng Mo did not linger. Watching the sun gradually rise, he spoke in a serious tone. Don't just revel in joy. We need to get to work. We have less than 24 hours before the crisis strikes, so let's hurry and gather supplies. The three of them raced toward the beach. Look, more drifting boxes. Han Kiki pointed excitedly at the sea, where several gray supply boxes floated a few dozen meters away. Cheng Mo's eyes gleamed with determination, akin to a leopard eyeing its prey. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water, aiming straight for the box closest to shore. He possessed remarkable swimming skills, swiftly propelling himself through the water. Just as his right hand grazed the edge of the box, an icy, slippery sensation abruptly coiled around his ankle. The force was immense. Ugh! Cheng Mo was caught off guard and yanked downward, instantly sputtering a mouthful of briny seawater. A chilling fear surged up his spine. He forced himself to remain calm and glanced down. In the murky waters beneath him, a colossal shadow surged upward with alarming speed. Its grotesque head was nearly half a meter wide, and two enormous, frigid eyes locked onto him through the water. More terrifyingly, several tentacles, thicker than his own arms and covered in suction cups, swirled around him like phantoms from all directions. Damn it! It was the Octopus King, a gigantic octopus. Cheng Mo's heart raced, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Being ensnared by this creature would undoubtedly mean death. Chapter 3. The Battle with the Octopus King. Weapons, weapons. I need weapons. As he muttered to himself, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Cheng Mo's mind. In the next instant, the universal fishing rod appeared in his hands. This contraption seemed indestructible and of considerable quality. At the moment the thought arose, Cheng Mo thrust the fishing rod towards the Octopus King's fist-sized eye. With a muffled thud, the rod pierced through its right eye, and the creature's dark blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters a deep blue. Bang, bang, bang. In agony, the wounded Octopus King thrashed wildly, its 8 powerful tentacles slapping the surface of the water with thunderous noise. Wham! One of its tentacles struck Cheng Mo's waist, sending him flying several meters away. Had it not been for the water absorbing much of the force, this blow could have sent him back to another realm. Even so, Cheng Mo felt a dull ache in his ribs, as if they might be fractured. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he grasped his fishing rod and swam towards the shore. Seeing Cheng Mo flee, the enormous octopus was unwilling to let him escape. With a swift flick of its 8 tentacles, it propelled itself toward Cheng Mo like a cannonball. Hurry, swim faster. The Octopus King is right behind you. From the beach, Han Kiki shouted anxiously. In truth, Cheng Mo was already aware of the sound of water behind him. Sensing he was less than 3 meters from the shore, he abruptly reversed his fleeing stance, pivoted, and thrust the fishing rod once more. With a splat, the rod plunged into the octopus's right eye again. Due to the momentum of his dash, this strike penetrated even deeper than the last, causing the colossal octopus to thrash about in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Mo retrieved the fishing rod and swam towards the shore once more. Finally, as he reached the beach, Han Kiki helped him up. Just then, the great octopus ceased its struggle and sank into the depths, vanishing from sight. With 2 kitchen knives in hand, Han Yuyan gazed at the rippling water and murmured, "Did it escape? Perhaps." Cheng Mo exhaled deeply. As the giant octopus departed, his legs weakened, and he fell to his knees on the sand. "Cheng Mo, are you all right?" Han Kiki's concerned voice reached him. "Kiki, please check my back for injuries." "All right." Upon hearing Cheng Mo's request, Han Kiki finally looked at his back. Since Cheng Mo had not worn a shirt during his traversal, his back was bare. At a glance, a whip mark, over 10 centimeters wide, marred his entire waist. Swollen and red. "How does it look?" "You're quite swollen. I can't tell if you've injured your bones." As she spoke, Han Kiki cautiously reached out to touch the whip mark. Ow! The moment her finger made contact with the wound, Cheng Mo jumped up from the ground, letting out a pained shriek. "Stop yelling. There's movement on the water." Just as Cheng Mo lamented, Han Yuyan, ever vigilant of the sea, called out. Following her gaze, Cheng Mo noticed 9 supply boxes inexplicably clustered together, stationary and unmoving. This was the ocean. The supply boxes had been drifting, but now they were still, highly suspicious. Octopuses are highly intelligent creatures. They know they cannot contend with us on land, and are aware that our goal is those supply boxes. Han Yuyan's voice echoed again. Even as her words trailed off, both Cheng Mo and Han Kiki grasped her implication. "Sister, what should we do? If we face a crisis tomorrow without supplies, we will perish." Han Kiki rushed to Han Yuyan's side, anxiously clutching her arm. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yuyin fixed her gaze intently on Cheng Mo. Seeing her scrutinizing him with such intensity, Cheng Mo retorted, I'm not going. I almost met my end just now. No, I'm not asking you to rush to your doom. Can you lend me the fishing rod? That I can do. Realizing her intent, Cheng Mo promptly retrieved the fishing rod from his storage and handed it to Han Yuyin. Clang. Han Yuyin casually tossed the 2 kitchen knives onto the sand, grasped the fishing rod, and cast it towards the supply boxes. The hook traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air, successfully snagging one of the boxes. With a swift motion of her right hand, the supply box detached from the water's surface and soared towards the shore. Thud. The first supply box landed flawlessly beside the trio. Thud. Another box followed suit, as Han Yuyin deftly reeled in 2 supply boxes in succession. Han Kik's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sister, you're amazing. Keep going. Whoosh. The third cast flew out, and the hook snagged yet another supply box. Just as Han Yuyin prepared to reel it in, 2 stout octopus tentacles coiled around the supply box. Sister, it's that giant octopus. Humph. Let's show this fellow who is truly superior. As the fishing line tightened, the supply box gradually lifted from the water's surface, and the massive body of the octopus king began to emerge from the depths. With a determined shout, Han Yuyin exerted force on the fishing rod once more, causing the supply box to slip from the octopus's grip and soar back to the shore. Thud. A resounding crash echoed as a half-meter-deep pit formed in the sand. Goodness gracious! Cheng Mo marveled at the crater on the beach, sensing something was amiss. What kind of woman possesses such strength? Could it be? At that moment, a hypothesis dawned on him, a unique treasure chest. With this thought, he began to pay closer attention to the icy beauty before him. After a brief rest of less than a minute, Han Yuyin cast her rod once more. This time, the octopus king did not engage her in a struggle. It merely surfaced, glanced at the 3 on the shore, and then submerged once more, disappearing from sight. Han Yuyin successfully reeled in the remaining 6 supply boxes from the ocean, and the octopus king did not reappear. Gazing at the now empty sea, Han Kiki rushed forward, enveloping Han Yuyin in a tight embrace, her small head nuzzling against her sister. Sister, you're so impressive. You're almost as good as Cheng Mo. Cheng Mo cast a glance at the exceptionally emotionally intelligent girl, letting out a long sigh inwardly. I must ensure she becomes my supportive partner. Let us take a moment to peruse the contents of the supply crates. As she spoke, Han Kiki eagerly tugged the 2 companions towards a pile of supply boxes. There were 9 crates in total, and each of us shall open 3 to see who procures the superior items. Splendid. No objections here. Once the boxes were allocated, the trio gathered around, immersing themselves in the exhilarating experience of unboxing. Congratulations, you have received 2 bottles of mineral water. Congratulations, you have received 1 piece of soil. Congratulations, you have received 1 watermelon. Just as the 3 reveled in their unboxing delight, they remained blissfully unaware of a colossal shadow creeping toward the shore beneath the water's surface. Chapter 4, Victorious. As the underwater shadow neared the shoreline, the form of the octopus gradually emerged from the depths. Yet, the 3 on the beach remained oblivious. Observing this, the octopus cautiously extended its 2 tentacles toward the nearest Han Yuyin. 15 meters. 1 meter. 0. 5 meters. 0. 3 meters. 0. 2 meters. Just as the tentacles were about to ensnare Han Yuyin's waist, Cheng Mo suddenly bellowed, "Attack!" In an instant, Han Yuyin spun around, seizing one of the tentacles and executing a shoulder throw. With a resounding crash, the octopus was hurled onto the island. At that moment, Cheng Mo charged forward, aiming his fishing rod directly at the octopus's left eye. How dare you think we are fools? Observing their swift actions, Han Kiki gaped in astonishment, her gaze flitting between her sister and Cheng Mo. When did they discover the threat? How was I oblivious? While Han Kiki pondered this, Han Yuyin retrieved 2 kitchen knives from the ground, joining the fray. The cacophony of clashing sounds continued for some time before silence enveloped the island. At this point, the octopus's tentacles lay nearly severed, the remnants twitching on the ground. Cheng Mo's fishing rod was embedded in the octopus's left eye, with blue octopus blood oozing forth. Gazing at the motionless carcass of the octopus, Cheng Mo and Han Yuyin exchanged knowing smiles. Their unplanned collaboration had proven remarkably effective. What shall we do next? Han Yuyin inquired, turning to Cheng Mo. Well, this octopus is quite sizable. It should suffice for some grilled squid, right? Cheng Mo raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. At this, Han Yuyin shot him a withering look. You call that grilled squid? This is an octopus, and a large one at that. I think we should just dispose of it. Dispose of it? Why would we do that? This is a source of high-quality protein. Though Han Yuyin's eye roll was enough to drive any man to madness, Cheng Mo did not forget their current predicament of survival on the island. After a brief respite, Cheng Mo activated the camera function of his wristband, planning to take a photo to share on the world channel, inquiring whether anyone recognized this creature and if it was edible. As soon as he sent it, information about the octopus appeared beneath the photo: deep sea octopus. Level D. Description: a sea creature inhabiting deep waters, adept in aquatic maneuvers, with a weakness: combat power decreases by 80% once on land. Edible. Its flesh is delicious and can gradually enhance physical constitution. Upon reading the description beneath the image, Cheng Mo froze momentarily, only to regain his composure after 2 seconds. Look at the world channel. The two women, puzzled yet intrigued, opened the world chat interface. Wow sis, Cheng Mo. You two are incredible for taking down a D-level sea creature, Han Kiki exclaimed, embracing her sister Han Yuyan with excitement. Just then, the world chat erupted with responses to Cheng Mo's photo. Xiao Fei. What the heck? Lu Dashan. Boss, where did you find this thing? Nia Xiaoqian. Cheng Mo. You're amazing. You actually managed to hunt a D-level sea creature. Do you need teammates? I'm quite capable. Qian Sanhu, what is the big deal? If I had encountered it, I would have made it taste my blue flame Gatling gun. With that, Qian Sanhu shared information about an item: blue flame Gatling gun. Level A. Description: what is the fear of insufficient firepower? With this, the fear of insufficient firepower ceases to exist. Instantly, the tone of the world chat shifted. Chen Xiaobao, Tiger Brother is mighty. Tiger Brother is powerful. Do you need any subordinates? Zhao Xixing. Alas, I am uneducated. I can only express my admiration. Anthony, are all these wonderful items exclusive to your region? Kongnamaya. Buffed, it's just a broken gun. Seeing the barrage of messages in the channel, Cheng Mo decisively closed the chat interface. Damn, modern weaponry has also appeared. I must remain vigilant in the future. Just as he shut the chat window, Cheng Mo felt a vibration from his wristband. Upon opening it, he found a private message from Qian Sanhu. Hey man, with such a large octopus, you surely want to finish it all. Share half with me as a gesture of friendship, and I'll have your back in the future. Glancing at the message, Cheng Mo promptly closed the chat box. Fool, you think you can protect me? On another island, a burly man, upon noticing that his message had been read but unanswered, seethed with rage. Cheng Mo, just you wait. How dare you ignore my messages? I will make you pay. In the brief moment of distraction, the Han sisters had already begun slicing the octopus's body with their knives. What are you two doing? Cheng Mo inquired curiously. We are, of course, preparing to cut it up. Didn't the message just say this is a valuable item? Han Kiki replied, flashing him a sweet smile over her shoulder. Very well. I shall assist. As Cheng Mo joined the disassembly effort, he discovered that Han Kiki wielded her knife with remarkable skill, expertly slicing the octopus meat. The over 200-pound octopus was soon processed. Fearing the meat would spoil, Han Kiki eagerly stored it in her wristband's inventory. Observing the beads of sweat on their foreheads, Cheng Mo retrieved 3 bottles of mineral water from his inventory, handing one to each of them, and urged them to take a moment to rest. We are all teammates now. Why don't we each share our abilities? It would facilitate our survival on this bewildering island. After sipping some water, Cheng Mo began. Sure. Right before my journey here, I happened to be participating in a cosplay event, and my exclusive treasure chest yielded a single skill: culinary mastery, allowing me to cook for everyone. As soon as he finished, Han Kiki chimed in enthusiastically. I am a police academy student. Before the transition, I was practicing yoga, and my acquired skill is mastery in combat. Han Yuyan's voice remained cool and composed as she spoke. Finally, both women turned their attention to Cheng Mo. Before my transition, I was merely an ordinary office worker, and my exclusive treasure chest yielded this rather dubious fishing rod. At this, both women regarded him with puzzled expressions, awaiting an explanation. Though Cheng Mo was thick-skinned, he found it difficult to articulate the fishing rod's peculiar functions in front of the two women, so he directly sent them the attributes privately. After examining the details, their expressions varied. Indeed, your fishing rod is rather dubious, Han Kiki remarked, her cheeks flushing. So, were the RV and the spring water caught using this fishing rod? Han Yuyan asked, her expression complex, her tone softening slightly. Indeed, not only did we manage to haul in these 2 items, but we also retrieved the blueprint for a villa. As he spoke, Cheng Mo promptly shared the villa's blueprint with the 2 individuals. Wow, I wish to reside in a grand villa. The moment Han Kiki laid eyes on the blueprint, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I too long for a magnificent villa. However, this one spans merely 500 square meters, while our island currently measures only 40 square meters. And the materials required are no trifling matter. The 2 women instantly grasped the underlying implication of Cheng Mo's words, causing Han Kiki's cheeks to flush even deeper. Let us set that aside for now. We should first tally our recent acquisitions. Han Yuyan interjected, directly proposing the idea. Chapter 5. Equality among all beings. Subsequently, The trio commenced the enumeration of the resources they had previously obtained. After meticulous accounting, the current inventory was as follows. Basic resources: soil 3, metal 5, plastic 7. Fabric strips 5, earth 4, wood 12, stone 4. Food: bread 5, mineral water 7. Tools: multifunctional knife 1. Special items: spear blueprint 1, ocean villa blueprint 1. Gazing at the assortment of resources before him, Cheng Mo let out a deep sigh. The food we have acquired is woefully inadequate. Had it not been for today's giant octopus, we would scarcely have enough sustenance to last a few days. Indeed, let us consume the octopus meat first. The bread should keep for a bit longer. Han Yuyan nodded in agreement. Very well, from now on, Kiki shall manage the food. I will oversee the basic resources, and the rest will fall under your purview, if that is acceptable? Cheng Mo inquired, looking at the two. I have no objections. Neither do I. In that case, Kiki, please store the food and go prepare some more. Han Kiki nodded enthusiastically, stowing away the food before merrily dashing toward the RV. When do you intend to increase the usage frequency of the fishing rod? After Han Kiki departed, Han Yuyan, unusually blushing, posed the question to Cheng Mo. If possible. I would like to do so promptly, but such matters. I can assist you. Without waiting for Cheng Mo to finish, Han Yuyan interrupted him. You this I. Cheng Mo found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless. Do not overthink it. I merely wish to survive alongside my sister, and we still have family. I merely hope that when we find our family, you will provide them shelter. No problem. We are all striving to survive. Cheng Mo's expression grew grave. Yet his heart was jubilant. Could he truly be on the brink of winning the heart of a beauty on the very first day? Let us proceed. Where to? Kiki is cooking in the RV. Let us go to the rear of the vehicle. As they spoke, the two made their way to the back of the RV. Half an hour later, Cheng Mo returned to the beach and immediately retrieved the fishing rod to inspect its attributes. Universal Fishing Rod Level, SSS Description, a fishing rod that requires no bait, capable of catching all manner of beings, indestructible. Current daily usage count, 3-6. Indeed, the usage count of the fishing rod had increased. Just then, Han Yuyan approached Cheng Mo, her steps faltering slightly. Is it ready? Yes. You should take a moment to rest. Now watch me perform. With that, Cheng Mo cast his line. Congratulations. You have obtained a box of 8-dimensional space. Cheng Mo felt a wave of frustration wash over him and cast again. Congratulations. You have obtained a box of mini umbrellas. Embarrassment engulfed him. He felt as if he were digging a 3-bedroom apartment into the sand with his toes. For his final cast, he threw the line once more. Congratulations. You have obtained a shotgun with 200 rounds of ammunition. At that moment, Cheng Mo finally exhaled in relief. Just as he reeled in the mini umbrella, an icy chill coursed from his head to his toes, unmistakably indicating that Han Yuyan was watching him intently. Casually, he handed the box of 8-dimensional space and the shotgun to Han Yuyan, then hastily retreated to the RV. Upon witnessing Cheng Mo's hasty retreat, Han Yuyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Cheng Mo, you're back. Where's my sister? Han Kiki, who was busy preparing octopus tentacles, inquired as she caught sight of Cheng Mo entering the vehicle. On the beach. With that, Cheng Mo promptly approached the territory cabinet, placing 4 units of earth within and selecting to position them adjacent to the spring. In a flash of white light, the earth vanished from the cabinet. Cheng Mo then pulled out the soil, hesitating briefly before placing it into the cabinet. The moment he did, the screen in the cabinet automatically displayed the attributes of the soil. Soil level, S description, the sole material for upgrading the island. 1 unit of soil can increase the island's area by 1 square meter. So this is how soil is utilized, he murmured to himself, pressing the upgrade button. After a flash of white light, 3 units of soil disappeared. At that moment, the island's attributes were as follows. Island name, Peach Blossom Island. Island master, Cheng Mo. Area, 43 square meters. Resources, land 4 square meters. Seeing this, Cheng Mo sank onto the seat behind him. The instant his back touched the chair, a sharp pain shot through him. He had been too preoccupied with battle to notice earlier, but now, with relaxation, he felt the discomfort in his body. Tentatively pressing on his ribs, he immediately felt a jolt of pain. My ribs are indeed injured. While they may not be broken, they are certainly cracked. Just as Cheng Mo assessed his injuries, Han Kiki called out, Cheng Mo, could you summon my sister? It's time for us to eat. Certainly. In response, Cheng Mo called out to Han Yuyan, who was lost in thought on the beach. Yuyan, come on up. It's time for dinner. Upon hearing Cheng Mo address her in such a manner, Han Yuyan's brows furrowed instantly. Her relationship with Cheng Mo was purely transactional. Yet he seemed to be taking it seriously. Understood. When the two returned to the vehicle, Han Kiki had already placed 3 plates of prepared octopus meat on the small table of the booth. Sister, hurry and sit down to eat. although we have no condiments. The taste is still delightful. Once seated, only Han Kiki chattered animatedly while the other two silently savored the octopus meat on their plates. Surprisingly, the octopus meat was rather delectable, reminiscent of chicken, and delightfully crunchy. Sister, why aren't you and Cheng Mo speaking? One should not speak while eating or sleeping. Han Yuyan cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Mo and remarked coolly, well, my injuries are somewhat painful, and I wish to conserve my energy. Cheng Mo replied, eliciting another glare from Han Yuyan, as if to say, conserve energy? Why didn't I see you doing that earlier? Embarrassed, Cheng Mo lowered his head and continued to devour the octopus meat on his plate. Once he finished a plate, a warm sensation coursed from his stomach throughout his body, ultimately converging on his injured ribs and back. When the warmth dissipated, Cheng Mo felt an overwhelming sense of ease. He reached out to press on his ribs again, and the pain had vanished. Incredible. This octopus meat possesses healing properties. Han Yuyan nodded in agreement, adding, not only that, but it also seems to enhance one's physique. I feel my strength gradually increasing. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in the minds of the three. Area 302, Demon Island, has been cleared of A-grade sea beasts. The new player protection period in Area 302 will conclude early, and the crisis will arrive in 1 hour. What on earth? What does Area 302 have to do with us? Cheng Mo scoffed dismissively. We are the 302 district. Han Yuyan's cool voice resonated within the carriage. Cheng Mo, how could you possibly be unaware of our location? Han Kiki stifled a laugh behind her hand. You little imp, how can you still find amusement in this? On a remote island, a burly man wielding a Gatling gun gazed fervently at the massive shark sprawled on the beach. At that moment, the shark, measuring over 5 meters in length, lay motionless, riddled with bullet holes, its blood staining the sea water before the shore. Brother Hu, this was retrieved from the shark's mouth. A man reverently presented a blueprint to Qian San Hu. It turned out to be a blueprint for constructing a sailboat. Upon examining the blueprint, Qian San Hu burst into laughter. Cheng Mo, once I complete this sailboat, your demise will be at hand. As a ruthless killer, Qian San Hu placed great importance on face, and Cheng Mo had inadvertently offended him, thus inciting his wrath. Chapter 6, The Crisis Approaches. Is there still an hour left? Cheng Mo murmured, turning to Han Yuyan. Yuyan, hand me the spear blueprint. We need to prepare swiftly. All right. Han Yuyan responded without hesitation, having anticipated Cheng Mo's intentions, and promptly handed him the blueprint. Upon receiving the blueprint, Cheng Mo directly clicked to use it on the workbench. Spear blueprint has been utilized. It can be crafted directly at the workbench. Standard spear. Level E. Description, a decent weapon. As he examined the materials required for crafting, Cheng Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. Presently, he possessed 5 metals and 12 pieces of wood. 1 metal could produce 3 spears, allowing him to create a total of 12. With a gentle tap on the workbench, 12 spears materialized in the warehouse. After a brief moment of reflection, a plan began to form in his mind. Subsequently, Cheng Mo listed all 12 spears on the trading platform and crafted a message for the regional channel. Brothers, with the crisis approaching in an hour, I have prepared some weapons to aid everyone in surviving better. Alongside this, he also shared the attributes of the spear on the regional channel. As soon as the information was dispatched, the regional channel, which had been inundated with frantic messages due to the abrupt end of the novice protection period, fell silent for 3 seconds. Following that brief pause, the channel erupted with chatter once more. This is the help you speak of? 1 spear for 1 piece of soil. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Exactly. Who would buy a spear for 10 pieces of wood? Isn't that right? 5 metals for 1 spear. Anyone who buys it is a fool. Boycott. We must unite against this unscrupulous merchant. Observing the multitude of disparaging comments directed at him, Cheng Mo felt no anger. Instead, he chuckled wickedly. If you're so displeased, then don't buy. As the spears sold out, Cheng Mo's heart swelled with delight. From this round of 12 spears, he garnered, for pieces of soil, 20 metals, and 40 pieces of wood. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued to cackle as he crafted 40 more spears and listed them on the trading platform. With a flash, the moment he listed the 40 spears, they were snatched up instantly. Thus far, Cheng Mo had released 52 spears, yet the entire 302 district boasted nearly 9,999 inhabitants. Such a number was hardly sufficient. Consequently, Cheng Mo became ensnared in a flawless cycle of production and sale, with each transaction yielding a greater quantity than the last, averaging a new round every 2 minutes. After the 10th round passed, the spears listed on the trading platform finally ceased to sell. Gazing at the inactive trading platform, Cheng Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. I've only released 4,000 spears. Why have they stopped selling? Cheng Mo, are you alright? At that moment, Han Yuyan approached him, inquiring in a calm tone. Huh, what? I asked if you were okay. There are still 40 minutes until the crisis arrives. I believe you should continue increasing the number of fishing rods. Only then did Cheng Mo grasp the meaning behind Han Yuyan's question. Are you okay? Of course. How could a man say otherwise? As he spoke, Cheng Mo glanced toward the rear of the caravan where Han Kiki sat, her cheeks flushed, casting shy glances in his direction. Since you're fine, go ahead. Be gentle. With those words, Han Yuyan opened the door and exited the vehicle. In a bid to save time, Cheng Mo acted decisively. When he returned to the beach with the fishing rod in hand, Han Kiki followed closely, curious about what treasures her 3 fishing attempts might yield. Upon reaching the shore, he cast his line into the water and reeled it in seamlessly. Congratulations, you have obtained a small ice maker. Congratulations, you have acquired 10 sets of special operations attire. Congratulations, you have received a saber. After casting his line repeatedly, he managed to secure 3 items. Well, one could say it was quite satisfactory. As soon as the saber appeared, Han Yuyan seized it in her hands, captivated by its allure, even more so than when she had received the shotgun earlier. Let us head back and stow these items. This place may not be safe, Cheng Mo suggested. Sister, quickly show us the attributes of these items. As soon as they returned to the caravan, Han Kiki eagerly urged Han Yuyan. Han Yuyan nodded and subsequently posted the attributes of the 3 items in the team chat. Household ice maker. Level D. Description: capable of continuously producing ice as long as there is electricity and water. Special operations attire. Level A. Description: an excellent combat suit designed ergonomically, providing protection against cold and heat. Frosty saber. Level A. Description: an extremely sharp saber capable of easily slicing through the skin of A-level sea beasts. Upon reviewing these 3 pieces of equipment, Han Yuyan felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Why did I only receive a sea-level broken shotgun after 3 attempts? As she spoke, she retrieved the shotgun and ammunition from the warehouse and tossed them in front of Cheng Mo. This knife is mine. Sister, this special operations attire is so impressive. Shouldn't we put it on right away? Han Kiki inquired with a beaming smile. Indeed. 10 minutes later, the 3 donned their fitted combat outfits. Externally, the attire resembled leather jackets and pants, yet upon wearing them, they felt neither constricted nor stifled. Rather, they were breathable and lightweight. Moreover, the fitted design accentuated their figures beautifully. Gazing at the 2 stunningly similar figures before him, Cheng Mo nearly succumbed to a nosebleed. Have you finished staring? Observing Cheng Mo's unabashed gaze, Han Yuyan admonished him. No. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, Cheng Mo blurted out that single word. The next instant, he found a long leg advancing perilously close to his chest. Thud. Poor Cheng Mo was unceremoniously kicked into the driver's seat of the caravan by Han Yuyan. Ouch. Why so violent? I merely uttered what any man would say. If you dare look at us with that gaze again, I'll make you regret it. At her words, Cheng Mo hastily shielded himself, realizing that he could not afford to be incapacitated. His future happiness depended on it. Humph. Han Yuyan let out a cold snort and drew out the broadsword, taking a seat in the booth to begin polishing it. This woman was undeniably beautiful, yet she exuded an aura of chilliness. Cheng Mo propped himself up and plopped down in the passenger seat, similarly retrieving his shotgun to inspect the weaponry. Don't ask why he was knowledgeable about such things. Does a man not love firearms? Even if he had never handled a real gun, he must have played with models, right? Surely he had watched countless videos. After a thorough examination, he began loading 5 bullets into the magazine. In the face of the unknown, fear is ever present. As time trickled by, the cold, mechanical voice once again resonated in the minds of everyone in Zone 302. Attention Zone 302. The crisis has officially arrived. Please strive to survive. Note: crisis and opportunity coexist. Wish you good luck. The moment the voice echoed, Cheng Mo and his companions stiffened. What could this crisis be? Chapter 7. The Law of True Fragrance. The 3 sat in the vehicle for quite some time, yet the sea remained tranquil, with no marine beasts in sight. Instead, a multitude of supply crates floated by. Is that all? Cheng Mo felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the crates. Cheng Mo, sis, have you noticed that the temperature inside the car has risen? At that moment, Han Kiki's voice chimed in. It did seem to be the case. As she spoke, Cheng Mo grabbed the shotgun and stepped outside. As soon as he set foot on the island, he was struck by the sweltering heat. Each breath felt like inhaling fire and dryness. When he placed his hand on the RV's engine hood, he recoiled as if shocked. I see now. Understanding the source of the problem, Cheng Mo swiftly returned to the vehicle. He turned on the RV's parking air conditioning and asked Han Kiki for a bottle of water, gulping it down eagerly. How is it? Han Yuyan's cool voice inquired. The crisis appears to be extreme heat. It's at least 45 degrees outside. After finishing a bottle of water, Cheng Mo let out a satisfied burp. If that is indeed the case, then rather than a crisis, it is an opportunity for us. Han Kiki flashed a sweet smile, and promptly opened the regional channel. Sure enough, as soon as the chat interface opened, messages flooded in. Damn it. What happened to the crisis? Why is it so hot now? Exactly. Half an hour ago we were enjoying spring, and now it feels like the height of summer. Does anyone have water? I could really use some. Hey, in this heat, anyone who lends you water must be a fool. Just let it all end. I've run out of water. If only I could sip some chilled plum juice before I perish. After reviewing the regional chat, Cheng Mo exchanged glances with the other two, and they simultaneously exclaimed, "Ice water. I'll make ice. I'll go fetch water." The two women took on the tasks of ice making and water fetching, leaving Cheng Mo, bemused, standing there. What about me? Didn't you just acquire a good amount of supplies? Why not take stock and see what you can do? Han Kiki smiled sweetly. Upon hearing this, Cheng Mo felt enlightened and immediately praised Han Kiki. You're so clever, Kiki. Hearing his words, Han Kiki's cheeks flushed, and she muttered shyly, be careful, or my sister might hit you. Cheng Mo rolled his eyes. Hit me? Teammates can't attack each other. Han Kiki giggled, covering her mouth. Then how did you get kicked away just now? Suddenly, Cheng Mo smacked his forehead. Right? Didn't they say teammates couldn't attack each other? Why was I kicked away? It was at this moment that they both realized the dilemma. Could it be that this survival game had a bug? No. I think the attack from teammates is ineffective. I didn't actually feel any pain. I thought it was due to my enhanced physical condition. The more Cheng Mo spoke, the more he felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Shall we test it out? As she spoke, Han Kiki picked up a kitchen knife from the cabinet and smiled mischievously as she approached Cheng Mo. I think it's better not to. Cheng Mo shook his head vigorously. I was just teasing you. Hurry and take stock of the supplies. Realizing Han Kiki wasn't genuinely going to harm him, Cheng Mo returned to the booth to tally up their previous trades. Since all the traded supplies were stored in the wristband's warehouse and automatically categorized, it was quite convenient to check. Currently, the supplies were as follows. Basic supplies: 102 clay, 98 metal, 503 plastic, 320 fabric strips, 47 soil, 431 wood, 222 stones. Living items: 1 box of small umbrellas. Special items: 1 blueprint for a villa at sea, 1 universal fishing rod. All the basic supplies had been earned from selling spears. There were originally more, but nearly a whole batch of spears remained unsold. Gazing at the warehouse's contents, a sudden idea popped into Cheng Mo's mind. With that thought, he immediately crafted 200 wooden cups at the workbench. After completing this task, Cheng Mo turned to Han Kiki, who was busy preparing ice. Kiki, are the ice cubes ready? Almost there. All right, let me know when it's done. With that, Cheng Mo dashed to the spring and quickly filled the wooden cups with water. Once all 200 cups were filled, he zipped back to the vehicle. As soon as he sat down, a plate of ice cubes, each the size of sugar cubes, was placed on the small table, and upon careful counting, there were exactly 20 pieces. Without hesitation, Cheng Mo took out a cup and filled it with ice, placing 1 cube in each cup, resulting in a total of 20 cups of chilled spring water. After completing this task, Cheng Mo first sent the attributes of the chilled spring water to the regional channel, then added a message. Brothers and sisters, with the weather so hot, it's crucial to drink plenty of cool water. I will soon have 20 cups of chilled spring water available. The highest bidder wins. Upon seeing Cheng Mo's announcement, the regional channel erupted once more. A schemer has arrived. This black-hearted merchant is back. We must resist. Everyone, unite to oppose this unscrupulous fellow. Cheng Mo paid no heed to their chatter and directly listed the 20 cups of ice water. After selecting the trading type, he returned to the chat interface, eager to see how these hypocritical individuals would react. Sure enough, within 30 seconds of listing the 20 cups, they were snatched up. Hey, didn't you guys say to resist? Why did you act so quickly? Exactly. You guys are way too fast. Isn't this bullying the elderly? If you can't get your hands on it, tough luck. This chilled spring water is surprisingly refreshing. Indeed, it's quite good. After 2 individuals sent images of themselves enjoying the chilled spring water, the others could no longer sit still. Cheng Mo, do you have any more chilled spring water? I'm willing to trade 10 pieces of wood. Cheng Mo, don't listen to him. I'll offer 15 pieces of wood. In an instant, the regional channel was flooded with requests for chilled spring water. Seeing that the time was ripe, Cheng Mo finally made his move. Today, there are only 200 cups of chilled spring water available, and I will auction them, so it won't be enough for everyone to share. If you can't get any, here's a tip. Just dig a hole on the island and fill it with seawater. Then you won't have to endure this sweltering heat. Upon witnessing Cheng Mo's remarks, discussions regarding the feasibility of the proposed plan commenced within the regional channel. This idea had long been conceived in my mind, and I had already put it into action. Image GPG. Goodness, how did you up there respond so swiftly? I had previously acquired a fishing rod, intending to dig a pit for fish, yet unexpectedly found it beneficial for my own use. Is this not a sign of fate? Blimey, we wish to dig as well, but we lack the necessary tools. Are you all daft? The spears we purchased earlier could serve the purpose. Indeed. How did I overlook that? I'll go right away. Just as the crowd prepared to excavate, Cheng Mo received an anonymous message. The message contained but a single sentence and an item description. I will trade you this for 20 cups of ice water, non-negotiable. Upon glimpsing the attributes of that item, Cheng Mo's hands trembled with excitement. This was a must-have. Chapter 8. Do I still need this? As soon as Han Keek's ice cubes were completed, Cheng Mo seized them. And after finalizing the trade, he gazed at the blueprint in his hands with a beaming smile. Bolt-action rifle blueprint. Level, see description, a rifle with 3 sets of bullet blueprints. With this, you shall assemble an army. Without hesitation, he utilized the blueprint at the workbench, promptly crafting a bolt-action rifle. Bolt-action rifle. Level, see range, 800 meters. Description, utilizes 762 ammunition. Materials, metal 5, wood 1. However, when Cheng Mo prepared to manufacture bullets, he discovered the need for saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. Charcoal was relatively easy to resolve, as it could be directly crafted from wood at the workbench. Yet the other 2 materials remained elusive to him. A spark of inspiration struck him. Just because he lacked them did not mean others did not possess them. Consequently, 1/3 of the ice water he put up for sale required saltpeter and sulfur, while the remainder continued to be auctioned. As 200 cups of ice water were sold, twilight gradually descended. The sale of the 200 cups of ice water had effectively doubled the foundational resources in Cheng Mo's possession, while also yielding a significant amount of saltpeter and sulfur. The current inventory was as follows. Basic resources: soil 153, metal 198, plastic 826, cloth strips 666, soil 68, wood 1084, stone 485, saltpeter 43, sulfur 147. Living items: 1 box of small umbrellas, 10 boxes of 8-degree spaces, 10 boxes of toilet paper, 2 packs of salt. Special items: 1 blueprint for a seaside villa. Gazing at the resources in his hands, Cheng Mo burst into laughter. While others struggled for survival, he reveled in leisure. Just then, Han Yuyin delivered a playful thump to Cheng Mo's forehead. What is so amusing? It's time for dinner. After being struck, Cheng Mo noticed that 3 plates of octopus meat were laid out on the small table. It seemed he had not felt any pain at all. Yuyin, why don't you hit me again and see? There was no reason for Han Yuyin to refuse such a request, and she playfully tapped Cheng Mo's forehead several times. It doesn't hurt at all. Your teammates' attacks are ineffective, huh? As he continued to jest, laughter erupted once more from Cheng Mo, seeing her brother about to explode with anger. Han Kiki immediately seized a large piece of octopus meat and stuffed it into Cheng Mo's mouth. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, you'll be on night duty. What? Cheng Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had anticipated a cozy night's rest, yet they assigned him the night watch? However, upon meeting Han Yuyin's icy gaze, he obediently closed his mouth. All for the sake of a better life, Cheng Mo reassured himself internally. After dinner, the 2 women scampered to the spacious bed at the rear of the RV, leaving Cheng Mo to linger behind. After casting a glance at their retreating figures, he shifted his focus back to the workbench. He consumed 1 metal, 1 saltpeter, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal to manufacture 1,000 rounds of 762 ammunition. As soon as the bullets were completed, Cheng Mo eagerly extracted 5 rounds and loaded them into the bolt-action rifle. After a brief moment of excitement and play, he stored it away in his inventory. Today had indeed been fruitful in resource acquisition, and it was time to upgrade the island. Approaching the territory cabinet, Cheng Mo deposited 153 units of soil and 68 units of soil into the cabinet. As he completed this action, a brilliant white light emanated from the cabinet, expanding the island's area from 40 square meters to 193 square meters, an almost quadrupling of territory. The cultivable land increased from 4 square meters to 72 square meters, a 17-fold expansion. It is worth noting that this was merely the first day of survival. Most islands remained at their initial size of approximately 40 square meters. After upgrading the island, Cheng Mo returned to his seat, intending to check the regional channel for updates on other situations, thereby facilitating his endeavors to profit further tomorrow. Upon opening the regional channel, a deluge of messages inundated him, the majority of which pertained to his own exploits. What treasures did that unscrupulous merchant's exclusive treasure chest yield? How is he able to manufacture ice blocks? We can barely secure fresh water, and he has an abundance to create ice. This is infuriating. We must boycott him. Let us not purchase his goods tomorrow. Observing the envy-laden discourse, Cheng Mo chuckled to himself, rubbing his hands together before typing a message. Brothers, you cannot boycott me. My exclusive treasure chest yielded nothing but a rusty fishing rod. If you do not buy my supplies, I shall starve. Upon sending this message, the regional channel erupted in chaos. A rogue. The merchant has arrived. What nonsense about a rusty fishing rod? Do you think this is a game? Let us not be fooled. If he truly possessed a rusty fishing rod, how could he have such an abundance of fresh water and ice? Indeed, manufacturing ice requires electricity, doesn't it? This fellow has undoubtedly accessed power. Cheng Mo found himself at a loss for words, bemused by the sheer brilliance of their deductions. What talents! Truly, what a collection of geniuses. Deducing my access to electricity solely from ice blocks. This one do. I must lead them astray. With a glint of mischief in his eye, Cheng Mo typed, "You may not believe me, but one of my teammates' exclusive treasure chests yielded an elemental skill, ice sphere technique. Crafting ice is no trivial matter, you know." This statement incited a fresh wave of fervent debate within the regional channel. Merchant, are you deceiving us? How could such an outrageous skill exist? Exactly. Don't treat us like fools. The clamor of dissent surged, yet at that moment, a photograph captured everyone's attention. The image depicted a delicate, pale hand cradling a blazing flame. Subsequently, a message appeared beneath the photo. I can attest to the veracity of Cheng Mo's claims. For my exclusive treasure chest yielded a fire attribute skill. Goodness, is that photo not edited? How could such an extraordinary skill exist? Are you out of your mind? This is not Earth. What could one edit? At this juncture, Cheng Mo was rendered speechless, having merely intended to mislead them. Yet someone had taken it seriously. Gazing at the image in the channel, Cheng Mo felt a pang of envy and quietly retrieved his fishing rod, suddenly finding it more appealing than ever. Due to the discussion surrounding fire attribute powers, the attention of the regional channel shifted away from Cheng Mo, focusing entirely on the discourse regarding elemental abilities. After observing for a while longer, Cheng Mo grew weary and closed the chat interface. Night duty was a rather unpleasant task, particularly in solitude. The following day, as dawn broke, Cheng Mo stepped down from the vehicle with a yawn, rod in hand. The early morning light still kept the outdoor temperature at a comfortable level. Satisfied with the expansive island that had multiplied in size, Cheng Mo commenced his fishing endeavor for the day. With a swift motion, he reeled in the line. And to his astonishment, he hooked a beautifully packaged item. Eagerly tearing it open, he nearly choked in disbelief. Do I even need this? Chapter 9. The arrival of the great vessel fuming. Cheng Mo tossed the trinket aside and resumed casting his line. Fortunately, the subsequent 8 casts yielded only ordinary items. The haul included 1 blueprint for a cabin, 1 red cannon, 10 bottles of shower gel, 5 winter coats, 1 dogtooth grass, 1 peach tree, 1 cow, and 1 radio. How's the haul? Just as he prepared to reel in a supply crate near the beach, the voices of 2 women reached him from behind. Wow, Cheng Mo. You're amazing. You've even caught a cow. Does this mean we'll have milk from now on? Cheng Mo felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. If we don't find it a cool place soon, it'll quickly turn into beef jerky. At that moment, the exquisite box on the beach caught Han Yuyen's attention. Upon opening it, her proud face flushed crimson. Cheng Mo. Seeing Han Yuyen on the verge of a meltdown, Cheng Mo quickly gathered the materials and bolted, tossing the fishing rod into Han Yuyen's hands. I'll check on our haul. You handle the supply crate. Breathless, he returned to the RV and plopped down on the bench, eager to examine the attributes of the items. To his surprise, he discovered 2 S-rank items among his finds. Peach tree, level, S-rank, description, blooms in 3 days and matures in 3 days. Consuming a peach enhances physical condition. Dogtooth grass, level, S-rank, description, a resilient grass that thrives in harsh environments, with a remarkable reproductive capacity that can alter soil conditions. The remaining items were rather mundane, save for the cabin blueprint, while the only immediately usable item was the cow on the beach. He placed the cabin blueprint on the workbench, and its attributes promptly appeared. Cabin, level, A-rank, description, an unremarkable little cabin. Required materials, 10 wood. With over 1,000 pieces of wood at his disposal, Cheng Mo grinned wickedly and crafted 100 cabins. Opening the trading platform, he prepared the items for trade and accessed the regional channel. The upper right corner of the channel displayed a mere 842 participants, indicating that 157 people had perished in the 302 region within a day. After a brief moment of distraction, Cheng Mo regained his composure and typed into the channel, brothers, I'm back. Considering we're all compatriots, I prepared 100 cabins for you. First come, first served. Get them while you can." As soon as the messages were sent, the previously quiet channel erupted into chaos. By the heavens, a shrewd merchant has appeared. We must resist him. Wait, what did he just say? Cabins. Hold on, leave some for me. The cabins were snatched up in an instant, and those who missed out quickly returned to the chat. Chenggu, Chengyi, can you release a few more cabins? Yes, Chenggu. We just want to gather supply crates while it was cool. And by the time we returned, they were all gone. If you put out a few more, we'll never call you a shrewd merchant again. Watching the swift change of heart among the crowd, Cheng Mo simply replied with 2 words. Wait. Thank you, Cheng Gu. You're the coolest. Thank you, Mo Yi. You're the greatest. As they clamored for his response, Cheng Mo prepared another 2,000 cabins from the wood he had earned. Once again, these 200 cabins vanished in the blink of an eye. Before they could voice their requests, he crafted an additional 400 cabins for sale. Half an hour later, the amount of wood in Cheng Mo's possession had surged to a staggering 7,000. With such a bounty, he listed another 2,000 cabins on the trading platform. While the 302 region was nearly saturated, the World Channel boasted a staggering 5 billion participants. Thus, he turned to the World Channel and sent out a message. Greetings, survivors. I am a survivor from the 302 region. The first phase of the crisis is high temperatures, and I have listed a batch of cabins and spears on the trading platform to assist you. As soon as the message was sent, Cheng Mo closed the chat interface. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter. Stepping outside the RV, he planted the peach tree and dogtooth grass on either side of the spring, then placed a small cabin nearby the peach tree. Kiki, quickly bring the cow inside. Having completed these tasks, Cheng Mo called out to Han Kiki on the beach. Got it. Han Kiki replied sweetly, leading the cow into the cabin. Cheng Mo, what should we feed the cow? Should I give it some octopus meat? Cheng Mo face-bombed. No, dear. We don't feed the cow octopus. With that, he crafted a basin-sized wooden trough at the workbench and filled it with fresh spring water for the cow. Kiki, hand me 2 pieces of bread. Are you hungry, Cheng Mo? Should I cook some octopus meat? It'll spoil if I don't. Han Kiki asked, her big, beautiful eyes blinking at him. I'm not eating. It's for the cow? Cheng Mo pointed to himself, and then to the cow. Okay. Once she handed him the bread, Cheng Mo tore it into crumbs and scattered them into the wooden trough. Let us go. This place is fine. As they observed the cow munching on the crumbs, Cheng Mo tugged on Han Kiki's shirt and led her outside. Cheng Mo, prepare for battle. Just as they exited, Han Yuyan rushed towards them from outside, colliding into Cheng Mo. With no time for embarrassment, Han Yuyan grasped Cheng Mo's hand and pointed towards the sea. Over there. A large ship is heading our way. Upon hearing this, Cheng Mo followed her finger's direction and indeed spotted a dark shape gradually enlarging on the horizon. Kiki, back to the RV quickly. He retrieved a shotgun from the storage and handed it to Han Kiki, then passed a bolt-action rifle to Han Yuyan. After crafting 10 more bolt-action rifles and 1,000 rounds of ammunition at the workbench, he distributed 2,000 rounds to Han Yuyan and swiftly concealed himself behind the RV. Han Yuyan took her position behind the small cabin, and the two formed a strategic crossfire. If anyone from the ship attempted to land, they would be caught in a pincer attack. Cheng Mo, I'm scared. As Cheng Mo stealthily observed the situation at sea, Han Kiki suddenly tugged at his shirt from behind, her body trembling slightly. Despite her privileged upbringing, she was not entirely naive to the dangers they faced. In the current circumstances, the most perilous threat comes from one's own kind. While she harbors little concern for sea monsters, encountering fellow humans unequivocally translates to antagonism. After all, with her and her sister's stunning beauty present, few would remain indifferent in a scenario where societal norms have crumbled. Suddenly, a fireball, measuring half a meter in diameter, hurtled from a ship situated 1 kilometer away, crashing onto the beach and creating a 2-meter-deep crater. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 10, Kappa. Once again, 3 massive fireballs struck the island, showering the vicinity with sparks of flame. Perhaps the enormous vessel was intentional in its aim, as the fireballs narrowly missed the caravan and the small wooden cabin. A spark landed on Han Kiki, startling her into an exclamation. Cheng Mo, seeing this, hastily brushed the embers from her, all the while keeping his gaze fixed on the approaching ship. As the vessel drew closer to within 500 meters of the island, Cheng Mo discerned its features clearly. The ship, constructed entirely of wood, measured approximately 30 meters in length and bore 4 red cannons at its bow. On the deck, over 20 humanoid figures were bustling about, their skin a shade of blue-green, although their facial features remained obscured due to the distance. Cheng Mo, the beings aboard that ship do not resemble survivors. Han Kiki clutched Cheng Mo's left arm tightly, her voice laced with trepidation. Do not fear. Do not fear. As long as I am here, I shall ensure your safety. He comforted her gently, patting her shoulder as he felt her anxiety. In the brief moment Cheng Mo spent reassuring Han Kiki, the ship came to a halt just 50 meters from the island. Buzzing. At that moment, Cheng Mo's wristband vibrated, and upon glancing down, he saw a message from Han Yuyan. Shall we engage? Cheng Mo turned to Han Yuyan beside the wooden cabin, shaking his head to signal her to wait. Gurgling sounds and incomprehensible chatter filled the air as 2 small boats were lowered from either side of the ship. As the small boats splashed into the water, the 20 or so blue-skinned humanoids descended onto them via ropes. Now, Cheng Mo and the others could finally see these creatures in their entirety. They were diminutive, around 1.5 meters tall, with greenish-blue skin, bird-like beaks, and turtle-like shells. Their heads indented, and tattered strips of cloth wrapped around their waists, resembling the kappa from anime. Each kappa brandished a glimmering metallic weapon. Goodness! Cheng Mo exclaimed upon witnessing the kappa leap onto their boats. In the next instant, a bolt-action rifle filled with bullets appeared in his hands. Furthermore, the 9 other rifles in his storage were also loaded. If this ship only contained these kappa, Cheng Mo felt confident in his ability to eliminate them all. Oh, what a peculiar sound. As the last 4 kappa boarded their small boats, they propelled toward the beach. A particularly forward kappa, clad in leather armor, stood at the bow of the leading boat, brandishing a staff crafted from human skulls while exultantly shouting. Observing the seemingly deranged kappa, Cheng Mo tightened his grip on the rifle, aligning the sights, and steadying his aim. In that moment, his mind became a blank slate, with the world narrowing to the swaying figure of the kappa. As the kappa's boat closed in, now merely 20 meters from the shore, 2 gunshots rang out in succession. Cheng Mo witnessed the kappa's head explode, while simultaneously feeling a heavy impact on his chest, propelling him backward until he collided with 2 others. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining kappa, their eyes aflame with rage, turned toward the caravan and wooden cabin, wildly brandishing their weapons and emitting piercing cries. Damn it! Cheng Mo cursed, his head throbbing from the cacophony, before reloading his rifle. Bang! 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 Bullets erupted from the chamber, accurately piercing the kappa's bodies. From his current position, he was no more than 30 meters from the kappa. It was a veritable slaughter. After exhausting 1 rifle, he swiftly switched to another. In the span of just 2 rifles, the kappa aboard the 4 small boats lay sprawled in pools of their own blood. Although Cheng Mo fired with remarkable speed, he could not match Han Yuyan's precision. Each time she pulled the trigger, her bullets would pierce through at least 2 kappa. Is it over? Han Kiki inquired, peering over Cheng Mo's shoulder. Her voice tinged with anxiety as the gunfire subsided. After several minutes of silent observation, the massive ship remained eerily still, as if it had been abandoned. Ding! Congratulations! Area 302, Peach Blossom Island, has become the first island to eliminate an alien species. Rewards: doubled island area and 1 golden treasure chest. As impatience grew among the trio, the mechanical voice resonated in the minds of everyone in Area 302. In an instant, the area chat erupted in fervor. Who is this Peach Blossom Island? How extraordinarily impressive. Indeed, that previous Demon Island was the first to slay an A-class sea monster, resulting in an early conclusion to the novice protection period. Now look at this. Although no other dangers have emerged, I can't help but feel envious. Doubling the island area and a golden treasure chest. What a tantalizing prospect. Unbeknownst to Cheng Mo, the chatter in the area was of little concern to him. He and the 2 women remained transfixed by the expansive island that had just doubled in size. Now it's 386 square meters. How effortlessly we achieved this. Cheng Mo exclaimed with delight. Though the island still retained a horseshoe shape, its length had reached 22 meters, and its width surpassed 17 meters. Most importantly, the original circular barricade had morphed into a 1-meter thick, 15-meter high hill. Oh, so you're feeling smug about it, are you? Why not open the treasure chest and see what treasures await? Han Yuyan shot Cheng Mo a knowing glance. Her demeanor softened this time, hinting at a subtle smile. Clearly, their recent collaboration had been quite effective. Indeed, just moments ago, I was nearly terrified to death. If the loot turns out to be lackluster, I won't be pleased. Han Kiki chimed in, one hand grasping Han Yuyan's, while the other rested on Cheng Mo's shoulder, with the 2 urging him on. Cheng Mo complied and retrieved the golden treasure chest he had just acquired from his storage, as the reward had directly been credited to him as the island's owner. As he produced it, the 2 women eagerly flanked him. Hurry, open it, and see what's inside. Han Kiki urged, her eyes gleaming with excitement. All right, let's see. Cheng Mo replied, extending his hand toward the chest. The moment his fingers made contact, the chest sprang open automatically. Congratulations. You have received 1 Resource Island training scroll. Congratulations. You have received 1 auxiliary robot. Congratulations. You have received 1 random skill scroll. The sudden appearance of the robot startled the 3 of them, though they quickly recognized it as a reward, otherwise they might have fled in fright. This robot appeared significantly more robust than those on Earth. Although humanoid in form, it was evidently sturdier and more powerful. Come, take a few steps. Cheng Mo tentatively commanded the robot. Certainly, Master. The auxiliary robot is at your service. Master? What functions do you possess? Chapter 11, The Robot Assistant. Are you the male master? I can do everything except give birth. The robot, Old Iron, left Cheng Mo utterly bewildered with a single remark. Are you joking? You can do everything but give birth? Why don't you do a somersault and show me? Just let me see. With a proud demeanor, Old Iron declared this and proceeded to perform a somersault on the spot. All right, stop flipping. Han Yuyan, witnessing the banter between Cheng Mo and the robot, hurriedly intervened. Yes, my lady. Old Iron abruptly halted and uttered something that made Han Yuyan blush instantly. Han Yuyan initially considered kicking the robot, yet upon seeing its rigid metallic form, she decided against it. Cheng Mo, what have you brought forth? In the end, Han Yuyan vented her frustration on Cheng Mo. I didn't do anything. Cheng Mo retorted, yet internally, he was delighted, silently giving Old Iron a thumbs up. Old Iron. What should you call me? Han Kiki began to poke and prod at Old Iron, occasionally tapping it. Greetings, lady number 2. Old Iron turned to Han Kiki and promptly replied. Hee, you really know how to talk. Han Kiki giggled, curious about Old Iron's energy source. Where does your energy come from? Will you suddenly run out of power? In response to lady number 2, I am powered by solar energy. As long as there is light, I will never run out of power, so please feel free to command me. Well then, you go into standby mode. Cheng Mo interjected, giving a direct order. Yes, master. After uttering those words, Old Iron stood motionless. Cheng Mo, I still have so many questions to ask. Why did you put him on standby? Han Kiki complained, pouting as she shook Cheng Mo's arm. Kiki, we have a lot to attend to. If we don't gather our belongings over there, they'll drift away. Cheng Mo pointed at the 4 small boats and a large ship in the sea. Fine. We can talk about it later. I'll go prepare dinner, and you and your sister can handle it. Saying this, Han Kiki called out to the idling Old Iron. Old Iron, power up and come help me cook. Acknowledged, lady number 2. Cheng Mo and Han Yuyan exchanged glances and, without further ado, made their way toward the shore. Here you go. After walking a couple of steps, Han Yuyan handed Cheng Mo his fishing rod. However, as her delicate hand brushed against his while placing the rod in his grasp, she swiftly retracted it like lightning. Accepting the fishing rod, Cheng Mo suddenly turned to Han Yuyan and solemnly asked, Han, the beautiful one, do you dislike me? What? Han Yuyan halted, turning back to find Cheng Mo's earnest gaze. No, not at all. Cheng Mo's unexpected seriousness made Han Yuyan's heart race, recalling the events of yesterday. If that's the case, why do I feel like you harbor some prejudice against me? Humph. Anyone would be displeased after being gored by a pig they just met. Wouldn't they? Remembering yesterday's incident, Han Yuyan retorted, especially since it was her first time. Well, that isn't my fault. Cheng Mo replied awkwardly, scratching his head. Humph. Han Yuyan dismissed Cheng Mo, continuing toward the beach. With their combined efforts, they managed to pull back all 4 small boats. Gazing at the 28 Kappa corpses and 17 pieces of cold weaponry on the shore, Cheng Mo murmured, this number of weapons seems off. It's supposed to be off. Some of their weapons fell into the sea at that time. Why don't you dive in and retrieve them? Han Yuyan shot Cheng Mo a challenging glance. This girl has quite the fiery temper. Cheng Mo muttered under his breath. What did you say? Han Yuyan glared at him. I was just wondering what our next move should be. Should we board that large ship? Cheng Mo decisively shifted the topic. Isn't that a given? Wouldn't you want such a big ship? I certainly do, but I fear there might still be Kappa aboard. If we rashly board, we could easily fall into an ambush. Cheng Mo explained. If you're too scared to go, then stay here. That ship will be mine. As she spoke, Han Yuyan leaped onto one of the small boats, preparing to row away. Wait for me. Cheng Mo quickly grabbed the boat's stern and dashed back to the RV, returning in less than a minute. Seeing Cheng Mo panting heavily, Han Yuyan curiously asked, where did you just run off to? You'll find out shortly. Cheng Mo teased, then began to row the small boat. When the small boat reached the ropes beneath the large ship, Han Yuyan wasted no time and began to climb. Quick as a flash, Cheng Mo grasped her hand. What are you doing? Han Yuyan turned, glaring at him. How could I let a beautiful lady go first for such a task? As he spoke, Cheng Mo maneuvered around Han Yuyan, turning his back to her while sniffing the hand that had just held hers. So fragrant. Of course, Han Yuyan was oblivious to this little gesture, otherwise she would have likely kicked him into the sea. Reaching the ropes, Cheng Mo seized the one lowered from the deck and began to climb with a twisting motion. Witnessing this scene, Han Yuyan covered her face, wondering if he was serious. His movements resembled that of a piglet, struggling to suppress her laughter. Han Yuyan feigned indifference and urged, can you hurry up? If you keep dawdling, I'll be roasted alive. Just a moment, I'll be up shortly. Cheng Mo strained, twisting his body, beads of sweat forming as he turned to Han Yuyan with a radiant smile. At that moment, Han Yuyan couldn't help but feel that this man wasn't so bad after all. After all, he had no formal training. Yet he willingly climbed ahead, knowing danger might await. With that thought, she abandoned the idea of urging him further and silently watched the sweaty figure. Thud! With the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, Cheng Mo finally scrambled onto the deck. Hearing the noise, Han Yuyan looked up to see Cheng Mo perched on the edge of the deck, panting heavily. Her previously softened feelings were once again dashed by Cheng Mo's antics. At that moment, Cheng Mo was entirely oblivious to Han Yuyan's thoughts. Before him stood the robot, Old Iron. Old Iron, go check if there are any dangers inside the cabin. How much longer are you going to sit there? Are you going to let me get up or not? Hearing the voice from below, Cheng Mo remembered that Han Yuyan was still down there. He immediately turned and pulled on the rope, saying, "Hold on tight. I'll pull you up." As soon as Cheng Mo finished speaking, he watched as Han Yuyan grasped the rope with both hands, her feet swiftly tapping against the boat's hull. In mere seconds, she had climbed up, looking at the rope in his hands, then at Han Yuyan beside him, and finally at himself. Cheng Mo could only utter two words, "What the hell?" Seeing Cheng Mo's bewildered expression, Han Yuyan couldn't hold back her laughter, bursting into giggles. Chapter 12, Boarding the Ship. Han Yuyan's sudden laughter was simply enchanting, momentarily leaving Cheng Mo entranced. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" When Han Yuyan noticed Cheng Mo's dazed gaze, she retorted, "I have seen beautiful women, but none as stunning as you." Cheng Mo replied earnestly, nodding. "Humph, smooth talker." Han Yuyan playfully pouted and turned to leave. "Wait, what's wrong?" Han Yuyan asked, puzzled. "Haven't we boarded the ship already? Why aren't we making a move?" "I've placed Lao Tai inside. It shouldn't take long for him to emerge." As he spoke, Cheng Mo retrieved a shotgun from the storage, standing protectively in front of Han Yuyan. "Actually, you needn't shield me. My combat prowess might surpass yours." As she spoke, Han Yuyan drew her saber. "This isn't about combat prowess. It's a matter of a man's dignity. As long as I remain on my feet, you have no right to stand in front of me." Upon hearing Cheng Mo's commanding declaration, Han Yuyan felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Since entering the police academy, those she encountered either pursued her fervently due to her beauty or admired her for her professional capabilities. Yet, no one had ever told her, "Take a break. Stand behind me. Let me protect you." Whenever classmates faced challenges, they would rush to her without considering her convenience or willingness, always pushing her to the forefront simply because she excelled in every aspect: strength, expertise, and looks. In truth, there were many moments she wished to pause, yearning for someone to stand before her and say, "I will protect you." Looking at the slender figure before her, she inexplicably uttered, "Thank you." "What?" Cheng Mo turned, his expression one of skepticism as he regarded Han Yuyan. "It's nothing. Look, Lao Tai is out." Han Yuyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly changed the subject. Cheng Mo, perceptive as he was, noticed the blush on her face but tactfully diverted his gaze to spare her feelings. "Master, mistress, I have returned. There is no danger inside, but there are two ladies." As soon as Lao Tai reappeared on deck, he announced in his characteristic robotic voice, "What? Two ladies? Take me to see." Upon hearing there were two ladies, Cheng Mo was nearly beside himself with excitement. Observing Cheng Mo's eagerness, Han Yuyan sighed in exasperation. Just as she began to view him more favorably, his true nature resurfaced. It wasn't that Cheng Mo was lecherous, rather, he was simply curious. Wouldn't the appearance of two ladies aboard a foreign vessel pique anyone's interest? "Let's go see." Cheng Mo seized Han Yuyan, dragging her toward the cabin. Although she initially contemplated breaking free from his grasp, she reconsidered and decided to go along with it this time. The three of them traversed the dark corridor of the ship until Lao Tai led them to the doorway at the end. "Master, the two ladies are inside." Cheng Mo peered in but found it too dark to see anything. "Lao Tai, it's too dark inside. Do you have a flashlight to illuminate it?" "No." The next moment, a light emanated from Lao Tai's head, illuminating the entire corridor. Cheng Mo kicked him in annoyance. "Didn't you say you didn't have one?" "Master, why are you kicking me? I don't have a flashlight. This is simply my head, which happens to emit light." Cheng Mo slapped Lao Tai on the head, then jumped back, cradling his hand. "If your head can shine, why didn't you turn it on sooner? We had to stumble around in the dark. You didn't specify." "Cheng Mo, stop messing around." "Cheng Mo?" Just as Cheng Mo was about to argue further with Lao Tai, Han Yuyan's voice interrupted. "I'll let you off this time for Yuyan's sake. Otherwise, I would have dismantled you." Upon entering the room, Lao Tai's headlight illuminated the space like the moon. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring nothing but a large bed. Rather than a bed, it resembled a dog's den, cluttered with various items occupying half of it, while the other half was occupied by two ladies. One of the ladies was familiar to Cheng Mo. She had black hair, black eyes, and was of East Asian descent. Dressed in what could be considered professional attire, though it was scarcely more than a few scraps of fabric. Judging by her appearance and figure, she could be rated around a 7. However, she was bound with tattered strips and had something stuffed in her mouth. From this, it was evident that she was a survivor who had traversed with them. Beside her lay another lady, similarly restrained. Cheng Mo could not ascertain her ethnicity by any of his experiences. Her skin, akin to that of a kappa, was a pale blue, with delicate human-like features. albeit with two pointed ears, giving her an exotic beauty that suggested she was not human. Master, are these two ladies not quite appealing? According to human standards, wouldn't they be considered beauties? Lao Tai gazed earnestly at Cheng Mo get lost. Cheng Mo dismissed him with irritation. Lao Tai, undeterred, promptly walked towards the door. Come back. Master, didn't you tell me to go play? You're not going anywhere. Just stand here and don't speak. Oh, after acknowledging, Lao Tai indeed fell silent, standing quietly at the door. Yin, what should we do with these two? Cheng Mo inquired, glancing at the women on the bed. Hearing this, Han Yuyin shot him a glance. Do whatever you want. I'm only here to observe. I suspect you're trying to take charge without evidence. Han Yuyin sheathed her saber, crossing her arms with an air of amusement. Realizing he could not rely on Han Yuyin, Cheng Mo was at a loss. Just then, the lady in the professional attire began to stir, struggling to rise, emitting muffled sounds. Recognizing that she wished to communicate, Cheng Mo stepped forward and removed the object from her mouth. As he did so, he pondered the implications of what he had just extracted. Wow, you all are quite adventurous. The moment the black silk was freed from her mouth, the professional lady burst into tears, sobbing as if her heart were breaking. Her cries were so heart-wrenching they could move even the hardest of hearts. After a considerable time, once her tears had subsided, Cheng Mo ventured, Miss, could you enlighten me about your situation? How did you end up on a Kappa ship? Cheng Mo's inquiry elicited another round of sobs from the professional lady. Chapter 13, Cheng Mo's third inquiry. Observing this, Cheng Mo helplessly raised his hands and turned to Han Yuyin. So clueless. Let me handle this. Han Yuyin stepped forward, drawing Cheng Mo behind her, and began to whisper softly to the professional lady. In less than 5 minutes, the professional lady had regained her composure and stood before them. How did you do that? Cheng Mo gave Han Yuyin a thumbs up and whispered, Psychology, negotiation skills. Han Yuyin replied, brimming with pride. All right, you're impressive. After complimenting Han Yuyin, Cheng Mo turned to the professional lady and asked, Excuse me, beautiful, are you also a survivor? How did you end up on this ship? Upon hearing Cheng Mo's inquiry, the professionally dressed young woman felt a tinge of melancholy, yet this time she refrained from shedding tears. Of course, like you, I am also a survivor, she replied, casually glancing at the bracelet on her left wrist. What is your name? The young woman inquired of Cheng Mo. He answered. Instantly, he felt a vibration from the bracelet and looked down to see a message from someone named Jiang Yuling. It's me, the professionally attired woman confirmed. After establishing her identity, Jiang Yuling began to recount her experiences. It turned out that early this morning, she and her two teammates were discovered by this massive ship. Tragically, her two male companions were killed, and she herself was captured. Just as she was about to meet a grim fate, the Kappa fled, followed by the sound of cannon fire, and then Cheng Mo and another person arrived. Listening to Jiang Yuling's explanation, Cheng Mo scrutinized her once more, though his gaze made her feel somewhat uneasy. After a long pause, Cheng Mo finally asked, What do you plan to do now? The beautiful lady next to you just promised me that I could join your team. Jiang Yuling cast a peculiar look at Han Yuyin. Is that so? Cheng Mo tilted his head to inquire of Han Yuyin. Yes, I did promise. Do you have any objections? No, not at all. You can join us. But you must demonstrate some sincerity. Cheng Mo, wary of provoking Han Yuyin, redirected the conversation back to Jiang Yuling. I can offer you the territory cabinet of our island as a token of allegiance. Jiang Yuling stated earnestly. The territory cabinet can be traded? Cheng Mo asked, perplexed. The territory cabinet cannot be traded, but it can be transferred. Moreover, it can be retracted. Those items forced me to retract the territory cabinet, or they would have killed me. Jiang Yuling elucidated. How do you understand their language? Han Yuyin interjected with curiosity. I certainly do not comprehend their language. But she translated for me. As she spoke, Jiang Yuling pointed at the exotic woman lying on the bed. Unbeknownst to them, she had awakened and was now watching the three with an inscrutable expression. Jiang Yuling approached and removed the rag that had been stuffed in the woman's mouth. Did you kill all the Kappas on this ship? As soon as the rag was removed, the woman inquired in an emotionless tone. You can speak Mandarin? Cheng Mo was taken aback. This is not important. What matters is whether you have killed the Kappas on this ship, came her flat response. Yes. Upon hearing Cheng Mo's affirmative answer, the woman suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Her laughter was laced with an endless sorrow and a sense of vengeance fulfilled. After a moment, she spoke again. Let me see their corpses, and I will tell you everything you wish to know. Naturally, Cheng Mo and Han Yuyin did not refuse this request. Thus, Cheng Mo moved forward to untie her and led her to the deck. Basking in the sunlight above, the woman gazed upon the row of Kappa corpses lined up on the island's beach and laughed once more. Xiao Qian, Mo, you heir, do you see? These beasts are all dead. She stood at the edge of the deck, arms outstretched, tilting her head towards the sky, calling out names unknown to the others. After venting her emotions, she turned to Cheng Mo and Han Yuyan, saying, "Thank you for avenging me and my companions. I can tell you that I was once a survivor as well. They forced me to operate the territory cabinet, and it was they who transformed me into this." With that, the woman fell backward, and before the three could react, she sank into the depths of the sea. "Wait, don't jump yet. At least clarify things." Cheng Mo leaned over the ship's railing, watching the splashes in the water as he shouted. Unfortunately, no response came, and the mysterious woman did not resurface. Turning back, he found Cheng Mo looking utterly dejected. "What's wrong with you?" Han Yuyan asked, puzzled by Cheng Mo's demeanor. "Don't you think this situation is quite serious? That woman just said she was once a survivor, and it was the Kappa that turned her into what she is now. So the questions arise. When was she a survivor? How did the Kappa transform her? And why are the Kappa trying to seize the territory cabinet? This world seems to be growing increasingly complicated." As he posed three questions in quick succession, both Han Yuyan and Zhang Yuling were left bewildered. "You make a valid point. But what we need to focus on now is not these questions. The temperature is rising. We must hurry to steer this ship to shore." In an instant, Han Yuyan addressed Cheng Mo, fully aware of the significance of those questions, but recognizing that their current strength was insufficient to confront them. She urged him to set them aside for the time being. "You're right, Yuyan. I'll head to the cockpit now. You two search for supplies on the ship." No sooner had he spoken than Cheng Mo dashed toward the cockpit. Upon entering, he found nothing but a steering wheel and a chair. Just as confusion set in, the bracelet vibrated suddenly. "Unclaimed territory cabinet detected. Do you wish to occupy it?" As the bracelet vibrated, a voice emanated from it. "Occupy?" As soon as Cheng Mo uttered the command, a screen beside the steering wheel illuminated, displaying various information. "Good heavens, the territory cabinet has been integrated into the ship." Cheng Mo approached the screen, prepared to operate it, only to discover a ship operation interface before him. Several buttons were labeled: advance, retreat, throttle, brake. Cheng Mo pressed the advance button and pushed the throttle, causing the vessel to spring to life. As the ship moved, 4 split screens appeared at the top of the operation screen, resembling a vehicle's panoramic view. The distance of 100 meters was quickly covered, and soon Cheng Mo brought the ship to a halt on the island's beach. Once the vessel was anchored, he began to explore the other functions of the territory cabinet. Opening the properties of the territory cabinet, information that differed from that of Peach Blossom Island popped up. Unnamed vessel. Captain Cheng Mo level D. Description: this is a wooden steamship measuring 36 meters in length, 8 meters in width, and 42 meters in height, equipped with 4 red cannons, possessing a measure of firepower. Speed: 25 knots, with an ammunition supply of 220 rounds. Upgrade path: steel warship. Upgrade materials: metal, wood, rubber, plastic. Upon reading this, Cheng Mo finally comprehended what those fireballs attacking the island had been. It turned out that the cannons on this ship did not require manual operation. They could simply be controlled via the territory cabinet, with the operator being that peculiar woman, which made everything fall into place. After reviewing the ship's attributes, Cheng Mo opened the territory cabinet's warehouse, and the moment he did, a wave of immense joy enveloped him from head to toe. Chapter 14, Public Enemy? The territory cabinet contained 300 storage compartments, all filled to the brim. Each compartment had a capacity limit of 1,000 units for identical items. In other words, a single compartment can accommodate 1,000 units of wood or 1,000 units of metal. Presently, all 300 compartments are filled to the brim, with numerous resources occupying several compartments. Notably, coal has amassed to a staggering 28 compartments, equivalent to 28,000 units. This represents an immense fortune. Once he regained his composure, Cheng Mo promptly began to inventory the supplies in the territory cabinet. Basic resources: soil, 1283, metal, 15, for 23, plastic, 9, 999, rubber, 3, 597, wood, 99, 985, earth, 3, 263, stone, 53, 286, cloth strips, 3, 333, sulfur, 8, 888, nitrate, 2, 229, sand, weapons and tools, cold weapons, 318 special items, teleportation blueprint, 1, mermaid's tears, 10, combat robot blueprint, 1, energy crystals, 19, Azure Sea Cloud ship blueprint, 1. After a thorough accounting, Cheng Mo felt almost overwhelmed. He decisively transferred the special items, weapons, and essential basic materials into his own storage before rushing outside. As he exited the cockpit, he unexpectedly collided with Han Yuyan and the others, who were on the lookout for him. "Why have you been in the cockpit for so long? I thought you had perished." Feeling the scorching heat of the deck, Cheng Mo replied, "Let us discuss this in the vehicle," and descended towards the island via the rope. At that moment, Han Kiki was already waiting on the beach. As soon as his feet touched the ground, she dashed towards him, scrutinizing him from head to toe before inquiring, "Are you all right? I just saw someone fall from the deck into the sea. Who was that?" Touched by Han Kiki's concern, Cheng Mo gently flicked her adorable little nose and took her hand, leading her towards the vehicle. Shortly after they settled into the car, Han Yuyin and Jiang Yuling returned as well. "Sister, who is this?" "She is our new teammate, Jiang Yuling," Han Yuyin explained. "All right, you two chat. I have some matters to attend to," Cheng Mo remarked as he approached the territory cabinet to begin his operations. With so many items acquired, he felt it imperative to upgrade the island first. As Cheng Mo inserted the newly acquired 283 units of soil into the territory cabinet and clicked on the upgrade option, the island's area surged to a remarkable 669 square meters. Just as he completed the upgrade, a notification interface emerged from the territory cabinet. "Congratulations! Your island has reached an area of 1,000 square meters and has successfully advanced to a Level 1 island. Level 1 island benefits. 1. Team capacity expanded from 3 to 30 members. Current count, 330. 2. The island will refresh one type of resource. 3. You may select the island's shape." Gazing at the 5 distinct shapes, Cheng Mo fell into contemplation. The 5 shapes were as follows: U-shaped, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with one side facing the sea. Mouth-shaped, unobstructed on all 4 sides, featuring a massive peak in the center. O-shaped, encircled by beaches and mountain ranges, with an interior comprising basins and lakes, and a river flowing through a gap in the mountains. Type 3, 2 inland seas on either side of the center point, with the upper and lower ends forming a firepower blockade at the sea entrance. Type 5, 8 subsidiary islands extending from the main island, connected by underwater reefs, creating a star surrounding the moon formation. As he analyzed the advantages of these island shapes, Cheng Mo quickly reached a conclusion. Since survival necessitated a robust defensive structure, he opted for the O shape. Just as he clicked to confirm, the island trembled slightly, but the quaking subsided within moments. As Cheng Mo prepared to exit the vehicle and inspect the island's condition, the survival mechanism's voice resonated in the minds of all survivors, accompanied by a message that appeared in the global chat channel. "Congratulations to Peach Blossom Island for being the first to upgrade to a Level 1 island. Rewards: 1 exclusive treasure chest for members, 100 resource boxes, and 3 island resources. First place map sharing. All survivors can view the location of Peach Blossom Island on the map and set a navigation target. Peach Blossom Island Overview. Island Owner, Cheng Mo. Members, Han Yuyin, Han Kiki." This announcement echoed thrice in the minds of all, and likewise flooded the global chat channel. "Damn it," Cheng Mo lamented as he read the chat messages, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. He had merely upgraded the island, yet the situation had spiraled out of control. The elation of the upgrade was entirely eclipsed by this revelation, leaving him with a profound sense of impending crisis. "Cheng Mo, what have you done?" Han Yuyin's voice broke through his thoughts. "I didn't do anything. I simply upgraded our island." Cheng Mo raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Han Yuyin pinched the bridge of her nose, lamenting, in just a moment of inattention, "You've stirred up such a colossal mess. Great, now we become public enemies." Her expression darkened, filled with dismay. "Not necessarily. While our information may have leaked, it doesn't mean everyone will come after us." Jiang Yuling, after a moment of contemplation, offered some consolation. "Really, Yuling?" Han Kiki asked, her face lighting up with hope. "Of course. If we maintain a low profile, they will certainly come for us given the opportunity. However, if we act assertively and display our strength, they will think twice before challenging us, thus minimizing our troubles." "Indeed, I concur with Yuling. I propose we appoint her as our liaison for external affairs." Han Yuyin nodded in agreement and made the suggestion. "Yuling, what did you do before? You seem quite impressive." Han Kiki chimed in with a sweet smile, tentatively voicing her curiosity. "I previously worked in sales, so I possess a bit of insight into human nature." "I second Yuling as our external liaison," Cheng Mo declared, promptly adding Jiang Yuling's name to the territory cabinet. Instantly, her name appeared in the team chat channel. For the next half day, the 4 of them engaged in discussions on how to bolster their strength and prepare for potential dangers. Meanwhile, the global channel erupted with fervor. "Goodness. So this cunning merchant is the island owner of Peach Blossom Island. Damn, Peach Blossom Island is actually from our area 302. Cheng Mo at last. I've caught your trail. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Why is it that the first to upgrade the island is a Huagua person? Damn it. The Huagua people have taken the lead again. In just 2 days, they've upgraded while my island is only 41 square meters. Boss, I seek sponsorship. I have so much to offer." As the global chat channel was flooded with messages, a sailing warship sped across the sea. On the deck stood a formidable man, shouldering a Gatling gun, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Cheng Mo, did you truly think I would arrive so swiftly? Chapter 15. Changes to the island. Cheng Mo, in order for us to survive better, I believe it is essential for us to gather all resources and take stock to determine our next course of action. Han Yuyan summarized. Absolutely. We need not tally the basic resources. For any items we decide to deploy, I will directly hand them over to Yuling. Cheng Mo replied as he descended from the vehicle, finding the confined space too limiting for their plans. As soon as they disembarked, the group beheld the transformation of the island. It had morphed into a circular shape. Their motorhomes, quaint wooden cabins, springs, and the cultivated peach trees and dogtooth grass had all been relocated to the basin at the island's center. This basin encompassed approximately 1,000 square meters, featuring a small lake with a diameter of 5 meters at its heart. They now stood at the lake's edge, gazing into its crystal-clear waters. Cheng Mo stepped forward, scooping a handful to taste, and found it quite sweet. Freshwater. It seemed this was the first resource bestowed upon them as a reward. He then surveyed his surroundings, noting the towering trees that filled the basin, their bases carpeted with patches of lush grass. Marvelous, a wealth of jungle resources. At that moment, the cows from the wooden cabin emerged, grazing on the verdant grass by the lake. However, something seemed amiss. Hadn't they been promised 3 types of resources? Moreover, the island had upgraded with 1 automatically. Where were the other 2? Cheng Mo murmured to himself, depositing all his weapons and special items on the ground before instructing the others to count them while he dashed away. His sudden departure left everyone bewildered. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Let's focus on our inventory first, Han Yuyan remarked, a smile gracing her lips as she observed Cheng Mo's retreating figure. Once he was gone, Cheng Mo wandered through the woods, peering around but failing to discover any new resources. The basin was merely 35 meters in diameter, with the lake occupying the central 5 meters, leaving only a radius of 15 meters around. Within a few minutes, he had scoured the entire basin. Just as he contemplated the possibility that resources might lie beyond, he spotted something black at the foot of the basin's edge. Goodness, coal! Cheng Mo exclaimed, breaking off a piece to examine it. He sniffed it and even licked it with his tongue. Indeed, it was coal. This could lead to great fortune. But where was the other resource? Lost in thought, Cheng Mo followed a 2-meter-wide gap in the mountains, making his way along the path beside the river toward the beach. Upon emerging from the basin, he was struck by the island's dramatic transformation. Inside the basin, the colors had seemed muted, but stepping outside, a wave of heat washed over him. The towering 20-meter mountains and those gigantic trees must have shielded some of the heat, while the lake contributed to the coolness. He pondered as he advanced. After a circuit of the beach surrounding the island, finding no resources, Cheng Mo abandoned his search. Arriving at the large ship at the river's mouth, he struggled to climb aboard, beginning to transfer supplies from the territory cabinet into his warehouse. However, he soon encountered a problem. The wristband's warehouse was far too small to accommodate so many materials. Suddenly inspired, he sent a message to Han Yuyan. I'll trade you the supplies. Please place them in the territory cabinet. Cheng Mo had granted the Han sisters access to the cabinet's warehouse. Without waiting for Han Yuyan to respond, he began frantically sending trade requests. Trading wood, 99, 985. Trading item, none. Trading metal, 15, for 123. Trading item, none. Half an hour later, he had finally pillaged all the supplies from the large ship's territory cabinet. Completing this task, he returned to the beach, securing 5 vessels, 1 large and 4 small, into his warehouse before sprinting away. The heat outside was unbearable. Even clad in his specially designed combat suit, he felt stifled. Upon reaching the lake's edge, he was met with the curious gazes of the 3 women. What are you all staring at me for? Is it because I'm too handsome? Cheng Mo inquired, bewildered. Brother Cheng Mo, why didn't you tell us there were so many supplies on the big ship? Han Kiki chided. Ah, you didn't ask, did you? Besides, most of the supplies are basic. There's nothing particularly valuable. Cheng Mo defended himself, though he realized this was an oversight on his part. All right. I have already placed all the basic and living supplies into the territory cabinet, Han Yuan interjected, effectively cutting off their conversation. Now we have quite a bounty. Cold weapons, 318 S-Rank. 1 seaside villa, 1 resource island scroll, 1 skill scroll, 1 portal blueprint, 10 mermaids, 1 combat robot blueprint, 1 iron ingot, 1 Song Hai Yun Zhou A rank, 7 combat suits, 19 energy crystals B rank, 5 red artillery pieces C rank, 11 shotguns, 11 bolt-action rifles D rank and below, 335 cold weapons. Listening to Han Yuyan's enumeration, Cheng Mo gaped. Do we really have so many S-rank items? Han Yuyan shot him a look. What did you expect? As they spoke, Han Yuyan handed a set of combat gear to Jiang Yuling. Yuling, You should change into this to avoid making someone drool. Cheng Mo wiped his mouth as if to dispel an imaginary drool. What nonsense, who's drooling? Humph, take this and don't act like a novice. Han Yuyan proudly offered him the S-Rank skill scroll. Cheng Mo, not one to be coy, accepted it and promptly clicked to use it. Immediately, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he felt a wealth of specialized skills and knowledge flooding his mind, his body instinctively resonating with these newfound abilities. Brother Cheng Mo, what skill did you acquire? Han Kiki inquired, wrapping her arms around his. The unexpected contact made Cheng Mo feel slightly awkward. Mastery of firearms. I can hit any target within range. Wow, Brother Cheng Mo, you're amazing. Han Kiki's eyes sparkled with admiration. Not bad. I didn't waste that S-Rank skill scroll, Han Yuyan remarked, her voice cool, yet clearly impressed with Cheng Mo's acquisition. Everyone, I believe it's time we consider the resource island. Just then, Jiang Yuling, clad in a form-fitting tactical suit, approached the three, inquiring. Her shoulder-length hair and refined features gave her a refreshingly competent appearance. I share your sentiment, Cheng Mo. Han Yuyan nodded, affirming, we should indeed prioritize the resource island. What about the resource island? Cheng Mo asked, having been absent when the details were discussed. Resource island scroll. Level, S-Rank. Description, use this to be teleported to a resource-rich island, with automatic return after 24 hours. Note, the resource island presents both opportunities and dangers, and one cannot leave before the 24-hour mark. After reading the scroll's information, Cheng Mo felt enlightened. All right, let us prepare. We'll set off in an hour. An hour? That should suffice. Jiang Yuling murmured. What do you mean, suffice? Cheng Mo inquired, puzzled. You must resolve any lingering worries before you depart. Quickly now. You all get busy. I'll prepare. Jiang Yuling replied. Fine. I'll get to work. Cheng Mo responded, retreating to the motorhome to craft bolt-action rifles and ammunition. With 4 of them now, and only 11 rifles available, coupled with ample supplies, he decided to produce a round number, 39 additional rifles and 40,000 rounds of ammunition. Once completed, he distributed 10 rifles and 10,000 rounds to each of the 3 women, retaining 20 rifles and 20,000 rounds for himself. Simultaneously, he selected 2 formidable cleavers from the array of cold weapons and stored them in his personal repository. Meanwhile, Han Kiki had prepared 2 days' worth of provisions and fresh water for him and Han Yuyan. After completing these tasks, half an hour had elapsed. Master Cheng Mo, are you ready? If so, please come over. Just as he finished, Jiang Yuling's voice echoed from outside the vehicle. Ready. What is the plan? Cheng Mo replied. Jiang Yuling, her expression filled with exasperation, retorted, let's head to the beach. Sure. Upon hearing this, Cheng Mo followed Jiang Yuling towards the shoreline. The 2 sisters, Han Yuyan and Han Kiki, trailed closely behind. Upon arriving at the beach, Cheng Mo beheld 5 imposing red artillery pieces lined up in formation, with Lao Tai proudly brandishing a shotgun behind them. Master Cheng Mo, just stand behind the cannon and gaze disdainfully at the sea, Jiang Yuling instructed, before darting in front of the cannon to prepare for a photograph. Cheng Mo, rendered speechless, complied and positioned himself behind the red cannon, placing 1 foot atop its barrel. His jovial demeanor replaced by an air of contempt. Click, click. As Jiang Yuling captured images for their team channel, she murmured to herself, it feels like something is missing. I know what's missing. Han Yuyan interjected, handing her cleaver to Cheng Mo. Yes, precisely this. Following this, under the guidance of the 3 women, Cheng Mo posed for several photographs, leaving him quite fatigued. Surveying the images shared within their group, the 3 women chattered excitedly as they made their way into the basin. Observing this, Cheng Mo stowed away the cannon and Lao Tai and hastily caught up, eager to escape the oppressive heat outside. Upon returning to the cool confines of the RV, Jiang Yuling urged Cheng Mo to access the world channel. What should I post? Cheng Mo asked, somewhat bewildered. Just share that photo I took of you along with a caption, she replied. Once he grasped the requirements, Cheng Mo decisively opened the world channel and shared the image. The caption read, heard many of you wish to engage with me. Need weapons? Despite my modesty, I have prepared a selection, now available on the trading platform. Help yourselves. The photograph depicted Cheng Mo, backlit by the sun, disdainfully gazing out beyond the frame, flanked by the 5 red cannons, while Lao Tai stood at the ready with his shotgun. Due to the angle, the mountains in the background appeared strikingly grand. As soon as this message was broadcast, the world channel, already abuzz from the recent upgrade of Taohua Island to a level 1 island, trembled with excitement. A torrent of messages flooded in. Damn. This merchant is so arrogant. Indeed. I want to take him down. What is the plan, bros? Forget that. I meant to deal with him. You idiots. You bought a wooden cabin from him, and now you wish to confront him? First, take a look at what he possesses. What is that? Are those 2 bulbs on your face? An A-grade cleaver, S-grade robots, C-grade shotguns, and 5 B-grade red cannons. Even his combat suit is A-grade. Are you intending to confront him or be confronted? After this analysis, the participants in the world chat finally recognized the gravity of the situation. They scrutinized the photograph and confirmed the details. So what now? Are we still going to engage? Humph, so what if his island is larger? Our little life empire fears nothing. As soon as I acquire a vessel, I'll be the first to confront him. Exactly. Our Eagle Sauce Empire plans to form an alliance against Cheng Mo. Who S in? Who S against? You all stand down. This is something our third brother can handle. Hey, haven't you noticed how handsome Cheng Mo is? I really like him. Shut up, you freak. Can't you just stay out of this? Fine, fine. You're all so impressive. But if you're so capable, why not purchase the weapons from the big shots? Is it due to lack of resources? Humph. We wouldn't even look at those scraps. Scraps? Have you ever seen D-grade scraps? Cheng Mo, after your Island S upgrade, how many team members can you recruit? Am I suitable? It was unclear who initiated it, but those who had previously clamored to confront Cheng Mo began promoting themselves. Cheng Go, I'm incredibly fierce and strong. Mo Yi, I can do flips and handle firearms. Please accept me. Cheng Yi, I'm a lowly, light, and agile. Observing the bustling chat, Cheng Mo chuckled and typed, I have no interest in homosexuals. From now on, my assistant will handle all external matters. Show yourself, little darling. At that moment, Jiang Yuling logged in just in time. Everyone, I'm Cheng Yi's assistant and also the external liaison for Taohua Island. Feel free to reach out with any inquiries. We're currently recruiting 20 underlings, so those interested can message me privately. In an instant, the previously vibrant world chat became subdued, replaced by Jiang Yuling's wrist device ringing incessantly. Meanwhile, on the sea, Qian Sanhu was munching on an unidentified fish while keeping a close watch on the activity within the world chat. Upon seeing Cheng Mo's luxurious equipment, a flicker of retreat crossed his mind. However, this hesitation was quickly overshadowed by a surge of audacity. If so many want to take him down, why not recruit a few cannon fodder? As he spoke, he began to contact those who had expressed a desire to confront Cheng Mo. Are you ready, Cheng Mo? In the center basin of Taohua Island, Han Yuyan, wielding her cleaver, gazed at the swaying RV. Can we afford to rush these things? Cheng Mo's voice resonated from within. Sister, Han Kiki looked at the RV with a face full of grievances, grasping Han Yuyan's hand in a pitiful manner. Kiki, remember, our relationship with Cheng Mo is one of cooperation. This is merely to ensure our survival. Despite Han Yuyan's words, her heart was a tumult of emotions. The bittersweet complexities known only to her. When Cheng Mo finally emerged, he held his multi-realm fishing rod. Here we go. With a gentle toss, the hook plunged into the lake. Shouldn't you be fishing by the seaside? Han Yuyan asked, visibly perplexed. Why go to the seaside to fish? As he spoke, the fishing rod jerked sharply. Almost immediately, a white figure leaped from the water. Chapter 17, Journey to the Resource Island. As the white figure leaped forth, it collided with Cheng Mo, knocking him to the ground. Just as Han Yuyan prepared to intervene, Cheng Mo called out, don't make a move. The onlookers then discerned the nature of the white figure. A pristine white wolf lay atop Cheng Mo, affectionately licking his handsome face. Tianshan Snow Wolf. Level, A-grade. Description, an exceptionally intelligent snow wolf with formidable combat prowess. Once it recognizes its master, it pledges unwavering loyalty. Upon seeing the snow wolf's information, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. All right, enough licking. Go play. But do not harm anyone here or the cows over there. Cheng Mo gently patted the snow wolf's head, signaling it to rise. Obediently, the snow wolf stood up and settled beside Cheng Mo, licking its paws. Swish. Another 2 casts. Congratulations, you have acquired Biological Radar X1. Congratulations, you have acquired Drone X1. Biological Radar. Level, A-grade. Introduction. After installation, it can monitor biological entities within a radius of 10 kilometers, equipped with a solar power supply system. A single soldier drone. Level B. Description, an exceptional military reconnaissance drone that aids in swiftly assessing situations. Just as he was contemplating a journey to the resource island, a drone unexpectedly appeared. Cheng Mo stowed away his fishing rod, wearing an air of self-importance. He then promptly set up the radar beside the RV and began surveying the surroundings. To his astonishment, the radar revealed that apart from the 4 of them, a cow, and a wolf on the island, numerous red dots were visible in the lake, likely indicating schools of fish. Could the last resource on the island be fish? Cheng Mo pondered, but soon his expression shifted to one of concern. What's wrong? Cheng Mo? Han Yuyan inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. There are vast numbers of biological entities in the sea within a 10-kilometer radius. Really? Let me take a look. Han Yuyan approached the radar screen and, after a few minutes of observation, remarked, Many of these creatures show no signs of movement. It should be safe for now. Cheng Mo nodded, a thought unspoken, perhaps. Should we wait until tomorrow to visit the resource island? Suddenly, Han Yuyan shot him a challenging glance and asked, shall we not delay and head there immediately? After brief discussions with Han Kiki, Jiang Yuling, and Xuelang, Cheng Mo finally prepared to set out with Han Yuyan. As they stood together, Han Kiki rushed over and enveloped Han Yuyan in a bear hug. Sister, you must return safely. Take care of Cheng Mo, he is quite inexperienced. You little brat, your concern for me is feigned. It's Cheng Mo you truly care about, I senti it? After embracing Han Yuyan, Han Kiki turned to Cheng Mo and gave him a hug as well. Return safely, and I promise to. Han Kiki whispered a few words into Cheng Mo's ear during the embrace. Rest assured, I will return safely with Yuyan. With that, Han Yuyan activated the scroll, enveloping the two in a flash of white light, and in the next moment, they vanished from sight. Make sure to come back safely, Han Kiki shouted as she watched them disappear. Meanwhile, once Cheng Mo and Han Yuyan regained their sight, they found themselves hand in hand in a dilapidated urban complex. Where's this? Why have all these skyscrapers collapsed? And why are they overgrown with vines? Han Yuyan mused aloud, oblivious to the fact that Cheng Mo was still holding her hand. Regardless of where we are, let us first assess our surroundings. As he spoke, he took out the drone to survey the island's terrain. As the drone ascended to greater heights, the entire layout of the island gradually emerged on the display screen. However, even at its maximum altitude, the drone could not capture the entirety of the island. It resembled a vast continent. Furthermore, the drone's view was filled with remnants of a ruined city, eerily silent with no signs of life. After a thorough examination lasting several minutes, Cheng Mo found no sources of danger and decided to retract the drone. What did you find? Han Yuyan inquired. I detected no threats, nor any living creatures. Oh, could it be that this is merely a resource island? Han Yuyan murmured to herself, feeling an unsettling sensation since their arrival. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Where should we go now? Cheng Mo grasped the shotgun tightly, looking to Han Yuyan for direction. I don't know, you decide. All right. Then let us head in that direction. Cheng Mo chose a random path and led the way, keeping the shotgun aligned with his line of sight. Han Yuyan held her saber firmly, quietly following him. Just as they departed, vines suddenly shot up from the ground beneath them. Meanwhile, over 200 kilometers away from Peach Blossom Island, 3 ships congregated. One was Qian Sanhu's sailing warship, while the other 2 comprised a modern yacht and a smoke-emitting fishing vessel. The 3 ships formed a triangle, separated by hundreds of meters. Within the small group, Qian Sanhu discussed strategies to seize Peach Blossom Island. Everyone, speak up. What skills do you possess? I certainly do not wish to employ such precious resources only to end up with incompetence. Who are you calling incompetent? Without you, I could also capture Peach Blossom Island. Calm down, everyone. We're all here to deal with that Cheng Mo kid. Let us not get heated. I'll start by sharing my situation. I have 3 men, an A-level crossbow, and 2 flintlocks. Rubbish. You dare present such pitiful equipment? Qian Sanhu scoffed. If you're so capable, go handle it yourself. Why recruit us? On the fishing vessel, Xiao Lisan pounded the table, indignant. I told you this pathetic alliance was unreliable. After saying this, the white modern yacht cut through the waves and sped away. Witnessing this, Qian Sanhu rolled his eyes in frustration. I wanted to seize the initiative and dominate the team. Why are they fleeing? He then commanded a teammate. Hurry, catch up. If we delay, we'll miss out. Hearing this, his subordinate internally grumbled. Damn it. That's a yacht. A yacht. Are we a mere sailing ship to chase after it? Despite these thoughts, he immediately took control of the ship. Seeing this, Xiao Lisan wasted no time and steered his fishing vessel toward Peach Blossom Island. The engine roared to life, leaving a cloud of black smoke in its wake. Observing the sailing ship lagging behind, even the fishing vessel, Qian Sanhu erupted in curses. What a piece of junk. It can't even keep up with a fishing boat. Chapter 18, A Dilemma. What a desolate resource island. How can it be called a resource island when there's nothing here? Cheng Mo lamented, shouldering his shotgun in frustration. Cheng Mo, have we overlooked something? Since this is a city ruin, could it be that the resources lie beneath the rubble? Han Yuyan suddenly pointed at a dark opening. Ah, Yuyan, you don't mean to venture underground, do you? What if it collapses and we get buried alive? Cheng Mo hesitated, reluctant to enter the ominous hole. Why are we here? Isn't for resources? Han Yuyan posed a pivotal question and then fell silent, knowing Cheng Mo would make the right choice. All right. Cheng Mo inhaled deeply and ultimately took the lead, gun in hand. With no light, they proceeded cautiously into the underground cave, but soon, glowing fungi illuminated their path. Upon reaching a well-lit area, they discovered that the space was once a parking lot, where the vehicles had succumbed to rust over time. How can there be cars here? This is so strange. Han Yuyan's puzzled voice came from behind Cheng Mo. What is so strange about it? I feel as though this world is not truly a world at all. It resembles a game more than anything else. After all, look at the experiences we've had. They resemble elements from the real world. So, I wouldn't find anything surprising. Han Yuyan nodded, approaching an abandoned car and using her wristband to scan a glowing mushroom on it. Glowing mushroom. Level F. Description: a luminescent mushroom, edible. Observing the mushroom's attributes, Han Yuyan inquired of Cheng Mo, should we collect these mushrooms? We can gather some, as we certainly do not lack food. Cheng Mo replied, then proceeded to collect the mushroom into his wristband's storage. Why are you collecting this? Han Yuyan asked, perplexed. Of course, to decompose materials. Are you unaware that the wristband's workbench can decompose resources? Well, I haven't used the workbench, so I'm not quite familiar with it, Han Yuyan admitted, slightly blushing. No worries, now that you know, let us do it together. Thus, the two began to scour the garage for all the abandoned vehicles. Although most were heavily rusted and contained little metal, each car could still yield approximately 3 to 5 units of metal, around 2 units of plastic, and about 2 units of rubber. Within a mere 10 minutes, they cleared the entire garage, which housed over 100 vehicles. Upon tallying their findings, they had acquired 421 units of metal, 228 units of plastic, and 225 units of rubber. After completing the garage cleanup, the duo continued along the collapsed underground passage, illuminated almost entirely by glowing mushrooms, making their journey relatively safe. As they ventured deeper, the resources they collected became increasingly abundant and diverse. For beneath the ruins lay numerous pieces of furniture. Just as they were busy gathering supplies, a massive black figure slithered through the debris of the subterranean structures. Cheng Mo, do you hear any sounds? Sensing danger, Han Yuyan halted her actions and turned to Cheng Mo. What sounds? I haven't heard anything. Cheng Mo replied, bewildered, indicating that he was unaware of any noise. Just then, he perked up his ears to listen attentively. A faint hissing sound gradually reached Cheng Mo's ears, and in the next moment, he spotted a gigantic serpent's head rising from the wreckage, less than 20 meters behind Han Yuyan. The enormous serpent head was arched backward, clearly a sign of impending attack. Be careful. The moment the warning escaped his lips, Cheng Mo lunged towards Han Yuyan. As they fell, a resounding crash echoed from the spot where Han Yuyan had stood moments before. As rubble flew, they rolled on the ground and quickly regained their feet. Let us go. Cheng Mo grasped Han Yuyan's hand, pulling her toward a narrow space, while a shotgun appeared in his other hand. A gunshot reverberated through the underground space, and in an instant, the colossal serpent's head jerked back, its skin riddled with numerous small wounds. The serpent recoiled in pain, shaking its head in agitation. Its blood-red eyes fixed on the armed Cheng Mo, revealing an almost human-like fury. Seeing that his shot had barely affected the giant serpent, Cheng Mo sheathed his weapon and attempted to flee with Han Yuyan. However, Han Yuyan drew a saber, eager for action. This is not the place to linger. That 1-meter-thick giant serpent is not something we can handle. Upon uttering this, Cheng Mo raised an eyebrow, catching sight of several more dark shadows encroaching from the corner of his eye. Run. There's more than one. At his command, Han Yuyan promptly followed Cheng Mo as he led her toward the passage behind the narrow space, enraged that its prey was attempting to escape. The giant serpent lashed its tail and propelled itself forward like an arrow, pursuing Cheng Mo and Han Yuyan. Bang, 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 bang. You wish to consume us. How are your teeth holding up? Hearing the commotion behind them, Cheng Mo decisively positioned himself behind Han Yuyan, brandishing a bolt-action rifle. He fired 5 rapid shots, almost achieving the cadence of a semi-automatic rifle. The damage caused by the rifle was indeed distinct, with the 5 bullets embedding deeply into the serpent's head, eliciting a visceral pain that abruptly halted its pursuit. Simultaneously, it began to incessantly ram its head against the walls of the passage. It seemed that the beast had truly been injured. Just as Cheng Mo prepared to take another shot to finish it off, 2 equally massive serpents appeared behind the injured one. Damn it! Cheng Mo cursed under his breath and turned to flee. The sound of rustling followed closely behind, and with every stride he took, he discharged 2 more rounds. Perhaps sensing the unusual activity behind them, Han Yuyan joined in the shooting. They took turns firing, continuously slowing the serpent's pursuit. After an indeterminate distance, Cheng Mo realized that the 20 fully loaded rifles in his storage had been emptied. Yet the pursuing serpents showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, they seemed to multiply. Just as the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. And while Cheng Mo contemplated a way out, Han Yuyan's voice broke through. Cheng Mo, there's no path ahead. What? No path? Cheng Mo turned to see that indeed, there was no way forward. A massive metal door obstructed their passage. Resources, see if you can open it. I'll find a way to hold off the serpents behind us. While speaking, Cheng Mo began tossing metal from his storage. Each unit of metal transformed into a cubic block, and in no time, the passageway before Cheng Mo was completely barricaded. However, due to the constraints of the space, the metal blocks could not be stacked perfectly, rendering the barrier unstable. Attempting to add more thickness was futile, as the metal door loomed just 15 meters behind them. In that moment, both Cheng Mo and Han Yuyan found themselves teetering on the edge of life and death. Chapter 19. They came knocking. Bam! A massive serpent collided with the barricade of metal blocks, causing them to wobble precariously. Cheng Mo was drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly loading bullets into his bolt-action rifle. Although this vintage weapon was powerful, it had a limited capacity, and Cheng Mo remained fixated on the movements outside. His hands operated the firearm with practiced precision. Bam! Another impact reverberated through the air. Damn it, is this never-ending? Cheng Mo, witnessing the serpent's relentless assaults on the metal blocks, felt his anger rise. He ceased reloading and pointed his gun through the gap in the barricade, pulling the trigger aimed at the giant serpent. Boom, boom, boom. A series of gunshots rang out, finally ceasing the serpent's onslaught. Yuyan, how is it going? What is the situation? Taking a brief moment to catch his breath, Cheng Mo called out to Han Yuyan without turning around. I can't open it. This is not an ordinary metal door, but a bank vault door. What the hell? Cheng Mo's body stiffened, incredulity washing over him. Come see for yourself. Han Yuyan tugged him closer. As he turned, Cheng Mo finally comprehended that the metal door before them was entirely different from what he had seen previously. Noticing Cheng Mo's confusion, Han Yuyan began to explain. Just moments ago, we beheld the imposing metal gate beyond which I had severed with a cleaver. Yet can one truly discern whether this reflective door is composed of mere ordinary metal? This is a door forged from high-density alloy, utterly impervious to force unless one possesses the mechanical password. Thud! At that instant, the resounding crash of a colossal serpent echoed from the passage behind us. Sweat streamed down Cheng Mo's cheeks as the situation grew increasingly perilous. His mind raced, contemplating how to breach this vault door. If only Lao Tai were here, with him. Unlocking this door would surely be feasible. As Cheng Mo pondered, the sound of Han Yuyan's mutterings reached his ears. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Cheng Mo smacked his forehead and promptly sent a message to Han Kiki via his wristband. Hurry and summon Lao Tai? Urgent need. In mere moments, Lao Tai materialized within Cheng Mo's warehouse. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Mo released Lao Tai and commanded, open this door at once. Yes, master, Lao Tai responded. Do not delay, expedite the process. Cheng Mo then turned to fire at the serpent lurking beyond the gap. Bang, bang, bang. Behind him, Lao Tai's eyes glimmered with emerald light as they scanned the mechanical lock. 3 seconds later, Lao Tai grasped the circular valve on the vault door and began to twist it. With a hissing sound, the vault door slowly parted. All right, master. Yuyan, you go in first. Cheng Mo shouted towards the outside as he fired another shot. The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation, and Han Yuyan wasted no time in leaping into the vault. Cheng Mo followed suit. Just as the vault door slammed shut, a dull thud resonated from outside. Leaning against the door, Cheng Mo plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath, a jubilant expression gracing his face as he reveled in their narrow escape. Ha ha ha. We survived. Due to the passage of time, the vault had long since lost its power source, leaving it engulfed in darkness. Release Lao Tai to illuminate the space. Han Yuyan's voice rang out. All right. Cheng Mo took a deep breath to steady himself before unleashing Lao Tai. Lao Tai lighted up. In the next moment, Lao Tai's head emitted a brilliant glow, illuminating the vault as bright as day. Cheng Mo shielded his eyes from the blinding light and instructed, Lao Tai, assess the safety of this place. Understood, master, came the reply as Lao Tai ventured deeper within. In truth, there was no need for extensive inspection. The vault spanned only about 100 square meters, easily visible in its entirety. Inside lay heaps of banknotes and exquisitely crafted boxes. Upon spotting the cash, Cheng Mo could not resist and pounced upon it. Cheng Mo, what are you doing? What use are these banknotes at such a time? Han Yuyan questioned, puzzled. Approaching the pile of cash, Cheng Mo extracted 2 notes from a bundle. Here, take a look at this banknote. He handed one to Han Yuyan. Isn't this just an ordinary banknote? What's so special about it? She examined the note, flipping it over in her hands twice, yet remained perplexed. Do you recognize this banknote? Isn't it RMB? Who doesn't he know that? Just as she spoke, Han Yuyan abruptly halted. How could there be RMB here? That doesn't make sense. Indeed, we are said to have traversed to an ocean planet, so why does a vault from Earth exist here, along with RMB? Cheng Mo's voice interjected at the opportune moment. The mysteries of this world are becoming ever more convoluted. Han Yuyan shook her head, dismissing the thought for the time being. Yuyan, gather these banknotes. I will search for other clues. After a brief exchange with Han Yuyan, Cheng Mo made his way towards a row of boxes along the vault wall. Master, there is no danger here, nor any other exits. Just then, Lao Tai approached Cheng Mo and informed him. All right, find a place to stay. Cheng Mo directed. Arriving at the boxes and casually opening one, revealing a dazzling array of gold. Lifting a piece to inspect, he noticed that the gold bore Chinese characters. It seemed that this world must possess some unknown connection to Earth. Cheng Mo muttered to himself, continuing to open each box, discovering that apart from the final one, the remaining 19 contained gold. He stood before the last box, his body quivering slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. For within this box lay 3 chests, one hazy, reminiscent of the exclusive treasure chest he had once opened alongside the myriad world's fishing rod. The other 2 golden chests shimmered brilliantly. Yuyan, come quickly. There are treasures here. Cheng Mo called to Han Yuyan, who was still gathering banknotes. What treasures? Han Yuyan frowned, but nonetheless approached Cheng Mo's location. At that moment, their wristbands vibrated simultaneously. They glanced down to see Han Kik's message in the team chat channel. Sister, Cheng Mo, radar has detected an intrusion within a 10-kilometer radius. And they are rapidly approaching our island. Damn, who are these people? They found our island on the 2nd day of our journey. Cheng Mo cursed under his breath, then sent a message of reassurance. Kiki, it's all right. Just protect yourselves. If it becomes too dire, surrender. With you and Yuling there, they should not harm you. Remember to buy time until we return. On Peach Blossom Island, Han Kiki read Cheng Mo's message and then glanced at the 3 rapidly approaching red dots, asking Jiang Yuling. Sister Yuling, what should we do? Chapter 20, The Empty City Stratagem. Let us take advantage of the terrain to resist step by step. If it comes to it, we can follow Cheng Mo's advice and surrender. As long as they return, everything will be resolved. Jiang Yuling sighed, offering comfort to Han Kiki. Just hold on. After sending the message, Cheng Mo contemplated before opening the world channel to send out a brief message. To my 3 friends at sea. Have you entered the territory of Peach Blossom Island? Are you in such a hurry to deliver equipment to me? Just as I am in need of a swift vessel. As the message was dispatched, the world channel erupted once more. Wow, someone actually dares to trouble Peach Blossom Island. Impressive, which esteemed individual will guide me. Well done. I've long wanted to take on Peach Blossom Island, but lack transportation. Are you all fools? You Haven T even landed on the island before being discovered. Who is truly impressive here? On the surface of the sea, the yacht racing ahead suddenly drifted, spinning in circles before coming to a halt. Bai Qingfeng stared at the messages in the world channel, bewildered. How could I have been discovered from 7 or 8 kilometers away? And they know there are 3 of us? As he pondered in confusion, another message from Cheng Mo appeared in the world channel. Hey there. What are you all doing just standing around? You're still 75 kilometers away. I'm counting on you to bring the boat. Island Master, what are you doing? Why are you revealing our trump card? What if they don't come now? As soon as Cheng Mo's message was dispatched, Jiang Yuling also posted a message in the group. What is the worry? Even if they discover that we can detect their location, what difference does it make? Can they really evade our detection? I intend to inform these worthless fools that if they wish to deliver, they should hurry and not dawdle. All right, Island Master. Should we capture them or recruit them as subordinates? After all, they must possess considerable strength to dare approach. Kill them? What? Keep them for the new year. Allow me to show you, Island Master, my prized possession. A picture of a Barrett sniper rifle surfaced in the public channel. Anti-material sniper rifle. Level S. Range 35 kilometers. Description: have you ever experienced a soul-piercing shot? Upon seeing the attributes of this weapon, everyone in the public channel gasped in astonishment. What the hell? Yuling, is this the global channel? How can we retract this image? Island Master, I thought you were aware. I know it's you. But I believed you were chatting with me on our team's frequency. This is the end for Old 6. Observing the exchange between Cheng Mo and the others, countless voices erupted. Cheng the blind truly is blind. He aspired to be Old 6, but now that S unattainable. Ha ha ha, the previous commenter is right. This Cheng the blind must have wanted to show off in front of his female teammate, only to mistakenly post in the wrong channel. I concur. Who else would reveal an S-rank weapon while sneaking around to be Old 6? Wouldn't he prefer to keep it discreet? Exactly. Now, not only has his trump card been exposed, but even his undergarments. Brothers, you've misunderstood. That ISNTS rank equipment. And to the brothers at sea, I had no idea you were coming. I was merely speaking nonsense. Cheng Mo sent another message. Seeing the messages in the public channel, Bai Qingfeng's face turned ashen. How could you be so blind as to know I'm only 75 kilometers from your island? And that massive S-rank weapon, I've seen it before. Trying to deceive me? Not a chance. In the next moment, Bai Qingfeng gestured to his team, and the speedboat surged forward like an arrow returning to its origin. As he departed, Cheng Mo noticed a message from Han Kiki. Ah, we finally scared those fellows away. Sighing, Cheng Mo continued typing in the public channel. Brothers, don't run. I truly bear no ill will. I just wanted to invite you for a meal. By Ching Feng, upon reading Cheng Mo's message, accelerated even more, thinking, you must be hoping to devour me. As the speedboat brushed past the fishing vessel, Xiao Laosan messaged Bai Ching Feng. Old Bai, why are you running so fast? Did you succeed? Bai Ching Feng replied, succeed? Not at all. Just take a look at the global channel. Meanwhile, within the treasury of Resource Island, Han Yuyan clutched the S-Rank Barret with an air of adoration. Your luck is astounding. You arrive and immediately pull an S-Rank sniper. If you like it, take it. Are you certain? Han Yuyan's gaze bore into Cheng Mo. What is uncertain? After all, you're not an outsider. Hearing this, Han Yuyan's cheeks flushed, and she quietly stowed away the Barret. At that moment, while Cheng Mo was messaging in the public channel, he simultaneously opened 2 golden treasure chests. The result yielded an S-Rank sniper rifle and an A-Rank item upgrade card, alongside a plethora of basic materials. Fortunately, the S-Rank sniper had successfully deterred the enemy. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Cheng Mo, you should open that chaos chest too. As Cheng Mo contemplated whether there were any flaws in the recent exercise, Han Yuyan's voice chimed in. Chaos chest? What is that? Doesn't it look vaguely like wontons? Han Yuyan pointed at the final treasure chest. Your naming is quite commendable. As they spoke, Cheng Mo reached out to open the chest. Congratulations. You have acquired an SSS level sharp dagger. Congratulations. You have acquired SSS level Cloudwalker boots. Congratulations. You have acquired an S level subhuman troop nest. Having drawn 3 items of S rank or above in succession, Cheng Mo stood frozen, finally uttering. No wonder this is Resource Island. What is the matter? What treasures have you uncovered? See for yourself. Cheng Mo shared the attributes of the 3 items with Han Yuyan. Sharp dagger. Level SSS. Description: a dagger that pierces all. Cloudwalker boots. Level SS. Description: increases the wearer's movement speed by 500. Subhuman troop nest. Level S. Description: using energy crystals can produce subhuman troops, fiercely loyal to the island master. This is extraordinarily powerful. These 3 items enhance attack power, movement speed, and overall strength. If we can survive our return, our island shall no longer fear any threats. Han Yuyan exclaimed, exhilarated. Indeed, 2 paths lie before us now. First, we could remain here until the 24-hour mark, then teleport back. Second, we could divide the gear and venture out to seek additional resources. Of course, we opt for the latter. We were pursued by those giant snakes earlier. Now it's time to confront them. Han Yuyan pursed her lips. All right, which item do you choose? Cheng Mo inquired, presenting the 3 items before Han Yuyan. No need. I already possess an A-rank cleaver and an S-rank sniper. You keep these. They will serve you better in enhancing your combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Cheng Mo's expression darkened, but he understood that Han Yuyan meant well. Thus he graciously accepted the items. Chapter 21, Collaboratively Slaying Snakes. Donning the Cloudwalker boots. With the glimmering sharp dagger gripped firmly in his left hand and the linked rifle hoisted on his shoulder, Cheng Mo stood at the doorway with an air of confidence. Are you ready? He asked solemnly. Absolutely. Han Yuyan replied, steadily aiming her Barret, casting a proud glance at Cheng Mo, her posture resembling that of an unassailable swan. Let us act. At Cheng Mo's command, he thrust the dagger forward. The exceptionally sharp blade seemed to pierce not the sturdy alloy door, but rather a soft tofu. Encountering no resistance whatsoever, the unforeseen sharpness startled even him. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger traced a perfect circle at the center of the door. With a dull clang, a metal disc of about 40 centimeters in diameter fell away, leaving a gaping black hole in the door. As the metal fragment hit the ground, Cheng Mo swiftly retreated 2 steps, vanishing the dagger into his inventory in an instant. He then steadied his rifle, the ominous barrel firmly locked onto the newly created aperture. Almost immediately, a monstrous snake head thrust itself against the opening, its crimson, twisted tongue darting forth like a venomous whip. Bang! Bang! 2 deafening gunshots reverberated violently within the confined treasury space. Before the echoes of the shots faded, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground emerged from beyond the hole. The severed snake tongue and the shattered snake head slumped to the floor. After waiting a few moments with no further disturbances, Cheng Mo approached once again, skillfully using the dagger to create another observation hole in the door. As far as the eye could see, there lay the enormous corpse of the colossal serpent, its head recently shattered and its vast body still convulsing. Outside the passage, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any other serpentine presence. Had the others ventured out in search of sustenance? Cheng Mo murmured to himself, once again bending down to cautiously observe for several minutes. Upon confirming safety, he hesitated no longer. The dagger in his hand gleamed like silver, deftly slicing along the edge of the grand door. The metallic barrier, along with its frame, was dismantled by him and swiftly stowed away. Just as the door was removed, Han Yuyan aimed to deliver a finishing blow to the writhing giant serpent on the ground, only to be halted by Cheng Mo's outstretched hand. "Conserve your shots," he whispered urgently. "There are only 100 bullets in total. Each shot counts." With that, Cheng Mo sprang into action. The agility granted by the Qingyun boots made him as swift as a specter, rushing to the side of the massive serpent. The dagger in his hand shimmered with a chilling brilliance, darting up and down in a flurry, carving deadly arcs. In an instant, the fearsome serpent, measuring a meter in diameter and exceeding 20 meters in length, was reduced to numerous neatly severed chunks, all collected into the storage. At the very moment the last piece of serpent flesh vanished, a metallic obstruction blocking the passageway suddenly collapsed with a thunderous crash, clattering loudly to the ground. Cheng Mo quickly gathered the fallen metal. The two exchanged a knowing glance, maintaining their guard as they re-entered the previously ravaged hall, stepping cautiously onto the debris-laden central area. Suddenly, a resounding boom erupted from the entrance behind them, reminiscent of a massive gate crashing down. Concurrently, from the surrounding heaps of architectural rubble, gigantic serpent heads stealthily emerged. Their icy vertical pupils glinted ominously, fixating intently on the two individuals in the chamber. "Damn it! These beasts are closing the door on us." Cheng Mo's pupils constricted sharply, an icy chill coursing through him. They were instantly encircled by terrifying serpent heads from at least 8 directions, their spines chilled, rendered speechless by shock. 1, 2, 3, 8 heads. Han Yuyan's voice trembled slightly, tinged with a barely concealed excitement. "That makes 4 for each of us, right?" "Of course, that's no problem," Cheng Mo replied as he gripped his sharp dagger, launching himself forward. Simultaneously, 4 gunshots rang out, followed by the thud of heavy bodies hitting the ground. The 127mm armor-piercing rounds could penetrate certain lightweight armored targets. Evidently, these colossal serpents were not as fortified as armored vehicles. After dispatching his assigned 4 serpents, Han Yuyan reloaded her weapon while observing Cheng Mo maneuvering around the fallen giants. With each strike of his blade, torrents of serpent blood erupted forth. Thankfully, Cheng Mo's agility spared him from a blood-soaked ordeal. Thanks to the dagger's unparalleled sharpness and the speed boost from the Qingyun boots, within mere seconds, the remaining 4 serpents met their demise at his hands. How about that? Not too shabby, right? Just as Cheng Mo turned to revel in his triumph, a treasure chest materialized behind him. "Cheng Mo, there's a treasure chest behind you," Han Yuyan exclaimed, rushing over as she stowed her barret. Cheng Mo chuckled helplessly, wishing to bask in his victory, only for a treasure chest to suddenly appear. Upon turning around, he found Han Yuyan already opening the chest. "Cheng Mo, this is a basic resource chest containing 1,000 units of various foundational materials." Her voice brimmed with excitement. Cheng Mo scoffed slightly. "What, just 1,000 units? What is there to be thrilled about? Don't you feel like we're playing a game? Defeating a boss and then acquiring a treasure chest? If we take down more bosses, won't we get even more chests?" Han Yuyan explained. Given the current resource reserves on Peach Blossom Island, basic materials are still quite abundant. This amount isn't significant at all. As the two deliberated over where to grind for monsters, Qian Sanhu's sailing warship finally encountered the returning vessels of by Qing Feng and Xiao Laosan. "Have you two finished already?" Qian Sanhu asked with a skeptical expression in the group chat. "Finished my foot. Don't ever call me for this kind of nonsense again," Bai Qing Feng replied, looking as if he were in a state of utter discomfort while seated on the yacht's sofa. His fingers flew across the screen as he quickly typed. "And don't call me either. My heart isn't strong enough for this." Xiao Laosan chimed in with his own dissatisfaction. "Seriously, I merely criticized you both a bit. Was that really necessary?" Qian Sanhu was left speechless, pondering the peculiar nature of his companions. "Are you an idiot? Can't you check the World Channel? What is wrong with the World Channel? How does it concern me taking on Cheng Mo? Just take a look for yourself. Why ask me? All right. You two wait a moment. I'll check now." Half an hour later, after reviewing the messages on the World Channel, Qian Sanhu's expression darkened as he typed in the group chat. "Is it true that he has something that can detect our position and an S-class sniper rifle? Whether it's true or not, you can find out by trying it. But just so you know, if you die, don't come looking for me." Bai Qing Feng retorted with a mocking message. The chat fell silent, each of the three feeling a sense of frustration. Having wasted so much time trying to deal with Cheng Mo, yet now they couldn't even approach his island. The pent-up frustration was palpable. At that moment, Qian Sanhu suddenly typed, "Wait, there is something off about this Cheng Mo." Bai Qing Feng responded, "What is off about him? I think you're the one who is off." Qian Sanhu continued, "If you had the ability to detect and a sniper rifle, knowing someone was coming to attack you, what would you do? Would you hide quietly and wait for the enemy to deliver a fatal strike? Or would you reveal your trump card to intimidate them?" Xiao Laosan chimed in, "Didn't you see? That was just Cheng Mo mistakenly sending a message to the wrong channel. Qian Sanhu countered. Do you genuinely believe that? I certainly don't. Even if he does possess those two items, so what? The red cannon has a range of 3 kilometers, and the sniper rifle 35 kilometers. If we stay 5 kilometers away, what can he do? After sending that last message, Qian Sanhu signaled for his subordinates to continue onward. The other two, after a moment's contemplation, followed suit, trailing behind Qian Sanhu's sailboat at a distance of 2 kilometers. If there were profits to be made, their sailing speed would allow them to easily catch up. If circumstances changed, they could swiftly retreat. Chapter 22. Enemy Attack. The 3 vessels came to a halt 10 kilometers off the coast of Peach Blossom Island as night fully enveloped the sea and sky. Qian Sanhu messaged his companions, his tone cautious. It's too dark. We'll rest here tonight and head to the island in the morning. We wouldn't want to be caught off guard by that Cheng Mo. On the 3rd day at dawn, Cheng Mo was jolted awake by the urgent vibrations of his wristband. He abruptly opened his bloodshot eyes and glanced at Han Yuyan, who was resting against the stone wall, before immediately focusing on his wrist. It was a new message from the team channel. The screen displayed Han Keek's frantic text. Cheng Mo. 3 ships, 9 people, have entered radar range. They're currently 5 kilometers away. What should we do? Cheng Mo shook his groggy head, striving to dispel his drowsiness as his fingers swiftly tapped out a response. Don't panic. Kiki, Yuling, hold your positions and await my orders. After sending the message, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and formulate a strategy. How do you plan to respond? The voice of Han Yuyan emerged from behind, laced with a hint of the hoarseness that accompanies waking. We must resolve this. Cheng Mo's tone was chillingly cold. The harrowing experience of life and death over the past 2 days had utterly shattered his previous notions as an ordinary citizen. Mere intimidation and threats were insufficient. Only through bloodshed could one truly instill fear in those lurking in the shadows, ensuring they understood the weight of their actions. How do we resolve this? We have 6 hours until we can teleport back. Han Yuyan furrowed her brow, concern etched upon her face. Relying solely on Kiki and Yuling was far too feeble. In hindsight, this expedition to the resource island was indeed ill-timed. There's no use in discussing that now. Cheng Mo interjected, his gaze sharp as it turned towards her. Yuyan, lend me your sniper rifle. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yuyan efficiently retrieved the formidable Barrett sniper rifle from the warehouse, along with the last few boxes of ammunition, and handed them to Cheng Mo. Take it. Cheng Mo swiftly transmitted the rifle and the remaining supplies to Han Kiki through the trading system, then promptly issued tactical commands in the team channel. After closing the channel, a heaviness settled in his heart, extinguishing any desire to farm for resources. Let us go, Yuyan. He rose, his voice tinged with fatigue. We'll rest by the treasury and regain our strength. The true battle lies ahead. Han Yuyan nodded in silence, matching his slightly hurried pace. On Peach Blossom Island, upon receiving Cheng Mo's reinforcements, Old Tai and the S-class sniper, Jiang Yuling made her way alone to the estuary, feigning the retrieval of resource boxes from the sea. Meanwhile, Han Kiki stealthily led Old Tai and Shui Lang up the mountains beyond the beach. The sniper rifle was firmly held by Old Tai, the cold barrel always aimed at the 3 vessels on the water's surface. Old Tai, do you think they will come? Han Kiki asked uncertainly. Regardless of whether they come, it works in our favor. As long as we can endure until our master returns, everything will be resolved. Old Tai's mechanical voice exuded stability. Moreover, if they enter the 35-kilometer range, I am confident I can eliminate them all. The reassuring tone of Old Tai instilled an inexplicable sense of security in Han Kiki. On the surface of the sea, Qian Sanhu stood on the deck, a rudimentary telescope pressed to his eyes, his gaze fixated on the industrious figure on the island, Jiang Yuling, pretending to salvage resource boxes. Soon, he returned to the cabin, immersing himself in a large wooden barrel filled with seawater to cool down, while simultaneously opening the group chat with his companions. Peach Blossom Island is approximately 1,600 square meters. Outside, there is a beach, and behind it, mountains. Only the estuary where that woman is located provides access to the island's interior, and I have yet to identify any defensive turrets. After sending the message, he stared at the screen, awaiting a response. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and the avatars of Bai Qingfeng and Xiao Laosan remained silent, showing no signs of reply. What do you two mean by this? He typed angrily, but still, there was no response. Fine, if that's how you want to play it. Let us see who will have the last laugh. Qian Sanhu gritted his teeth, turning to a small, monkey-faced subordinate, commanding, Monkey, maintain speed and continue forward. Keep a close watch on the island. Report immediately if there's any sign of movement. After giving the orders, he leaped from the barrel and made his way directly to the territory cabinet to confront Cheng Mo. He had even brought the most crucial territory cabinet aboard this warship, causing the island to sink. Capturing Peach Blossom Island would be their only path to survival. Watching Qian Sanhu's sailing warship inch closer to the 35-kilometer range while the island remained silent, Xiao Laosan and Bai Qingfeng began to harbor doubts. Old Bai, do you think Qian Sanhu has guessed right? That Cheng Mo kid might truly be bluffing. Or perhaps he's simply not on the island. Xiao Laosan's message was tinged with skepticism. Leaning back on the comfortable sofa of the speedboat, Bai Qingfeng furrowed his brows in response. Not necessarily. If I were Cheng Mo, I wouldn't recklessly open fire from this distance. The maximum range of the weapon is one thing. Whether the user can accurately strike a target from 35 kilometers away is another. At such a distance, even the most elite soldiers would find it challenging to ensure a hit. Their exchange was laden with uncertainty and deliberation. Just then, Qian Sanhu's sailing warship had already entered the 3-kilometer range. The people on the speedboat and fishing boat instinctively held their breath, their gazes darting between the island and Qian Sanhu's vessels. Yet, the island remained unresponsive. On the mountains of Peach Blossom Island, Han Kiki wiped the sweat from her forehead. The mountain breeze could hardly alleviate the midday heat. Old Tai, why haven't you fired yet? Her tone conveyed both confusion and impatience. Currently, hitting that sailing warship with 100 certainty is not an issue. However, the problem lies with the other 2 vessels, which have yet to enter my effective range. Prematurely revealing our position would be detrimental to our complete annihilation of them. Old Tai's electronic eye slightly adjusted its focus, analyzing the situation calmly. I see. But it's scorching up here on the mountain. The rocks are too hot to touch. I want to go back to the air conditioning. Han Kiki couldn't help but complain, her irritation heightened by the blazing sun. Rest assured, Miss Number 2, leave the monitoring and defense duties to me. Old Tai's mechanical voice remained consistently reassuring. All right, then I'll head down to find Sister Yuling. Han Kiki no longer hesitated, calling for Shui Lang and swiftly sliding down the slope along the rope, while also sending a withdrawal message to Jiang Yuling, who was still playing the decoy by the sea. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Yuling immediately ran awkwardly towards the interior of the island, deliberately stumbling several times in the shallow water as she ran. On the surface, Qian Sanhu, seeing Jiang Yuling's retreat through his lens, broke into a sinister grin. Damn it, Cheng Mo is indeed up to tricks. Either he is not on the island at all, or he is hiding in the shadows, waiting for me to charge in, trying to deceive me. In the midst of his thoughts, he had taken over the ship's controls and immediately sped towards Peach Blossom Island. Chapter 23. Thanks to Old Tai for the speedboat. Seeing Qian Sanhu's sailing warship suddenly accelerate, the individuals on the fishing boat and speedboat exchanged glances, suspicion brewing in their hearts. After a brief moment of hesitation, they seemed to arrive at a certain possibility. The next second, both boats roared to life, their engines revving as they swiftly overtook Qian Sanhu's sailboat. Watching the 2 boats surpass him, Qian Sanhu smirked coldly. Go ahead. Find out just how capable that Cheng Mo kid really is. As he muttered to himself, Qian Sanhu feigned anger in the group chat, hurling insults. You 2 little bastards. Why didn't you take the lead when it was time? Now that there is profit to be made, you're speeding off. Simultaneously, his hands were not idle. He discreetly began to reduce the speed of the sailing warship while subtly adjusting its course, the bow beginning to veer slightly. He had made up his mind. Let those 2 impatient fools go ahead as scouts. As soon as the artillery on Peach Blossom Island fired, he would turn and flee. At that moment, Bai Qingfeng and Xiao Laosan were oblivious to Qian Sanhu's intentions. They only saw him raging in the group chat. In a bid to seize the initiative, both boats opened their engines to full throttle. Amidst the roaring engines, 2 white wakes sliced through the sea surface, racing towards the sandy beach of Peach Blossom Island at a speed far surpassing that of Qian Sanhu's sailing warship. As the 2 boats drew ever closer to the shore, Qian Sanhu's ire intensified in the group chat. You 2 worthless scoundrels. I discovered this island first. If you don't share some benefits with me, I swear I'll make you pay. His eyes gleamed with calculating intent as he deftly maneuvered the vessel to slow its approach. The ship gliding through the water like a stealthy leopard, poised to retreat at any moment. He fixated on the advancing speedboat and fishing vessel. 100 meters, 50 meters. They were nearly upon the shore. Qian Sanhu's heart raced. Where was the attack? Where was Cheng Mo's defensive force? 1 second, 2 seconds. What? Nothing happened. The anticipated crack of a sniper rifle and the roar of cannon fire were conspicuously absent. To his astonishment, the 2 boats surged onto the beach unscathed. The occupants leaped from their vessels, weapons in hand, swiftly securing advantageous positions. The island remained eerily tranquil, as if it were an unguarded treasure trove. Qian Sanhu's hand, holding the binoculars, froze, his mind swirling chaotically, leaving only an increasingly deafening question. Could it be that Cheng Mo was, indeed, not on the island? Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted suddenly. The six who had just set foot on the island collapsed instantly, gaping wounds in their chests gushing blood. Qian Sanhu instinctively lurched backward just as a bullet shattered the cockpit glass, narrowly missing his scalp as it whizzed past into the rear wall. Cold sweat poured from him as he swiftly ducked behind the territorial cabinet, commanding the sailing warship to flee at full speed. Thinking of escape? Lao Tai's mechanical voice resonated. The muzzle of the Barrett already aimed at the retreating sailboat. At the moment his finger was poised to pull the trigger. His mechanical eye scanned the spot that had just been hit, now starting to regenerate. This indicated that there was indeed a territorial cabinet aboard. If the owner of the cabinet was not eliminated, the ship would automatically repair itself, but at that moment, he could not discern anyone's whereabouts. Decisively abandoning the hunt, Lao Tai slowly made his way to the beach. Observing the 6 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, he emotionlessly began to clear the battlefield. Since the survival bracelets would automatically detach upon the death of the survivors, Lao Tai collected the 6 bracelets and returned them to Han Kiki. Upon learning that Lao Tai had effortlessly dispatched the 6, Han Kiki could not help but beam with delight. "Lao Tai, you're amazing," she exclaimed, embracing him before murmuring, "I must inform Cheng Mo and my sister at once. Female lead number 2, I think we should retrieve those 2 boats by the seaside first." Lao Tai once again offered a sensible suggestion. "You're right, Lao Tai. We can indeed make good use of these 2 boats." Han Kiki replied, "Are those bodies still there?" At this moment, Jiang Yuling timely chimed in. "Yes, female lead number 3. Upon hearing female lead number 3, Han Kiki's charming face instantly fell. This small gesture did not escape Jiang Yuling's notice. "Lao Tai, please don't call me female lead anymore. I'm merely a teammate of Cheng Mo." "Then what shall I call you?" Lao Tai scratched his iron head, perplexed. Jiang Yuling pondered for a moment. "You can call me strategist." "All right, strategist." After this brief interlude, Han Kiki and Jiang Yuling led Lao Tai back to the beach at the estuary. Under Jiang Yuling's command, Lao Tai, wielding an S-class sniper rifle, snapped several photographs, capturing the scene's spoils and the fallen invaders in vivid detail. Having completed this task, she promptly sent the images to Cheng Mo. As soon as they were dispatched, Cheng Mo received the news. Upon reading it, he erupted into laughter. "Lao Tai, splendid job," he exclaimed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His hands flew across the virtual screen projected by his bracelet, and he sent a message to the World Channel. "Thanks to Lao Tai for clearing out the speedboat and fishing vessel. However, next time you want to shower me with gifts, just trade with me directly." Images began to pour in, 3 pictures in total. One was a close-up of Lao Tai with the sniper rifle, while the other 2 showcased the fishing boat, speedboat, and the grim aftermath of the 6 bodies. As these 3 images surfaced, the World Channel fell silent once more, the incessant stream of messages abruptly ceasing. 2 minutes later, the channel erupted into fervent discussions. "Wow, there are truly those who dare to offend the big boss. What the hell? How do you all survive? Others have speedboats. And I don't even have a small wooden boat. Indeed, that speedboat looks so cool. It must have air conditioning. You're not just talking nonsense. Although that speedboat may not be large, it's a type of yacht, complete with a refrigerator and air conditioning as standard. Are you all mistaken? The issue isn't about the speedboat, it's about the first image. An S-class robot paired with an S-class sniper rifle, with a range of 35 kilometers. Do you dare to challenge that? Have you all forgotten that Taohua Island possesses something akin to a detector? Before even approaching the island, you could be wiped out. No way. This is utterly insurmountable. They don't even need to show their faces. They can eliminate a whole group using just the robot. Even if someone could take down the robot, are you certain they have no other trump cards?" On the sea, Qian Sanhu, having escaped a distance of 10 kilometers, stared pale-faced at the messages flooding the World Channel, his iron fists clenching tightly. "Cheng Mo, just wait. One day I will return." Chapter 24, Eightfold 9? Indeed, this is precisely the effect I desired. On Resource Island, within the vault, Cheng Mo observed the explosive messages flooding the World Channel, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. "Cheng Mo, what did you obtain from the exclusive treasure chest for upgrading the island?" Suddenly, Han Yuyan's voice sounded from behind him. "Ah, I completely forgot about that. I haven't opened it yet. What did you get?" "I just opened mine as well. Look." As she spoke, Han Yuyan revealed a high-precision sniper rifle in her hands. "This, Yuyan, it seems you have quite the affinity for sniper rifles." Cheng Mo facepalmed, having just borrowed a Barrett from Han Yuyan. And now she had procured another high-precision rifle. "I no longer need that Barrett. Black Lao Tai can make good use of it." As soon as the words left his mouth, Cheng Mo's bracelet vibrated, and Han Yuyan gestured for him to check it out. Upon opening it, Cheng Mo was greeted by the attributes of the rifle. Demon-slaying sniper. Level, SS. Description, an upgradable weapon. The more beings you kill with it, the faster it levels up. Note, this rifle contains a large magazine, automatically producing 100 armor-piercing rounds and 100 explosive rounds every 24 hours, increasing with each kill. What the hell? This is just too incredible. No wonder you don't even want the S-class sniper, right? I think I'm pretty awesome too. Han Yuyan, shedding her previous icy demeanor, wore an expression that seemed to beg for compliments. Absolutely. Our Yuyan, the greatest beauty, is unparalleled, though she is still a tad behind me. With the crisis at home resolved, Cheng Mo felt particularly elated and boasted in front of Han Yuyan. While speaking, he opened his warehouse, located the exclusive treasure chest, and clicked to open it. Congratulations, you have received 8x9, a box. A crow flew past Cheng Mo's head, followed by a trail of ellipses. What the hell is this? What use is 8x9 in a box? When Han Yuyan beheld that Cheng Mo had opened a box containing Yachongjio, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yachongjio, are you planning to open a smoke shop? Cheng Mo, visibly perturbed, took a deep breath and resolved to examine its properties. After all, it was a treasure chest exclusive to him. Yachongjio. Level A. Description: the finest auxiliary. A single puff invigorates the mind, 2 puffs enhance vitality, 3 puffs banish ailments, 4 puffs reduce swelling and pain, and 5 puffs double combat power. My goodness, how extraordinary. This is a windfall. Cheng Mo's excitement was palpable, drawing Han Yuyan's attention. Cheng Mo, you haven't lost your mind, have you? Why are you spouting nonsense? Han Yuyan stood up and gently touched Cheng Mo's forehead. You're not even warm. She remained blissfully unaware of the oddity in her actions, as the slightest trace of resentment she once harbored towards Cheng Mo had quietly dissipated. What do you know? Cheng Mo brushed aside Han Yuyan's delicate hand and shared the attributes of Yachongjio with her. Upon reading the description, her cheeks flushed slightly. You're not allowed to use that. Why not? Cheng Mo replied with a mischievous grin. There's no reason. You're just not allowed to. Unable to contain herself upon witnessing his impish smile, Han Yuyan swiftly kicked him away. Your laughter is utterly revolting. At that moment, a system notification echoed in their minds. Your resource island time has expired. Please prepare to depart. Is it already time? Unbeknownst to them, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. Enveloped in a bright light, they found themselves by the lake on Peach Blossom Island. Cheng Mo, sister, you're back. As soon as they landed, Han Kiki rushed forward, leaping into Cheng Mo's embrace, her tiny fists playfully pounding on his chest. You have no idea how terrified I was yesterday. There, it's all fine now. Cheng Mo comforted her, gently patting her shoulder. Kiki, whose sister are you? Han Yuyan interjected, jealousy creeping into her voice. Hearing this, Han Kiki quickly extricated herself from Cheng Mo's arms and dashed to Han Yuyan, enveloping her in a bear hug. Sister, of course, I'm your sister. Do you have another sister? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Cheng Mo leaped into the lake with a splash. Ah, refreshing. The icy water invigorated his skin, eliciting a contented sigh. Yuyan, do you want to come down and join me for a wash? He called out, splashing water playfully. Wash? You must be joking. This lady will wash in the car. Han Yuyan replied dismissively. Han Kiki made a face at Cheng Mo. Brother Cheng Mo, you lecher. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuling merely rolled her eyes. An hour later, the 4 of them were seated around the RV's booth, Cheng Mo adopting a serious demeanor. Ladies, we are all comrades now, and we are acutely aware of the situation we face. This meeting marks our first formal discussion as a team. I hope to establish our development strategy moving forward. After his brief opening, Han Kiki chimed in with her sweet voice. Let me go first. I believe our most pressing task is to devise a method for constructing an ice cellar. I noticed the octopus meat had begun to spoil while I was cooking lunch today. At her words, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in such sweltering weather, food preservation was indeed a challenge. Cheng Mo, didn't you acquire a troop nest? I think it's imperative we utilize it immediately. Moreover, while our island can accommodate 30 members, we currently only have 4. We must expedite this matter. Han Yuyan astutely pointed out the staffing issue, aware that as the island expanded, manpower would become paramount. Indeed, that needs to be prioritized. Cheng Mo concurred. Island Master, I have a concern as well. Our storage space is inadequate. We have accumulated an excessive amount of basic materials, and many items simply cannot be stored. Should we consider disposing of some? That can wait. Once our island grows larger, I intend to build a villa, which will require substantial foundational resources. Additionally, we have an S-ranked Songhai Yunzhou to construct, and we may not have enough resources for that. Alright, let me summarize our tasks. 1. Dig an ice cellar to store food. 2. Place the troop nest and recruit personnel. 3. Upgrade the island to build a villa. 4. Construct the Songhai Yunzhou. Cheng Mo enumerated, looking at the 3 women. Is that correct? Yes, that's it. The trio nodded in unison, expressing their agreement. Oh, by the way, Brother Cheng Mo, I have 6 wristbands here. which were confiscated from the old iron. I haven't opened them yet. You can have them. Suddenly, Han Kiki seemed to remember something and pulled 6 wristbands from her pocket. Aren't you curious about what's inside? Cheng Mo inquired, intrigued. Of course we are. But you are the island master, so we must wait for you to use them, Jiang Yuling explained. Chapter 25, The Beastman Warrior. Very well, since that's the case. Let me take a look. As he spoke, Cheng Mo retrieved the 6 wristbands. However, as soon as his fingers brushed against the unclaimed wristbands, his own wristband emitted a notification. Detected 6 unclaimed wristbands. Would you like to fuse them? Cheng Mo paused momentarily, casting a puzzled glance at Han Kiki. Just as he was about to ask, Cheng Mo, Han Kiki quickly understood and clarified. Here's the thing. We can fuse our wristbands with these unclaimed ones. Otherwise, they cannot be used. Each fusion of an unclaimed wristband will expand your wristband storage by 10 slots. Ah, I see. Cheng Mo comprehended. Just as he prepared to fuse the 6 wristbands, Han Kiki interjected. Wait. You should first clear your wristband storage. No one knows how many items those wristbands contain. If your storage slots are insufficient, the items could be lost. Cheng Mo hesitated, curiously asking, how do you know so many details? Just open your wristband and check the description in the fusion options. Han Kiki pointed to his wristband. Obediently, Cheng Mo temporarily transferred the items in his wristband to the 3 women using the trading function. Although their spaces were not abundant enough to accept too many items immediately, items in trading status could be safely stored for 24 hours. If not completed within that time, the resources would automatically revert to him. Once his wristband storage was entirely cleared, Cheng Mo decisively clicked on Fuse. A flash of white light enveloped him, expanding his wristband storage from 30 slots to 90. Simultaneously, the items from the fused wristbands appeared in his new space. So, how much do they contain? The 3 women eagerly awaited Cheng Mo's report. Cheng Mo examined the contents carefully and reported, aside from some basic materials, there aren't many valuable items. The inventory includes 1 blueprint for a stone house, 1 for a wooden bed, 1 barbecue grill, 1 blueprint for a cellar, 42 units of soil, and 8 moonstones. Upon hearing the list, Han Kiki couldn't help but curl her lip, exclaiming, isn't this rather meager? It seems that their best equipment consists merely of those 2 boats and the weapons in hand. Beside her, Han Yuyin couldn't resist facepalming, saying, Kiki, this is the standard for the vast majority of survivors. Do you think everyone possesses a fishing rod as unconventional as Cheng Mo's? At the mention of the fishing rod's uniqueness, her own cheeks flushed slightly, clearing his throat. Cheng Mo seized the moment to shift the topic. Well then, Yuling, could you please take charge of arranging the recruitment? All right, I'll get on it right away. Jiang Yuling nodded in affirmation, promptly operating her wristband. Kiki, could you prepare some food for us? Han Yuyin interjected appropriately. Of course. Han Kiki replied with a sweet smile. Yuyin, Cheng Mo turned to her. You should take a good rest. Since arriving on the island yesterday, you haven't had a moment to relax. And what about you? Han Yuyin frowned in response. I'll go set up the soldier nests. Cheng Mo explained his plans, adding that he would then go fishing as the day's opportunities had yet to be utilized. With that, he withdrew some crucial supplies from the previous transaction, particularly various essential resources. After securing the resources, Cheng Mo approached the territory cabinet. Through the operational interface, he chose to position the soldier nests at the predetermined location. Once the position was confirmed, he hurriedly disembarked, heading towards the soldier nest situated on the right side of the basin. As he neared the soldier nest, he beheld a peculiar structure. It resembled a square stone altar, with towering stone columns at each corner, each over half a meter high and adorned with mysterious carvings. Atop each column stood a humanoid figure, a dogman, a catwoman, a bullman, and a winged being, akin to ancient sentinels. The ground at the altar's center was illuminated by an intricate array of glowing symbols. The entire soldier nest emanated a mysterious and formidable aura. Is this truly the soldier nest? Han Yuyin's voice came from behind. Yuyin, why haven't you taken a rest? Cheng Mo turned, somewhat surprised. Rest can wait. But witnessing the opening of the soldier nest is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Han Yuyin approached him, her face radiating a hint of excitement, unwilling to miss the occasion. Very well. Let us see what kind of subhuman warriors we can summon. Cheng Mo smiled and stepped onto the altar's center. He took out a shimmering mermaid's tear. Although it was stated that the soldier nest required energy crystals, the energy within the mermaid's tear should suffice. Carefully, he embedded it into the central cavity of the altar's array. As soon as it was placed, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The altar erupted in a hazy white light, and a gentle yet irresistible force instantly propelled Cheng Mo away from the central area. The white light flowed and flickered. When the brilliance finally dissipated, 3 distinctly different figures stood side by side at the altar's center. To the left was a female clad in simple animal hides. her head adorned with two fluffy cat ears that twitched animatedly, with three mysterious blue tattoos gracing her cheeks. This was the Catwoman. To the right stood a robust male, wearing only a leather apron around his waist, his muscular torso exposed, a bushy dog tail wagging behind him. Most striking were his dagger-like fingernails that gleamed under the sun. He was the Dogman. In the center stood the most imposing figure, towering at nearly 2 meters. His sinewy muscles resembling cast iron, save for a pair of sturdy horns atop his head. This was the Bullman. All three bore sharp gazes and respectful postures. Before Cheng Mo and Han Yuyin could fully recover from the earlier astonishment, they stepped off the altar simultaneously, approaching the two with folded hands. Their voices clear and resonant. Subordinate Miao Miao, at your service. Subordinate Inuyasha, at your service. Subordinate Nadali, at your service. Greetings, Island Master. Greetings, Deputy Island Master. All right. Everyone settled down. Cheng Mo brushed off the dust from his clothes, his eyes betraying his excitement as he observed the three warriors. This is merely the beginning. Let us see how many more of your companions we can summon. He stepped back onto the altar's center, this time without hesitation, casting the remaining 9 mermaids' tears into the energy cavities. The white light surged dramatically, even more intensely than before, nearly enveloping the entire altar. As the radiance receded like a tide, the altar was now brimming with figures. This time, an astonishing 27 newly summoned warriors stood before him. Cheng Mo swiftly scanned the scene. For additional Dogman warriors, 9 new Catwoman warriors, 10 new Bullman warriors, and 4 entirely new winged warriors, including the initial 3 summoned. Cheng Mo had conjured a total of 30 subhuman warriors with 10 mermaids' tears, 5 Dogmen, 10 Catwomen, 11 Bullmen, and 4 winged beings. The Dogmen and Bullmen were male warriors, while the Catwomen and winged beings were all strikingly graceful females. The appearance of the winged warriors was particularly captivating. They possessed lithe figures and exquisite features, with large, pristine wings unfurling from their backs, reminiscent of mythical beings. One notably elegant and tall winged warrior stepped forward from the ranks, performing a graceful bow, her voice melodious and clear. Subordinate Yin, at your service. Greetings, Island Master. Greetings, Deputy Island Master. Chapter 26. Can the Snow Wolf fish? No need for such formalities. Cheng Mo found himself unconsciously wearing a foolish grin, moving to assist her. However, a hand swifter than his reached out first. Han Yuyin deftly pinched his ear with her delicate fingers, unceremoniously dragging him backward. I see you, she said with a hint of annoyance. Shouldn't you consider building houses for the newly arrived warriors first? As she spoke, she continued to pull him in the direction of the mobile home. Cheng Mo found himself firmly in her grasp, although his ear didn't hurt. He was unable to break free. Once they entered the mobile home, Han Yuyin shoved him toward the territory cabinet in the corner. Out with it. Are you concocting some mischievous scheme again? I'm not. Absolutely not. Cheng Mo reflexively denied it, his gaze shifting nervously away, unable to meet Han Yuyin's scrutinizing eyes. Humph, do you think I don't know you? Han Yuyin bluntly called him out. Catgirl, angelic goddess, you dare say you have no thoughts on them? I'd be a fool to believe that. Sister Han Kiki, who had been quietly listening from the side, interjected with curiosity. What SA Catgirl? Angelic goddess? Where are they? Jiang Yuling, seemingly engrossed in replying to messages, had her ears perk up, listening intently. Han Yuyin did not answer her sister's question, but instead assigned a task. Kiki, I have a mission for you. As long as Cheng Mo is active on the island, keep a close watch on him, and ensure he has no private contact with those subhuman warriors. She was genuinely upset, although she couldn't articulate why. Seeing Cheng Mo being attentive to other females stirred an unpleasant feeling within her. All right. I love this mission. Sister. Han Kiki's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands in delight, eagerly accepting the task. Only Cheng Mo stood to the side, feeling aggrieved as he whispered. Who is truly the Island Master? What did you say? Han Yuyin immediately caught his murmur, her gaze sharp as a knife. Nothing. Cheng Mo laughed nervously, quickly attempting to divert attention. The weather today is splendid. Ha. As he chuckled awkwardly, he swiftly raised his wrist and began operating on the holographic screen that appeared from his wristband. He summoned the blueprint for the stone houses he had previously acquired, decisively selecting the option to construct. Upon completion of the operation, 20 stone houses were placed into his territory cabinet. To ensure the safety of the troop nests, he promptly arranged the 20 stone houses around the nests in a protective formation, creating layered defenses. After completing these tasks, Cheng Mo pondered for a moment, his hands never pausing. He sequentially built blueprints for wooden beds and cellars, selecting their locations and placing them. Soon, each of the newly erected stone houses not only contained 2 sturdy wooden beds, but also boasted an additional cellar of comparable size. Cheng Mo surveyed his masterpiece with satisfaction, then retrieved another prize from the resource island from his wristband's inventory. Item upgrade card. He strolled to the cabinet, picked up the D-grade ice maker, and carefully set it down on the ground outside the RV. Confirming his target, Cheng Mo decisively used the card in his hand. A flash of white light enveloped the ice maker. The machine, originally standing at 40 centimeters, suddenly expanded, transforming into a towering behemoth nearly 2 meters high. Its grade upgraded from D to A. With such a large ice maker, each cellar could be converted into an ice cellar. Not only could it store food, but it could also cool the houses. Cheng Mo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the ice maker. Brother Cheng Mo, what are you doing? Han Kik's voice suddenly called from behind, startling him. Kiki, you're just in time. I'll leave the ice making to you, Cheng Mo said, pulling out a fishing rod and preparing to turn around to fish. Han Kiki shot him a glance, immediately summoning the waiting old iron from behind the RV. Old iron. Second female lead, please take charge. You go make the ice. With that brief instruction, Han Kiki bounced over to Cheng Mo's side. Aren't you supposed to be making ice? Why are you over here? Cheng Mo asked, somewhat puzzled. Humph, Han Kiki said with an air of superiority. Do I need to do such trivial tasks myself? Cheng Mo glanced at old iron, who was busy drawing water, a line of black humor crossing his face. This little girl is far too lazy. He shook his head and focused on casting his line. Congratulations, you have received 100 sets of cotton clothing. Congratulations, you have received 100 sets of sweaters. Congratulations, you have received 100 bags of rice. Congratulations, you have received 20 iron pots. After casting 12 times, his harvest consisted entirely of clothing and daily necessities. While the items were not subpar, they paled in comparison to his usual luck. After sorting the supplies, Cheng Mo called to Han Kiki and returned to the RV. How was the haul? Han Yuyin inquired, looking up from her meal at the booth. Oh, don't mention it, Cheng Mo sighed, sitting across from Han Yuyin. It's all just daily supplies, nothing worthwhile. Brother Cheng Mo, this is for you. After entering the RV, Han Kiki directly placed a generous serving of octopus meat in front of Cheng Mo. Thank you, Kiki. Cheng Mo accepted gratefully and began to eat heartily. Island Master, I have something to report. Jiang Yuling approached the aisle. Go ahead, I'm listening, Cheng Mo replied with his mouth full. Jiang Yuling, however, understood him clearly. It's like this, Island Master. I contacted the 37 Island Masters in our Area 302, among whom 3 have explicitly expressed their willingness to join Peach Blossom Island. However, we are currently facing a significant issue. They lack transportation and cannot reach us. Oh, that's easy to resolve. Cheng Mo swallowed his food. Didn't we seize a speedboat? You can load your territory cabinet onto it and trade it to them, allowing them to sail over themselves. As long as you are alive, that boat will always belong to you. Just set a timed usage permission. He continued eating as he instructed. Island Master, I understand. I will handle it right away. As Jiang Yuling turned to leave, she added, Island Master, I suggest you consider the equipment issue for the Beast Warriors soon. Don't worry, I will attend to it after finishing my meal, Cheng Mo assured her. Having already contemplated this matter, though he had yet to find suitable weapons, the affairs on the island were not overwhelming, and specific arrangements needed careful consideration. Just then, a cacophony of voices and exclamations erupted outside the vehicle. Glancing back, he saw the snow wolf, at the edge of the lake, tossing a fish over a meter long. Wow, can snow wolves catch fish? A question arose in Cheng Mo's mind. Chapter 27, Island Expansion. After finishing the last remnants of food on his plate, Cheng Mo hurriedly descended from the RV. The sight before him caused him to pause in surprise. This was no snow wolf catching fish. It was the Beast Warriors working together. 11 robust Minotaur warriors stood in the cool shallows, their muscular arms expertly tossing lively, plump fish onto the shore with every movement. The snow-white giant wolf moved with the swiftness of the wind, leaping and snapping, mercilessly striking the still struggling fish with its sharp teeth or powerful claws, swiftly ending their lives. Next, the agile dog people warriors moved in, deftly scaling, gutting, and preparing the fish in a seamless manner. Finally, the catgirl warriors, working in perfect harmony, neatly arranged the cleaned catches along the shore, forming a glistening silver bounty. As Cheng Mo approached, all the beast warriors thumped their chests with their right hands and bowed in greeting. Greetings, Island Master. What are you all doing? The winged person stepped forward from the crowd to explain. Island Master, we found it too boring staying at the camp, so we brought them out to do something without your approval. Please punish us. While he reported, the other beast warriors were cautious, fearing that even a slight misstep would anger Cheng Mo. I thought it was something serious. Everyone listen, as long as I haven't given you tasks, you're free to move about. There's no need to be so formal. We are all family. If you want to do something, feel free to tell me, and I will try my best to assist you within my capabilities. As he spoke, the eyes of all the beast warriors sparkled with excitement. They had not expected their master to be so open-minded. "Thank you, Island Master," they all exclaimed in unison. All right, you may continue your work," Cheng Mo said, preparing to return to the RV, for he still had many tasks to attend to. Just as he set his foot on the RV's steps, he suddenly noticed that a towering pile of ice blocks had already formed beside the ice maker. Arrange for the winged and cat girl sisters to take charge of ice making. Once it's done, move everything to your dormitory cellar, Cheng Mo instructed, turning his head. Yes, Island Master. Old Iron, teach them how to make ice. Construct ice cellars and store the food. After this, your primary task will be to patrol the safety around the island. Understood, Master. Brother Cheng Mo, I'll take charge of coordinating them. At that moment, Han Kiki dashed out of the carriage, her large, glistening eyes filled with curiosity as she beheld the demi-human warriors. All right, you go ahead. I will trade all the food I acquired on Resource Island for you to arrange things. Sure, Brother Cheng Mo. Thank you. As she spoke, Han Kiki playfully pecked Cheng Mo on the cheek. Cheng Mo was taken aback for a moment. Has this girl become so bold now? Upon returning to the vehicle, Cheng Mo's first task was to contemplate how to assign work to the demi-human warriors. From what he had observed, the bull warriors were exceptionally strong and adept in water, making them ideal for labor-intensive tasks. Although the dog warriors were fewer in number, their formidable combat prowess rendered them excellent assassins. The cat warriors, being quite astute, could be considered for organizing a unit of riflemen. As for the winged warriors, they would undoubtedly serve as the air force. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Cheng Mo began to craft weapons and equipment for them. First, he provided each cat warrior with a bolt-action rifle and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. For the dog warriors, he retrieved a B-grade blueprint for a spear and forged one for each of them. As for the winged warriors, he decided to temporarily substitute their weapons with bolt-action rifles. Once these tasks were complete, Cheng Mo opened the trading platform in search of valuable items. After several fruitless searches, he found only trivial items listed. Left with no other option, he turned to the global channel and typed, "Dalang Chuso, Danso, Hijao, Druso Shong, Gurjung Jingshu, Hudru." This announcement caused quite a stir in the global channel. Whoa, is this the big shot? Not even accepting basic supplies. Is he preparing to upgrade to a level 2 island? My island is only 50 square meters. How could I possibly sell such precious things as fertile soil? Damn it, enough already. I'm about to die of thirst. I just want to trade for some water. Observing the lively scene in the public channel, Cheng Mo chuckled to himself and then sent another message. Let me share a little secret with you all. Stone houses, cellars, and ice cubes are the best choices for cooling off. I, Cheng Mo, am offering 100 cooling packages to be delivered tomorrow. 10 fertile soils required. First come, first served. Wow, you really are ruthless. Asking for 10 fertile soils. We are all Chinese. Can you offer a better deal? I'll give you 20 fertile soils. Can you give me a package right now? I'm about to melt. Seeing the demand, Cheng Mo couldn't resist and promptly replied, "Expedited package for 20 fertile soils, deal." As soon as he made this announcement, his wristband vibrated incessantly, resembling a phone in vibrate mode. 2 hours later, all 100 cooling packages were sold out, and Cheng Mo tearfully earned 2,000 fertile soils. Those who received the cooling packages began flaunting their superiority in the global channel. It's so hot outside. I don't want to go out. It's so comfortable lying in the cool cellar drinking icy water. Indeed, so relaxing to soak in the cellar with chilled watermelon. In no time, hundreds of people flooded the public channel with similar posts, all showcasing their refreshing experiences in the cool cellars. Previously, everyone thought it was manageable. After all, with a bit of caution, they could endure the heat. But now there were those who used the precious water they needed to bathe. And with ice cubes and stone houses, it was simply unbearable. As the saying goes, it is not the heat that troubles us, but the inequality. Why should they enjoy cool baths and chilled watermelons in their stone houses while others could not? Thus, Cheng Mo's wristband buzzed even more with inquiries about purchasing the cooling packages. Due to the overwhelming noise, Cheng Mo decided to mute all unfamiliar messages to gain a moment of peace. Seeing that Cheng Mo was not replying, people began bombarding the global channel with messages. "Big shot, come out and take orders. You merchant, are you ignoring the business that has come your way? I'll trade you my precious items for a cooling package." With the demand skyrocketing, Cheng Mo sent another message. "Tomorrow morning, I will list 100 cooling packages on the trading platform. First come, first served." After sending this, he chose not to engage further with the commotion. In truth, the overwhelming demand tempted Cheng Mo, but he simply did not possess enough materials. Both the stone houses and cellars required considerable stone, and he still needed to construct a villa, so he couldn't exhaust all his resources. Although there was no shortage of freshwater lakes, producing ice would take time. After closing the chat channel, Cheng Mo approached the territory cabinet. He had just made a profit of 2,000 fertile soils, adding to the 42 he already had, bringing the total to 2042. Without hesitation, he placed the fertile soils into the territory cabinet. As the white light flashed, the island trembled slightly. Chapter 28. Let the sister revel in joy. Once the tremors subsided, Cheng Mo eagerly rushed out of the caravan to witness the changes brought about by the island's upgrade. Indeed, the island's area had expanded to 3,711 square meters. The basin now had a diameter of nearly 54 meters, and the central lake had widened to 7 meters, perfectly accommodating the construction of a 500 square meter villa. Having quickly measured the necessary land dimensions, Cheng Mo returned to the caravan and gathered the required building materials from his reserves. In no time, with a flash of light from his wristband, a splendid seaside villa was securely placed into his wristband's warehouse. Of course, the price for this was the near depletion of his accumulated basic supplies over the past few days. With a smirk of satisfaction, Cheng Mo placed the villa model into the territory cabinet, accurately selecting its position on the virtual sand table. The moment he pressed confirm, the scenery outside the vehicle underwent a dramatic transformation. The trees in the area were entirely cleared, replaced by a blooming garden. A crystal-clear swimming pool occupied the center of the villa and garden, with a gentle stream flowing from the spring. At that moment, the caravan was perfectly positioned along the path between the garden and the pool. Within the garden, a peach tree adorned with delicate pink blossoms stood proudly. "Wow, what a magnificent villa!" came an exclamation as Han Kiki returned from the demi-human camp, accompanied by Yen and 2 cat warriors. Upon seeing the towering, luxurious villa, Han Kiki's face flushed with excitement as she dashed through the open villa door, soon filling the interior with her amazed exclamations. "Yuling, stop gawking. Let us go inside and take a look." Cheng Mo smiled and beckoned to Jiang Yuling, who was curiously peering through the car window. The two descended from the vehicle, the path flanked by the shimmering pool, with a small bridge spanning across it. To the north of the bridge stood the grand entrance of the villa, while to the south lay the vibrant garden, beyond which loomed the imposing courtyard gate. Stepping inside the villa, the layout was spacious and inviting. The ground floor featured a bright, expansive hall, a cozy dining area, a fully equipped kitchen, and a practical storage room. The second floor boasted 4 luxurious master suites, each with an en-suite bathroom, an elegant living room, and an expansive 80-square-meter scenic balcony. On the third floor, there are 4 guest bedrooms, a tranquil study, and a recreational game room. The villa's roof is adorned with over 100 square meters of solar panels, more than sufficient to effortlessly meet the household's daily electricity needs, with ample surplus. Notably, concealed beneath the villa lies a vast underground chamber, meticulously planned with 8 independent storage units, each boasting a generous area of 20 square meters. After a brief tour, Cheng Mo leisurely strolled to the expansive outdoor balcony on the second floor, leaning casually against the white railing. His gaze fell upon the shimmering sunlight dancing on the surface of the swimming pool below, a sardonic smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he succumbed to fanciful daydreams. Ah, if only I could savor a cigar, sip a glass of red wine, and watch the lovely ladies swim beneath. What sheer bliss that would be. Cheng Mo. Just then, Han Kiki's melodious voice broke through his reverie. "I'd like to arrange for the ice cellar to be in the basement. It would make accessing ingredients for cooking much more convenient." Cheng Mo turned at the sound, finding Han Kiki beaming at him with a radiant smile. "Sure, you can handle the storage of these supplies as you see fit," he replied without a moment's hesitation. "That's wonderful. Cheng Mo Gij, please help me move the ice maker downstairs." Han Kiki's bright eyes sparkled as she grasped his arm and gently shook it. All right. Cheng Mo, accustomed to this playful demeanor, affectionately ruffled her hair and, without further ado, leaped down. Thanks to the beneficial effects of octopus meat, he effortlessly flipped in midair, landing gracefully despite the 4-meter drop. Feeling invigorated, Cheng Mo flashed a grin and walked over to the RV, expertly stowing the ice maker in the storage unit before turning to enter the basement. Han Kiki was already waiting there. The underground space was arranged in a shape reminiscent of the letter I, with 2 rows of rooms flanking a central corridor, at the end of which was a sink. "Let us place it here." Han Kiki pointed to a room to the left of the sink. "Cheng Mo Gij, just set it against the wall." Cheng Mo complied, stabilizing the machine just as he was about to turn away. Suddenly, Han Kiki pushed him back against the ice maker. A slender arm dramatically crossed over his shoulder, resting on the cold surface of the machine. "What the, Kiki, are you walling me in?" Cheng Mo was taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, his voice laced with uncertainty. "Is there a problem?" Han Kiki tilted her head back, mischief glimmering in her eyes as she adopted a theatrical tone. "Handsome, why not just yield to me?" Her sweet voice, paired with such roguish lines, exuded an inexplicable allure. With a soft thud, Han Kiki hooked her long leg, causing the warehouse door to shut with a resounding click. Handsome, go ahead and shout. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to your rescue. She winked, feigning ferocity, though her adorable demeanor lacked any real menace. Cheng Mo felt a spark of playful mischief arise within him, responding in a mock-panicked tone. Miss Heroine, spare me. As long as you don't harm me, I'll do anything you ask. Oh. A glint of cunning flashed in Han Kiki's eyes as her delicate fingers playfully lifted Cheng Mo's chin. Then, how about you make me feel good? At your command, Miss Heroine. Cheng Mo stifled a laugh, feigning submission. The following morning, as Cheng Mo awoke from the soft embrace of his comfortable bed, gazing at his reflection through the floor-to-ceiling window, he experienced a fleeting sense of surrealism. Before his transmigration, he had been an utterly ordinary individual. Who could have imagined that merely 3 days after arriving in this perilous world, he would reside in such a lavish villa? This life, unattainable for countless individuals toiling away in a 996 existence, was now his. His gaze drifted to the beauty still slumbering beside him, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. This, he silently mused, was the essence of a truly fulfilling life. Knock, knock, knock. An insistent and loud rapping at the door abruptly shattered his contemplations. Who is it? So early in the morning. Is it a death summons? He grumbled as he made his way to the door, hastily throwing on the clothes strewn across the floor. Just as he opened the door, a fist, propelled by a fierce wind, suddenly filled his vision. Boom. Cheng Mo barely had time to react before a powerful kick struck his chest, sending him reeling like a marionette with severed strings. Crashing against the bedside before he could come to a halt. Cheng Mo, where's Kiki? A voice, brimming with restrained rage, accompanied the furious entrance of Han Yuyan. Sis, what are you doing up so early? Can't you let someone sleep a little longer? I was up really late last night. Came Han Kiki's drowsy mumble from the bed. Panic washed over Cheng Mo as he noticed Han Yuan's gaze sweeping over her sister on the bed. Cheng Mo Han Yuan's voice was as frigid as winter ice, each word laced with a suffocating chill and lethal intent. Chapter 29. Sis, what are you two doing? Yuan, wait. Let me explain. It's not what you think, Cheng Mo stammered, his throat tightening as he faced the wrathful figure of Han Yuyan. Unfortunately, at that moment, she had no intention of hearing a single word. She dashed to the bedside, seized Cheng Mo by the collar, and hurled a punch with unrestrained fury. Don't call me by my name. Bang. Ouch. An explanation? What do you mean by that? Bang. It's not what you think, right? Bang. Stop hitting me. Cheng Mo played the part, giving a dramatic yelp with each strike, his voice rising and falling in exaggerated tones. It was not that he was spineless, rather, the infernal mechanics of their survival game rendered them immune to mutual harm. Though the punches rained down like a torrential downpour, he remained unscathed. He knew that if he didn't allow Han Yuyan to vent her frustration, this would not end well. As he feigned distress, a wave of guilt surged within him. After all, he had indeed acted inappropriately. Having engaged with her precious sister, enduring this charade of mock punishment seemed almost justified. Overwhelmed by this shame, Cheng Mo impulsively slapped himself across the face. The sharp sting and the unmistakable imprint of his palm appeared instantly. This sudden action left Han Yuyan, who was in the midst of her assault, utterly stunned, her fist frozen midair, her expression one of disbelief. Hey Cheng Mo, have you lost your mind? Team members are immune to each other's harm, but self-inflicted pain doesn't count. Han Yuyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Well, I simply felt so guilty. Cheng Mo replied with a solemn expression. How could I have done that to Kiki? Just so you know, Han Yuyan nodded instinctively, her words trailing off. I should be joining you two sisters instead. Cheng Mo's tone shifted abruptly, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes as he seized the opportunity of her momentary distraction, pulling her down with a sudden force. Han Yuyan gasped, caught off guard as she fell to the ground. Before she could react, Cheng Mo swiftly entangled her like an octopus, using all his limbs to secure her firmly. While he was lacking in fighting skills, he had the advantage in sheer strength. Han Yuyan found herself ensnared by his unexpected assault, struggling fruitlessly against his grasp. A mixture of urgency and vexation overtaking her. Cheng Mo, release me. Not a chance. I shall not let go, even if it costs me dearly. Cheng Mo tightened his embrace further, his chin nestled in the crook of her shoulder, his tone teasingly insolent. Really you won't? Do you dare to challenge me to bite you to death? Han Yuyan twisted and squirmed, her indignation palpable. Bite me to death, and yet you still won't let go. Come on. Cheng Mo adopted a reckless demeanor, just as the two were locked in their playful struggle on the ground. The slumbering Han Kiki on the bed executed an ungainly roll. Ouch. She tumbled directly off the bed, landing heavily atop the entangled Cheng Mo and Han Yuyan. The fall jolted her awake, and as she rubbed her sore spots and rose to her feet, her eyes widened at the sight of her sister, ensnared by Cheng Mo. Their clothes disheveled. Stunned for a moment, Han Kiki then erupted into laughter. Sister, Cheng Mo, what are you two up to? She tilted her head, curiosity dancing on her face, unable to contain her amusement, caught off guard by her sister's sudden appearance. Han Yuyan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she turned to Cheng Mo, her voice a furious whisper. You scoundrel, let me go at once. With the situation escalating, Cheng Mo realized that maintaining his hold was futile and promptly released her. As he stretched his arms, he called after the hastily retreating Han Yuyan. I'll let you off this time, but should you dare strike me again, don't say I didn't warn you. You know what I mean. His gaze was laden with implication. Humph. Han Yuyan adjusted her attire, casting him a fierce glare before turning away, the blush on her ears still lingering. Following this brief commotion, Cheng Mo hastily completed his morning routine, seizing his fishing rod before stepping out into the refreshing air of the villa, only to be enveloped by the heat wave awaiting him outside. Goodness, it seems even hotter today. He shook his head, squinting against the blazing sun as he strode towards the lake beyond the yard. With a flick of his wrist, he cast his line into the water. Congratulations. You have received 100 sets of quilts. Congratulations. You have received 100 sets of mattresses. Congratulations. You have received 100 boxes of seasonings. Congratulations. You have received 20 Maxim machine guns. After a dozen casts, apart from the 20 B-grade Maxim machine guns, he reeled in an abundance of daily necessities. Ironically, most of these items were of little use at present, such as the quilts and mattresses, more akin to a thoughtful care package for the frigid depths of winter. Just as he prepared to reel in his line, footsteps approached from the direction of the beach. A group of subhuman warriors arrived, carrying supply crates in a steady stream. Island Master, the leader, Yan, approached Cheng Mo respectfully, reporting, "These boxes drifted ashore this morning. Please see to their distribution." What brought you to the seaside? Cheng Mo inquired, somewhat surprised. Yan replied, "We thought you mentioned we could move about freely when there were no tasks. Thus, we went to retrieve these boxes." "Well done. Bring them to the villa's main hall." Cheng Mo nodded in approval. Upon returning to the villa, Cheng Mo did not rush to unpack the recently acquired supply crates. Instead, he first descended into the basement to store the ice blocks painstakingly crafted by the Catgirl warriors the previous night into the inventory. And then he began assembling summer comfort kits without delay. Half an hour later, 100 meticulously prepared summer kits were listed on the trading platform. Only then did Cheng Mo recline comfortably on the sofa, relishing the cool breeze from the air conditioning. He eagerly typed a message in the world channel. "Brothers, 100 summer kits are now available. Act quickly." Within 2 minutes of sending the message, the trading notification sounds erupted, and the 100 summer kits were snatched up in an instant. Those who missed out flooded the world channel, lamenting their misfortune. "Boss, where did you go? I didn't even catch a glimpse. Please restock." Exactly. 50 billion people in the world channel. "Boss, was that just a sprinkle? At least throw out another 10 or 20,000 kits. Boss, help. Without this, I might just melt away. Please release a few more. Boss, I'll trade you an unparalleled treasure for one." The public channel quickly became Cheng Mo's personal demand stage. However, he was quite accustomed to such scenes by now. At this moment, he had neither the time nor inclination to banter with the crowd, as he was busy tallying the fruits of his recent trading endeavors. The 100 summer kits had yielded a total of 1,010 units of resting soil and 13 blueprints. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that all these blueprints were of C-grade quality or higher. Cheng Mo examined each blueprint, his expression growing increasingly focused. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon one in particular, a smirk creeping across his lips as he discovered a truly remarkable item. Chapter 30, The Opportunity of Qian Sanhu. The blueprint for the mini umbrella. "What? You say this isn't valuable?" Cheng Mo scoffed. "Take a closer look. We are in an extreme survival period where the pressure is immense. People need to unwind, but without safety measures, that could lead to fatal consequences. The value of this item is incalculable." After assessing his haul for the day, Cheng Mo returned directly to his RV, relocating the territory cabinet to the newly constructed second-floor living room of the villa. This signified that the RV would henceforth serve merely as a temporary abode during outings. Once the cabinet was settled, Cheng Mo unhesitatingly deposited all 1,010 units of resting soil into it, initiating the island upgrade. The upgrade proceeded smoothly and swiftly. A flash of white light signifying the island's core information had been updated. Its area expanded from 3,711 square meters to 4,721 square meters, almost simultaneously with the completion of the island's expansion. A chilling notification resonated throughout the world channel and within the minds of all survivors. Congratulations to Zone 302's Demon Island for being the first to slay an S-grade sea beast. Reward: 1 steel battleship, 1,000 units of resting soil, and 1 A-grade troop nest. Congratulations to Zone 302 for being the first region globally to slay an S-grade sea beast. All members of Zone 302 will receive double the amount of supply boxes. Additionally, the Level 1 Beast Tide has been unlocked early. All survivors should prepare accordingly. These two announcements reverberated like thunderclaps, igniting a frenzy across all channels. World Channel. Goodness. Did Zone 302 cheat? The first to kill an A-grade sea beast. The first to upgrade their territory, and now the first to handle an S-grade one? Wait, the island names for the A and S beasts are both Demon Island. Same island master. Jealous. Why are all the benefits going to them? Double supplies. Wake up upstairs. They may be enjoying themselves. But the Level 1 Beast Tide has been unleashed. I don't even have a decent weapon, let alone facing a Beast Tide. I can barely handle a regular sea beast. Zone 302 channel. Oh my goodness. The big shot from Demon Island. Please be reasonable. You've wiped out the new players. Now the Beast Tide is going haywire because of you. Exactly. Can't you learn from Peach Blossom Island next door? They upgrade without causing any disastrous chain reactions. By the way, is that big shot from Demon Island the same Qian Sanhu who once wielded a Gatling gun? I remember he even invited me to team up when we attacked Peach Blossom Island last time. Yes, that's him. The other two islands have fallen, yet he escaped alive. This person is simply too formidable. Terrifying. At the very moment when the World Channel and the local channel were engulfed in astonishment, questioning, and a cacophony of complaints. The epicenter of this tempest, Qian Sanhu himself, lay sprawled upon a disheveled beach, as if all strength had been drained from his body, bloodied and utterly exhausted. He was accompanied by the formidable carcass of a colossal beast, its menacing form resembling a small mountain, a jade-backed dragon adorned with sharp horns and three-toed claws. The terrifying maw, once capable of rending steel, now clamped tightly onto a grotesquely contorted creation, the infamous blue fire Gatling, that had propelled Qian Sanhu to fame. The ruptured barrel, nearly rendered inoperative, silently bore testament to the horrific power of an S-class sea beast. Ha ha ha. Gasping breaths accompanied the shattered laughter that erupted from Qian Sanhu's throat. His eyes ablaze with a near-manic ecstasy and ferocity. I did it. Cheng Mo, are you watching? Don't think you're the only one who can shine. I, Qian Sanhu, can do it too. It turned out that after his disastrous retreat from the previous assault on Peach Blossom Island, Qian Sanhu had fortuitously stumbled upon another survivor's island. With the overwhelming firepower of his Gatling gun, he effortlessly dispatched the original inhabitants, usurping their territory and becoming the new sovereign of the island. During his plundering of spoils, he fortuitously unearthed a peculiar fruit capable of attracting formidable sea beasts. Thus, a reckless plan was conceived. However, he never anticipated that this fruit would summon an S-class marine monstrosity. The cost was dire. One of his two subordinates lay dead, the other severely injured, and he himself was bruised and battered, with the Gatling gun on the verge of destruction. Yet, the outcome was irresistibly enticing. He had wrought a miracle potent enough to shake the very foundations of the survival world. His gaze greedily swept over the newly acquired steel warship and the precious 1,000 units of resting soil contained within his wristband, an immense sense of satisfaction causing him to tremble with exhilaration. Just wait, Cheng Mo, the leader of Zone 302, will only be me. Ambition, steeped in blood and pain, swelled ever greater. Within the brightly lit living room of the duplex villa on Peach Blossom Island, Han Yuyin set down the items in her hands, her cool voice laced with a hint of gravity breaking the silence. Cheng Mo, check the public frequency information. That Demon Island seems to belong to the guy who barely escaped after the last attack on us. She had been the most anxious during the previous island assault, especially since Han Kiki was still on the island. If the island were breached, Han Kiki's fate would undoubtedly be grim. Had it not been for the old iron and Cheng Mo's timely deployment of the sniper rifle, Peach Blossom Island would have already fallen. Indeed, Cheng Mo nodded, his expression darkening. Qian Sanhu is certainly a considerable nuisance. With consecutive first kills and now acquiring a steel warship along with 1,000 units of resting soil, his rise to power is inevitable. The potential adversary was expanding his strength at an unprecedented pace. Not only that, just as Jiang Yuling entered the room carrying water from the basement, she timely interjected, handing each of them a bottle. We were the first to upgrade our island, which means, under the system's rules, our coordinates are always exposed. Others can find us at will, and they could strike at any moment, while we have no idea where our enemies are. Her analysis pinpointed the most passive aspect. The enemy was hidden while they were exposed. Yes, the risks are substantial. We must prepare swiftly. Han Yuyin immediately concurred, her brow furrowed with concern. Sighing, Cheng Mo twisted open the water bottle and took a long, refreshing gulp of the cold mineral water, exhaling deeply. I am acutely aware of our current predicament. However, The available weaponry to enhance our combat capabilities is indeed limited. The weapons we can deploy right now are primarily 20 Maxim heavy machine guns, 5 redcoat cannons, and 100 bolt-action rifles. As for combat robots and the Shanghai cloud boat, the material shortfall remains considerable. Cheng Mo, we can find ways to address the material shortage later. The pressing priority is to deploy our existing firepower. Han Yuyan furrowed her brow, offering the most pragmatic course of action. Defense is paramount. That makes sense. I shall see to it at once. Cheng Mo's mind plunged into the system warehouse, swiftly rummaging through the inventory. Moments later, his eyes brightened as he unearthed a building blueprint that had nearly been forgotten amid the chaos. A defensive fortress. Level, A grade. Description, a solid barrier that renders the territory impregnable. Cheng Mo could hardly recall when he had acquired this blueprint. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated it directly through the wristband workstation. His gaze swept across the inventory materials list. Manufacturing 24 B-grade fortresses will barely suffice. The workstation glimmered as the components for the fortresses rapidly took shape. Once completed, Cheng Mo promptly ascended to the second floor, activating the holographic virtual map of the territory cabinet, swiftly and accurately positioning the 24 fortresses along the circular mountain range. Just as he finished the placement, Cheng Mo intended to step outside to assess the actual state of the fortresses when Jiang Yuling's voice came urgently from behind him. Wait, Island Master. The first batch of recruits we VE enlisted is about to arrive. Chapter 31, Newcomers Join. No sooner had Jiang Yuling finished speaking than the biological radar station on the second floor emitted a sharp alarm. Let us go take a look. Cheng Mo wasted no time, leading Jiang Yuling and the other two outside. Passing through the camp of the subhumans, he called out to the busy Han Kiki. Gather all the subhuman warriors and follow along. Our new teammates are about to land. It's essential they witness the true strength of Peach Blossom Island. This served both as a demonstration and a deterrent to prevent unnecessary troubles in the future. Before long, Cheng Mo and the 3 others had arrived at the estuary with 30 fully armed subhuman warriors and the formidable snow wolves. On the surface of the sea, a speedboat sliced through the waves, racing towards them, and within mere minutes, its outline became distinctly visible to the onlookers. At the helm of the speedboat was a stunning beauty clad in a fitted denim jacket and tight leather pants, her figure striking as she expertly maneuvered the vessel. Behind her, on a sofa, sat a coldly elegant woman with an extremely short hairstyle, casually paring her nails with a sharp dagger. Standing by the porthole was a younger girl with a bun hairstyle, her demeanor slightly anxious. Moon Sister, is that Peach Blossom Island ahead? But why do they have so many people? The girl, Meow Meow, asked, her unease palpable as she gazed at the throng of figures on the shore. The boat's driver, Hiyu, did not turn back, her voice steady. Meow Meow, I can't say for sure right now. You'll understand once we reach the island. The coldly beautiful woman, Shangguan, scoffed, her voice husky. Humph, Moon Sister, with our capabilities, can't we manage on our own? Why must we join this Peach Blossom Island? Hiyu furrowed her brow, expertly maintaining control of the steering wheel, her tone calm, yet resolute. Shangguan, our island's position has already been exposed. We need to find a sufficiently powerful ally. We both know the consequences. She paused, adding, those people have guns that are not to be trifled with. As they spoke, the speedboat smoothly docked, coming to a steady halt on the shallow beach. Disembark, let us meet our new leader, Hiyu said, decisively shutting off the engine and leaping off the speedboat. Meow Meow and Shangguan exchanged silent glances before following suit onto the gravelly shore. Jiang Yuling, who had long been waiting at the shore, approached with a smile, engaging in brief pleasantries before promptly guiding the 3 of them through the ranks of vigilant subhuman warriors towards the core position occupied by Cheng Mo. This is our island master, Cheng Mo, Jiang Yuling introduced. Cheng Mo's face broke into a gentle smile. Welcome to Peach Blossom Island. Jiang Yuling continued the introduction. Master, this is Hiyu, this is Sun Meow Meow, and this is... However, her sentence abruptly halted, and the atmosphere thickened instantaneously. Han Yuyan and Shangguan Han stepped forward almost in unison, their icy gazes colliding in the air. A palpable tension surged between the two, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Time drifted in their silent standoff. After a long pause, Han Yuyan finally shattered the silence. Is it you? Indeed, it is I. Shangguan Han's lips curled into a scornful smirk. I never expected to encounter the illustrious Han, the campus belle here. Had I known you were present, I would have refrained from coming. It turned out that these two were not only classmates from the police academy, but also shared a profound history. Han Yuyan, with her striking beauty, privileged lineage, and exceptional professional skills, had become the focal point of admiration among the male students, earning the title of the campus beauty. In contrast, Shangguan Han, with her perpetually androgynous attire, fierce combat style, and reclusive nature, was humorously dubbed the tomboy by her peers. Despite this, in core skills such as firearms and hand-to-hand combat, she could rival Han Yuyan, excelling in certain aspects. Isn't it a tad late to mention this now? Han Yuyan's voice was equally frosty, refusing to yield. Isn't it a bit late? Shangwan Han burst into laughter, turning to leave. If I'm unwelcome, then I'll take my leave. Stop. Han Yuyan's voice suddenly rose, laced with authority. As she spoke, 30 subhuman warriors raised their weapons in unison, ominously directed at the three. What do you mean by this? Shangwan Han swiftly pivoted, gripping her dagger tightly, poised for action. Nothing much. Han Yuyan's gaze was sharp as a blade, her tone returning to its customary coldness. Haven't you always wanted to compete for the top spot? Now, I offer you an opportunity. Join Peach Blossom Island, and then, within the confines of the rules, defeat me with your strength. Her words exuded a fierce confidence. Oh, Shangwan Han deftly twirled the dagger in her hand, a taunting glint in her eyes. You want me to join? Aren't you afraid I'll usurp your position? If you possess that capability, Han Yuyan stood her ground. Then feel free to try. All right. As the tension escalated, Cheng Mo stepped forward at the opportune moment, his demeanor warm as he positioned himself between the two. We are all future comrades. Why should we mar the harmony? Although he was unaware of the entirety of their past entanglements, he understood Han Yuyan's character well. She appeared to be asserting dominance, but in reality, she was employing this unique method to retain this individual. Observing the island master personally mediating, Yu and Sun Miao Miao, who had been silently anxious, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they had nearly feared expulsion. With the territory cabinet being retracted, the island would sink within half an hour, leaving them truly homeless. When Cheng Mo led the three into the basin, the sight before them took their breath away. The basin was lush and vibrant, with trees forming a verdant canopy. A distinctly different, refreshing breeze scented with the fragrance of foliage and moisture enveloped them, instantly dispelling the external heat. The temperature here was at least several degrees cooler than outside. Yu could hardly contain her astonishment. Indeed, Jiang Yuling replied with a slight smile. The surrounding mountains and forests form a natural barrier. The basin serves as a little air-conditioned room. Is this lake freshwater? Sun Miao Miao dashed to the lakeside, scooping up a handful of crystal-clear water to splash on her face, exclaiming in delight, Yujia? Hanjia, it really is freshwater. When their eyes fell upon the grand villa by the lakeshore, even the perpetually indifferent Shangwan Han displayed a look of incredulity. Are we to live here? Han Yuyan snorted disdainfully, her tone laced with an air of entitlement. Is there a problem? Aye. Oh my heavens. Sun Miao Miao's astonished exclamation echoed, filled with a sense of wonder. While others struggle for survival, you are here vacationing. Are we even in the same survival world? Cheng Mo turned back to the three, beckoning them with a wave as he pushed open the courtyard gate. Come on. We are home. They followed one by one. This. The typically composed Yu now fixed her gaze intently on a certain spot in the courtyard, her fingers trembling slightly, utterly breaking her composure. Chapter 32, The Assault of the Sea Beasts. Motorhomes, swimming pools, and fruit-bearing peach trees. Is this truly survival? Sun Miao Miao was so astounded that she could barely close her mouth. This is excessively extravagant. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she leaped into the cool swimming pool with a splash. Beside her, Yu quickly explained, Master, Miao Miao is just overly excited. Please don't take offense. No worries. Cheng Mo waved his hand graciously. The pool is for everyone to enjoy. Once inside the villa, Cheng Mo instructed Han Yuyan. Yuyan, please take care of them. I'll head over to the ring-shaped mountains to take a look. With that, he turned and departed. Upon reaching the ring-shaped mountains, Cheng Mo's attention was immediately drawn to several newly completed fortresses. Each fortress was 3 stories high, with the lower level housing a munitions storage area. The main structure was cylindrical, with each floor covering approximately 20 square meters, and the walls were riddled with shooting holes. After meticulously inspecting the fortress's locations and structural integrity, Cheng Mo swiftly began to deploy firepower. He positioned a Maxim machine gun on the second floor of each fortress. Subsequently, he carefully transported 5 red artillery pieces into position. 2 were placed in the fortresses on either side of the mountain gap, while the remaining 3 were deployed in fortresses at 3 other critical directions. This dense network of firepower was sufficient to cover all areas within a kilometer of the beach. Just as he completed the deployment, Cheng Mo spotted Yen and several winged warriors soaring from the basin. At the same time, the communication bracelet on his wrist vibrated. It was an urgent message from Han Yuyan. Cheng Mo, how goes your side? The biological radar has detected anomalies. A large number of sea beasts are surging from the seabed, heading straight for our island. What? They arrived so soon. Cheng Mo slapped his forehead. He quickly issued orders through the team channel. Yin immediately informed the Iron Blood, Catfolk, and Minotaurs to ascend the mountain for defense. The Dogfolk must guard the entrance to the canyon. Kiki, Yuling. You two keep a close watch on the biological radar and report the movements of the sea beasts in real time. Moments later, everyone was in position. Cheng Mo stood atop the fortress on the left side of the mountain gap, his hands moving tirelessly as he raced against time to manufacture 7.62mm ammunition. Both the Maxim machine guns and the bolt-action rifles wielded by the warriors depended on it for sustenance. Without ample ammunition, even the most fortified structures would be futile. Island Master, give me a gun. A hoarse voice called from behind him. Cheng Mo turned around to see Shang Wanhan gazing at him, awaiting a response. How did you get up here? Cheng Mo inquired, somewhat surprised. I am Han Yuyan's classmate, and in terms of combat capability, I am not inferior to her. Shang Wanhan directly stated his identity, his tone imbued with an unwavering certainty that brooked no dissent. All right, Cheng Mo promptly nodded. A flicker of thought conjuring forth 10 bolt-action rifles and 1,000 rounds of ammunition on the ground. Arm yourselves. Secure the firing positions. No sooner had he spoken than his wristband began to vibrate violently. Han Yuyan's anxious voice broke through. Cheng Mo. The sea beasts have reached the shore. Look at the beach. Cheng Mo immediately turned his gaze toward the shoreline. At first glance, it appeared deceptively tranquil. Bang! A sharp gunshot shattered the silence. Following the sound, he saw Lao Tai standing atop the fortress, his rifle steadily aimed at the sea. Bang! Another shot rang out, and this time, Cheng Mo finally caught sight of an ominous spray of water rising from the depths. Lao Tai, Cheng Mo called out urgently, let them come ashore. It's more advantageous to engage them on the beach. His strategy was straightforward. While repelling the sea beasts, he aimed to collect their carcasses as much as possible, each one a precious source of meat. Lao Tai, receiving the command, immediately ceased fire. His gaze fixed warily upon the surface of the water. Within a minute, a relentless tide of sea beasts surged forth like a dark wave, their numbers overwhelming. Among them were the colossal octopuses they had previously encountered, electric eels crackling with energy, ferocious sea snakes, lobsters brandishing massive claws, crabs the size of small hills, and tortoises armored with thick shells. However, the most numerous were the countless sharp-toothed rodents, resembling small puppies. As soon as the horde set foot on the sand, they transformed into a torrent that swept everything in their path, completely engulfing the beach in an instant. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. In an instant, all 24 fortresses unleashed a barrage of fire. A dense hail of bullets wove a lethal net that mercilessly tore through the sea beast ranks, instantly shredding flesh and dyeing the sand in vivid hues of crimson. Boom, 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 boom. Every few seconds, a shell hurtled into the beast throng, exploding in chaos. Bang, 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 bang. Cheng Mo's hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, his rifle continuously belching flames, each bullet striking true at the beast's vital points. As one rifle ran dry, he swiftly replaced it with another, freshly loaded. Thanks to his long-established habits, his wristband storage always held 20 bolt-action rifles, ready for immediate use. Under the ferocious firepower of Peach Blossom Island, the smaller sea beasts were almost instantaneously decimated, leaving only the larger armored creatures stubbornly pressing forward. At a critical juncture, Lao Tai's heavy Barrett sniper rifle and Han Yuyan's demon-slaying sniper unleashed their might, the thunderous roars purpose-built for penetrating armor. The first wave of sea beasts had come ferociously and retreated just as rapidly. Within a mere 10 minutes, the beach was strewn with layers of carcasses, exuding a pungent stench. I didn't realize your marksmanship was so precise, Cheng Mo remarked, hastily reloading his empty rifle while glancing at Shang Wanhan, who was stationed behind the shooting hole of the fortress. Fortunately, Shang Wanhan did not indulge in excessive niceties, his tone calm, compared to the island lord. There's still a considerable gap. Cheng Mo nodded, feeling a bit sheepish. He understood that his proficiency with firearms stemmed entirely from the skill scrolls, while Shang Wanhan and Han Yuyan relied on rigorous training and real-world experience. Cheng Mo, the wristband vibrated again with an urgent message from Han Kiki. The sea beasts are coming again. This time, their attack route is from the freshwater river. Damn, these beasts actually have tactical acumen. Cheng Mo cursed under his breath, sprinting down the stairs with fervor. Shang Wan, the upper area is in your hands. Before he finished speaking, he had already dashed like a whirlwind to the base of the fortress. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, boom, bang, bang. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated once more around the mountains. Cheng Mo's gaze swept across the beach. Indeed, another massive wave of beasts was surging towards the shore, rivaling the previous onslaught. Just as Cheng Mo doubted Han Kiki's detection, the freshwater lake erupted in a colossal wave. Countless sea beasts surged forth from the lake, unhesitatingly charging toward the core of Peach Blossom Island, the villa by the lakeside. Damn it, they're trying to flank me. Cheng Mo's eyes widened in fury, and he pushed his speed to its utmost limits. surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary human fivefold. In the midst of his dash, his rifle transformed into a slender machete, while his left hand brandished a gleaming, sharp dagger. Flash, flash, flash. Cheng Mo's figure became a whirling tempest as he plunged into the throng of beasts heading for the villa. The blade danced like a streak of lightning, and each flash of the dagger's cold light was accompanied by the sounds of shattered shells and severed limbs. Wherever he passed, the sea beasts were cleaved in half as if thrown into a meat grinder, their warm blood and entrails splattering the ground. The razor-sharp dagger unveiled its terrifying true power in this brutal melee. Chapter 33, The Battle Concludes. Cheng Mo had just finished clearing the sea beast from in front of the villa when he lifted his gaze to see Han Yuyin leading 5 warrior canines in a bloody skirmish at the mountain's gap. Though her sniper rifle was a long-range weapon, she wielded it with the ferocity of a melee weapon, often pressing the barrel against the beast's foreheads before firing. The 5 canine warriors were equally fearsome. Their machetes moved as fast as lightning, each strike expertly claiming the life of a sea beast. However, as the battle dragged on, their blades began to dull and wear down. Cheng Mo even witnessed one warrior's blade shatter upon striking a giant lobster's formidable claw. Strangely, the weaponless canine warrior did not falter. Instead, he unleashed an even fiercer combat prowess. His fingers curled into sharp claws, and with a series of rapid strikes that blurred into mere shadows, he managed to sever the massive lobster's claw. By the heavens, are the canine warriors this formidable? Cheng Mo marveled inwardly. In a flash, his instincts propelled him forward, gripping the sharp dagger in his left hand for offense. He wielded the machete in his right for defense. Within mere moments, Cheng Mo shot like an arrow to the heart of the fierce battle at the gap. Everyone retreat. Fall back to the villa, he ordered sharply, swiftly taking over the front line to carve a bloody path for his comrades, covering Han Yuyin and several canine warriors as they hastily retreated to safety. Moments later, the gunfire on the mountainside ceased entirely. Before Cheng Mo and the others, no living sea beasts remained. Blood, like paint, spread across the surface of the freshwater lake in vast crimson splotches. Breathing heavily, Cheng Mo turned to Han Yuyin and the canine warriors beside her. Are you all right? We're fine. Thank you for your concern, Island Lord. We are unharmed. Gazing at the mountain of sea beast corpses piled by the lakeside, Cheng Mo fell into a brief silence. Quietly, he retrieved a pack of 8x9 from his storage space, followed by a box of matches. With a flick, the flame licked the cigarette. As the smoke was deeply inhaled into his lungs, a warm current surged through his body, seemingly sweeping away all fatigue. And even the vigor expended moments earlier was restored with the rapidity of a spring's flow. Is this the power of an A-grade item? Cheng Mo murmured. Just then, Han Yuyin stepped forward, unceremoniously snatching the cigarette from his lips. Didn't I tell you not to smoke? Her almond eyes widened, poised to discard it. Wait, don't throw it away. Cheng Mo quickly interjected. This isn't just any ordinary cigarette. Try it. You won't believe it. A flicker of skepticism crossed Han Yuyin's eyes. Yet, compelled by Cheng Mo's earnest demeanor, she took a puff. The moment the smoke entered her throat, a shiver coursed through her, an indescribable sensation of exhilaration flooding her limbs, as all weariness evaporated in an instant. See, I wasn't lying. Cheng Mo chuckled, lighting another one for himself, taking 2 deep drags before offering it to the still-labored Inuyasha. You 5, take turns trying this. Thank you, Island Master. Inuyasha replied solemnly, clasping his fists in salute before accepting the cigarette and cautiously taking a puff, feeling the warm surge within him and the rapid restoration of his strength, which sparked a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. He took 2 more puffs before passing it to the next warrior, as wisps of blue smoke curled upwards. For figures clad in white descended silently before Cheng Mo. Island Master. All sea beasts have been eradicated. There are no living creatures within a 10-mile radius. Shall we commence the battlefield cleanup? The leader, a winged man named Yin, inquired with a clear voice. Let everyone catch their breath first. Then conduct a thorough check of the perimeter. Cheng Mo commanded with calm authority. Understood. Yin nodded briskly, raising his hand to signal. And the 3 winged warriors behind him instantly took to the skies, darting towards the mountains to relay the orders. Almost simultaneously, Cheng Mo's wrist communicator vibrated. Brother Cheng Mo, all sea beasts near our island have fallen silent. We are temporarily safe. Good. You and Yuling keep watch. Report immediately if there's any sign of movement. Cheng Mo responded, turning to Yin. Notify all combat personnel to descend and clean the battlefield. He then added in the team channel. Everyone, except Kiki and Yuling, participate in the cleanup, prioritizing the identification of edible sea beasts. Received. Understood. With the orders given, the entire Peach Blossom Island team sprang into action with remarkable efficiency. By evening, The battlefield cleanup was complete. Cheng Mo and Han Yuyan stood at the steps of the villa, reporting, "We have collected a total of 3,951 sea beast carcasses from this battle, including 52 high-tier individuals of A grade or above. Our side has suffered no casualties." Cheng Mo nodded, surveying the weary yet exhilarated faces of his comrades. "Thank you all for your hard work. Pass it on. Tonight, there will be a barbecue party in the villa garden." A smile played upon his lips. "I have several top-notch grills and ample seasonings prepared, enough for everyone." "Great," Han Yuyan replied, warmth lighting her eyes. Once arrangements were finalized, Cheng Mo returned to the sofa in the second-floor lounge. He needed to assess the impact of this beast tide. Opening the regional channel, the number of survivors in the upper right corner struck him with a pang. The area, which had once housed over 9,000 souls prior to the beast tide, now dwindled to a mere 4,323, nearly half lost. Within the channel, a mix of sorrow and relief permeated the discussions, centering around the brutal defense and the pivotal role of weaponry. "Damn it. I have a 60-square-meter island, and over 20 sea beasts appeared. 2 teammates are gone." Crying, "What the hell? Just 20 over 60 square meters? We're in deep trouble with our 110 square meters. Over 100 showed up. If it weren't for the stone houses holding up, we would have been done for." Anger, fear. Thankfully, we had some gear prepared, or we would have been in dire straits. Observing the flurry of messages, Cheng Mo took a deep breath. Sharing the burden as fellow countrymen was essential. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke in the channel. "Everyone, after disaster, survival is the greatest capital. A blessing in disguise, one might say. Although this beast tide has caused great losses, it also brings a rich food supply, sufficient to support and exchange for necessary development. To aid you all in living better, I have decided to provide a batch of defensive fortifications and weapons to the survivors in this region." The moment his words were uttered, the channel erupted in excitement. "Damn, the big shot is amazing. Cheng Mo is formidable. Worship, thank you, big shot. You've saved our lives." Moved to tears. "Long live the big shot. Long live the big shot." Amidst the expressions of gratitude and astonishment, curiosity arose regarding Peach Blossom Island's experiences. "Big shot, how many sea beasts did you encounter? Did you also endure it?" "Yeah, big shot. How was it on your end? Did you come away unscathed?" Facing the surge of inquisitiveness, Cheng Mo simply replied in the channel, "Not too bad, just over 4,000. Chapter 34, The Barbecue Party. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment Cheng Mo's message was sent, the regional channel was instantly flooded with gasps of disbelief. What is going on? Was 4,000 a lot? Cheng Mo chuckled at the reactions, his fingers dancing over the virtual keyboard. What the hell? He is definitely doing this on purpose, right? This is blatant showboating. Big shot. You are being subtly ostentatious, and it's deadly. Exactly. Chenggu, share some real insights with us. How did you manage to take down 4,000 sea beasts without any casualties? 1-800 help. The channel buzzed with excitement, everyone clamoring for Cheng Mo to reveal his secrets. Cheng Mo rubbed his hands together, a trademark sly grin spreading across his face. Ahem, brothers, sharing experiences is not out of the question. But you all know what kind of image I have in your minds, right? Want the goods? Simple. Each of you send me a piece of soul stone as a consultation fee, and I guarantee it's worth every penny." With the message sent, he raised an eyebrow in triumph. You, damn it. His true nature as a businessman is fully exposed. Same old recipe, same old flavor. Boycott. Let us resolutely resist this unscrupulous merchant. The channel erupted in a chorus of complaints, rising and falling. Yet, Cheng Mo's communicator chimed incessantly. A flood of transaction requests for soul stones pouring in. Observing his compatriots who were vocally denouncing him yet unhesitatingly paying up, a satisfied smirk played on Cheng Mo's lips. All right, you generous bosses." He cleared his throat and began to educate. "Since everyone is so sincere, I'll graciously share with you. Want to fend off a beast tide with ease like me? There are 3 key points. First, a circular defensive position is fundamental. When your island reaches level 1 and you can choose the terrain, select a circular mountain like I did. Second, a tactic of sheer numbers is essential. You need plenty of people. Third, well, your weaponry must keep pace. Only sturdy gear will do." Just as he finished, the channel erupted into chaos. The clamor for retribution intensified. "Cheng Mo, you liar. Refund me. I already knew all this." "Exactly. If I had a few hundred people and some firearms, I could do even better than you. You scoundrel. You're even scamming children. Doesn't your conscience hurt? I curse you to eat 8 meals a day with a snicker." He cursed the heavens above, wishing ill upon them. Faced with the relentless criticism flooding the channel, Cheng Mo remained utterly unperturbed, his face as impassive as a fortress wall, completely immune to their barbs. Now, esteemed patrons, let us not be hasty." He typed with remarkable speed. Is it not merely circular defense? I can provide a solution. As for manpower, he added with a chuckle, alas, I must regretfully decline. You shall have to rely on your own resources. Are you certain you won't lead us astray this time? Really? Shall we trust you once more? The crowd voiced their concerns. Everyone, let us not act rashly. Let him elaborate on how he intends to resolve this. Indeed, Cheng Mo, do enlighten us on how you plan to assist. Is that even a question? My name is synonymous with reliability. Cheng Mo grinned like a fox that had pilfered a hen. Circular defense? A piece of cake. Just purchase more of my fortresses and stack them like building blocks. Not enough weapons? Fear not. Brand new bolt-action rifles, razor-sharp alloy knives, bulk discounts available, honesty guaranteed. How about that? A professional, one-stop solution. Why hesitate when action speaks louder than words? Ugh, you truly are a con artist, merely trying to swindle us into buying your fortresses. Another chimed in. Exactly. You big deceiver, we shan't fall for your tricks. As public sentiment began to sway against him once more, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Cheng Mo's eyes. He swiftly typed a decisive blow. Ah, I see. If you esteemed patrons find my humble offerings beneath your notice, I shall simply place my surplus fortresses and weapons on the public trading platform. Highest bidder wins. Do not blame me for not prioritizing my loyal comrades. He feigned a tone of helplessness. Wait. No. Cheng Gu, Cheng Yi. We were just joking. Please don't take it to heart. Yes. Cheng Gu. You are magnanimous. Do not stoop to our level. Regarding your fortresses, what would the pricing be? Boss, you're the most dashing. Boss, you're incredible. I admit I was blind to your greatness. Observing the swift turnaround in the channel, where flattery and sycophancy reigned, Cheng Mo smirked triumphantly. Oh, can I not have my way with you? He then succinctly sent a message within the channel. Esteemed patrons, kindly compile your lists of requirements and send them to my assistant. Delivery will be arranged for tomorrow morning. Latecomers will be left wanting. With that, he exited the group chat, having achieved his goal. Cheng Mo let out a sigh of relief as he began rummaging through the warehouse for the necessary materials to manufacture his goods. His stockpile of weapon crafting materials was reasonably ample, and he stuffed everything into the manufacturing queue at the workbench. Before long, the warehouse boasted 322 brand new bolt-action rifles and 2,000 boxes of gleaming ammunition. Scanning the inventory list, Cheng Mo noticed a significant depletion in resources and frowned slightly. It seems I must prioritize the procurement of weapon materials for tomorrow's exchange, he murmured to himself. Just as he was contemplating this, the door swung open, and Han Kiki fluttered in like a delicate butterfly, leaping into Cheng Mo's embrace without a word, her face tilted up with a radiant smile. Cheng Mo, the barbecue party is all set. Barely finishing her sentence, she planted a quick kiss on Cheng Mo's cheek. He chuckled, reciprocating with a swift peck on her soft cheek. Let us go. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting. He took her hand and began to descend the stairs. No need to go downstairs. Han Kiki replied with a bright smile, pulling him back. We're barbecuing on the second floor balcony. Sister Yuling mentioned that the Yaran warriors have already set up the grill in the garden. It's best we maintain a modicum of distance befitting our status as lords. Cheng Mo paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yuling is quite considerate. That is indeed prudent. The pair made their way to the spacious second floor balcony, which had been prepared with a charming barbecue grill emitting curling wisps of steam. Yu and Jiang Yuling were already hard at work, the aroma of food mingling with the cool night air, creating an inviting atmosphere. Island Master, this way, please. Upon seeing Cheng Mo approach, the busy Yu set down her utensils and pulled out a chair at the table beside the grill, gesturing for him to sit. Cheng Mo accepted graciously, embodying the demeanor befitting a leader. No sooner had he settled in than Sun Miao Miao produced a chilled case of beer from an unknown source, eagerly opening a bottle for Cheng Mo. Where did this beer come from? I don't recall us having any of this, Cheng Mo inquired, puzzled. Island Master, boss. This was from the supply boxes we opened earlier. We saved it for this occasion, and what better time to enjoy it than at this barbecue party? All right, everyone. Let us put down our work and gather for a drink, Cheng Mo announced, noticing the table already laden with a variety of grilled delights. Upon hearing this, everyone took their seats, and as they raised their glasses in a toast, Jiang Yuling suddenly exclaimed, wait. I think we should take a few photos to commemorate this moment. Yes. This is our first barbecue party in this world. The girls echoed in agreement. Reluctantly, Cheng Mo complied, allowing them to capture the moment. As soon as the photos were taken, he plopped back into his chair and guzzled his beer. Yuling, what are you doing? Come and drink. All right. I'll be right there. Let me just send these photos to our team channel. As she looked up to respond, her finger had already clicked send, though she had failed to notice that it was not the team channel, but rather the world channel. Chapter 35. This son-in-law, I have chosen. While the folks on Peach Blossom Island reveled in their drinks, The dark sea surface was illuminated by the flickering light of distant bonfires. By one such fire, 3 men were joyfully feasting on grilled fish. The man in the center was clearly the leader of the trio. As he gnawed on a charred piece of fish, he mechanically scrolled through the world chat channel. Damn it! Suddenly, he shot up from his seat as if scorched by flames, hurling the half-eaten fish to the ground in a fit of fury. Are we not allowed to enjoy a peaceful meal anymore? His face was ashen as he bellowed toward the dark sea. Boss, what is going on? One of the underlings, startled, hurried to retrieve the fallen fish, brushing off the sand with a pained expression. What's wrong? Open your eyes and look at the world channel. The leader's chest heaved with indignation, his tone laced with frustration. What a spectacle they have over there. Villas, barbecues, beer, beauties. And what do we have? Just these measly fish bones. He pointed angrily at the few scrawny fish drying by the fire. Barbecue? Beer? Villas? Beauties? The 2 underlings exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Instinctively, they opened the world channel. Upon seeing the chaos, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. The world channel was ablaze with excitement, ignited by a name, Peach Blossom Island. What is going on at Peach Blossom Island? We can't even set up a proper shelter, and they're throwing a grand feast. Help! What am I witnessing? There's only 1 man on that island, and the rest are all stunningly beautiful women. Damn, is that a villa? Boss, please take me in. I want to live there. Behold the sumptuous seafood feast laid out upon the table, lavish lobsters, grilled oysters, rendering one's mouth utterly unable to contain its salivation. Envious tears, unbidden, cascade from the corners of my lips, leaving me in a state of despair. The clamor from upstairs, a cacophony of voices, begins to coalesce into a surging tide of discontent. Brothers, we share the blood of Huagua. The fact that Cheng Mo indulges in the finest delicacies and resides in a villa signifies that he possesses an abundance of resources. I propose we compel him to share some with us. United we stand. Indeed, why should we struggle for survival while he luxuriates in leisure? He must distribute his supplies. Voices of agreement rise in a chorus. Cheng Mo, come forth and speak. Cheng Mo, do not feign ignorance. We know you are lurking online. Cheng Mo, step up decisively. We are not greedy. We merely request half of your provisions for communal sharing. Let this matter rest. Meanwhile, foreign IDs observing from the sidelines revel in the unfolding drama. Haha, is this where infighting begins? Front row seats available for snacks and drinks. Let the show commence. The world channel simmers like boiling oil, billions of eyes driven to frenzy by a mere few photographs, emotions surging like tumultuous waves. Yet, the absolute protagonist of this tempest, Cheng Mo of Peach Blossom Island, remains blissfully unaware. At this moment, he stands with 1 foot perched upon a chair, his face aglow as he raises a goblet in a defiant challenge to the aloof Shengwan Han. Come, come, let us down another bottle. Tonight, we drink until we are senseless. Drink? Do you fear me? Shengwan Han raises an eyebrow, unyielding as she seizes a bottle, tilting her head back for a swift, decisive gulp. Cheng Mo stares in astonishment. I cannot believe my eyes. To defend his manly pride, Cheng Mo grits his teeth, steels himself, and mimics her actions, chugging down as well. Alas, after the first bottle, dizzying sensations envelop him, and he collapses into his chair, oblivious to all. Shengwan Han sets down her empty bottle, casting a puzzled glance at the nearby Han Yuyan, her eyes inquiring. Is this all he can handle? Han Yuyan shrugs helplessly. I had no inkling he was this weak. 3 bottles, and he's out cold. Meanwhile, on a distant island within this vast ocean, in a modest yet sturdy stone dwelling, a gentle-faced middle-aged woman nestles against a square-jawed man, eagerly raising her wrist. Old Han. Look, is that not Yuyan and Kiki? On the projection screen, the images of Cheng Mo with the Han sisters at a lavish seaside banquet are unmistakable. The square-jawed man halts his activities, his gaze sharpening as it fixates on the screen. Moments later, his hearty laughter fills the stone house. Ha! Truly my 2 precious daughters. My dear, where did you find this? On the World Channel. The photos originated from that first upgraded island, Peach Blossom Island. The father's mirth fades as he scrutinizes the images more closely, lingering particularly on Cheng Mo's face, his tone abruptly souring. Damn, that scoundrel. He hasn't laid his hands on our 2 precious daughters, has he? Before the words leave his lips, the mother pinches him sharply at the waist. Aren't precious daughters meant to be pursued? You do recall that I was once your precious cabbage too, don't you? Look at the lives Yuyan and Kiki are leading now. They are living in a villa. Other matters aside, I accept this son-in-law. All right. Whatever you say, my dear. The father instantly adopts a conciliatory smile. Should we not attempt to reach out to our daughters? The mother sighs, her expression dimming. Still no luck. The system indicates they are not in the same domain. Ever since everyone was thrust into this peculiar world, their ID wristbands transformed into real names. She has made repeated attempts to contact her daughters, only to be met with the chilling message of domain isolation. The world channel remains functional. Yet each individual is limited to merely 10 messages a day, swiftly drowning in a deluge of information, their cries for their daughters likely unheard. Well, the father sighs heavily, embracing his wife. Knowing that our 2 girls are alive and thriving is more than enough. In this cursed place, who knows what tomorrow may bring? He leans in closer to his wife's ear, his voice dropping to a husky whisper, tinged with the rare warmth of fatigue. My dear, it is getting late. Should we not engage in some exercise? The mother flushes, playfully striking him. You rascal. After all these years, is that all you think about? As time quietly ebbs away, the clamor of Peach Blossom Island begins to subside. The night sky remains a heavy crimson hue. A cool sea breeze sweeps across the villa's balcony, where Han Yuyan stands, gazing into the starless abyss of the ocean. The inebriated Cheng Mo has already been aided away by He Yu and Sun Miao Miao. As Shang Wanhan walks behind them, she halts at the doorway. Turning back to scrutinize Han Yuyan on the balcony, her voice hesitant, yet seeking final confirmation. Are you certain this is what you want? You do not regret it? Upon hearing this, Han Yuyan slowly turns her head. She glances at the unchanging crimson night sky, her gaze resolute as she nods earnestly. If you wish to thrive, to truly establish yourselves in this world, you must follow my guidance. Her voice, though soft, carries an undeniable authority. Understood. Shang Wanhan is momentarily taken aback, as if deciphering a deeper meaning from Han Yuyan's expression, before nodding in comprehension. Clearly, her interpretation of thriving aligns, in some subtle way, with Han Yuyan's vision of strengthening the island's might. Observing her understanding, Han Yuyan refrains from further explanation. Some matters require no elucidation, for the outcomes will speak for themselves. As she watches the 3 disappear around the corner of the porch, Han Kiki gently approaches her sister from behind, her soft hands resting on her shoulders. Her tone tinged with melancholy. Sister, in truth, given our current circumstances, we are already far ahead of the majority. Must we truly go this far? Enough, Kiki. Han Yuyan does not turn, her voice chillingly calm. The rise of Demon Island is all but assured, though he escaped last time. The outcome remains uncertain should we encounter him again. She pauses, her tone growing grave. Furthermore, countless unseen eyes are fixated on the bounty that is Peach Blossom Island. Any opportunity that can bolster our strength and enhance our chances of survival must not be overlooked. Her gaze once more drifts to the unfathomable depths of the Black Ocean, as if silently responding to the ominous pressure that draws ever closer. The following morning, sunlight filters through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, rousing the slumbering Cheng Mo. He rubs his throbbing temples, murmuring groggily, Did I drink counterfeit liquor? How could I have collapsed after just 2 or 3 bottles? Shaking off the remnants of his stupor, he throws off the covers and swings his legs over the side of the bed. However, as his feet touch the ground, an unfamiliar chill radiates from his lower body. Cheng Mo glances down in confusion, his eyes widening in shock. What the hell? Who removed my pants? Was it Kiki? Before he can ponder further, his gaze inadvertently sweeps across the disheveled sheets, 2 stark patches of dark crimson catching his eye. A daring thought surges through his mind. Could it be? He immediately summoned the universal fishing rod to examine its attributes, and to his astonishment, the number of fishing attempts had surged from 12 to 21. A knowing smile curled at the corners of Cheng Mo's lips. This matter, aside from Han Yuyan, could only involve her. After a brief freshening up, he meandered downstairs to the main hall. In the living room, 6 women were seated on the sofa, engrossed in discussion. Upon seeing Cheng Mo descend, Han Kiki promptly pulled him to sit beside her on the sofa. Han Yuyan, her expression serious, turned to him and said, Cheng Mo, there is something we need to discuss. Yuyan, feel free to speak your mind. Cheng Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Given the current scale of our island, certain tasks may require a realignment. Han Yuyan articulated clearly. Please, go on, Cheng Mo encouraged her. I propose that Miao Miao join Yuling's external trade group. In the foreseeable future, our resource acquisition will heavily rely on trade, and Yuling alone may struggle to manage it all. That sounds reasonable. Let us proceed with that arrangement. Cheng Mo readily agreed. Han Yuyan continued. Additionally, I would like to assign Shang Wanhan the responsibility of training the 30 subhuman warriors, overseeing combat operations, and managing the daily logistics. Is that appropriate? Cheng Mo gazed into Han Yuyan's eyes, attempting to discern her true intentions. This suggestion took him by surprise. And even Shang Wanhan, sitting nearby, displayed evident astonishment. Why was Han Yuyan granting her such significant authority right off the bat? What was her aim? Indeed, it is appropriate. Han Yuyan's response was unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. Very well, if you believe it to be fitting, Cheng Mo ceased his inquiries. Then what about Hiyu? Kiki, and you? How shall we arrange our roles? Han Yuyen appeared well prepared. Hiyu studies agriculture, and I intend for her to temporarily oversee the island's agricultural cultivation and aquaculture. As the island expands, self-sufficiency will be the key to our longevity. I completely concur. Cheng Mo nodded. Kiki will continue to manage logistics. As for you, just ensure the smooth operation of this island. As for me, he flashed his signature carefree smile. I shall continue to be a happy fisherman. With that, Cheng Mo cheerfully retrieved his fishing rod and strolled leisurely toward the door. As he watched his figure fade from view, Shangwan Han turned her gaze back and, with a playful tone, remarked to Han Yuyen. It seems our island master is rather uninterested in wielding power, does he not? Han Yuyen shot her a glance, her expression calm. Enough. We have been rivals for 4 years. We know each other well. Cheng Mo isn't disinterested. Rather, he places absolute trust in all of us. As for the reasons. Her voice lowered slightly, casting a meaningful glance around the group. I believe you all understand without me needing to elaborate. While it may appear stable now, we are ultimately seen as a lucrative target by others. The moment an opportunity arises, those lurking shadows will undoubtedly seek to pounce. By the lake, Cheng Mo deftly cast his first line of the day. Whoosh. The water rippled, and a row of ominous black silhouettes of off-road vehicles materialized along the shore. Congratulations. You have acquired 20 UTVs. No more of those mundane living supplies today? Cheng Mo murmured, casting his line once again. Congratulations. You have obtained a blueprint for a semi-automatic rifle. Congratulations. You have acquired 10 fuel tankers. Congratulations. You have received 100 potatoes. Congratulations. You have obtained a dragon-slaying sword. Congratulations. You have acquired a dimensional warehouse. The 21 fishing opportunities were swiftly exhausted, yielding quite satisfactory rewards, at least this time. It wasn't all mundane supplies. Just after he finished fishing, Cheng Mo, unable to contain his curiosity, eagerly searched for the legendary dragon-slaying sword. However, when the blade came into view, his expression darkened instantaneously. What on earth is this? What he held in his hands was unmistakably a toy sword, crafted entirely from cheap plastic, with a prominent button on the handle. Skeptical, he pressed it. In the name of the moon, I shall punish you. Badalala. Little magical fairy. Damn it. Cheng Mo was so incensed he nearly choked, and with a furious motion, he hurled it to the ground. Then stomped on it a few more times in frustration. Brother Cheng Mo, what are you doing? Han Kiki's sweet, curious voice suddenly chimed from behind him. Cheng Mo froze, slowly turning to face her, forcing a smile. Ahem, nothing much, just working on my leg exercises. As he said this, he instinctively stepped on it again. Just so happened, he landed right on the switch, and the childish electronic voice blared once more. In the name of the moon, I shall punish you. Uft. Ha 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 ha. Han Kiki laughed uncontrollably. Brother Cheng Mo, I didn't know you liked to play with this. After this unexpected interlude, Cheng Mo finally tallied his primary gains. SSS level dimensional warehouse 1, B level semi-automatic rifle blueprint 1, B level fuel tanker 10, C level UTV 20, C level potatoes 100. His gaze fell upon the glimmering SSS level item, and his heart nearly skipped a beat. Taking a deep breath, he focused on examining the details. Dimensional warehouse. Level SSS. Description: an otherworldly warehouse occupying 200 square meters, featuring 10,000 independent storage compartments. Time within this space is absolutely static and must be placed within a physical structure to bind with the territory cabinet. Oh my goodness. This time, I truly struck gold. Cheng Mo was so excited he nearly jumped up, his face betraying uncontainable joy. With this, the meager space at home would be of no consequence. No longer would he have to fret over mountains of supplies. Chapter 37, Material Shortage. After reviewing the attributes of the dimensional warehouse, Cheng Mo swiftly gathered all the scattered materials from the ground into his wristband and turned to dash toward the villa. Brother Cheng Mo, wait for me. Seeing him leave without looking back, Han Kiki stamped her foot in frustration and hurried after him. As soon as Cheng Mo returned to the villa's main hall, he noticed the others were still present and immediately called out, "Ladies, please quickly clear out the basement." Han Kiki, who rushed in right after him, instantly looked dismayed. Brother Cheng Mo, we just put in so much effort to fill the basement. You want to empty it now? Yes, immediately. I've acquired something extraordinarily valuable, and you'll find out soon. Cheng Mo spoke rapidly, leaving that statement hanging as he dashed up to the second floor. Though the others were puzzled, they quickly sprang into action upon seeing the excitement on his face. Arriving at the territory cabinet on the second floor, Cheng Mo swiftly operated the interface, preparing to connect the dimensional warehouse to the territory cabinet, ready to install this spatial treasure as soon as the basement was cleared. Before long, the 6 companions returned upstairs, each wearing an expression of curiosity directed at Cheng Mo. Cheng Mo understood immediately. The basement had been cleared. He promptly focused on operating the territory cabinet. Buzz. The territory cabinet trembled slightly, and a soft white glow flickered as the dimensional warehouse was successfully installed. The interface of the territory cabinet now displayed a brand new option, dimensional warehouse. Cheng Mo, unable to contain his anticipation, clicked on it, revealing an empty dimensional warehouse interface. Ladies, hurry. He raised his head and addressed the crowd, instructing, transfer all the supplies from your wristband warehouses into this dimensional warehouse. Although a myriad of questions filled their minds, their unwavering trust in Cheng Mo left no room for hesitation, and they promptly approached to execute his command. Once everyone had completed the transfer, Cheng Mo likewise transferred all the items from his own warehouse. Upon inspection, exhilaration washed over him. This dimensional warehouse not only boasted a vast expanse, but also possessed formidable functionalities. Items placed within could be automatically categorized and organized, even supporting a search feature. By simply entering the name of an item, relevant information would instantaneously appear before them. To his delight, the 7 individuals from Peach Blossom Island, combined with the original stock from the territory cabinet, occupied less than 300 slots. Cheng Mo swiftly navigated the interface to set permissions. All right. He turned to his companions to announce, I have assigned each of you the appropriate permissions. From now on, each individual may only retrieve supplies according to their designated permissions, though storage remains unrestricted. Henceforth, aside from personal weapons, gear, and a few essentials, all resources should be deposited here. Any objections? No objections. The crowd replied in unison, their voices brimming with curiosity and anticipation for this superlative warehouse. Excellent. Now, let us each test our operational permissions. Should you encounter any issues, inform me at once. With a grand wave of his hand, Cheng Mo beckoned them. The group gathered around the territory cabinet, taking turns to operate and test their permissions. Once they confirmed their settings were accurate and operation smooth, they dispersed, content with the new functionality to attend to other matters. After they departed, Han Yuyin approached Cheng Mo with deliberate steps. Cheng Mo, she called softly, her voice calm, yet carrying an undercurrent of seriousness. I have a request. May I be assigned the command permissions previously held by Lao Tai? Lao Tai? Cheng Mo responded, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. Yet he hesitated not for a moment. Certainly, take them. His straightforwardness momentarily caught Han Yuyin off guard. She could not help but remind him, have you considered this thoroughly? He is an S-class combat robot and wields an S-class heavy sniper. Cheng Mo fixed his gaze upon her, his inquiry piercingly direct. Will you betray me? Han Yuyin shook her head, her tone resolute. No. Then that settles it. Cheng Mo replied with a trusting smile, before turning his attention back to the territory cabinet. Go on, attend to your matters. I must hasten to upgrade the island. Last night, I fortuitously acquired over 4,000 units of soil. He chuckled, unable to conceal his pride. Han Yuyin watched his retreating figure, her emotions surging before ultimately manifesting as a barely audible sigh, as she turned and left silently. A low, rumbling vibration accompanied by a gentle tremor swept through the island, initiating its expansion. Moments later, the vibrations ceased, and the territory cabinet displayed the island's area, which had astonishingly transformed to an impressive 7,859 square meters. Cheng Mo ascended to the second-floor balcony, surveying the scene below. The courtyard within the walls remained exquisite. Yet beyond the enclosure, the freshwater lake's width had surged to over 10 meters, while the diameter of the entire basin had extended to nearly 80 meters. After a cursory examination of the island's transformation, Cheng Mo returned indoors, preparing to embark on the next phase of development. He reviewed the blueprints and equipment at his disposal to enhance his strength. B-Class Semi-Automatic Rifle Blueprint, S-Class Iron Curtain Sentinel Blueprint, S-Class Ocean Cloud Boat Blueprint. The materials required for the semi-automatic rifle were commonplace. There was no need for hesitation. He would proceed with crafting it. After a flurry of activity at the wristband workstation, a brand new, glinting semi-automatic rifle soon materialized in Cheng Mo's hands. Its design bore resemblance to the Garand, yet most notably featured a protruding, curved magazine beneath the barrel, capable of holding 20 rounds, using the very 7.62mm full-size rifle ammunition they currently possessed. It perfectly adapted to their existing bolt-action rifle and heavy machine gun ammunition systems. Cheng Mo weighed the new weapon with satisfaction before deftly placing it within the wristband warehouse. Then opened the details of the remaining 2 S-Class blueprints. Blueprint, Iron Curtain Sentinel Level, S-Class Description, Versatile Ground Combat Mechanical Unit with exceptional environmental adaptability. Material requirements, 50 alloy, 10 nanofibers, 5 electronic components, 5 energy crystals. Blueprint, Ocean Cloud Boat, Level, S-Class Description, an oversized amphibious strategic vehicle platform, integrating combat, transport, and survival functions. Material requirements: 100 dragon bones, 100 ancient ironwood, 50 floating stones, 100 energy crystals, 500 alloys. Upon scrutinizing the material requirements, Cheng Mo's brow furrowed in dismay. He quickly checked his current inventory. Only 23 units of alloy and a mere 19 energy crystals were available, while the other materials were entirely unfamiliar to him. The vast deficit posed a significant dilemma. A headache began to throb at the forefront of his mind. Just then, Jiang Yuling rushed hurriedly up from downstairs. Island Master, the rifles and fortifications you previously ordered for sale have all been sold out, and many people are pressing for more. Could you possibly manufacture another batch? Bring the recovered supplies to the dimensional warehouse. I will attend to it immediately. Cheng Mo ceased his contemplation, a sudden realization striking him as he saw Jiang Yuling. If materials were in short supply, then she was the answer. He promptly sent her the list of needed materials. Yuling, I have sent you a list. Gather as much as you can. Jiang Yuling, having just finished her tasks, glanced at the message from her wristband and exclaimed, I know where to find dragon bones. Chapter 38, Exploring Dragon Valley. Where are the dragon bones? Cheng Mo's pupils contracted sharply, and he sprang from the sofa, gripping Jiang Yuling's wrist with fervor, his voice brimming with excitement. Clarify. Jiang Yuling flinched at his sudden reaction, hastily explaining, Island Master. Someone contacted me previously, offering a Dragon Valley teleportation scroll in exchange for 100 sets of fortifications and rifles, but I declined, thinking he was asking too much. Cheng Mo's initial eagerness waned, replaced by confusion, as he released her hand and returned to the sofa. Yuling, do you not understand the value of that scroll? Island Master, I am well aware. Jiang Yuling quickly added, her tone laced with commercial acumen. Precisely because I am aware, I aim to negotiate down his price. He was asking far too high. Well done. Cheng Mo instantly grasped her strategy and commanded, contact him immediately, by any means necessary. I want that scroll in my hands within the hour. Understood. Jiang Yuling agreed without hesitation. Cheng Mo waved his hand dismissively. From now on, do not call me Island Master. It sounds awkward. Just call me boss. Yes, boss. Jiang Yuling promptly complied, turning to handle the communication. Once Jiang Yuling had completed her tasks, Cheng Mo swiftly called Han Yuyan over the team channel. Yuyan, prepare yourself. We have an urgent situation and need to head out immediately. As the message was dispatched, he continued his actions, rapidly retrieving a substantial amount of materials from the dimensional warehouse, operating swiftly at the wristband workstation to commence the production of the required fortifications and rifles. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs. Han Yuyan and Shang Wanhan appeared on the second floor, her sharp gaze locking onto Cheng Mo. Cheng Mo. Where's the target this time? Cheng Mo, engrossed in his work, did not lift his head, his hands continuing their swift movements. Yuling was currently in contact with the other party, most likely regarding the Resource Island mission. Make sure everything is settled at home. We can depart at any moment. Understood. Han Yuyan responded decisively. No sooner had her words left her lips than Jiang Yuling dashed over, excitement evident in her demeanor. Boss, we sealed the deal. 75 sets of bunkers along with rifles. Well done. The equipment is in the dimensional warehouse. You can extract it directly, Cheng Mo confirmed. Moments later, Cheng Mo held in his hand a scroll, exuding an ancient aura. Dragon Valley Teleportation Scroll. Level, S-grade. Description, can teleport to Dragon Valley upon use. After sharing the scroll's attributes with Han Yuyan, Cheng Mo inquired, how shall we arrange our personnel? Han Yuyan pondered momentarily, then replied softly, the barren ammunition is depleted. And iron is of little use remaining at home. We should take him along. Shang Wanhan will guard the island to prevent any mishaps. Additionally, we should bring Yin and 2 warriors from the Dogman tribe. All right, it's settled. We depart in half an hour. Cheng Mo nodded, but with a lingering concern. He cautioned, ensure the safety of the island at all costs. We cannot afford to repeat past mistakes. Rest assured. Han Yuyan's gaze was resolute. In the afternoon, the 5 of them gathered in the villa's hall. Cheng Mo looked at Han Yuyan. Are we prepared? All set and ready to go. Han Yuyan replied solemnly. Let us depart. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the 5 vanished from their original location. When their vision cleared again, they found themselves in a vast, grayish canyon. As far as the eye could see, the canyon was shrouded in dense, dark gray ash, drifting in the air and settling on the jagged, grotesque stones. Apart from the wind-eroded shapes of the rocks, not a trace of life could be sensed. It was an utter desolation. Is this Dragon Valley? Cheng Mo surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Just then, an urgent voice from behind called out, Cheng Mo, the communication has been cut off. We can't reach home. What? Cheng Mo felt a tightening in his chest and immediately activated his wrist device to try contacting Han Kiki and the others. On the screen, the message icon spun incessantly. But the message could not be sent successfully. He quickly sent a message to Han Yuyan, who was a few steps away, but the result was the same. Their attempts to reach each other were met with silence. An air of tension rapidly spread. Cheng Mo swiftly tested the most crucial function, the dimensional warehouse. The warehouse is operational. This revelation offered him a slight sense of relief. At least they still had the means for self-preservation. Yet, a wave of dread washed over him. Ever since arriving in this world, they had become overly reliant on the convenience provided by the wrist device. This unexpected turn of events undoubtedly served as a wake-up call. Yuyan, Cheng Mo's expression turned grave. From now on, whenever we enter any unknown territory, our weapons and equipment must be carried with us. We cannot place all our trust in the wrist device. Han Yuyan instantly grasped the underlying warning. Upon returning, I will arrange for everyone to keep their weapons close at all times. This habit must be ingrained, etched into our very bones. Cheng Mo nodded vigorously. Their eyes met, and they began to act in unison. Han Yuyan swiftly slung the Demon Slayer sniper rifle over her shoulder, deftly drawing the horse-cutting blade and gripping it tightly. Cheng Mo secured the sheath of his sharp dagger firmly at his left waist, retrieved a semi-automatic rifle with 4 spare magazines, and simultaneously hoisted a shotgun in his hand. After checking their weapons, Cheng Mo contemplated for a moment and then retrieved 2 UTV all-terrain vehicles from the warehouse. After briefly instructing the 2 dogmen on the basic operations, he turned to Yen and commanded in a low voice. Yen, take to the skies for reconnaissance. Keep a close watch on the surroundings. And do not exceed our line of sight. Yes, Island Master. Yen responded, flapping her wings and soaring into the high skies. On the ground, the 4 swiftly boarded their vehicles, Cheng Mo and Han Yuyan in one, while the dogmen, Inuyasha and Inu Xiaoshui, took the other. High above, Yen circled once before cautiously flying deeper into the canyon. Below, the 2 UTVs roared to life, closely following. The engine's thunderous roars shattered the millennia of silence that hung over the canyon. After nearly an hour of travel, the canyon's landscape remained monotonously unchanged. Ashes, grotesque rocks, and an endless expanse of desolate silence. Cheng Mo, something feels off. Han Yuyan, in the passenger seat, furrowed her brow. It's been several dozen kilometers. And aside from stone and ash, there's nothing. No signs of life or any unusual fluctuations. Is this place truly a dead zone? Just as Cheng Mo was about to respond, he noticed Yen, who was circling high above, suddenly halt her advance. Repeatedly circling in a particular area of the sky as if she had spotted something. Let us go. It seems there's something ahead, Cheng Mo urged, flooring the gas pedal as the off-road vehicle roared forward. A few minutes later, when the 2 UTVs reached Yan's hovering position, they were met with an astonishing sight. Mouths agape in disbelief. The reason was clear. A colossal skeleton, over 10 meters tall and 50 meters long, had emerged before them. The skeleton radiated a soft white glow, seemingly carved from jade. Could this be the dragon bone? Cheng Mo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Acquiring the dragon bone was too easy. Before he could finish his thought, the ground trembled slightly beneath them. Damn it. Chapter 39, Lava Centipede. Cheng Mo smacked his own mouth in frustration, cursed. Must I always jinx things? No sooner had he spoken than his expression sharpened, and he barked an urgent command. Prepare for battle. Almost simultaneously, his left hand shot deftly to his waist, seizing the glinting dagger that was his most potent weapon. Han Yuyan reacted with equal swiftness, swiftly unshouldering her sniper rifle. Leveling it, the dark muzzle instantly aimed at the source of the tremor. The earth quaked even more violently, reverberating like a colossal drum. Suddenly, the ground before the dragon bone erupted with a thunderous crash. Debris shot forth like a torrential downpour, revealing 2 deep, dark holes. In the next moment, 2 enormous, suffocating dark red figures burst forth from the earth, accompanied by a searing wave of heat. They landed firmly on the scorched earth, their terrifying forms fully unveiled before the group. They were 2 gigantic centipedes, each over 10 meters long, with bodies thicker than 2 meters, cloaked in heavy dark shells. The most horrifying aspect was that flames roared around them, resembling lava beasts from the depths of hell. My God, this is not something we can handle. Retreat now. Cheng Mo's mind raced at the sight, and he shouted urgently, simultaneously yanking the steering wheel. The off-road vehicle spun around, tires screeching against the ground as they sped back in a frantic escape. Keep up. The dogmen followed closely, flooring their gas pedal. Only Han Yuyan remained unperturbed, swiftly turning around to lie flat on the bouncing seat, her body taut like a drawn bow, her sharp gaze fixed on the monstrous pursuers behind them. The sniper rifle steadied in her grip. Bang! The deafening gunfire split the air. One of the massive fiery centipede's fist-sized compound eyes exploded, dark green fluid and flames erupting in a shower. The agonizing pain sent the colossal creature into a thunderous, ear-splitting shriek, one that could nearly shatter eardrums. In its agony, the massive body writhed violently, and then, in a display of unexpected speed for its size, it swiftly burrowed back into the very deep hole from whence it came. Vanishing from sight, its companion, the sole remaining centipede, erupted with even more ferocious malice. Countless pairs of burning legs writhed wildly, stirring up clouds of dust and flames as it pursued the two speeding off-road vehicles with astonishing speed. Hurry, faster! Cheng Mo's heart raced as he caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror, feeling a chill of dread. The centipede's velocity was incomprehensible, surpassing even the ultimate speed of the vehicles. In desperation, he gestured frantically to Inuyasha in the adjacent vehicle. Boom, boom, boom. At the same moment, Yin opened fire from above, unleashing a torrent of 7.62mm bullets that rained down like a metallic storm upon the pursuing centipede. Yet, the majority of the bullets merely struck its burning, hardened exoskeleton, producing a sound akin to rain on banana leaves before being mercilessly deflected, leaving behind only insignificant white marks. As the flaming behemoth opened its massive jaws, dripping with lava-like slime and lined with sharp teeth, it was poised to overtake Cheng Mo's vehicle. Bang! Another unique gunshot echoed. Heavy with chamber pressure, Han Yuyan seized the fleeting opportunity. The muzzle of her demon-slaying sniper rifle belched forth a searing tongue of fire. An especially crafted red bullet was launched almost directly into the centipede's eye. Boom, crack! A shockwave mixed with flames and fragments of its exoskeleton erupted. The monstrous centipede's head snapped back with a deafening scream, its colossal body crashing down like an out-of-control locomotive onto the searing ground. Hundreds of burning legs convulsing in agonizing spasms, unable to coordinate their movement any longer. Cheng Mo stole a hurried glance in the rearview mirror and shouted in alarm. Explosive round. Yes, Han Yuyan replied succinctly, crouched in her seat, swiftly racking the bolt to chamber another round, her gaze as calm as ice. However, just as they had vanquished one colossal threat, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins left them no time to exhale in relief. At that moment, ahead, the ground beneath the off-road vehicle in front of Cheng Mo suddenly collapsed without warning. With a thunderous roar, the vehicle was lifted into the air as if by the hand of a giant. The centipede, previously blinded and fleeing, emerged unexpectedly from underground. Screeching, Cheng Mo slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. The vehicle barely came to a halt, and from the corner of his eye, he saw Inuyasha and Inuyasha's little brother brandishing their machetes, intent on charging at the enraged giant centipede. Come back, Cheng Mo bellowed, springing forth like an arrow released from its bow, pulling the two back with incredible force. Almost simultaneously, Han Yuyan's sniper rifle roared once more. Bang! The centipede's remaining eye burst open in a spray of gore. Unfortunately, due to the angle, the bullet failed to penetrate deep enough to trigger an internal explosion. Roaring in rage, the centipede, now blind, descended into a frenzy, its massive body charging recklessly towards Han Yuyan's vehicle. In a split second, Han Yuyan leaped from the car, rolling several times to narrowly evade the impact. Boom! The colossal centipede's body slammed into the off-road vehicle, instantly shattering it into pieces, debris flying in all directions. The tremendous force caused the centipede's head to snap back sharply, freezing in place, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Mo would not let it pass. He dashed in front of the great centipede, gripping a sharp dagger tightly, his eyes locked onto the thrashing, grotesque head, his arms strained like a drawn bow. And he released. Whoosh! The dagger transformed into a streak of cold light, plunging deep into the centipede's skull without obstruction. After a brief moment, the frenzied centipede finally ceased all movement, its heavy body collapsing with a thunderous crash, the flames that ravaged its form gradually extinguishing into darkness. Is everyone all right? Cheng Mo inquired as he and his companions took shelter behind a large, charred rock. We're fine, Inuyasha's voice responded. Inuyasha's little brother had sustained some burns on his leg, likely from the vehicle being hurled, but it was not severe and would not hinder his mobility. Cheng Mo's gaze followed the sound, noticing a charred mark on Inuyasha's little brother's left thigh, blood and flesh mangled. Without hesitation, Cheng Mo retrieved 2 cigarettes from the supply, igniting one and handing it to Inuyasha's little brother. Smoke this, it will accelerate your recovery. Thank you, Island Master. He replied gratefully, accepting the cigarette. The other was shared among Cheng Mo and the remaining 2. As they finished the cigarettes, Han Yuyan's sharp gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the centipede, exclaiming, "What is that?" Chapter 40. Trapped in Desperation. Following Han Yuyan's gaze, Cheng Mo turned to see a faint white glow emanating from behind the recently slain lava centipede's corpse. I'll take a look. Before he could finish speaking, Cheng Mo had already grasped his semi-automatic rifle, cautiously advancing forward. Han Yuyen felt a tightening in her chest, and, not daring to be careless, followed closely, her heavy sniper rifle poised in a steady defensive stance. As they rounded the mound of insect carcasses, a pungent blend of blood, scorching flesh, and lingering gunpowder assaulted their senses. Just beyond the shadow of the heap, a completely crimson, antiquely styled treasure chest lay quietly on the ground, radiating a soft glow. Ah, a treasure chest. Cheng Mo exhaled in relief, his taut nerves finally easing somewhat. He did not rush forward, but instead cautiously circled back to the grotesque head of the centipede to retrieve his dagger. Once the dagger was secured, he raised his wrist to snap a photo of the centipede's corpse for attribute evaluation. Expecting no reaction, he was taken aback when a clear stream of information promptly appeared. Lava centipede. Level: a class. Description: a powerful magical beast that resides in the Dragon Valley, feeding on dragon corpses. Lava centipede, a magical beast? Cheng Mo furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Something felt amiss. Previously, there had only been aquatic beasts. What was this Dragon Valley? He focused intently on the information, lost in thought. Cheng Mo. Han Yuyen's cool voice broke through his reverie. She had stepped forward, delicately opening her palm to reveal a metallic gloss scroll and two translucent crystals the size of pigeon eggs, pulsating with a blood-red glow. Items from the treasure chest, she explained, her gaze shifting toward another centipede corpse in the distance, a blueprint for lava armor, and two magical crystals of unknown purpose. All right, Cheng Mo nodded, swiftly collecting the remains of the lava centipede at his feet and turning to walk toward the other end. Sure enough, beside the second lava centipede, another crimson treasure chest lay quietly. Let's see what surprises await this time. Cheng Mo mused softly, casually lifting the chest lid. Congratulations. You have obtained the Crimson Blade Blueprint X1. Congratulations. You have obtained Magical Crystals X5. Another equipment blueprint? Cheng Mo could hardly contain his excitement. It seemed the drop rate of these centipedes was remarkably high. Just then, Inuyasha and his companions trudged over, dragging the severely damaged remains of the two off-road vehicles. Island Master, these two vehicles are completely wrecked. Inuyasha's tone was tinged with regret. Ah, it's just a minor setback. Cheng Mo waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. As long as everyone is fine. While speaking, he adeptly retrieved two brand new UTV off-road vehicles from the storage of his wristband. Hurry, get in. The stench of blood is overwhelming. This place is no longer safe. As he urged them on, he swiftly stowed away the corpse of the second lava centipede along with the massive dragon bone into the warehouse. With the vehicles roaring to life, Cheng Mo gripped the steering wheel with one hand while his other hand could not resist glancing at the two blueprints. Lava battle armor level. A description: a high-tier armor with formidable defensive capabilities, boasting exceptional fire and water resistance. Material requirements: 20 lava centipede shells, 1 alloy, 2 magic crystals, 1 spider demon silk sac. Crimson blade level. A description: a versatile weapon serving both as a primary combat tool and a concealed weapon, featuring burning and paralyzing effects. Material requirements: 10 lava centipede claws, 2 spider demon fangs, 1 spider demon silk sac, 1 magic crystal. To his delight, it was a complete set. However, what exactly was this spider demon? Careful, there's a gorge ahead. Just as he pondered, Han Yuyen's urgent warning sliced through the air. Cheng Mo snapped back to reality, but it was too late. The UTV charged towards the edge of a cliff. Screech. The jarring sound of brakes echoed as the vehicle precariously halted at the brink, its front wheels dangling in midair, the body teetering on the verge of collapse. That was a close call. Cheng Mo felt cold sweat trickling down his brow, his heart racing. Don't play with your phone while driving. Reckless driving leads to tears from loved ones. Han Yuyen, who had been meditating, realized the peril too late. Her tone laced with both fear and reproach. I couldn't help it. Cheng Mo instinctively wanted to argue, but the words had barely formed when, BM, from behind, Inuyasha's vehicle collided with the rear of Cheng Mo's UTV. The combined forces instantly shattered their fragile balance, sending both UTVs and their occupants tumbling towards the abyss. Inuyasha, you bastard! Cheng Mo's furious shout was swallowed by the howling wind. In midair, Yenmu stared in disbelief at the unfolding chaos, utterly bewildered. What is happening? I was merely circling above. No time to ponder the situation. She flapped her wings with all her might, diving like a silver bolt of lightning towards the unfathomable chasm. Feeling the fierce wind whipping past his ears and the sensation of weightlessness from the rapid descent, Cheng Mo shivered. Damn it, I haven't even enjoyed a few peaceful days yet. Is this how it ends? At that moment, his peripheral vision caught two agile figures racing down the cliffside, heedless of the danger. No way, they're still alive. Indeed, it was Inuyasha and Inuyasha Jr. Almost simultaneously, a massive dead tree came into view not far below. Hold on, Cheng Mo bellowed, grasping Han Yuyen's wrist, summoning all his strength to push off the ground. With the astonishing five-fold speed boost from the Qingyan boots, they shot out of the rolling vehicle, hurtling towards the lifeline that was the dead tree clinging to the cliff. The wind howled in their ears, the tree grew closer, and they were nearly within reach of its sturdy branches. Yet, the force propelling them forward dissipated at the last moment. So close. Cheng Mo's fingers were mere inches from the rough bark, yet he could not grasp it. Oh no. Just then, a furry golden tail, akin to a resilient rope, swiftly wrapped around Cheng Mo's arm. Whoa! Cheng Mo exclaimed. Inuyasha, you arrived just in time. The immense pulling force jolted him back to life, as if he had seized a lifeline. At that moment, Inuyasha faced away from the abyss. His feet braced against a branch of the tree, desperately using his tail to counteract their downward momentum. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging in his neck. Island Master, you both weigh a ton. Cough. Well, I've been eating well lately, gained a few pounds. Cheng Mo felt a little embarrassed. No time for chit-chat. Get us up. Ha ha. Inuyasha, gathering all his breath, summoned his strength and whipped his tail upward. However, he could barely lift Cheng Mo and Han Yuyen up by a mere 20 centimeters. Cheng Mo still failed to find any foothold, and their bodies began to plummet again. Ah, Island Master. Hold on. I'm coming. Inuyasha Jr., slightly lagging behind, panicked and hurriedly scrambled down to assist. Just as Inuyasha Jr. stepped onto the main branch of the dead tree, a horrific cracking sound echoed ominously. Suddenly, a gaping fissure rapidly spread beneath the massive trunk that bore Inuyasha's weight, causing debris to rain down from the rocky wall below. Cheng Mo's heart leapt to his throat as he observed this clearly. Inuyasha Jr., don't come any closer. Retreat. You'll make it worse. Upon hearing Cheng Mo's urgent cry, Inuyasha Jr. noticed the tree's ominous creaking, his expression shifting to one of terror. Without a moment's thought, he pushed off the wall and deftly leaped back several meters to a more stable protrusion of the cliff. Chapter 41. Entrapment in the Spider Demon Abyss. Inuyasha Jr.'s departure did not halt the tree's collapse. The menacing cracks continued to spread with a series of ominous snaps. Cheng Mo, let go. Take care of Kiki for me. Han Yuyen shouted, hanging precariously. Don't say such foolish things. I have no interest in taking care of anyone's sister, not even yours. Cheng Mo retorted defiantly, then unleashed all his strength to fling Inuyasha Jr. upwards. Han Yuyen soared high into the air. Inuyasha reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch her. Just as he secured her, instinctively swinging his tail to stabilize himself, the force gripping Cheng Mo's arm loosened. As Inuyasha steadied himself, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Cheng Mo was now plummeting into the bottomless abyss. Island Master, Cheng Mo. The anguished cries of Han Yuyen and Inuyasha were torn apart by the wind. Their desperate gazes followed the falling figure, fixated on the swirling gray mist below. In that fleeting moment, a white silhouette tore through the gloom. Faster than their cries for help, it shot downwards like a meteor, vanishing into the life-devouring gray fog. As his body spiraled uncontrollably in the tempest, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of weightlessness, Cheng Mo relinquished his struggle, allowing the wind to lash against his face. Yet, a peculiar calm washed over him. They say that before one dies, they see the person they long to meet the most. Why can't I see you? He murmured. Tears spilling from the corners of his eyes, whisked away by the howling winds, dissolving into the icy mist. Dad, Mom, I miss you. Are you doing well over there? Cheng Mo's lips gradually curled into a bittersweet, resigned smile, as if time had truly reversed, transporting him back to the blissful childhood under his parents' care. Farewell, my friends. I am going to meet them. He closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable conclusion. Yet, the anticipated impact never came. Suddenly, his body was enveloped by an unseen force. The sensation was warm, solid, and astonishingly soft, accompanied by an unusual fragrance. Cheng Mo abruptly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches away. Above him, snow-white wings folded gracefully. It was Yen. He was securely cradled in her embrace. Island Master, we have landed. Are you not going to let go? Her melodious voice carried a hint of teasing, and the warm breath brushed against his cheek, causing Cheng Mo's heart to skip a beat. Only then did he realize that his arms were tightly wrapped around her neck and slender waist. My apologies. My sincerest apologies. Cheng Mo's face flushed crimson as he hastily withdrew his arms, embarrassment washing over him. I was just a bit too tense. By the way, could you check on Yu Yen and the others? In a bid to alleviate the awkwardness, Cheng Mo decisively deployed his unique technique, the Qianquan de Luo movement. Yen shot him a sidelong glance and unfurled her wings, soaring into the air. Disdained by a mere girl? Cheng Mo instinctively touched his nose. The heart-pounding thrill of narrowly escaping death gradually subsided, allowing him to survey his surroundings. Before him lay a chasm no wider than 200 meters, its depth unfathomable. The ground was composed of hard rock, its surface riddled with countless pits and hollows, the origin of which was a mystery. The abyss twisted and turned, stretching endlessly in both directions. Scattered within were numerous colossal skeletons, some still relatively intact, while others lay in a state of grotesque disrepair. The cliffs on either side were carved with circular openings, each 2 to 3 meters in diameter, leading into a pitch-black abyss of indeterminate depth. Even more unsettling was the strange, indescribable odor that permeated the air. This bizarre environment made Cheng Mo's heart race with unease. Instinctively, he extended his left hand to draw the dagger at his waist, while his right hand steadied a semi-automatic rifle in front of him, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, realization struck him. How could he have forgotten? He swiftly activated his wristband's warehouse, and Lao Tai's towering metallic form materialized before him. The robot, initially left with Han Yuyan, had been returned to Cheng Mo for emergency use. Master, you finally decided to let me out. Lao Tai's synthesized voice carried a tone of complaint, its mechanical eyes glowing blue as they rapidly scanned the surroundings, chattering incessantly. Cheng Mo slapped its cold head. Less chatter. Quickly analyze the sources of danger. No need for analysis, Master. The blue glow in Lao Tai's eyes abruptly extinguished, its mechanical arm pointing toward the densely packed openings in the cliffs. The detection results indicated signs of giant arachnid activity, alarmingly concentrated. I see it. Cheng Mo sharply interrupted, his gaze fixated on a particular opening in the cliff, where a massive spider, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, was dragging half of a molten centipede out. Its fist-sized eyes glimmered with a sinister red light. Damn it! Just escaped the tiger's mouth to enter the spider's den. Cheng Mo cursed inwardly and unhesitatingly raised his rifle to shoot. Bang! 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 The deafening gunshots reverberated through the abyss. In mere moments, the seemingly terrifying giant spider had all its eyes obliterated, crashing to the ground. Is that all? Cheng Mo's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Run! Master, run! Lao Tai's alarm blared sharply as its massive body dashed toward one direction. His momentary triumph was short-lived. Cheng Mo's expression shifted drastically. From countless openings in the cliff walls, a sea of crimson spider eyes lit up like hellish flames, igniting layer upon layer. There were easily over 1,000. A shiver ran down his spine as Cheng Mo sprinted after Lao Tai, nearly skimming the ground. Thump! 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 Behind him, a chilling cacophony coalesced into a terrifying roar. The swarm of spiders surged forth like a black tide, forming a vast army that relentlessly pursued. As Cheng Mo ran, his peripheral vision caught sight of the rocky ground pockmarked with craters. He finally understood the origin of those small holes. Each time a spider's sharp leg struck down, it left a clear new mark. On the cliff above, Han Yuyan and the others were alarmed by the gunfire echoing from below. Cheng Mo is in danger. Yin exclaimed anxiously. Yin, you must go down and check on the situation immediately. Yes, Deputy Island Master. After taking a breath, Yin soared down toward the chasm. Watching Yan's retreating figure, Han Yuyan turned to Inuyasha and the others, instructing them. Let us not be idle. Can you take me down? Bang! 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 Below in the chasm, the intense gunfire resumed. Lao Tai, can you manage? In a dark cavern, Cheng Mo was barricaded at the entrance, firing outward while Lao Tai was clearing a path ahead. Master, don't fret. I will connect this cave with the adjacent one in just 2 minutes. Lao Tai's voice was mingled with the sound of a drill. At that moment, Lao Tai's hands had transformed into drill bits, tirelessly working on the rock face. Observing the approaching army of spiders, Cheng Mo couldn't help but smiled bitterly. You need to hurry. I don't think I can hold out for 2 minutes. Chapter 42. Yu Yin goes berserk. Bang! 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 As Cheng Mo conversed with Lao Tai, he continued pulling the trigger. Bullets accurately pierced the eyes of the giant spiders. Outside the cave, a dozen spider carcasses lay sprawled. Just then, a piercing shriek erupted from behind the spider horde. All the spiders trembled in unison as if receiving a command. The next moment, they surged forward en masse, no longer testing the waters with their attacks. What the hell? Cheng Mo's expression shifted as he turned and sprinted into the depths of the cave, skillfully discarding the empty magazine with a crisp click and loading a fresh one. Lao Tai, is it not done yet? His voice was laced with urgency. Almost there, came the response from the pile of rubble. Cheng Mo dashed forward, his thoughts commanding the accumulated stones into the warehouse, clearing the work area. Hurry, he urged again, abruptly turning, his rifle aimed at the spiders flooding into the cave, unleashing a torrent of fire. The cave was narrow, and with the spider's massive size, they had no means of evasion. The foremost spider was instantly riddled with bullets, its colossal body collapsing and blocking the passage. Witnessing this, Cheng Mo broke into a wide grin. "Ha, chasing me? You must be dreaming." However, his laughter was swiftly stifled. Through the gaps in the spider's corpse, he saw the following spiders ravenously tearing into their fallen comrades. Trying to gnaw their way out? Damn it, that's my bounty. Cheng Mo spat, raising his gun and aiming at the greedy predators behind the corpse, firing in rapid succession. With several muted thuds, the ravenous spiders fell one after another. Only then did Cheng Mo clear away the obstructing spider carcasses, creating a new line of fire. He repeated the process, the rhythmic gunfire echoing throughout the cave. Before long, 8 giant spider bodies lay within his warehouse. "Master, it's connected." Just as Cheng Mo aimed at the next target, Lao Tai's urgent shout came from deep within the cave. Upon hearing this, Cheng Mo immediately abandoned his current target, turning without hesitation to plunge deeper into the cave. Following closely behind Old Iron, the two plunged into an immense subterranean expanse. At the cave's apex, countless corpses of lava centipedes were ensnared in cobwebs, resembling zongzi, a sight that sent shivers down Cheng Mo's spine. These colossal spiders were truly formidable. Lava centipedes are no trifling adversary. Before Cheng Mo could finish his thought, the unsettling sound of spider legs scuttling echoed ominously behind him. "Old Iron, quickly, choose a path. They're closing in. This way." The mechanical scanning beam from Old Iron swiftly swept across several cave entrances, pinpointing a direction in less than 2 seconds. The two navigated through the dim, treacherous tunnels, fleeing for their lives. After an indeterminate duration, silence finally enveloped them from behind. Cheng Mo halted, panting heavily. How strange, why did those spiders cease their pursuit? He wiped the sweat from his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. "Master," Old Iron's voice carried a note of caution. "It seems we have inadvertently trespassed into the domain of the Spider King." Concurrently, Old Iron's mechanical head illuminated abruptly, casting a brilliant light that dispelled the darkness. Within the reach of the radiance, an expansive stone chamber, approximately 100 square meters in size, unveiled itself. At the center of the chamber, a circular jade stone, around 2 meters in diameter and exuding an icy chill, stood out prominently. Surrounding the jade were mounds of blood-red crystals, numbering in the hundreds. The chamber's floor was littered with the exoskeletons and limbs of lava centipedes. Goodness, could this be a stroke of fortune amidst calamity? Cheng Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his enthusiasm was palpable. Like a whirlwind sweeping through fallen leaves, he lunged toward the ground, collecting the scattered exoskeletons, limbs, and crystals into his storage ring. Finally, he approached the chilling jade stone, tentatively extending his hand. As his fingertips brushed against the cold surface of the jade, a refreshing chill surged up his arm, dispelling the heat of his flight. What a remarkable find. Undoubtedly a treasure. Cheng Mo grinned widely, unceremoniously stowing the extraordinary icy jade away. The once vast chamber was now left desolate. Meanwhile, at the abyss's depths, Han Yuyan and the other 3 were embroiled in a fierce battle with a colossal spider, its body as white as jade. Before it lay a multitude of its kin, all having succumbed to precise, lethal strikes, evidently the handiwork of Han Yuyan's formidable sniper rifle. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire reverberated through the abyss. As Han Yuyan methodically chambered bullets, aimed, and fired, she rapidly inquired of Yan beside her. "Have you located Cheng Mo?" Yan's voice betrayed anxiety and a hint of sorrow. "Deputy Island Master, no. We have scoured the surrounding area but found no trace of the Island Master, nor his remains. I fear." "Impossible," Han Yuyan interrupted sharply, her finger on the trigger turning pale from exertion. Yet the unspoken implications behind Yan's words pierced her heart like an ice pick. Memories of her time with Cheng Mo surged uncontrollably in her mind. The initial scrutiny upon their meeting, that decisive transaction, and the countless battles fought side by side, sharing life and death. Initially, she may have approached their bond as a mere transaction, but the storms they weathered had indelibly etched the image of that seemingly carefree man, capable of miracles, into her heart. The thought of his potential demise engulfed her in profound terror and heart-wrenching anguish. An overwhelming, icy wrath erupted from her being, as palpable as the air around her. The demon-slaying sniper rifle in her grasp seemed to resonate with her surging emotions, glowing fiercely. The black and white luminescence pulsed rhythmically, akin to a robust heartbeat, flickering in a mesmerizing dance. In that fleeting moment, a profound revelation flooded Han Yuyan's consciousness. Her intense desire for vengeance miraculously garnered a deeper acknowledgement from the divine rifle. Simultaneously, the recent spate of killings had finally enabled the sniper rifle to undergo an upgrade. The rules governing its ammunition transformed instantaneously. The daily generated bullets were no longer merely categorized as armor-piercing or explosive, but rather as a terrifying amalgamation of both effects. 1,000 rounds of armor-piercing, explosive ammunition. Even more astonishingly, these munitions would no longer reset daily, allowing for continuous accumulation. Her combat prowess surged instantaneously. Han Yuyan's mind was singularly focused on one thought: annihilate these wretched spiders. With no reservations remaining, the sniper rifle, typically requiring manual operation, was now wielded by her with the ferocity of an automatic weapon. Simultaneously, Yin and Inuyasha unleashed their own semi-automatic rifles, spewing forth furious tongues of flame. Giant spiders exploded amidst the relentless hail of bullets, their viscous, azure blood splattering across the ground, pooling into eerie blue lakes in the depressions of the terrain. Chapter 43, The Primal Fruit. While Han Yuyan wreaked havoc outside, Cheng Mo leisurely roamed within the spider lair, guiding Old Iron as he leisurely gathered spoils of war. The hard exoskeletons, the immense corpses of lava centipedes, and even newly hatched spiderlings were all meticulously collected. Under Old Iron's guidance, the duo soon arrived at a peculiar locale. It was an expansive cavern, approximately 500 square meters in size, characterized by an extraordinary sight, divided by two contrasting pools. The left pool brimmed with seething magma, radiating scorching heat, while the right emanated an icy chill, shimmering with ethereal light. One side ablaze, the other shrouded in frost, they mirrored each other. Between these pools lay a narrow stone path, merely 1 meter wide. At the center of this path stood a crystalline tree, approximately 2 meters tall, adorned with fiery red fruits. Beneath its roots rested a translucent treasure chest, seemingly carved from ice jade. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Cheng Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! The eye of ice and fire." An overwhelming sense of exhilaration seized Cheng Mo's heart. He forcefully suppressed his surging excitement. Drawing out a sharp dagger from his waist, muscles tensed, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Wherever treasures abound, peril follows. Casting a vigilant gaze around, Cheng Mo urged Old Iron, commence a scan immediately. Detect any potential dangers in the vicinity. Acknowledging the command, Old Iron's eyes glimmered with blue light. Its scanning apparatus operating silently, meticulously surveying the surroundings. A minute passed in tense silence. As the blue light receded, Old Iron emitted a steady mechanical voice: "Master, the scan is complete. No dangerous life forms or energy traps have been detected in this area. The only potential threat arises from the extreme temperatures emanating from the two pools ahead." The tautness in Cheng Mo's demeanor eased slightly. He exhaled a long sigh, his previously tense body relaxing. "All right, Old Iron, activate vigilance mode. I will scout ahead," he decisively commanded, his gaze fixed upon the rocky pathway between the two pools. The moment his foot touched the stone surface, the icy and fiery forces converged upon him with ferocity. On the left lay a terrifying wave of scorching heat, while on the right, a bone-chilling cold seemed poised to rend the very fabric of one's being apart. The sensation was 100-fold more excruciating than the legends had suggested. Cheng Mo let out a low grunt, retreating as if struck by lightning. Oddly enough, once he distanced himself from that narrow rocky path, even standing a mere arm's length from the pool, the lethal temperature gradient appeared to be shielded by an invisible barrier, vanishing in an instant. "Old Iron, could you venture over there and retrieve the treasure chest and the fruits from that tree for me?" Cheng Mo, still shaken, pointed toward the distant resplendent crystal tree and the chest nestled at its roots, attempting to enlist Old Iron's aid. "Master, that is beyond my capabilities." Old Iron's electronic eye flickered as he responded. "The gradient of temperature is too steep and fluctuates violently on either side. My core precision components would suffer catastrophic failure due to the extreme thermal expansion and contraction if I were to venture into that zone." "Damn it, so that's the trap," Cheng Mo exclaimed in sudden realization, unable to suppress a low curse. No wonder this bountiful land was devoid of any beasts to guard it. His gaze darted back and forth between the fruits on the crystal tree and the treasure chest below, caught in a dilemma. Should he take the risk or abandon the quest? First, let us ascertain the value of these items. Resolute, he raised his wristband and aimed the lens at the tree's fiery red fruits, capturing an image. Hunyuan fruit. Level SS. Description: consuming it guarantees a 100 chance of awakening a unique ability, with each individual permitted to consume only one throughout their lifetime. Gasp. The information displayed on the screen made Cheng Mo's breath quicken, and he instinctively licked his lips, which had grown dry from excitement. I must obtain it. With his determination solidified, his body tensed. He regarded his speed as his sole safeguard, as long as he was swift enough. The forces of ice and fire could not catch him. In a blur, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. In less than 2 seconds, he covered the short rocky path and reached the base of the tree. Without a moment's pause, he bent down, opened the chest, and hastily gathered its contents into his wristband storage, executing the motions fluidly. He then sprinted back with all his might. In under 5 seconds, he had catapulted himself back to safety. Burning hot, freezing cold. As soon as he landed, Cheng Mo grimaced and began to pat down his body. The left side of his clothing was charred, and his skin burned red hot, while the right side was frosted over. His limbs stiff and numb as if he had just emerged from an ice cellar. He rubbed and jumped, attempting to restore sensation, while simultaneously pulling out a cigarette from his wristband to light up. Taking several deep drags, he allowed the acrid smoke to swirl in his lungs, barely suppressing the agony of the contrasting temperatures. After a little over 10 minutes, feeling that he had regained some mobility, Cheng Mo's eyes reignited with determined fervor. He suddenly crushed down on the gravel beneath his feet, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged toward the pinnacle of the crystal tree. This time, he returned not empty-handed. 2 glistening, blood-red Hunyuan fruits, radiating a mesmerizing light, lay quietly in his trembling palm. Without hesitation, he stowed one back into his wristband space for safekeeping, while the other he promptly consumed. The fruit melted in his mouth. A crisp, cool energy, akin to a pure spring, instantly coursed down his throat, rapidly spreading throughout his body as meridians, nourishing each cell as if it were rain after a prolonged drought. This refreshing chill ultimately converged at his heart, where it formed a stable core of energy. In but a moment, a surge of immense warmth erupted from his heart. This torrent, imbued with robust vitality and latent potential, revitalized every limb and sinew, cleansing his body of fatigue. The alternating sensations of cold and warmth forged a wondrous cycle within him, as if tempering a piece of fine iron. As the ethereal blue glow began to emanate from within, it intensified, weaving itself into a swirling vortex of energy, pulsating with life. In that instant, Cheng Mo understood what this was and how to harness it, as if such knowledge was instinctual. Gazing at the remaining 7 Hunyuan fruits on the tree, a sly smile crept across his face. In the next heartbeat, he became a blur of motion, and in less than half a second, he stood beneath the tree once more. With deft movements, he collected all 7 fruits into his wristband storage. Upon returning to his previous position, he glanced at the afterimages he had left behind, feeling a sense of satisfaction. I have become a superhero. Just as Cheng Mo reveled in his triumph, sounds suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 44, Lava Battle Armor. Cheng Mo's laughter abruptly ceased, and he swiftly pressed himself against the stone wall just beyond the cave's entrance, clutching his dagger tightly. Step, step, step. The sound grew closer, unmistakably human. Had Yu Yan and the others followed him in? A smile tugged at the corners of Cheng Mo's mouth as he focused intently on the changing light at the cave's mouth. Moments later, 4 familiar figures emerged into view. Han Yu Yan and her companions. Cheng Mo, Island Master. The 4 halted abruptly, their eyes locking onto Cheng Mo in disbelief. Shock and joy flooding over them. Han Yu Yan paused for 2 seconds as if to confirm that this was not a mirage before dashing forward, crashing into Cheng Mo's embrace. You bastard, you're still alive? Thank goodness. She pounded her fists against his chest, her voice trembling with emotion as if she were releasing all her prior fear and sorrow. Cheng Mo staggered slightly from the impact, instinctively wrapping his arms around her as he looked at Yin and the others, seeking answers. The Vice Island Master thought you had perished, Yin explained, meeting Cheng Mo's gaze and succinctly conveying the reason for Han Yu Yan's emotional breakdown. All right, it's all fine now. Look, I'm perfectly well, Cheng Mo reassured her, patting her back gently to calm her. Han Yu Yan's punches soon transformed into soft sobs, which gradually subsided, replaced by gentle shudders of her shoulders until she finally fell silent, drifting into a deep slumber in Cheng Mo's arms. With the tension in her heart released, overwhelming fatigue washed over her. Cheng Mo found himself momentarily frozen, holding the sleeping Han Yu Yan, at a loss for what to do. After a brief contemplation, he devised a plan. Follow me, he whispered to Yin and the others, cradling Han Yu Yan securely in his arms and quietly retracing their steps. Before long, they arrived back at the lair of the giant Spider King, a relatively safe stone chamber. Yin, can you take her for a moment? Cheng Mo carefully transferred Han Yu Yan into Yan's embrace, then deftly flipped his wrist to summon the camper from his storage. Once everything was set, he gently took Han Yu Yan back from Yan, treating her as if she were a fragile treasure, and carefully made his way into the camper, laying her down on the bed and adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. Having completed all these tasks, he silently withdrew, softly closing the door behind him, wary of making even the slightest noise that might disturb her slumber. As the door clicked shut, the light inside the camper dimmed. In a deep slumber, Han Yu Yan's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly, and beneath her tightly shut eyelids, a minuscule slit opened momentarily, only to close again swiftly after confirming her surroundings. A hint of lingering warmth seemed to cling to her cheek. She was indeed utterly fatigued, yet far from being in a state of deep sleep. The intimate embrace that followed her emotional outburst had struck her, a person accustomed to an icy demeanor, with overwhelming force. In her embarrassment, feigning sleep became the sole means of evading the awkward situation. Meanwhile, beneath the front of the vehicle, Cheng Mo beckoned a few individuals to sit on the ground in front of the car. He retrieved 4 cigarettes from the warehouse, distributing them among the group. And after taking a deep drag, he inquired about the current situation. Half an hour later, Cheng Mo nodded thoughtfully. So, you've successfully cleared the area of the giant spiders? The credit primarily goes to the deputy island master. Inuyasha quickly interjected. She single-handedly eliminated over 700 of them out of 1,000. What? Cheng Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he struggled to find his voice. After a prolonged moment of shock, he scratched his head in confusion. But wait. Last time we nearly exhausted ourselves dealing with the magma centipede. How is it that its natural enemy, the spider, was so easily dispatched by her? Yin calmly analyzed. Island Master, the magma centipede excels due to its hard shell and underground ambush tactics, making it quite a nuisance. However, these spiders come at you directly. While they possess speed and strength, their shells lack hardness, making their weaknesses readily apparent. Understanding dawned upon Cheng Mo. After briefly recapping their previous encounters, he instructed the trio to rest for a while. He then activated the workstation on his wristband, starting to disassemble the corpses of the giant spider and magma centipede he had just stored in the warehouse. During the disassembly process, he confirmed that the giant spider was indeed the abyssal spider demon he desperately needed. Half an hour later, the materials in the warehouse were completely depleted. Cheng Mo surveyed the resources at hand. Invigorated. Magma centipede shell, 1685. Magma centipede blade, 1865. Spider demon fangs, 512. Spider demon silk pouch, 128. Magic crystal, 935. With this batch of materials, forging the magma battle armor and crimson blade will pose no challenge. However, gazing at the mere 28 units of alloy left in the warehouse, Cheng Mo pondered. At most, I can only forge 28 sets of battle armor. It seems the next focus should be on acquiring more alloy. Since he could only produce 28 sets of battle armor, he decided to proceed with that. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen of the wristband, and soon the 28 sets of battle armor and the corresponding crimson blades were completed. Yet, upon retrieving the armor, Cheng Mo found himself momentarily stunned. Is this truly battle armor? He regarded the dark red object in his hand, resembling a gauntlet, with skepticism. Nevertheless, the schematics were accurate, and the final product could not be a deception. He quickly set aside his doubts. After a brief examination, Cheng Mo donned the gauntlet on his right wrist. In the next instant, a slight prickling sensation coursed through him. Almost immediately, the dark red material spread like a living entity from his wrist, enveloping his entire arm and then wrapping around his entire body. In under 5 seconds, a dark red, form-fitting suit of armor had completely materialized, even encasing his eyes with 2 crimson crystal plates. Rather than a cumbersome metal armor, it resembled a sleek, high-tech suit, devoid of any heavy clumsiness. Cheng Mo attempted to move, and the armor's performance was nothing short of exceptional. His movements were fluid and unrestricted, as if he were clad in the most comfortable sportswear. How do I take this off? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the armor melted away in an instant, retracting like liquid, returning to its gauntlet form in less than 2 seconds. Wow, this is incredible! Cheng Mo exclaimed in excitement, gazing at the gauntlet on his wrist. Yin, Inuyasha, Inu Xiaoshui. Come here. What's the matter, Island Master? The 3, who had been resting nearby, approached promptly. Try putting this on your wrist. Cheng Mo handed them 3 sets of the armor. Though uncertain, they complied and donned the gear. As soon as the gauntlets clicked into place, the same astonishing phenomenon unfolded once again. The dark red material rapidly expanded, enveloping the 3 of them in an instant, forming 3 snug, dark red battle suits. Move around a bit and see how it feels. Cheng Mo watched them with eager anticipation. Chapter 45. Secrets of the Dragon Valley outside the vehicle. Han Yuyin observed everything with keen interest. She curiously gazed at the dark red battle suits worn by Cheng Mo and his companions, her beautiful eyes filled with inquisitiveness. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to step out of the car to inspect what they were wearing. As she exited, she noticed Cheng Mo holding a striking red battle blade. He manipulated something on the hilt, and 2 thin lines shot forth, securing themselves to the ceiling of the stone chamber. In the next moment, a sudden pull yanked him upward. What are you doing? A crisp, melodious voice rang out, laced with curiosity. Upon hearing the voice, Cheng Mo promptly leapt down from above. Yuyin, you're awake. Why not rest a little longer? Faced with Cheng Mo's concern, Han Yuyan glanced down, somewhat hesitant to meet his gaze. Remembering the earlier embarrassment, a faint blush crept to her ears. This isn't my home. How could I possibly sleep? She decisively shifted the topic, pointing at Cheng Mo's gear. By the way, what is that you're wearing and holding? This. Cheng Mo raised the blade in his hand. This is the magma battle armor and crimson blade we obtained from the treasure chest last time. He then retrieved a brand new set of armor and a crimson blade from the wristband's warehouse, handing them to Han Yuyan. After a brief explanation and demonstration, Han Yuyan quickly grasped the operation, her movements smooth and fluid. I quite like this battle armor and blade. I'll take them. She nodded in satisfaction, holding the equipment. Well, currently, I've only successfully forged 28 sets due to a lack of special alloy materials. Cheng Mo replied, his tone laced with excitement. Once we have sufficient alloy, this set of equipment will become our standard gear. He felt immensely pleased with the gains from their expedition to the Dragon Valley. Speaking of rewards, Cheng Mo suddenly recalled a task he had yet to complete. I haven't had the chance to check the resources from the treasure chest under the Hunyuan fruit tree. As Han Yuyan looked on in curiosity, Cheng Mo found a spot to sit and quickly rummaged through the wristband warehouse. Before long, 3 items appeared in his hands: a uniquely designed shotgun, a yellowed blueprint, and an ancient map. Item descriptions: Manjushawa, level, SS, special description, a weapon of equality for all beings, capable of growth. Ammunition, automatically generates 100 rounds daily. Modified barren vehicle, level, A, description, blueprint for an amphibious light armored vehicle. Performance, maximum land speed of 100 km/h. Maximum water speed of 60 km/h. Graveheart Island, level, S, description, allegedly the core battlefield of the ancient divine and demonic war. Countless treasures left behind by fallen strong warriors. Warning, extremely dangerous. Those lacking sufficient strength must not venture there. Gazing at the 3 items in his hands, Cheng Mo could hardly contain his excitement, nearly leaping in joy. I am indeed the Emperor of Luck. No matter where I go, I seem to stumble upon treasures of S-rank or higher. His exuberance, however, prompted Han Yuyan to douse his elation with a bucket of cold water. A high rank does not guarantee everything. It merely attests to quality. The efficacy is what truly matters. Can a nuclear bomb devoid of rank possibly be less potent than your 3S-rated dagger? Her tone dripped with unabashed disdain. This remark landed like a bucket of ice water over Cheng Mo's head, instantly sobering him. Indeed, aside from slicing through iron like butter, his sharp dagger had yet to reveal any earth-shattering prowess. Yuyan, you are right. I have been rather superficial. Cheng Mo scratched his head awkwardly. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from outside the cave, interrupting their conversation. What is happening? What is going on? Cheng Mo and Han Yuyan exclaimed in unison, their voices taut with tension. Nearby, Inuyasha, who was familiarizing himself with the new equipment, along with Inuharuka and Yin, quickly gathered around. Island Lord, I'll scout ahead. Inuyasha was the quickest to react, hoisting his crimson blade and dashing towards the cave entrance. Island Lord, I'm coming too. Inuharuka followed closely behind. Island Lord, Yin began to speak, but Cheng Mo, decisive, interrupted. We are all going together. Old Iron, Yin, let us move. With a flick of his mind, he swiftly stowed away the RV on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, the group followed Old Iron out of the cave. The scene outside left everyone gasping in shock. At the abyss's bottom lay the colossal corpses of 2 gigantic dragons. These were the winged western dragons, each exceeding 30 meters in length and towering over 12 meters high. Their massive bodies having created 2 enormous craters in the hard ground. Just as the group was still reeling from this astonishing sight, a cacophony of rustling sounds erupted from above, sending shivers down their spines. Not good, they're above us. Inuyasha warned sharply. Everyone hurriedly looked up to see hundreds of massive centipedes, their bodies resembling solidified lava, frantically climbing down the steep cliff like a tide. A flash of inspiration struck Cheng Mo. The Dragon Valley. I think I understand where we are. Observing the centipedes' ravenous, crimson gazes fixated on the dragon corpses below, Cheng Mo could not allow such a delectable feast to escape his grasp. That was legendary dragon meat. In a heartbeat, his thoughts crystallized, and his body was enveloped in a molten armor. The azure light of his cloud shoes flickered as a 5-fold speed enhancement surged forth, and his wind-type abilities were pushed to their utmost limits. His figure left behind a blurred crimson afterimage. When he reappeared, he was already beside the 2 dragon carcasses. With a swift motion of his arm, the enormous beasts vanished from the ground, stored within his spatial ring. Hissing and screeching, the centipedes, enraged by the sudden disappearance of their meal, unleashed a terrifying chorus of shrieks, all eyes locking onto Cheng Mo. Their aggression shifting as they cascaded down like a molten waterfall, targeting him. Just in time, Let these beasts witness the might of our new gear. Cheng Mo's spirits soared as he declared, charging fearlessly into the swarm of lava centipedes. With the molten armor shielding him and the cloud shoes enhancing his wind abilities, he moved with an astonishingly ghostly speed. The dagger, once mocked for its mere sharpness, now truly exhibited a terrifying prowess beyond S-Rank. Each flicker of movement sent the dagger slicing through the air, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. He deftly maneuvered through the throng of centipedes, each slash accompanied by a howling wind. The hardened lava centipedes were cleaved apart as if they were butter under a hot knife, their insides spilling forth in a matter of moments. In just a few breaths, dozens of centipedes lay disemboweled, their viscous green fluids spraying everywhere. Cheng Mo's ferocity ignited the battle spirit within his companions. Haha, exhilarating. Watch me. Inuyasha bellowed with laughter, the crimson blade radiating a fierce red glow as it transformed into a massive fiery blade wheel, cleaving through the centipede swarm and instantly severing two of them in half. I can't be left behind, Inuharuka shouted, charging forth, wielding his colossal blade with unmatched ferocity. Each strike shattered a centipede's shell, sending limbs flying. Yin moved with elegance yet lethality, his crimson blade darting like a butterfly, precisely targeting the vulnerable joints of the centipedes' heads, striking them down with deadly accuracy. Han Yuyin and Old Iron joined the fray. Han Yuyin, light on her feet, danced among the centipedes, her crimson blade glinting with deadly intent. Severed limbs and shattered shells flying. Old Iron stood firm like a rock, unleashing thunderous punches that sent any centipede attempting to ambush them flying. Chapter 46. Breaking free from the abyss. With the brilliance of the crimson blade and the defense of the battle armor, Cheng Mo and his companions transformed into an efficient slaughtering machine, especially with Inuyasha and Inuharuka, who excelled in strength, donning the molten armor and wielding the crimson blade. It was as if they had been unshackled, their combat prowess soaring to unprecedented heights, with each slash claiming the life of a centipede. The six of them engaged in a fierce battle against the hundreds of lava centipedes beside the abyssal cliff. The clash of blades, the shattering of shells, the shrill cries, and the thunderous roars filled the air. Empowered by top-tier equipment, this small team unleashed a terrifying fighting force. In a mere 10 minutes, the tide of centipedes was nearly annihilated. The abyss floor was littered with the mangled bodies of centipedes, while in the center lay over 100 treasure chests radiating a crimson glow. Phew, that was exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Cheng Mo came to a sudden halt, landing firmly atop a pile of centipede corpses, shaking off the viscous green fluid from his dagger, brimming with pride. Island Lord, this battle armor and blade are truly crafted as our ultimate weapons, Inuyasha exclaimed, excitedly caressing the scorching crimson blade in his hands. Indeed, Island Lord. I feel like I could take on 10 foes, Inuharuka added, swinging his blade with exuberance. However, just as they basked in the victory, preparing to collect their spoils, Han Yuyin's vigilant voice rang out, tinged with an undeniable gravity. Cheng Mo, don't let your guard down. We must clean the battlefield immediately. Something feels off. Yuyin? Cheng Mo's smile faltered, instantly shifting to alertness as he scanned the surrounding cliffs and abyss with keen eyes. What do you sense? Han Yuyin furrowed her brows, her gaze darting through the dim shadows of the abyss, speaking in a hushed urgency. Nothing specific yet, but I have an unsettling feeling in my heart. Hurry. Once we gather the treasure chests, we must leave this place at once. Nodding in acknowledgement, Cheng Mo gestured to the group, then began collecting the loot. Though he did not comprehend the source of Han Yuyin's unease, exercising caution was never a mistake. Just as they finished gathering the treasures, a sea of crimson eyes emerged from both sides of the abyss. Those were the eyes of the abyssal spider demons. Damn, we're truly in danger. Cheng Mo cursed under his breath, swiftly directing Old Iron and the others. Fall back, up the cliff. Cheng Mo pointed to the seemingly endless cliff above, then produced 5 eightfold ninetails for the group. Just as he lit a cigarette, he approached Han Yuyin and hoisted her onto his back. Without hesitation, he channeled all his strength and charged towards the cliff. Inuyasha and Shippo exchanged a glance before directly following behind Cheng Mo and his companions. Meanwhile, Yin Yin took flight with a flap of her wings. Thanks to Yeju's rapid recovery speed, everyone's stamina remained in a relatively balanced state. Just as they ascended to an altitude of 400 or 500 meters, Cheng Mo encountered a serious dilemma. Given the combined weight of himself and Han Yuyin, it wouldn't be long before his speed decreased, and at that point, they would plummet from the steep cliff. Unlike Inuyasha and the others, he lacked claws for grip. Yuyin, hold on tight. I'm about to let go. Upon hearing this, Han Yuyin tightened her embrace around Cheng Mo, demonstrating her readiness through action. Observing this, Cheng Mo swiftly retrieved 2 crimson blades from his storage. With each ascent, He would thrust one of the war blades into the cliff for leverage. Just as they reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, Yen's voice rang out beside him. Island Master, the abyssal spider demon is closing in from below. Cheng Mo glanced downward to see a surging tide of red below. Damn it, Yen, can you carry Yen up? He asked. It poses a certain challenge. But I can give it a try, Yen replied, soaring behind Cheng Mo, lifting Han Yuyen in her arms as they ascended. The moment Yuyen departed from his back, Cheng Mo felt a sudden lightness, and their upward speed increased. Inuyasha, Shippo, don't follow me. Go help Yen get the Vice Island Master to safety, Cheng Mo commanded, noticing the two persistently trailing him. Understood, they replied, breaking away with a series of leaps. Cheng Mo smirked to himself, pondering whether he was the one with an advantage or if these two were simply exceptional. Just as he momentarily distracted himself, a white web shot toward him. In an instant, he was ensnared, plummeting down as the spider demon yanked him downward. Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't roar. Do you think I'm a mere Hello Kitty? A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he wielded his crimson blades, unleashing a searing burst of blade light. With a sharp sound, the resilient webbing snapped before his divine weapon. In the blink of an eye, instead of retreating, Cheng Mo surged forward. Using the cliff as a springboard, he propelled himself downward like a cannonball. His target was the massive spider demon that had just attacked him. The rush of wind carried with it a murderous intent. The crimson blades emitted a chilling wail. Two streaks of crimson light precisely intersected at the spider demon's neck. The enormous spider head, frozen in shock, shot skyward. Cheng Mo, using the momentum, performed a flip, landing firmly on the massive body of the spider, and then forcefully pushed off. Boom. The gigantic corpse crashed down like a rolling stone amidst the dense swarm of spiders, creating chaos and shrieks. Harnessing this fierce rebound, Cheng Mo shot upward like a meteor. At last, after a brief yet thrilling escape, the group surged out of the abyss. Cheng Mo collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out with his chest heaving heavily, panting as he glanced around at the others. Phew, is everyone all right? I'm fine, came Inuyasha's voice. All good. Shippo chimed in simultaneously. I'm okay too, Yin said, retracting her wings. At that moment, Han Yuyen's voice, laced with regret, reached them. Cheng Mo, I'm sorry for holding you back. Cheng Mo struggled to spring back to his feet, executing a swift motion to retrieve a blood-red fruit from his storage. Enough with the nonsense. He firmly placed the fruit into Han Yuyen's hands. Eat this. It's a primordial fruit. Let us get moving. It's not safe here. His words rushed forth as he activated his storage, and two powerful UTVs materialized with a thunderous roar. The engines roared in the Dragon Valley, and the vehicles tore through the air like wild stallions, speeding toward the desolate canyon's edge. In the rearview mirror, the crimson tide continued to surge relentlessly. Hot on their heels, the wind howled fiercely and dust billowed. As Cheng Mo gripped the steering wheel, the jagged rocks flew by in the distance. Yet he couldn't suppress a triumphant grin, laughing heartily. Brothers, isn't this exhilarating? Ha! Exhilarating my foot. The spider demons are right behind us. Chapter 47, A Narrow Escape. Han Yuyen shot Cheng Mo an exasperated glance, the primordial fruit's energy surging within her, cleansing her meridians and leaving her no time to worry about anything else. Hee. Cheng Mo grinned, glancing at the rearview mirror, and with a flick of his wrist, conjured a palm-sized azure wind blade that whistled toward the pursuing swarm of spider demons. Cheng Mo's focus remained fixed on the rearview mirror. The wind blade sliced through the air but dissipated without a sound after covering a mere 50 meters. The nearest spider demon remained over 100 meters away. What kind of useless skill is this? It's worse than a toy gun. Cheng Mo slammed his fist on the steering wheel, unable to hold back a curse. Through the mirror, a wave of thousands of grotesque giant spiders surged forward. The UTVs pushed their limits, roaring at full throttle just to maintain a fleeting balance with the swarm. Cheng Mo's heart sank to the depths of despair. Gasoline. Once the tank ran dry, they would face a fate of being overwhelmed by the spiders. As the wind howled and the distance between them narrowed, Cheng Mo's mind raced, frantically assessing every weapon and piece of equipment at his disposal, only to find no solution to their dire predicament. The foremost spider demon was now less than 50 meters from the back of the vehicle. In a moment of impending doom, two soft beams of white light enveloped the two speeding UTVs entirely. The white light erupted with brilliance, blindingly radiant. When the light faded, the area was empty. The five of them along with the vehicles seemingly vanished without a trace. The approaching swarm of spider demons halted abruptly, their countless crimson eyes scanning the vacant space in confusion, their forelimbs anxiously scraping the ground, producing a hissing sound. They could not comprehend how their prey, so close at hand, had suddenly disappeared. As visibility returned, Cheng Mo and his companions found themselves standing securely within the familiar hall of the Peach Blossom Island Villa. Are we back? Cheng Mo surveyed his surroundings, the immense joy of surviving flooding over him, momentarily overshadowing the earlier despair. Has it been 24 hours? Han Yuyan placed a hand on her forehead, exhaling deeply. It seems that there isn't a clear distinction between day and night in Dragon Valley, but I can assure you, we indeed spent a full day there. Indeed, Island Master, Yin confirmed, her voice tinged with the relief of fatigue. Prior to this, we were either in combat or racing toward battle, our nerves taut, making it easy to overlook the passage of time. Sister, Brother Cheng Mo, you're back. A bright, cheerful exclamation rang out from the staircase on the second floor. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Han Kiki fluttered down the stairs like a light bird. As she beheld the 5 individuals clad in armor adorned with dark crimson patterns resembling flowing magma, her round, sparkling eyes ignited with an intense gleam of excitement. Wow, you all look absolutely magnificent. I want one too. She dove into her sister Han Yuyan's embrace, extending her tiny hand to gingerly poke and prod at the mesmerizing designs of the molten armor, her admiration and envy palpable. All right, Kiki, why don't you go prepare some food for everyone? Cheng Mo efficiently stowed away the 2 off-road vehicles, casting a glance at Han Kiki before adding, I'll send you a set shortly. Really? That's wonderful. Upon hearing about the armor, Han Kiki's face brightened instantly, and with a jubilant cheer, she bounced toward the kitchen. Everyone, please freshen up first. Cheng Mo addressed his slightly weary companions. After we eat, make sure to rest well. Yes, Island Master. With that, Cheng Mo made his way back to his room. The fatigue from the relentless battles surged back as he stepped into the familiar environment, his muscles yearning for relaxation. He entered the bathroom, and as the warm water cascaded over him, a long-lost sense of comfort washed away the exhaustion of the past 2 days. Half an hour later, a refreshed Cheng Mo arrived at the dining area, where Han Yuyan and the others were already waiting. Let us eat. Why are you waiting for me? Cheng Mo plopped down at the dining table, cheerfully beckoning everyone. Brother Cheng Mo, you promised to give me the armor. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, Han Kiki leaned in, her big eyes filled with anticipation. Here, I'll give it to you right now. Observing her pitiful expression, Cheng Mo chuckled helplessly and retrieved a set of armor and a battle knife from his wrist storage, handing them to Han Kiki. Thank you, Brother Cheng Mo. Han Kiki exclaimed joyfully, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before bounding away like a little rabbit. Cheng Mo's heart tightened, instinctively glancing at Han Yuyan, awaiting her reaction. In the past, such intimate contact would have provoked her ire. Yet, strangely, Han Yuyan merely sat quietly, seemingly oblivious, her expression devoid of any disturbance. What are you staring at? Han Yuyan lifted her head, casting him a small roll of her eyes. Your sister just kissed me. Cheng Mo pointed to his cheek. Somewhat bewildered. So what if she did? Han Yuyan replied nonchalantly, even with a hint of teasing. What? Do you want me to give you a kiss too? Cheng Mo was left speechless. After lunch, Cheng Mo relaxed, sprawling out on the soft sofa in the living room. Yuyan, he recalled their earlier conversation. What ability did you awaken? Han Yuyan's eyes sparkled, instantly invigorated. The Eye of Heaven ability. The Eye of Heaven ability? Cheng Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What does that entail? Well, how should I explain this? Han Yuyan furrowed her brow slightly, moving to sit across from Cheng Mo, pondering before speaking. Currently, this ability exhibits 2 skills. One is thermal imaging. I can distinctly sense objects within a 1,000-meter range that exceed normal temperature. The other is dynamic vision. Fast-moving objects appear slowed down to me, allowing me to clearly track their trajectory and even anticipate their next move. Wow. Cheng Mo sat up straight, astonishment plastered across his face. Yuyan, that ability is incredible. It's tailor-made for slaying demons and gods. That's thanks to your support. Han Yuyan's cheeks flushed slightly at his forthright compliment, and she instinctively averted her gaze. In truth, she had concealed one additional skill, X-ray vision. Cheng Mo. Han Yuyan quickly suppressed her unusual feelings, regarding him with curiosity. Your awakening must be wind-related, right? What skills do you have? Yes, wind-based, Cheng Mo nodded. Then a hint of frustration crossed his face as he counted on his fingers. 3 skills. Wind blade, wind chains, and wind shadow. 1 for offense, 1 for control, and 1 for speed. I feel like, aside from running fast, the other 2 aren't as practical. Observing his exasperation, Han Yuyan gently reminded him. I actually think these 3 skills suit you perfectly. The wind blade is fast and sharp for offense. The acceleration makes you agile, significantly enhancing your survival capability. As for the chains, her eyes flickered, as if a thought had crossed her mind. You could try combining it with your sharp dagger. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Cheng Mo smacked his forehead, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Chains entwined with daggers would be a deadly ranged weapon. Coupled with the dagger's attributes, wow. Island Master, you have finally returned. Just then, Jiang Yuling's voice, tinged with urgency, came from outside as she and Sun Miao Miao hurried in. What's wrong? What happened? Cheng Mo's heart sank at the look on Jiang Yuling's face, and he immediately sat up. Island Master, Vice Island Master. A major incident occurred while you were away from the island. Jiang Yuling nodded to both of them, speaking in haste. Oh, a major incident? Cheng Mo lit a cigarette to steady his nerves, frowning as he asked, what kind of major incident has you so flustered? Someone has upgraded the island to level 2. Jiang Yuling took a deep breath, striving to steady her tone. Level 2? Cheng Mo raised an eyebrow, then relaxed. Realizing that as long as it wasn't a problem with Peach Blossom Island, he need not worry. So it's level 2. That's not our concern. Jiang Yuling quickly added the crucial details. The issue is that the one who upgraded is from our Huagua, and he is the foremost figure in the military. General Long Zhan. Cheng Mo pursed his lips, still not particularly interested. General Long? He is indeed a big shot. But what does that have to do with us common folks? He flies in the sky while we walk on the ground. Realizing he and T grasped the crux, Jiang Yuling hastily revealed the most critical information. The key issue is not just the upgrade. General Long is currently rallying all the scattered Huagua soldiers. More importantly, he has sent us a procurement request, wishing to purchase our bunkers and rifles. Procurement? This term finally captured Cheng Mo's full attention. What does he want to buy? How much? They said they're willing to settle with alloys and everlasting ironwood. Jiang Yuling emphasized, her eyes sparkling with excitement, declaring that whatever we can offer, they would take. Alloys. Everlasting ironwood. Cheng Mo slapped his thigh, his face breaking into a wide grin, the previous indifference vanishing. Haha, this is just perfect timing. Brilliant. He quickly reined in his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. Yuling, tell me, how much material do we have in the warehouse? Jiang Yuling swiftly calculated in her mind and replied, Island Master, we can gather about 2,000 complete sets for the bunkers. As for various models of rifles, we have materials for approximately 5,000. Excellent. Cheng Mo decisively stated, contact them immediately. Inform them that we are willing to sell 1,000 sets of bunkers, along with 2,000 semi-automatic rifles. Priority for alloy settlement. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. Jiang Yuling felt a surge of energy and promptly turned to execute the command. Cheng Mo wasted no time either, heading straight for the territory cabinet on the second floor. With practiced ease, he transferred all items from the hand-ring warehouse into the vacant slots of the dimensional warehouse. Then swiftly retrieved the materials necessary to construct 1,000 fortifications and 2,000 semi-automatic rifles, activating the workbench to commence manufacturing. By the way, do you still utilize the dimensional warehouse? If not, may I store some items there? Han Yuyan's voice came from behind him. Go ahead. I do not need it for now, Cheng Mo replied without lifting his gaze, his thoughts already turning to the future development plans for Peach Blossom Island. He had previously appeared indifferent to the news of someone advancing to a level 2 island. However, in the cutthroat, rule-less world of islands, who among them would ever consider their strength excessive? If large organizations capable of consolidating resources could emerge in Huagua, how could other nations remain passive? Should they encounter each other on narrow paths in the future, it is often the fist that dictates outcomes more than reason ever could. While he pondered, Han Yuyan's voice rang out again. Everything is stored, except for the equipment I use myself. There are quite a few valuable items inside. Take your time to study them. I can't hold on much longer, so I'll go sleep now. With that, she stifled a yawn. All right, Cheng Mo responded. Upon hearing about valuable items, he immediately redirected his focus back to the territory cabinet. As soon as he opened the dimensional space, a dense array of various supplies appeared before him. Besides the materials he already possessed, the dimensional space now overflowed with numerous resources, evidently acquired from the treasure chests dropped by the Abyss Spider Demon after Han Yuyan's defeat of it. His gaze swept over a line of high-grade equipment, S-grade equipment, Graveheart Island, Portal, Song High Cloud Ship, Iron Curtain Sentinel, A-grade equipment, Modified Bren Gun, Bren Machine Gun, Crimson Storm Submachine Gun, Blood Red Dagger, Blood Moon Bow. From this venture into the Dragon Valley alone, he had amassed no fewer than 7 blueprints for equipment graded A or above. Cheng Mo meticulously examined the raw material requirements of these blueprints and discovered that most of the core materials originated from the remains of the Abyss Spider Demon and the Lava Centipede. Abyss Spider Demon, Lava Centipede. Could these pieces of equipment be part of a series? Cheng Mo mused aloud, tracing the edges of the blueprints with his fingers. He then shook his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless of whether they constitute a set, I shall learn them first. With that thought flashing through his mind, he unhesitatingly utilized the 5 new blueprints on the workbench. Subsequently, he accurately searched for the corresponding materials within the dimensional space and added them to the manufacturing queue. With everything in place, he awaited the completion of the earlier construction of fortifications and semi-automatic rifles, eager to begin the production of this new batch of more formidable weapons. During the wait, Cheng Mo took the opportunity to inventory the core strategic resources hoarded in the warehouse: dragon bones, 354, energy crystals, 19, millennial ironwood, 2, alloys, 11, lava centipede carapace, 4728, lava centipede blade feet, 4728, spider demon fangs, 4480, spider demon silk pouches, 1154, magic crystals, 3289. Upon completing his count, Cheng Mo felt an overwhelming thirst. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed such a substantial stockpile of high-grade resources. Ding! A crisp notification sound echoed from the hand ring, signaling the completion of manufacturing. Finished so quickly? Cheng Mo was slightly taken aback. He quickly glanced at the interface of the hand ring warehouse, and after trading the 1,000 fortifications and 2,000 semi-automatic rifles to Jiang Yuling, he turned and made his way to the balcony on the second floor. On the balcony, 5 freshly crafted pieces of equipment were lined up in a row. Upon laying his eyes on the modified Bren gun, Cheng Mo found himself momentarily stunned. This is the modification? He furrowed his brow, struggling to associate it with the term. Before him stood the same old World War II light armored vehicle, now entirely coated in a dark red hue that resembled solidified lava. This texture bore a striking resemblance to the previous lava armor. Upon closer inspection of the other equipment, the Crimson Storm submachine gun, Bren machine gun, Blood Red dagger, and Blood Moon bow all shared the same dark red color, as if coursing with a common lifeblood. Indeed, Cheng Mo realized, bending down to heft the heavy Bren machine gun for a moment. These pieces of equipment are undoubtedly part of a series. Island Master, so you are here. Jiang Yuling's voice called from behind. Cheng Mo set the machine gun down and turned to inquire, is everything settled? Reporting to the Island Master, I have fulfilled my duties. Jiang Yuling's face was alight with excitement, and she continued, we obtained quite a haul, 4,000 units of alloys and 500 units of millennial ironwood. Excellent. Truly excellent. Cheng Mo's face broke into a smile as he praised her efforts. Well done. Chapter 49, Longhua Island. Here, take this and eat it. Cheng Mo flipped his wrist, revealing a crimson fruit cradled in his palm. Island Master, this is... Jiang Yuling's gaze was instantly drawn to the fruit, an exotic aroma causing her throat to involuntarily swallow. Hunyuan fruit, Cheng Mo stated with a calm demeanor, though his words bore undeniable weight. Consuming it can aid in awakening latent abilities. Jiang Yuling's heart skipped a beat, a glimmer of desire flashing in her eyes, yet her voice carried a hint of trepidation. Island Master, this is too precious. Indeed, it is precious, Cheng Mo nodded, his gaze firmly on her, but you are a core member of Peach Blossom Island. This is rightfully yours. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuling hesitated no longer and respectfully accepted the fruit with both hands. Thank you, Island Master. Cheng Mo waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. As long as you dedicate yourself to the island, you shall receive your due. He then shifted his tone to one of gravity. Moreover, the materials you were tasked with collecting must be expedited. I have an ominous premonition that this world conceals far too many unknown dangers. Understood. Yuling comprehends. Jiang Yuling bowed in response. Just as she was about to turn to leave, she suddenly recalled something and halted. Island Master, since your departure, the dimensional warehouse has stored 4,321 units of essence soil. Our island can be upgraded to level 2. Oh, splendid. Cheng Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. I see. I will attend to the upgrade shortly. After Jiang Yuling departed, Cheng Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. With the alloy issue resolved, the materials for the Tsang High Cloud ship were now only lacking floating stones and energy crystals. However, Jiang Yuling had already collected quite a bit of time, and there was still no sign of the floating stones. Why overthink it? I should focus on the present. Cheng Mo chuckled to himself with self-deprecation. He then gathered the weapons and equipment from the balcony and returned to the living room on the second floor. After calculating the materials, he immediately began crafting the dark red set on the workbench. During the wait, Cheng Mo did not remain idle. He summoned all the essence soil from the dimensional warehouse to upgrade the island. As the white light flashed, the entire island trembled slightly once more. A few seconds later, the island's area expanded from its previous 7,859 square meters to 12,180 square meters. Just as the island upgrade was completed, the voice of the survival world resonated in his mind. Congratulations, Peach Blossom Island has upgraded to a level 2 island. Reward, Island Directional Teleportation Scroll, X10. Simultaneously, a notification about the upgrade of Peach Blossom Island appeared on the world channel. Wow. Did Peach Blossom Island just get a facelift? How did they catch up so quickly after General Long just upgraded to level 2 last night? Exactly. Their upgrade speed is astonishing. My island is still more than 30 square meters away from upgrading to a level 2 island. Brothers, have you all noticed? The disparity between the rewards for the first and second upgrades is simply staggering. I must say, Dragonhua Island awarded a seaplane, 2 types of island resources, and 30 island teleportation scrolls, while Taohua Island only rewarded 10 teleportation scrolls. In an instant, the world channel was abuzz with discussions about upgrading to a level 2 island. Meanwhile, Chengze stood there, dumbfounded. Is this all there is? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Cheng Mo was pondering this, his wristband began to vibrate fervently. As he clicked on the flashing private message icon, his gaze fell upon the sender's name, Long Zhan. The sudden message from this eminent figure caused his heart to skip a beat. He quickly skimmed through the content. Long Zhan. Congratulations, little brother Cheng Mo. I'm here to celebrate your success in upgrading your island to level 2. Cheng Mo furrowed his brow slightly. This man was the foremost figure in the military of Huagua, and to receive such a congratulatory message as a mere minor character was perplexing. Uncertain of the other's intentions, he cautiously typed a response on the virtual keyboard. Thank you for your congratulations, General Long. I wonder what business you have with someone as insignificant as me. Long Zhan, you're too modest, Brother Cheng. How could the first person to upgrade their island to level 1 be considered insignificant? The politeness in his words was evident. But Cheng Mo was unwilling to engage in indirect banter with such a shrewd individual. Since the other party had not stated their purpose outright, he decided to be straightforward. General Long, you are too kind. I merely had a stroke of luck. I assume you have pressing matters to discuss? Long Zhan, haha. You are indeed refreshing, little brother. I want to beat around the bush. The reason I'm reaching out is regarding the directional scrolls in your possession. Have you considered selling this batch of scrolls? So, this was the crux of the matter. Cheng Mo's brow arched, and he immediately understood. Given the significance of these scrolls to someone like Long Zhan, he was not inclined to part with them easily. Choosing his words carefully, he replied, General Long, I'm afraid I have no plans to sell this batch of scrolls at the moment. Long Zhan seemed unsurprised by his response. Maintaining a calm demeanor but with a more pronounced tone of persuasion, Brother Cheng, here's the situation. I am currently planning to establish an alliance in Huagua to enhance our overall strength and security. These scrolls are crucial to realizing this plan. If you are willing to part with them, I assure you that we can negotiate a price that will satisfy you. Sensing the other's determination, Cheng Mo remained resolute in his decision not to relinquish the scrolls lightly. General Long, establishing an alliance is indeed a commendable endeavor for the nation and its people. However, as an ordinary citizen, I lack your lofty aspirations. Please allow me to contemplate this matter further. Acknowledging Cheng Mo's polite yet firm stance, Long Zhan refrained from applying further pressure. His response was smooth and tactful. Of course, take your time to consider. If the transaction doesn't materialize, our friendship remains intact. I will await your good news at any time. Should you change your mind one day and decide to sell, please prioritize reaching out to me. Cheng Mo breathed a sigh of relief in secret, reciprocating with an agreeable nod. Thank you for your understanding, General. If I ever decide to sell, I will certainly contact you first. After concluding the dialogue with Long Zhan, Cheng Mo exhaled deeply. Conversing with such prominent figures is exhausting. He fished out a cigarette, lit it, and plopped down onto the sofa. Subsequently, he retrieved the directional teleportation scroll he had just acquired to examine it. Directional teleportation scroll. Level S. Description: the Alliance team privileges are now available. The user can teleport the islands of Alliance members to a location within 10 kilometers of their own island. Upon reviewing the attributes of the teleportation scroll, Cheng Mo understood. No wonder Long Zhan coveted this teleportation scroll. It was indeed a strategic treasure. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Didn't he still possess a blueprint for constructing a teleportation portal? Wouldn't the effect be quite similar? Chapter 50, Taohua Alliance. Cheng Mo scrutinized the items in his possession, comparing and analyzing the pros and cons. The directional teleportation scroll could indeed enhance the defensive depth of the main island. But in comparison, the use of a teleportation portal was undoubtedly more flexible and varied. As he pondered, he began to check the materials required to manufacture the teleportation portal. Small teleportation portal. Level S. Description: can ignore distance limitations, consuming magic crystals for personnel and equipment teleportation. Material requirements: 10 ethereal stones, 100 magic crystals, 1 spirit pattern alloy. Gazing at the information on the blueprint, inspiration sparked in Cheng Mo's mind. What kind of effects could be achieved if he combined the teleportation portal with the directional teleportation scroll? With this thought, enthusiasm ignited within him. Ding! The crisp sound of the workstation's manufacturing prompt resonated. It's done. Cheng Mo's spirits lifted as he swiftly opened the warehouse interface on his wristband. The inventory displayed a total of 230 Dark Red Series equipment neatly arranged: Lava Battle Armor, Crimson Blade, Bloodstorm Assault Rifle, and Red Eye Dagger. Additionally, there were 100 Bryn guns, 100 Blood Moon bows, and 20 modified Bryn vehicles. Excellent. A glimmer of satisfaction shone in Cheng Mo's eyes, banishing the fatigue from 24 hours of continuous effort. He accessed the contact list on his wristband, locating Jiang Yuling's avatar, and sent a direct message: "Come to the second floor." In no time, Jiang Yuling arrived with a light step. "Island Master, what is your command?" Cheng Mo plainly stated the task. "Our island has upgraded to level 2 and obtained 10 directional teleportation scrolls. We need to recruit 10 affiliated islands. Please arrange this." "Rest assured, Island Master, I have already prepared for this," Jiang Yuling replied with a confident smile, promptly sending over a document through her wristband. "This is the preliminary list of 10 candidate island names for your review." Cheng Mo was momentarily taken aback, surprised. "You're quite swift. What if I had no intention of recruiting this time?" Jiang Yuling chuckled lightly. "The screening work must be done, even if you do not intend to expand. Having a backup list will not go to waste. If you need it, I can provide it for your reference at any time, right?" Cheng Mo nodded with a smile. "You are becoming increasingly capable as an assistant." After offering Jiang Yuling some praise, Cheng Mo opened the document to review it. A few minutes later, Cheng Mo stretched lazily and declared, "All right, let us go with them. You handle the arrangements." He then established an alliance within his wristband, Taohua Alliance, and granted Jiang Yuling invitation permissions before heading towards the balcony on the second floor, not forgetting that he had yet to utilize today as fishing opportunity. The scrolls lay on the coffee table, ready for him to use. Upon reaching the balcony on the second floor, Cheng Mo cast his fishing hook into the swimming pool, eager to see if he could reel in any resources from within. Splash! As the hook was pulled up, a blueprint fell before Cheng Mo. "Congratulations. You have obtained a blueprint for 127 armor-piercing bullets." Well, it truly works. Once his suspicions were confirmed, Cheng Mo began to fervently fish. "Congratulations. You have received 100 boxes of beer." "Congratulations. You have acquired 500 pounds of peanuts." "Congratulations. You have obtained 10 tons of rice." "Congratulations. You have secured 10 individual flying devices." "Congratulations. You have earned 20 floating stones." After exhausting all 21 fishing opportunities, Cheng Mo nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, he had managed to procure some remarkable items this time. Even acquiring floating stones was beyond his expectations. After storing the materials he had caught, Cheng Mo pondered for a moment, realizing there was nothing pressing to attend to, and he directly returned to his bedroom. It was time for a respite. Before long, the room was filled with the rhythmic sound of snoring. "Where's brother Cheng Mo?" Not long after Cheng Mo had fallen asleep, Han Kiki burst in, followed by 3 unfamiliar women. "Shoo!" Jiang Yuling quickly gestured for Han Kiki to be quiet, lowering her voice to remind her, "Kiki, keep it down. The Island Master and Deputy Island Master are still resting." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the 3 women behind Han Kiki. All 3 were clad in camouflage attire, and though their garments bore signs of wear, they could not conceal the air of competence and valor that surrounded them. "Huang Mei, Feng Yan Zhao Xiaoni?" Jiang Yuling confirmed in a hushed tone. "Indeed, Assistant Jiang. Is it?" The leading woman stepped forward briskly, shaking Jiang Yuling's hand firmly as she introduced herself. "Hello, Assistant Jiang. I am Huang Mei." Her tone carried a hint of gratitude for surviving a harrowing ordeal. "Yes, Huang Mei, you have all had quite the journey." Jiang Yuling nodded, gesturing towards the upstairs. "You all go wash up and rest in room 302 for now. The Island Master is currently resting and will see you at dinner." "Thank you so much." Huang Mei expressed her gratitude once more before leading her 2 companions towards the staircase. As the trio stepped into room 302, an indescribable excitement enveloped them. "Sister Mei, we really moved into a mansion." The youngest, Zhao Xiaoni, flushed with enthusiasm. "Indeed, Sister Mei, this place has a villa and even an outdoor swimming pool. It seems we truly made the right choice this time." Feng Yan exclaimed, surveying the tidy and comfortable room with delight. Huang Mei observed her 2 exhilarated companions, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes before it transformed into resolve. "Yes, we did come to the right place, but remember, we have no way back now. Everyone, wash up and tidy yourselves quickly. Do not forget Assistant Zhang's instructions." As her words fell, a rosy hue instantly crept onto Zhao Xiaoni's and Feng Yan's cheeks. Indeed, this peach blossom island felt like a paradise, yet the stipulations left them momentarily flustered. Zhao Xiaoni, touching her heated cheeks, timidly murmured, "Sister Mei, do you think Island Master Cheng Mo really wants to become an emperor? Why bother with such nonsense?" Huang Mei frowned slightly, her tone turning serious. "The priority now is that we are here. This is a transaction. Keep in mind, we are here seeking stability. Do not entertain thoughts of palace intrigue. Time flew by, and the sky outside gradually darkened. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of loud stomach growls jolted Cheng Mo awake, driven by a fierce hunger. He rose and made his way to the dining room downstairs. Upon reaching the staircase, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. The long dining table was nearly filled with people, almost 40 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. Alliance leader, island master. Various greetings rang out simultaneously. Brother Cheng Mo, you finally woke up. We've all been waiting for you to start the meal. I'm about to starve. Han Kiki was the first to leap from her seat, darting to his side like a joyous little bird, tugging at his arm to draw him to the head of the table. Still dazed from sleep, Cheng Mo rubbed his eyes and surveyed the crowded dining room in bewilderment. Kiki, am I seeing things after just waking up? When did so many people gather in the dining room? Brother Cheng Mo, these are our newly recruited allies and teammates. Han Kiki introduced excitedly. Cheng Mo's eyes flashed with surprise as he turned to Jiang Yuling. Oh, Yuling, such efficiency? Jiang Yuling smiled and explained, Island Master. Thanks to the island's directional teleportation scroll, everyone was instantaneously transported to our island, which is why it's so efficient. I see. Cheng Mo nodded, addressing everyone. All right, let us eat first. We can discuss matters afterward. Everyone took their seats and began to eat. Perhaps in celebration of the newly formed alliance, the feast was particularly lavish. In addition to the usual sea beast meat, there were even several dishes of vibrant green vegetables. Cheng Mo took a bite of the greens, enjoying the crisp freshness, and curiously asked, these vegetables are delightful. Where did they come from? I don't recall us having these on our island. Brother Cheng Mo, Han Kiki answered eagerly, her tone tinged with pride. It was Sister Hiyu. She opened a supply box recently and obtained seeds, cultivating them herself. She promised that in a few days, we'll have fresh vegetables to eat every day. Well done. Cheng Mo nodded in approval, his voice filled with genuine satisfaction. Once everyone had eaten their fill, the Kagro warrior, Miao Xiaomi, along with a few companions, nimbly stepped forward to clear the dishes and subsequently served refreshing drinks to everyone. At that moment, the eyes of the newly arrived allies and teammates seemed to be fixated on Miao Xiaomi and her companions. Their fluffy ears twitched with agility, and their tails swayed slightly, clearly embodying the legendary beings they had only heard about in stories. Some were so astonished they forgot to close their mouths. This is a cat girl. Cheng Mo, alliance leader, they. Cheng Mo observed the astonished expressions of the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. His tone casual, yet laced with a hint of pride. Indeed, as you can see, these are the cat girl warriors of my island. Wow, alliance leader, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed one newly allied island master. Can you share a couple of cat girl warriors with us? Cheng Mo pointed towards the working cat girls, his voice cold. The island master who had posed the question was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, causing his back to chill and sweat to bead on his forehead as he hurriedly clarified, Alliance leader, you misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. I was merely inquiring. In case our island faces a sea beast tide, could you lend them to assist us? It's truly just a request for assurance. Is that so? Cheng Mo's gaze remained fixed, slowly sweeping across the faces of everyone present. Each person who met his gaze felt an invisible weight pressing down upon them. It would be best if that were the case. His voice suddenly rose, resonating powerfully. Ladies and gentlemen, since you have joined my Peach Blossom Alliance, you are trusted companions. However, I must impress upon you this. Any improper thoughts should be dismissed at once. Anyone who dares to harbor ulterior motives. His tone turned icy, each word falling like a chilling icicle. I do not mind personally clearing the premises. A chill ran through the crowd, and they immediately began to express their loyalty, voices overlapping. Rest assured, Alliance leader, we shall follow your lead without a hint of ulterior motives. When you point east, we will not venture west. Have no worries at all. We understand the rules. Enough, Cheng Mo said with a hint of impatience, waving his hand to interrupt their somewhat extravagant flattery. I did not summon you here merely to hear such sweet nothings. His tone softened, regaining some measure of calm. Now that you have joined the Alliance, we are all family. My expectations of you are simple. First, any valuable resources should be circulated primarily within the Alliance. We shall not allow our riches to flow to outsiders. Second, return with renewed vigor and focus on the development of your own islands. He glanced upwards, noting the late hour. That will be all for now. You may disperse. Upon hearing Cheng Mo's directive, the crowd reluctantly departed from the cool ambience of the grand villa. Once they had left, Jiang Yuling guided 3 newcomers into the living room. Cheng Mo reclined on the sofa, relaxed yet observant. Alliance leader, Jiang Yuling announced clearly, these 3 are our new recruits who joined Taohua Island today. Huang Mei, Feng Yan, and Zhao Xiaoni. As Jiang Yuling introduced them, the 3 stepped forward in turn. Greetings, Alliance leader. Greetings, Alliance leader. Greetings, Alliance leader. Cheng Mo nodded slightly and gestured towards the adjacent seats, his tone becoming more amiable. Please, have a seat. His gaze swept across their faces, inviting them to share their expertise. Speak up, what are your respective specialties? Huang Mei was the first to respond, executing a crisp military salute. Alliance leader. We were all special forces soldiers, and I served as an assault trooper. Her voice carried the resolve of a seasoned soldier. Next, Feng Yin leaned slightly forward and reported. Report, Alliance leader, I am the equipment specialist in the team. My primary responsibilities include operating drones, mechanical dogs, and a series of remotely controlled equipment platforms. Her introduction emphasized her technical proficiency. Finally, Zhao Xiaoni sat upright, her voice clear and steady as she added, Report, Alliance leader, I am the military medic of the team, primarily responsible for battlefield first aid and medical support. There was a calming steadiness in her tone. Observing the trio before him, Cheng Mo pondered briefly before instructing Jiang Yuling. Please summon Yu Yan. I have matters to discuss with her. Yes, Alliance leader. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yuling returned with Han Yuyan. What do you need, Cheng Mo? Han Yuyan yawned, her voice somewhat drowsy. Cheng Mo briefly introduced the 3 new recruits before inquiring, how do you think they should be arranged? Han Yuyan looked at Cheng Mo in surprise. Why don't you arrange it yourself? Because I am feeling rather lazy. Cheng Mo replied unapologetically. Han Yuyan rolled her eyes at him. Let them join Shang Wanhan's team. This time, Cheng Mo was taken aback. Yuyan, are you sure you want to assign all our combat strength to her? What is the problem? We are a team. Only by merging our strengths can we achieve maximum efficacy. Besides, I still have to assist you with island affairs, so I have no time for training. Cheng Mo chuckled, pretending to rise. Haha, you are right. I'll leave this to you. I'm off to sleep now. Stop right there. Han Yuyan's voice cut off his retreat. Cheng Mo turned back, feigning innocence. Is there something else? Han Yuyan, exasperated, asked, where do you think you're going? Of course, I'm going back to sleep. Cheng Mo insisted, his gaze evasive. I've been utterly exhausted these past few days and haven't fully recovered. Oh, sleep is it? Han Yuyan raised an eyebrow. Not giving him a chance to retort, she pointed at the 3 new recruits. Perfect. You can take them upstairs to rest. She deliberately emphasized the last few words and added with a teasing tone. What? Is your precious fishing rod reluctant to upgrade? Cheng Mo was momentarily caught off guard, clearing his throat. Ahem, Yin, I think we can postpone the fishing rod upgrade for a bit. Absolutely not. Han Yuyan asserted firmly. This is a basic requirement for joining Taohua Island. How can there be any exceptions? Or are you saying? She elongated her words, her eyes sparkling with mischief. That you are unable? Uft. Cheng Mo straightened his neck, suddenly provoked by her taunt. What nonsense. A man cannot claim he is unable. Chapter 52, The Battlefield of Desperation. The sun hung high in the sky, nearing noon. Cheng Mo was still nestled in his warm bed, soundly asleep, when the door swung open with a loud bang. Cheng Mo, it's already past midday. Are you not getting up? Han Yuyan burst into the room, her presence like a gust of wind, spotting Cheng Mo peacefully sleeping. A surge of frustration welled within her. I help you with everything, and you just laze around. Without further ado, she strode forward and yanked the covers off him. As soon as she completed the action, Han Yuyan's gaze fixated on a certain undeniable part of Cheng Mo's body. Her cheeks flared with heat, a blush more intense than the sun outside. Abruptly deprived of the warmth of his covers, Cheng Mo instinctively reached out, searching for the blanket. However, what he grasped instead was a slender wrist. The blanket, he mumbled groggily, instinctively pulling at it. Ah, Han Yuyan exclaimed in surprise, losing her balance as she was unexpectedly yanked toward him, landing squarely in his embrace. The air thickened with tension. Han Yuyan, both startled and embarrassed, froze. Her mind blank. Surely he didn't think I was the blanket he was pulling back? As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly felt a sense of misgiving. The fleeting glimpse she had beneath the covers exploded in her consciousness. Han Yuyan felt a wave of heat surge to her head. Her cheeks flushed as if they could bleed, her ears burning with embarrassment. A resounding slap echoed in the air. Cheng Mo jolted awake, bewildered. Was that thunder? As he opened his eyes, he found Han Yuyan blushing, sprawled on top of him. Yuyan, what are you doing? Cheng Mo instinctively wrapped his arms around his torso. Maybe, next time? My back can't handle it. Hearing Cheng Mo's rather brazen remark, Han Yuyan delivered another slap. Get up and get to work. With that, she leaped off the bed and darted away like the wind, leaving Cheng Mo in a state of disarray beneath the covers. A few minutes later, Cheng Mo finished washing up and, armed with his fishing rod, made his way to the second-floor balcony. Swish, swish, swish. The fishing line was pulled from the water one cast after another. Congratulations. You have acquired a building for a tavern. Congratulations. You have acquired a bar. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 Hunyuan fruits. Congratulations. You have acquired 12 Italian cannons. Congratulations. You have acquired a wind turbine station. Congratulations. You have acquired a metal smelting furnace. Once he had exhausted his 30 fishing attempts, Cheng Mo returned to the second-floor living room, his face alight with satisfaction. It appears that my suspicions were indeed correct. Every time a new member joins, my luck seems to improve significantly. Cheng Mo mused to himself while inspecting the items he had just acquired. Having just obtained 3 Hunyuan fruits, he no longer had to fret over uneven distribution. With a beaming smile, Cheng Mo promptly opened the team channel to announce, "Everyone, gather in the living room on the second floor." Before long, 9 elegantly diverse women assembled before Cheng Mo. "What is it now, Cheng Mo?" Han Yuan asked, arms crossed, and her tone tinged with impatience, clearly still harboring some resentment from earlier events. "Hey, no need to rush," Cheng Mo replied, unfazed by her little temper, his expression radiant as he surveyed the crowd. "Our expedition to the Dragon Valley has yielded a bountiful harvest, and now that we're back home, it's time to share the spoils with everyone." "Wow, brother Cheng Mo, are you saying you're going to distribute rewards?" Han Kiki, the most vivacious among them, skipped over like a playful fawn and settled beside Cheng Mo, her little hands eagerly reaching out, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course. Cheng Mo flipped his wrist, effortlessly sweeping across the polished coffee table. In a flash of light, 7 crimson fruits, exuding an enchanting glow, were neatly arranged before them, filling the air with a fresh and tempting sweetness. "Kiki, you can choose first." Cheng Mo nodded toward Han Kiki. "What kind of fruit is this? Just the smell is tantalizing." Han Kiki inquired, curiously grasping the nearest fruit and bringing it close to her delicate nose for a thorough sniff, feeling the smooth texture of the skin. "Hunyuan fruit." Cheng Mo explained with a smile. "Consuming one grants the opportunity to awaken a unique ability, though each person can only benefit from one." He then turned his gaze to the others, proclaiming, "Everyone, come and take one." Han Yuyan and Jiang Yuling exchanged glances, but remained still, having already consumed theirs and thus opting out of further participation. Once everyone had received their Hunyuan fruits, Cheng Mo produced a set of dark red gear to distribute. This included the lava battle armor, crimson blade, scarlet dagger, and crimson storm assault rifle. Island Master, would it not be a waste for us non-combatants to use such fine equipment?" As soon as Cheng Mo distributed the gear, Jiang Yuling raised her hand to inquire. "Waste? Certainly not. And who says you are non-combatants? As long as we remain in this strange island world, there are no non-combatants." As he spoke, Cheng Mo exchanged a glance with Han Yuyan. "Everyone, stop what you're doing." After lunch, assembled by the lake for 3 days of combat training, the group halted in their tracks upon hearing his command. Han Kiki, standing next to Han Yuyan, immediately wore a distressed expression, resembling a frightened little rabbit as she dove into her sister's embrace, pleading softly, "Sister, can I skip it? I'm so tired." "No way." Han Yuyan firmly pressed down on her sister's arm, her tone resolute. "You will practice with me." But, for the next 2 days, Peach Blossom Island was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and seriousness. From the most basic combat techniques to disassembling, assembling, and shooting firearms, and then to targeted awakening and control of abilities, everyone toiled day in and day out on the training grounds by the lake, drenched in sweat, their exhaustion evident. On the second evening, as the setting sun bathed the island in a warm golden hue, the group, weary and ready for a brief respite, was suddenly interrupted by a chilling, mechanical, and emotionless voice reverberating in the minds of every survivor. "Dear survivors, congratulations on nearing the completion of the first phase of the survival test. Countdown, 6 hours until the first phase officially concludes. At that time, all survivors will be forcibly transported to the battleground for a brutal clash. Battlefield rules: the victor reaps all from the vanquished. The defeated are utterly obliterated. Time limit for slaughter, 72 hours. Survival or demise will be revealed on the battlefield." The voice vanished as abruptly as it had arrived, like a stone cast into a deep pool, sending ripples through the stillness. The air in the training ground by the lake solidified instantly, as if even the wind had ceased. Everyone on the island stood frozen, their expressions shifting dramatically. A sense of relief washed over them, grateful that they had endured rigorous training these past 2 days, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. In stark contrast to the relief on Peach Blossom Island, the world and regional channels were inundated with lamentations. After painstakingly establishing their footing in this island realm, they were now being thrust into an inexplicable slaughter. The battleground. It was clear that it would not be a pleasant place. "I don't want to play anymore. Send me back home." Again, the perils of island survival, the sweltering heat, and the impending beast tide. And now the emergence of a battleground. Might as well just put me out of my misery. Chapter 53, Entering the Battleground. However, not all voices were steeped in pessimism. In fact, many belligerent individuals erupted with fervor at the announcement of the battleground. "Ha! The battleground? Excellent. Absolutely splendid. The victor devours all, the defeated perish. My great Yamato nation shall harvest everything. Humph, Yamato nation? Just self-deception. Another retorted, the Eagle Empire is the mightiest. If you dare, come and fight. Huh. Do you really think my brother is just a name without substance? Cheng Mo, listen well. When you encounter me, be wise and hand over your possessions. Or don't blame me for extinguishing you. As someone openly directed their hostility toward Cheng Mo, many suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, Cheng Mo's Peach Blossom Island was the first to reach level 1, and the second to level 2. The resources there must be immense. Just thinking about capturing him is mouth-watering. Cheng Mo, I've heard your island is filled with beauties. Hand them over, along with your island. And I might consider sparing your life. Cheng Mo, I'm more courteous than those brutes. No need for your island or beauties, just submit to me. And I'll guarantee you a life of luxury and wealth. In an instant, the world channel was flooded with threats, intimidation, and provocations directed at Cheng Mo. Clenching his fists, his knuckles cracking, Cheng Mo felt his anger boiling beneath the surface as he stared at the flurry of messages scrolling across the screen. Just as he took a deep breath, preparing to retaliate with a message of his own, the tide of conversation shifted dramatically. It was Long Zhan and his followers. I am Long Zhan. All compatriots from Huagua, listen closely. Do not turn against one another. Anyone who dares to raise a blade against their own, I, Long Zhan, will not permit it. No matter where you are, I shall hunt you down. And to those foreign scoundrels, anyone who dares to harm my Huagua compatriots, come one. I will slay one. Come in pairs, I will slay them all. Feel free to try. In the blink of an eye, this declaration, brimming with iron-willed resolve, was fervently shared by countless excited Huagua survivors, flooding the screen. The atmosphere of camaraderie was immediately enveloped by this united cry against a common enemy. Watching the screen filled with scrolling Huagua characters and the resounding declaration, Cheng Mo gradually relaxed his furrowed brow, a hint of warmth curling at the corners of his lips. Is this the awareness of a leader? Perhaps I should take some action? As he pondered, Cheng Mo sent a message through both the regional and world channels. Compatriots, those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions. To face this crisis, I have decided to sell weapons and equipment at cost, exclusively for Huagua citizens. Having sent the message, Cheng Mo nodded at Han Yuyan beside him and dashed toward the territory cabinet on the second floor of the villa. Its speed was so astonishing that it left behind merely a fleeting shadow. Upon arriving before the armory, Cheng Mo commenced an intense frenzy of weapon crafting, bolt-action rifles, semi-automatic rifles, various ammunition, and fortifications. As he manufactured these armaments, he simultaneously traded the semi-automatic rifles, bolt-action rifles, ammunition, and fortifications to Jiang Yuling, who in turn sold them to other compatriots. With only 1 hour left on the countdown, Cheng Mo finally ceased the production and sales. In the Grand Hall, the members of Peach Blossom Island were fully armed and on high alert, prepared to embrace the impending teleportation. They donned dark red magma battle armor, carried gleaming crimson blades on their backs, wore scarlet storm submachine guns slung across their chests, and sported neatly sheathed crimson daggers at their waists. Han Yuyan gripped her iconic demon-slaying sniper rifle tightly, while Shang Wanhan cradled a hefty Barrett, and Huang Mei and He Yu each hoisted a Bren machine gun. This richly equipped team instilled in Cheng Mo a robust confidence that they could easily overpower the majority of survivors. As long as the Huagua people did not provoke them, he would not instigate conflict. However, should anyone foolishly cross their path, he would not hesitate to obliterate them. Yuling. Cheng Mo's gaze swept over the assembled individuals as he turned to Jiang Yuling. Are the supplies for the alliance arranged properly? Jiang Yuling stood at attention and replied promptly, reporting to the island master. 10 semi-automatic rifles have been allocated for each island, with ample ammunition, along with 3 sets of defensive fortifications. After teleportation, they will swiftly converge towards us, provided the distance allows. Good, Cheng Mo nodded in satisfaction. Is everyone proficient in their respective abilities? Proficient. No issues. Rest assured, Island Master. Came the confident chorus from the hall. Remember my words. Cheng Mo's expression turned grave as he reiterated. Our abilities are our final trump card. They must not be employed lightly unless faced with life and death situations. Once used, his gaze pierced through the crowd, ensured total annihilation, leaving no future threats. Understood. The 9 voices rang out in unison, resonant and powerful. The clock relentlessly ticked forward, leaving only half an hour. Cheng Mo took a deep breath and commanded, everyone, conduct a final check of your equipment and supplies to ensure everything is flawless. Buzz. In the midst of their anxious waiting, the cold mechanical voice of the survival world echoed. Congratulations to all survivors for completing the first phase of the survival trial, entering the battleground in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, a flash obscured everyone's vision, and they subsequently vanished from their location. When clarity returned, Cheng Mo found himself atop a series of undulating sand dunes. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Splendidly, the other 9 members of Peach Blossom Island were present, not one missing. Quick, check the functionality of your wristbands. Cheng Mo ordered immediately. Almost simultaneously, he accessed his wristband to examine the mini-map. The screen vividly displayed that his red dot was surrounded by 9 red dots, while 30 green dots representing allies were evenly dispersed in 10 groups across various directions, with even the nearest being at a considerable distance. Island Master Jiang Yuling's voice was tinged with urgency. The communication and trading functions are locked. We cannot reach any allies. Understood. Cheng Mo's tone remained calm. Without a hint of hesitation, let us head southeast. There's a group of our people over there. No sooner had he spoken than he retrieved 2 modified barren vehicles from the wristband storage. The team required no further instruction, swiftly boarding the vehicles in the orderly manner they had practiced previously. Vehicle 1, led by the captain, with Han Kiki as the driver, He Yu as the gunner, Han Yuyin as the sniper, and Feng Yin piloting the drone. Vehicle 2, led by Shangwan Han, with Jiang Yuling driving, Huang Mei as the gunner, and medical support from Sun Miao Miao and Zhao Xiaoni. As the personnel took their positions, the engines roared to life. The armored vehicles rapidly sliced through the silence of the dunes, heading directly towards their allies to the southeast. Less than 50 kilometers into their journey, Cheng Mo noticed a city emerging from the desert ahead. Feng Yin, deploy the drone to assess the situation ahead. Following his command, a small drone soared into the sky and promptly relayed images from within the city. Lord, there are in the city. Upon witnessing the footage, Feng Yan's pupils constricted, her body trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong, Xiaoyan? Cheng Mo inquired. Lord, there are so many snakes in the city. Various sizes, thousands of them. Snakes? Delightful. It has been too long since I've savored snake meat. Cheng Mo declared as he prepared to leap from the vehicle. Lord, don't. We should run instead. They're coming out. Feng Yin grasped Cheng Mo's arm in a plea. Run? Why should we flee? If we retreat in the face of adversity, we will only be eliminated in the end. Everyone, prepare for battle. Cheng Mo leaped from the top, a sharp dagger in his left hand and the crimson blade in his right, standing resolutely before the vehicle. Seeing the others eager to join, they were halted by Han Yuyin. Stay back. Provide fire support. Something large is emerging. At her words, the sound of bolts being drawn echoed within the vehicle. In less than 5 minutes, Cheng Mo beheld the creature Han Yuyin had referred to, a colossal python, over 50 meters long and with a girth exceeding 3 meters, was rapidly advancing towards them, accompanied by a dense mass of snakes. Gazing at this beast, Cheng Mo's heart sank, and he turned to Feng Yin, asking, Are there any people nearby? Lord, there's no one within a 10-kilometer radius. Good. Shangwan, Yin, cover me. I shall confront this massive serpent. Before his voice even faded, Cheng Mo dashed forward, leaving behind a trail of shadows. As he closed the distance to 30 meters from the giant python, he hurled the sharp dagger straight at the beast. Thud! The dagger found its mark, embedding itself just beneath the python's raised head, creating a gaping wound. But this was merely the beginning. The dagger's end was entwined with a nearly transparent chain of wind. Cheng Mo yanked back with lightning speed, the chain tautening as he pulled the dagger forcefully along the serpent's body. Rip! A ghastly, meter-long gash erupted, scalding serpent blood spraying like rain. The pain evoked a silent hiss from the giant python, its massive form thrashing violently on the ground. Now is the time, Cheng Mo bellowed, retracting the dagger with a flick of his wrist, his figure swirling like a specter as he maneuvered around the python's thrashing body, suddenly appearing on its exposed back. He dashed along the undulating spine with the agility of a monkey, swiftly reaching the creature's vital spot. Then he leaped high. The crimson blade descended with the force of thunder, piercing the air as it struck down. Thud! The blade penetrated precisely above the python's skull, driving straight into its brain. Cheng Mo barely had time to gauge the outcome. He released his grip, pushed off, and sidestepped, executing all movements fluidly. Just as his figure vanished, a deafening explosion echoed. The tail of the colossal python, thrashing in its agonizing death throes, struck the ground with the ferocity of a 1,000-pound whip, landing precisely where Cheng Mo had just stood. The tremendous force drove the crimson blade, already embedded deep within its skull, further into the creature's head. The python's massive head crashed to the ground, its once maddened scarlet eyes suddenly devoid of life, as its titanic body collapsed with a thunderous thud, leaving only the nerve endings convulsing wildly in a pool of gushing blood. A profound silence enveloped the direction of the convoy. Everyone, including Han Yuyin, who had witnessed Cheng Mo's prowess, stared in wide-eyed astonishment, holding their breath. The entire process of Cheng Mo dispatching the giant python transpired with the swiftness of a lightning strike, brutal and incisive, far beyond their comprehension. This was precisely the effect Cheng Mo desired. As the leader of the team, he could afford to delegate authority to them. However, it was imperative they understood that while he could entrust them with power, he also possessed the capability to reclaim it. The onlookers in the convoy were left in a state of shock, utterly dumbfounded by Cheng Mo's formidable strength. Wow, Brother Cheng Mo is incredible. He took down that massive python with just 2 moves. Han Kiki exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. As the most emotionally astute member of the team, she knew precisely when to bolster Cheng Mo's reputation. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the others began to realize that Cheng Mo had managed to slay such a formidable serpent in merely 2 strikes. With the demise of the python, the swarm of serpents that had been lurking behind surged toward Cheng Mo with renewed speed. Come on, Cheng Mo bellowed once more, his figure flickering as he stored the python's carcass in his storage ring. Simultaneously, the sharp dagger in his left hand vibrated ominously, once again entwined by the transparent chains of the wind. This time, instead of a direct thrust, he executed a rapid, minute flick of his wrist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dagger transformed into a whirlwind of icy brilliance, spinning rapidly like a deadly windmill. Under the impeccable guidance of the wind's chains, this tempest enveloped the oncoming serpents with a ferocious howl. The smaller snakes were instantly shredded upon contact with the radiant wheel, while the larger pythons succumbed to the slicing force within 2 or 3 strikes. Cheng Mo's silhouette darted among the serpents like a phantom, each movement stirring a tempest of blood and carnage. In an instant, he appeared as a merciless meat grinder, leaving behind a chaotic scene of severed snake bodies and dismembered limbs, as if they were leaves caught in a frenzied gale. Within mere moments, the thousands of serpents that had erupted from the city lay motionless on the ground, resembling a sea of spicy snacks. Ha! Cheng Mo laughed heartily as he surveyed the mass of spicy snacks sprawled across the ground. It seems we shall feast on snake soup tonight. Although the speed of his recent slaughter was astonishing, the toll on his stamina was substantial. The simultaneous exertion of the chains of wind and shadow consumed a considerable amount of his energy. At that moment, he felt as if something within him had been hollowed out. Retrieving a cigarette from his storage ring, he lit it and took a deep drag, feeling his strength and abilities gradually returning. While puffing on the cigarette, Cheng Mo gestured toward the convoy. The meaning unmistakable. It was time for them to come and clean the battlefield. Upon noticing Cheng Mo's signal, 2 armored vehicles roared forward. In just a few minutes, apart from the bloodstains left by the serpents, there was no trace of the creatures to be seen. Cheng Mo, what shall we do next? Inside the vehicle, Han Kiki affectionately massaged Cheng Mo's shoulders, but Han Yuyan's voice rang from the driver's seat. Since there are still serpents in the city, let us eradicate them all. Once this opportunity is lost, it may never return. Cheng Mo replied nonchalantly. All right, let us go. Han Yuyan's words were abruptly cut off as her gaze fell upon a legendary creature leading a host of serpents rushing toward them. Cheng Mo, can you defeat Medusa? With a sputter, Cheng Mo, who had been drinking water, sprayed a faceful of it onto Feng Yan. Yuyan, what are you saying? Defeat Medusa? Are you jesting? Look for yourself. Han Yuyan pointed toward the direction of the city. Following her indication, Cheng Mo indeed spotted a creature resembling Medusa swiftly slithering toward them. As he finally discerned the creature's appearance, his lips involuntarily twitched. He pointed at the half-human, half-serpent entity and, covering his mouth, asked Han Yuyan, "Is this the Medusa you speak of?" "Yes, indeed," Han Yuyan affirmed with a hint of bravado. "See, the upper body is human, the lower body is a serpent, and its hair is composed of little snakes. It's just that it looks, well, perhaps, a tad." Her voice dwindled, losing conviction as she scrutinized it. "A tad?" Cheng Mo nearly roared, suppressing the nausea churning in his stomach. "Look at that face. Greenish skin and protruding fangs. I simply cannot, ugh." Before he could finish, the overwhelming sensation of revulsion surged forth uncontrollably, forcing him to bend over and clutch the vehicle's interior as he retched violently. After a moment, gasping for breath, he furiously pointed at the grotesque being. "Why is it that others encounter alluring Medusas, while I am faced with this abomination?" Ugh! Another wave of nausea struck, leaving him momentarily speechless. Observing Cheng Mo's wretched state, Han Yuyan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smirked. "Hey, Cheng Mo, although it is ugly, it possesses a unique charm. How about I capture it and keep it as a pet?" "Pet? Are you out of your mind?" Ugh! Cheng Mo was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by her absurdity, his fists pummeling the vehicle's interior with a resounding thud, followed by another round of forceful retching. "Yuyan, stop teasing the boss. Let us just kill this thing." Su Guohan from Vehicle 2 could no longer bear to watch and interjected. Han Yuyin glanced at Cheng Mo's disheveled appearance before raising her gun and firing. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the head of the hideous Medusa exploded like a watermelon from hundreds of meters away. The serpents trailing behind it lost all control and scattered in every direction. Is that it? Yu, holding a machine gun, stared blankly at the fallen Medusa's corpse, muttering to herself. What else could it be? Han Yuyin replied confidently, an SS-class demon-slaying sniper is not just for show. Dispatching a mere mini-boss is a piece of cake. Boss, the serpents in the city have all dispersed. Feng Yin exclaimed excitedly, manipulating a drone to scout the area. Then what are we waiting for? Charge! Cheng Mo ceased his act of playing dead, rising from the vehicle to issue commands to both armored cars. You're fine now. What could possibly be wrong with me? I merely wish to provide you with an opportunity to shine, Cheng Mo replied with a hint of arrogance. Is that so? Well, there's another one over there. You should handle it. Han Yuyin's teasing voice reached Cheng Mo's ears. Ah, my stomach hurts. You should take care of it, Yuyin. In the midst of their banter, the two armored vehicles slowly set off toward the city. As they entered the city, Cheng Mo immediately sensed something amiss. Despite its ramshackle state, the remnants of certain billboards revealed clear English inscriptions. Cheng Mo, why is there English here? Han Yuyin's voice trembled slightly. Cheng Mo offered a bitter smile. I wish I knew. Look, what is that? Suddenly, Han Kiki exclaimed, promptly halting the vehicle and leaping out. Before long, she emerged from the rubble, clutching a resplendent object. Upon returning to the car, she presented the item to Cheng Mo, exclaiming, Brother Cheng Mo, this is actually gold. Taking the object from Han Kiki's hands, Cheng Mo examined it closely and confirmed, indeed, this is gold. So are we in luck? Feng Yin's voice chimed in. Luck? What do you mean? This is an earth. Gold here can only serve as a material and holds no monetary value. Han Yuyin bluntly stated the harsh truth. Yuyin is right. It's merely a material. Cheng Mo nodded in agreement, prompting everyone to disembark and search the vicinity for more gold, as this material was indeed valuable. Hearing this, aside from Han Kiki and Jiang Yuling, the rest of the group rushed towards the debris on either side of the road. I found a piece over here. I have one too. This one is quite large. Before long, nearly everyone had made a discovery. Meanwhile, Cheng Mo stood lost in thought before a massive gold block towering over 2 meters high. Since their arrival in this world, the enigmas had multiplied. The Chinese language, English, the previous survivors, the celestial conflicts, and the dragon tomb. Each thread pointed to a singular conclusion, that the island they inhabited was a confluence of countless timelines, culminating in their current predicament. The emergence of legendary creatures like Medusa only served to reinforce Cheng Mo's suspicions. Who was orchestrating all of this? What was their purpose? Did divine beings truly exist in this world? A series of questions surged in Cheng Mo's mind. Bang bang. The sharp crack of gunfire jolted Cheng Mo back to reality. Who was firing? He scanned the surroundings, looking towards his teammates. Boss, there's a skirmish occurring 600 meters to the northeast between two factions. At that moment, Feng Yin and her drone operators hurried over. What? Didn't you say there was no one within a 10-kilometer radius? Cheng Mo expressed his displeasure. Boss, we truly didn't detect these individuals during our reconnaissance. They must have been hiding within the city structures. Feng Yin replied, a hint of defensiveness in her voice. Forget it. Everyone get in the vehicle. Let's investigate. Cheng Mo commanded, waving his hand to store the towering gold block in the warehouse. Upon receiving Cheng Mo's orders, the group swiftly abandoned their search for gold and hastened back to the vehicle. The roar of the armored vehicle filled the air, and the gunfire grew increasingly distinct. Ladies, those who are sensible should surrender immediately, or we shall not be gracious. From a ruin several hundred meters away, a group of soldiers with unkempt mustaches launched an assault on a high ground position. Their rifles repeatedly struck the debris, suppressing the personnel stationed behind. Little devils, I shall never allow you to succeed, even if it costs me my life. A voice echoed from the high ground, followed by a spherical object tumbling towards the soldier who had just taunted. The soldier, seeing this, smirked disdainfully and swatted the flying object with his katana, sending it flying several meters away. Boom. The moment the object landed, it erupted in a brilliant flash of light. Baka, you filthy wench, it's a grenade. The soldier's expression shifted to one of terror as he immediately dove behind the rubble. How could they have grenades? Red, Xiao AI is injured. In front of a concrete slab on the high ground, a bloodied woman was applying pressure to another woman's abdomen, blood seeping through her fingers. Hearing this, the leather-clad woman, observing the situation below, turned to assess the condition of the two. Xiao Shui, Xiao AI, we might not make it out of this one. She moved closer to them, and unbeknownst to Wen, she had produced another grenade in her hand. This is our last grenade. When those beasts come up, we will take them down with us. Chapter 56, An Unexpected Encounter. Just as Gu Hong and her two companions were huddled at the top of the building, nearly losing hope, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed from below. What? These little devils even have vehicles? Gu Hong's heart raced as she suppressed the rising despair and struggled to peer down. Amidst the rubble, a Japanese officer named Mei Chuan was pinned against a crumbling wall by a dark red armored vehicle, unable to move. His katana was firmly grasped by a man, blood trickling from his mouth, yet he still bellowed defiantly, "Baka, who are you to meddle in our affairs?" Bang, bang, bang. Almost simultaneously with Mei Chuan's shout, a rapid and precise volley of gunfire erupted. Below, the soldiers who had been surging forward to eliminate Gu Hong and her companions fell like wheat before the scythe, swiftly meeting their demise in pools of blood. On the high ground, Gu Hong instinctively held her breath. Below, the man gripping the katana coldly regarded the immobilized Mei Chuan, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Heh, little devils, lurking about, what are you up to?" His voice was low, yet it resonated clearly. Mei Chuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his bloodshot eyes widening in disbelief, still attempting to maintain a facade of bravado. "Who are you? Why do you oppose my great Yamato nation?" He evaded Cheng Mo's inquiry, trying to exert pressure through his identity. "To hell with your Yamato nation," Cheng Mo scoffed, his tone suddenly turning severe. He raised the hand gripping the blade of the katana. Astonishingly, the sharp edge failed to draw blood. He lifted the hilt high and brought it crashing down. Bang! The hilt struck Mei Chuan's forehead with a resounding thud, blood gushing forth. "You, Mei Chuan," both shocked and enraged, could no longer contain himself, spewing a torrent of blood. The spray landed squarely on the face of the machine gunner. "You." Although her face was obscured by a layer of dark red molten armor, the psychological revulsion caused her to erupt in fury. "Boss, he spat on me. Finish him," Cheng Mo ordered without hesitation. No sooner had the command left his lips than the crisp sound of gunfire rang out. He used machine gun briefly flashed, and Mei Chuan's head exploded, his blood and brain matter splattering against the crumbling wall, silencing the once boastful soldier instantly. Having dealt with Mei Chuan, Feng Yin stepped forward beside Cheng Mo, whispering a report in his ear. Cheng Mo nodded, surveying the area to confirm it was safe before turning his attention to the high ground where Gu Hong and her companions were concealed. He offered a reassuring smile and called out clearly, "Brothers up there, are you from Huagua? If so, bring your injured down. It's safe now." At his words, Gu Hong at the high ground was first taken aback, then elated. "Xiao AI is saved," she exclaimed, rushing towards the injured. Before long, the trio arrived at the armored vehicle where Cheng Mo was stationed. "Place her on the ground," Zhao Xiaoni, prepared in advance, directed her companions to lay the injured individual flat before commencing an examination of the wounds. "The bullet has penetrated the abdominal cavity, but has not damaged any internal organs. Once extracted, all will be well." As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoni began to retrieve her surgical instruments to administer treatment. Within a mere 10 minutes, the wound was expertly sutured. Aside from some lingering weakness, the patient was fundamentally stable. "Boss, the surgery is complete. She merely requires a period of rest." Zhao Xiaoni's words brought initial joy to Gu Hong and Chu Shui, only to be followed by bittersweet smiles. Rest, in this perilous and blood-soaked environment. Where could one find solace? Despite the dire circumstances, Gu Hong approached Cheng Mo with sincere gratitude. "Thank you all for your assistance. I possess nothing of value to offer in return, so please take whatever you desire." As she spoke, Gu Hong laid out all the items from the storage ring, creating a substantial heap on the ground. Cheng Mo merely glanced at the offerings before averting her gaze. "You should keep it. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, consider joining my alliance upon your return." "What alliance do you speak of?" Gu Hong, not retracting her possessions, inquired instead. "The Peach Blossom Alliance." "What? You are Cheng Mo from Peach Blossom Island?" Gu Hong exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Is there a problem?" Cheng Mo replied with a subtle smile. "Henceforth, our Red Leaf Island will join the Peach Blossom Alliance. Please accept us, Alliance Leader." Recovering from her shock, Gu Hong spoke with fervor. All right. Gather your belongings. It's time to set off." "Yes, Alliance Leader." Cheng Mo nodded at Jiang Yuling, who understood the cue and promptly retrieved an armored vehicle before jumping aboard. "You three will ride in this vehicle." Minutes later, 3 armored vehicles departed from the desert city, which was abundant with gold. "I am Jiang Yuling, the assistant to the boss. May I ask how to address the 3 of you?" While driving, Jiang Yuling engaged the trio in conversation. "Hello, Assistant Jiang. I am Gu Hong, and these are my teammates, Chu Shui and Feng AI." Gu Hong introduced them from the passenger seat. Gu Island Master. What trouble have you found yourselves in with those little nuisances?" Jiang Yuling queried, nodding her head. Sigh. Gu Hong sighed deeply. "We had just arrived in this desert city and barely begun to explore when we encountered those little nuisances, leading to their relentless pursuit of us. Had it not been for a sudden swarm of snakes appearing in the city, we would have been captured long ago. Then, for some unknown reason, the snakes dispersed. And those little nuisances resumed their attack. Just as we had lost all hope, you appeared. After listening to Guhong's account, Jiang Yuling awkwardly replied, actually, we were the ones who dealt with those snakes. That cannot be possible. There are at least tens of thousands of various snakes in this city, including one resembling Medusa. The shock of this revelation was no less than the astonishment they felt upon being rescued. Medusa or not, our deputy island master took her down with a single shot, and then the snakes scattered. Jiang Yuling's nonchalant explanation left Guhong and her companions utterly astounded. You resolved the issue, but did you truly dispatch her with such ease? While they exchanged words, the 3 armored vehicles had already exited the city limits. As soon as they broke free from the urban sprawl, they noticed a multitude of figures ahead, a dark mass looming ominously. Boss, look, goblins, so many goblins. Feng Yin exclaimed, her mouth agape as she stared at the display in her hands. Cheng Mo gently closed Feng Yan's mouth and casually took the display. Goblins? I am still dealing with zombies. By the heavens, they truly are goblins. Chapter 57, Oasis under attack. Cheng Mo, what is happening? Han Yuyen leaned against the vehicle wall, her fingertips unconsciously tapping against the cold metal, her tone as calm as if inquiring about dinner. Yet, her narrowed eyes were keenly fixed upon the writhing green tide ahead. Cheng Mo instinctively touched her nose, her gaze locked on the monitor emanating a faint glow. The screen depicted a throng of diminutive green-skinned creatures, goblins, crowded upon the scorching sands. Their grotesque, contorted faces, crude bone clubs, and stone axes warped by the heat. Merely a rabble, numbering perhaps over 2,000. We can crush them. Cheng Mo's voice was low, gravelly like metal scraping against metal. Han Yuyen's lips barely moved, her eyes sharpening with a predatory glint. She raised her hand, delivering a swift horizontal gesture towards the second vehicle, slicing through the silence of the air. In the next instant, a storm of death descended. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun on the first vehicle roared to life, the hot shell casings cascading like a waterfall onto the sand, producing a chilling, metallic clatter. The searing line of fire sliced through the air, emitting a shrill scream akin to tearing fabric. Bang, bang, bang. The submachine gun on the second vehicle immediately joined the fray, the cabin ablaze with frantic gunfire. In the blink of an eye, the fragile defensive line of the green-skinned creatures was reaped by an invisible scythe. The front ranks of goblins erupted like overripe fruit, tumbling and collapsing. The stench of green blood and shredded entrails burst forth with the force of the onslaught, splattering across the blistering yellow sands and their fallen comrades. The crack of bones breaking and the shrill, anguished cries were swallowed by the deafening gunfire. The smoke from the gun barrels thickened, saturating the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder, nearly obscuring their vision. In mere minutes, the massacre concluded. The world felt as if it had been muted, with only the low growl of engines and the overwhelming scent of blood assaulting their senses. The yellow sands transformed into a muddy carpet of dark green and blackish brown, layered with the contorted bodies of the green-skinned dead, some still twitching in unconscious agony. The armored vehicles emitted a grating sound of crushing as their cold, heavy treads mercilessly rolled over the blood-stained terrain. Occasionally, the sickening crunch of shattered bones and the unpleasant sensation of muscle being ground underfoot could be heard. Jiang, Sister Jiang. In the third vehicle, Chu Shui clutched the handrail tightly, her complexion pale, her slender fingers turning white from the pressure. She stared at the hellish scene outside, her voice dry and trembling. Is Peach Blossom Island always this formidable? The sight before her surpassed the limits of her imagination. She could not comprehend why. Despite being fellow survivors, the disparity was so vast. Jiang Yuling merely cast a dispassionate glance at the slaughterhouse, casually adjusting the steering wheel. It's merely conventional firepower. She brushed off non-existent dust from her combat armor with indifference. The real heavyweights have yet to make their entrance. There are even stronger ones. Feng Ai, bandaged and seated nearby, abruptly sat up, inadvertently straining her wound and eliciting a sharp intake of breath, yet her eyes ignited with fervent excitement. To think that after narrowly escaping death, she could join the Peach Blossom Island Alliance. It was like a ray of hope piercing through the darkness. The 3 armored vehicles stirred up clouds of dust as they plowed through the abhorrent path of corpses, like plowing through a sea of death. The air, distorted by the oppressive heat, etched phantoms onto the armored steel plates. It was uncertain how long they had been traveling. Time slipped away amidst the monotonous rumble of the engine and the jarring vibrations, leaving the atmosphere inside the vehicle heavy and stifling. Just as the nerves were scorched to near numbness, a sudden burst of verdant life collided with their vision. An oasis. Stop the vehicle. All personnel, prepare. Cheng Mo's voice resonated like a taut bowstring. The vehicle came to a steady halt, the swirling dust gradually settling to reveal the hazy outline of the oasis. Deep within the lush shadows of the trees, an unsettling tranquility enveloped the surroundings, devoid of even the slightest breeze. Xiaoyan, deploy the drone. Cheng Mo's gaze was sharp, his hand resting firmly on the submachine gun at his chest. With a buzz, the drone soared from the roof, slicing through the azure sky like a rapier. Circling above the oasis and surveying the terrain below, the camera scanned over dense forests, shimmering shores, and brambles. In the depths of the oasis, beneath the shadows of the foliage, several bloodshot eyes, akin to lurking vipers, fixated intently on the three silent iron beasts perched upon the dunes. Beads of sweat trickled down the tense jawline of a face painted in earthy hues. Damn it, why have they stopped? Wasn't their aim to gather water? A raspy voice cursed under its breath, thick with a West Coast accent. Boss, watch out for that damned iron bird. A scarred black man cautioned in a hushed tone. Shut up. Everyone, stay still. The old leader, his face adorned with green and black camouflage, roared, his murky yellow eyes betraying a hunter's cunning mixed with palpable anxiety. We are but shadows in the jungle. No one can find us. The drone circled twice like an indifferent vulture, finally returning as the leader exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Boss, inside the oasis, there are no anomalous targets, Feng Yin reported after retracting the drone. No anomalies? Cheng Mo's brow furrowed. What about the insects? The birds? Not even a lizard? Yes, it is exceptionally quiet. Feng Yan's voice mirrored his confusion. Oh. A glint flickered in Cheng Mo's eyes, a cold, mischievous smile curving his lips as he turned to the figure opposite him, Han Yuyan. What do you think, Yuyan? Han Yuyan's gaze swept across the oasis ahead, her voice tinged with intrigue. There are indeed some small insects inside. Hiyu, fire reconnaissance. Cheng Mo's command was decisive. Hiyu, without hesitation, squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The fierce bursts of gunfire instantly shattered the silence. Scorching bullets rained down upon the verdant woods like a torrential downpour. Broken branches and splintered wood cascaded like snowflakes. Ugh. FK. My leg. Damn it. Return fire. Just as the bullets flew, muffled howls of agony and enraged roars erupted from the dense forest, akin to a disturbed hornet's nest. 7 or 8 tongues of flame spewed forth from various hiding spots. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets hammered violently against the thick armor plating, producing a chilling cacophony. The sparks that flew were like perilous fireworks at a festival. Damn it, there's indeed an ambush. Leave none alive. Cheng Mo spat, realizing the treacherous nature of this place. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. The firepower from all 3 armored vehicles erupted in a more ferocious roar. The retaliatory barrage formed a steel storm, sweeping fiercely towards the hiding places. Tree trunks as thick as a fist were severed like toothpicks, the splintered wood raining down like droplets in a downpour. As the gunfire gradually diminished, the depths of the oasis fell into a deathly silence once more, leaving only the crackling of burning leaves and the pungent scent of gunpowder, mingling with the aroma of blood in the air. Cheng Mo fixed his gaze on the lifeless expanse of the forest, letting out a cold snort as he gripped the dark crimson submachine gun, leaping down from the vehicle. The heat, mingled with the unique humidity of the forest and the scent of blood, assailed his senses. Yin, Shangwan, come with me to confront these fellows, the rest of you. Remain on standby. Chapter 58, An Effortless Overrun. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Han Yuyan and Shangwan Han leapt from the vehicle as well. Han Yuyan held her submachine gun steady, her eyes sharp as a scanner, while Shangwan Han resembled a javelin, his gun slightly lowered. Yet his steps exuded a panther-like vigilance and swiftness. The 3 formed a triangular formation, devoid of flamboyance, advancing step by step into the death-laden thicket. The soles of their boots crunched upon decaying leaves and broken branches, the sound unnervingly clear. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled gunshots rang out. The concealed enemies could no longer contain themselves, bullets slicing from the left and right with precision. Cheng Mo and his companions barely even blinked. The bullets crashed violently against their lava armor, producing no metallic clink, only a bizarre sound reminiscent of a heavy fist striking an ancient tree root. The projectiles deformed and fell away upon colliding with the impenetrable steel. Deep within the woods, the old leader's heart raced as if it would leap from his throat. Holy SHT, they have bulletproof vests. Boss, they're tough nuts. The bullets are completely ineffective. Are they super soldiers? The black man hiding behind the tree exclaimed in terror, his exposed arms bristling with fear. The old leader's murky eyes swirled with fear and greed in a frenzied dance. Gritting his teeth, he growled, retreat. We've bitten off more than we can chew. Like a startled rabbit, he spun around, darting into the denser thickets. A shadow, dark red and silent, cleaved through the light before him. The icy muzzle, radiating a searing heat, pressed firmly against his forehead. The old leader could even catch a whiff of the faint sulfur scent from the gun's barrel, mingling with the acrid odor of his own sweat. Move again. Cheng Mo's voice was as chilling as a mountain spring, each word freezing the marrow in his bones. And your head will burst like a watermelon. The old leader's body went rigid, his hands raising in surrender as beads of sweat streamed down his painted face, pooling into his collar. His eyes, however, frantically darted in despair, seeking any glimmer of hope. Don't even think about it. Cheng Mo's voice exuded absolute control. Your little shrimp, now. Before he could finish, several sharp, short bursts of gunfire and muted thuds echoed from outside. Soon, 11 ambushers, clad in varied attire and smeared with blood and dirt, their faces etched with terror, were herded into the clearing by the lake. They were of diverse ethnicities, most appearing ashen-faced, a few still bleeding. At the forefront, the old leader was held at knife point by Cheng Mo, the blade emanating a scorching heat. Speak. Who are you? Why did you ambush us? Cheng Mo pressed the blade slightly harder. Ugh. It's hot. Hot, hot, hot. The searing pain made the old leader tremble uncontrollably, sweat pouring from him as the acrid scent of burning flesh wafted from his collar. No, I'll talk. We're from the Eagle side. By chance, we were transported to the vicinity of the oasis. On the way, we encountered several groups of old blacks and Asians trying to seize resources, and we dealt with them. We intended to retreat, but upon seeing your fine vehicle, we thought we'd score big. He babbled incoherently, eager to distance himself from the life-threatening heat. Oh, Cheng Mo flashed a grin, revealing a set of stark white teeth, yet his smile bore no trace of warmth. Such expertise warrants an early departure for your reporting, he declared. The moment the words left his lips, his wrist quivered slightly. With a crackle, a dark red lightning bolt sliced through the air with precision. There was no thunderous roar, only the peculiar muffled sound of flesh being seared and severed by intense heat. The fear etched on the leader of the old white clan instantly solidified, transforming into shock and confusion. In a fleeting moment, his head tilted slightly off-kilter, and a plume of smoke accompanied the acrid scent of charred flesh. He had scarcely the time to emit a final, anguished cry before his body lurched heavily forward. The charred wound bore no blood, merely a blackened expanse. In that very instant, a series of sharp, precise gunfire erupted from Han Yuyin and Shangwan Han without warning. Their stances remained largely unchanged, as if their weapons had merely swayed casually. In the next heartbeat, the 10 captives froze as if reaped by a scythe, each one sporting a tiny, singed blood hole at the center of their foreheads. Wisps of smoke curled upwards. There was no struggle, no screams, only the fleeting terror in their eyes replaced by bewilderment, as the flame of life was extinguished with pinpoint accuracy. Their bodies fell heavily onto the damp, sandy shore of the lake, producing a dull thud. Observing the fallen survivors, Cheng Mo furrowed his brow slightly, signaling for someone to come and clean the battlefield. Shangwan Han nodded subtly and promptly made her way outside the oasis. Minutes later, 3 armored vehicles came to a steady halt beside the lake, encircling Cheng Mo and his companions. Boss, in this skirmish, we secured 16 wristbands and 7 firearms. Adding to the 5 wristbands and 5 firearms previously obtained from the Little Day faction, we now have a total of 21 wristbands and 12 firearms, Shangwan Han reported, placing a mound of spoils on the ground before them. Indeed, Cheng Mo replied, casually picking up the wristband belonging to Old White and toying with it between his fingers. The remaining wristbands, Yuyin, Shangwan, you both take them for fusion. At his words, the two exchanged a glance, each taking 10 wristbands to begin the process. Without hesitation, Cheng Mo merged Old White's wristband into his own. Upon completion of the fusion, a surge of astonishment coursed through him as he opened his wristband repository, witnessing its astonishing expansion, an impressive 213 slots. In addition to the original supplies, a plethora of spoils seemed to materialize within. Notably, there were 6 territory cabinets, along with over 2,000 shares of essence soil. After a brief inventory of the resources at hand, Cheng Mo instructed, the conditions here seem quite favorable. Shall we rest for a while? It has been well over half a day since our teleportation. A respite would be in order. Han Yuyin nodded in agreement. Seeing no objections, Cheng Mo promptly produced several fortifications to enclose their position. After completing this task, he retrieved a mobile dwelling and placed it at the center of the fortifications. Kiki, Yuling, prepare some food. With that, Cheng Mo ascended to the top of one of the fortifications, leaning against the parapet to begin his rest. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke again, a cacophony surrounded him. What on earth is happening? Cheng Mo groggily rubbed his crimson eyes and glanced down from the fortification. What in the world? Where did all these people come from? His drowsiness evaporated as he beheld the scene outside the fortifications. Chapter 59, Communication Restored. With the fortifications backing onto the lake, Cheng Mo's current position faced the dense woods on the opposite side. The forest was teeming with over 200 individuals, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Yuyan, Shengwan, Kiki. As Cheng Mo discerned the external situation, a sense of urgency gripped him, prompting him to call out to those inside the fortification. What on earth is going on down there? Where did all these people come from? Footsteps hurriedly approached, and Han Yuyan gasped for breath as she rushed up from below. Cheng Mo, these newcomers just arrived. They're clamoring for someone named Sam. Sam? Cheng Mo's brows knitted together in confusion. Who is this Sam? The leader of that group we took down before. Han Yuyan explained urgently, gesturing toward the woods. Cheng Mo had no time to ponder further as a boisterous voice broke through the din of the forest. Listen up, people inside. A burly black man wielding a machine gun stepped forward, bellowing, hand over Sam. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Sam? Cheng Mo's gaze turned cold as he strode to the edge of the fortification, retorting without a hint of courtesy. I don't know any damn Sam. Take your people and get lost. Instead of being intimidated, the black man grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, and with a tone laced with mockery, he taunted. Humph, a Chinese are we? Tough talk, huh? Sam is the beloved brother of our Black Panther Alliance's leader. Be smart and hand him over, or else, well, you won't like the consequences. Huh, I care not for your Black Panther Alliance or any other alliance. Dare to provoke my Peach Blossom Alliance, and you shall meet your demise. Before he could finish his sentence, a Crimson Storm submachine gun appeared in Cheng Mo's grasp. The black man suddenly seemed to connect the dots. You're Cheng Mo from Peach Blossom Island. What of it? I am indeed Cheng Mo. Do you wish to challenge me? Cheng Mo retorted defiantly, fully aware that revealing his identity would inevitably place him in the crosshairs, yet he remained unfazed. For the sake of future tranquility, he had long resolved to seize this opportunity on the battlefield to craft a formidable and ruthless persona. Only in this manner could he instill fear in all regarding Peach Blossom Island. This place is indeed lively. Just as Cheng Mo faced off against the black man, laughter erupted, shattering the tension. From the left side of the fortifications, dozens of survivors wielding samurai swords suddenly surged forth. Heisei, the black man clearly recognized the newcomers, immediately revealing their identity. That Cheng Mo from Peach Blossom Island was discovered by our Black Panther Alliance first. Don't even think about intervening. Peach Blossom Island? You're saying this is Peach Blossom Island? A figure known as Heisei, the leader of the newcomers, suddenly sparkled with greed. York, stop using the Black Panther Alliance to pressure us. You think you can monopolize this? In your dreams. Gather our people now? Gather people? Cheng Mo's heart sank. The implication was clear. Cheng Mo, big brother. Han Kiki's hurried footsteps accompanied her shout from below. The wristbands. The wristband communication function has been restored. As expected. This was bad news. Communication had been reinstated, and Cheng Mo immediately attempted to access the world channel. As soon as he connected, a torrent of frenzied messages surged forth like a tempest, the channel already ablaze with activity. Notably, the statements from the Little Day faction dripped with greedy malice. Coordinates 3589. 4726. Blockade Cheng Mo from Peach Blossom Island. Those seeking benefits, hurry up and come. Where is that little brat Cheng Mo? Just wait. My Songhai Alliance will be there in no time. Don't let him escape. Members of the British Alliance, assemble within the hour. Bounty on Peach Blossom Island's location. Eliminate him and divide the spoils. As a torrent of information crashed upon him like a death knell, Cheng Mo's countenance darkened, enveloped in an icy pallor. They dare to challenge me, do they? Very well. I shall let them taste the bitterness of shattered teeth. His tightly clenched fists emitted a chilling crackling sound. Move. Downstairs. Everyone, assemble at once. Before his words could fully resonate, he had already surged toward the ground floor. The others swiftly gathered, the air within the fortress thick with a palpable tension akin to the calm before the storm. Cheng Mo's piercing gaze swept over each individual, ultimately resting on Guhong and her companions. Guhong, you are already aware of the situation outside. This is my final inquiry. Do you wish to join the Peach Blossom Alliance? Alliance leader. Guhong met his gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice ringing clear. We are already members of the Peach Blossom Alliance. Though we are women, we understand the essence of loyalty. We are no mere reeds swaying in the wind. We swear to stand with the Alliance through life and death. The other two women echoed her sentiment in unison, their eyes resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Satisfied, Cheng Mo refrained from further words and formally inducted the trio into the Peach Blossom Alliance via his wristband. Everyone, Cheng Mo's voice ascended in intensity, imbued with a determined finality. Once the battle commences, I shall cover our retreat. Kiki, Yuling, You will be responsible for gathering supplies. Yu Yin and Shangwan. You two will lead everyone to evacuate using the aircraft. Understood. The unified and low-toned response resonated with strength. Excellent. A spark ignited in Cheng Mo's eyes. Let us commence preparations. Action in 3 minutes. Island Master. Something is amiss on Peach Blossom Island. They have all vanished. A subtle figure beside He Eyes whispered the report. Upon hearing this, He Eyes scrutinized the fortress, indeed finding no trace of Cheng Mo and the others. Retreat. The Chinese are the most cunning. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish, a trio of explosions erupted from within their ranks. He Eyes felt his body lighten, propelled into the air. It turned out that Cheng Mo had just unleashed his most formidable weapon, 3 Italian cannons. As the shells detonated amidst the crowd, a cloud of smoke and shrapnel erupted, claiming dozens of lives on both sides. Seizing the moment, Cheng Mo transformed into a blur, wielding a gleaming dagger akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, deftly maneuvering as one vibrant life after another succumbed beneath his blade. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Han Yuyin and Shangwan Han unleashed their sniper rifles, their fire raining down upon the disoriented throng. Before the chaotic masses could react, they were struck down. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuling and Han Kiki swiftly stowed away vehicles and fortified positions. Sister, we can withdraw now. As the camp was cleared, apart from Gu Hong and her companions, every other individual was equipped with a personal flying device. Let us go. Han Yuyin toppled another adversary, and, alongside Han Kiki, hoisted Gu Hong to fly away. The others followed suit, assisting Chu Shui and Feng Ai. Observing the carnage, Cheng Mo wasted no time. Leaping atop a foe's head to vault into the branches of a towering tree, sprinting across its canopy. Rat-tat-tat. Bang, bang. Bullets whizzed past him like grim harbingers of death. You mutts. Grandpa is leaving. Come and catch me if you dare. Ha ha. Not straying far, Cheng Mo secured a personal flying device and pursued Han Yuyin and her group. Once Cheng Mo and his companions had departed, the oasis lay in ruin. Witnessing the countless fallen compatriots, He Eyes and York were left bereft of tears. He Eyes, what do you intend to do? York's face was ashen. What to do? We shall pursue relentlessly. Cheng Mo has slaughtered so many of us. This enmity cannot be overlooked. With that, He Eyes disregarded York and the others, rallying his scant dozen subordinates to follow the path Cheng Mo had taken. Chapter 60, surrounded on all sides. After leaving the oasis, Cheng Mo swiftly caught up with Han Yuyin and the others who had advanced ahead. Cheng Mo, what is our next move? Han Yuyin inquired as she soared to his side. What is next? Cheng Mo grinned, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. We shall meticulously select a final resting place for those who wish us dead. No sooner had he spoken than an isolated sand dune emerged on the horizon. Cheng Mo abruptly halted, circling the modest sand formation to survey it. The dune, merely a few meters high and oval in shape, spanned approximately 50 meters in length and 60 meters in width. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding expanse of flat yellow sand stretched for 5 kilometers, unimpeded, resembling a natural arena for combat. An excellent position. Cheng Mo's eyes gleamed with approval as he whispered. He swiftly accessed his wristband's inventory, rifling through it until he unearthed the desired item, a battlefield fortress. This is it. Cheng Mo designated the dune's apex and promptly released the fortress. Boom. With a resounding thud, the massive metal stronghold materialized atop the dune, crashing down forcefully. In an instant, sand erupted skyward like a cascading yellow waterfall, obscuring the sky. The swirling dust enveloped the fortress entirely. Once the haze subsided, the true visage of the fortress was gradually unveiled. It stood as a 30-meter by 30-meter steel bastion, towering 15 meters high, firmly anchored atop the dune, casting a profound shadow across the barren desert. To the ramparts, Cheng Mo nodded in satisfaction, first alighting on the fortress's upper platform and beckoning his companions. Wow, Cheng Mo, where did you acquire this steel fortress? As soon as he landed, Han Kiki rushed to his side, clinging to his arm in curiosity. The others gazed at Cheng Mo with eager anticipation. From the wristband we just merged with. Ah, he possesses such treasures. Han Kiki gasped in disbelief. What's the matter? Do you think only we have good things? Cheng Mo playfully ruffled Han Kiki's nose. Everyone, let us take a breather. As he spoke, Cheng Mo retrieved 8-fold 9, distributing a few to each person. Gu Hong and her companions stared at the cigarettes in their hands, momentarily dazed. Leader, we don't smoke. This is no ordinary cigarette. It will aid us in rapidly recovering our strength and injuries. Jiang Yuling explained as she lit a cigarette for the injured Feng Ai. Ah, this is... Enough with the chatter. Focus on recovery. Cheng Mo waved his hand, releasing Lao Tai from the inventory and instructing everyone. Yuling, check where our alliance's other members are. Yuyan, Shangwan, set up fire points. Xiaoyan, Scout the surrounding area. Lao Tai, you'll handle the biological radar. Cheng Mo's commands flowed seamlessly, and the members of Peach Blossom Island sprang into action. 24 Maxim machine guns and 10 Italian cannons were positioned atop the ramparts, while the biological radar was stationed at the fortress's heart. Given that the battlefield's loser loses everything, Cheng Mo and his team ensured they carried the majority of the island's firepower. Otherwise, they would leave with nothing. Lao Tai, the biological radar is in your hands. Yes, master. Once all preparations were complete, Cheng Mo casually leaned against one of the Italian cannons, awaiting the forthcoming battle. Upon opening the world channel, it remained ablaze with fervor, predominantly concerning himself. Where are Cheng Mo and the people from Peach Blossom Island? I'm on my way. They have already fled. I see no sign of them here. Only a field of corpses. I am he eyes. Cheng Mo and his group have headed southeast. Those who wish to engage them, come quickly. Ha ha ha, Cheng Mo. Today is your day of reckoning. I, Qian Sanhu, have arrived. Charge, brothers. Eliminate Cheng Mo and seize the beauties. Observing the rampant discourse on the public screen, Cheng Mo smirked disdainfully, a glimmer of murderous intent gracing his lips. He then typed on the virtual keyboard, I am Cheng Mo from Peach Blossom Island, currently located at coordinates 8,527-6420. If you are my enemy, come and strike me. As soon as the message was dispatched, his audacity incited collective wrath. Axie, Cheng Mo, why don't you find a quiet place to hide instead of recklessly revealing your coordinates? You're simply courting death. Yoshi, although Cheng Mo is from Huagua, he certainly possesses the spirit of a warrior. Wait for me. Oh, this young man is quite bold. I find him utterly charming. Don't run. I'm coming for you. Those who are reckless will surely face divine retribution. Brothers, let us take him down. Amidst the ceaseless clamoring on the public screen, Cheng Mo chuckled. Come on, the more the merrier. Today, I intend to unleash a massacre and forge a future where none dare to provoke me. Initially, Cheng Mo was enjoying a peaceful vacation, yet these ruffians persistently sought to provoke him. Unless he eliminated them, they would never learn the bounds of their audacity. Just as he closed the world channel, Cheng Mo noticed a private message. It was from Long Zhan, containing a simple yet heartwarming message. What are you up to? Why did you reveal your coordinates? Wait for me. These few words showcased a different facet of this survival world. It was indeed comforting to have compatriots. Just as he reflected on this, the radar alarm sounded sharply. Master, there are 93 individuals entering the radar detection range from the northwest. Immediately, Lao Tai's mechanical voice echoed. All right, continue monitoring. From the moment the radar first sounded, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened, with the alarm ringing every few minutes. The number of individuals outside the dunes surged from 93 to over 1,000. Due to the location of the dunes, all these individuals halted 3 kilometers away, acutely aware that Cheng Mo's weaponry could reach that distance. On the city walls, Cheng Mo gazed at the shadowy figures in the desert, a cold smile forming within him. Although he currently had only 13 individuals, what did it matter in the face of over 1,000? Since the inception of the Maxim gun, sheer numbers were no longer the decisive factor in warfare. He possessed 24 Maxim guns and 10 Italian cannons. Cheng Mo, be wise and surrender all your supplies. If you do, the Eagle Nation will spare your life. As Cheng Mo pondered, a voice emanated from a loudspeaker, surprisingly in Chinese. Yuyan. Cheng Mo called out to Han Yuyan, who was not far away. Understanding his cue, she immediately activated her heavenly eye to survey the situation. The heavenly eye not only conferred thermal imaging and dynamic perspective upon Han Yuyan, but also augmented her strength. Coupled with the sniper rifle's scope, she clearly discerned the situation 3 kilometers away. There's a person of Asian descent. I cannot ascertain if they are from Huagua. Just 2 seconds later, Han Yuyan relayed her observations to Cheng Mo. Oh, let us disregard him. Once the battle commences, eliminate him first. Cheng Mo casually remarked. We're currently surrounded on all sides. Can't you feel a sense of urgency? Han Yuyan exclaimed, noticing Cheng Mo leaning lazily against the Italian cannon. Why be anxious? The outcome is already determined. Regardless of their numbers, they are merely delivering supplies. Cheng Mo leisurely lit a cigarette, comfortably exhaling a smoke ring. What if they have cannons as well? Han Yuyan questioned, a hint of concern in her voice. What is there to fear? We can fly. If they possess cannons, let them come and seize them. This response was quintessentially Cheng Mo. As dusk settled, the number of personnel outside the dunes continued to swell. Yet, atop the fortress, there was no palpable tension of an impending battle. At this moment, Cheng Mo was grilling barbecue on the city walls with 12 young women, occasionally sipping on beer. A gentle breeze wafted the aroma of barbecued delicacies across the desert. Damn, is Peach Blossom Island not too arrogant? Nowhere to flee, yet they dare to grill barbecue. Sensing the tempting scent of barbecue, some individuals found their dried meat utterly unappealing. Damn it, This is too fragrant. I can't take it anymore. I must assault the fortress, seize his women, and partake in his barbecue. A man known as Sangu, his head wrapped in white cloth, grew agitated and immediately led dozens of subordinates toward Cheng Mo's battlefield fortress. The others watched attentively, keenly observing every movement of both Sangu's group and the fortress. The reason these individuals had refrained from action thus far was primarily due to their uncertainty regarding Cheng Mo's offensive capabilities. Now that someone was willing to take the risk, they were eager to witness Cheng Mo's prowess. Master, 47 fools are charging forward. Just as Cheng Mo was indulging in his meal, Lao Tai approached, reporting, 47 fools. Cheng Mo furrowed his brow, swiftly handing Lao Tai a semi-automatic rifle along with 2 boxes of ammunition. As long as they don't mount a full-scale assault, eliminate them. As Sangu and his group approached within a kilometer of the fortress, there was no sign of movement from the fortress. At this moment, all forces encircling Peach Blossom Island could hardly remain composed. Was Peach Blossom Island devoid of long-range offensive capabilities? A question arose in the minds of all. Of course, not everyone entertained such thoughts. Those like Hiais, York, and Qian Sanhu, who had previously suffered at Cheng Mo's hands, would not share such a belief, particularly Qian Sanhu, who bore a profound respect for Cheng Mo's capabilities, having witnessed such strength merely 2 or 3 days into this ordeal. Who could fathom the extent of Cheng Mo's growth after a week? His intent in coming was to ascertain any potential vulnerabilities, should they exist. He would not hesitate to exploit them. If not, he could still make a decent haul by picking off stragglers. Just as Sangu's group advanced to within 500 meters of the fortress, a series of fiery flashes erupted from the walls. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of bullets rained down, accurately striking 20 advancing heads. Within a mere 3 seconds, 20 lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. With the first magazine expended, less than 15 seconds elapsed before gunfire erupted again. Bang, 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 bang. Another 20 bodies fell. At this point, Sangu's group faltered. Witnessing their ranks dwindle to just 7, they began to wail and scatter in panic. Bang, 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 bang. Alas, their escape was futile. Once they entered the kilometer range, their fate was sealed. Under Lao Tai's formidable computational prowess, targeting at a kilometer was as precise as a finger pointing. Could they truly escape? As the last 3 fell to the ground, all those outside the dunes fell into a profound silence. Was this the might of Peach Blossom Island? In less than 20 seconds, all 47 men perished, and the enemy had only a single combatant. This is utterly unacceptable. If we send our teams in one by one, it would be tantamount to delivering ourselves to him on a silver platter. The most effective strategy would be to charge together, employing a tactic of sheer numbers. Amidst the crowd, an unknown voice proclaimed this notion, igniting the atmosphere instantaneously. This brother possesses great insight. I have another idea. We have an abundance of supplies at our disposal, do we not? If we place stones, wood, or any other materials along our path, their firepower will be neutralized. Indeed. We could also dig tunnels beneath the sand for a surprise attack, potentially even breaching directly beneath their fortress. Yes. Let us proceed with this plan. In an instant, the entire hunting party assembled on Peach Blossom Island sprang into action, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to Cheng Mo under the cover of night. In the crowd, several individuals exchanged glances before huddling together to quickly relay the situation to their leader. Boss, Han Dong has sent word that these fellows are preparing to dig tunnels. Jiang Yuling, who was indulging in putrid meat, felt a tremor in her wristband and, upon reading the message, turned to Cheng Mo and said. Cheng Mo, upon hearing this, wore an expression of bewilderment. Digging tunnels? My fortress is made of metal. Master, the outsiders are mobilizing. They are constructing obstacles in an attempt to approach our fortress through this method. Old Iron's voice echoed once more as Cheng Mo was lost in thought. All right, everyone, the shooting contest begins now. With that, Cheng Mo drew a semi-automatic rifle and ascended to a section of the wall to commence firing. Bang! At the very moment the gunfire erupted, a figure hiding behind a rock found a bullet hole appearing in his forehead. Bang, 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 bang. Sporadic gunfire resonated as bullets rained down from all sides of the wall, relentlessly claiming lives. Among the team from Peach Blossom Island, 3 Special Forces operatives, 2 policewomen, 1 robot, complemented by Cheng Mo's sharpshooting prowess, effectively rendered them 7 marksmen of exceptional skill. Notably, Old Iron fired without any form of aiming, each shot resulting in a casualty. The hunting forces initially intended to close in on the fortress by continuously adding obstacles, but the 800-meter radius had become their no-man's land. No matter their efforts, they could not breach that boundary, as if Sun Wukong had drawn a magical circle to ward off demons for Tang Sung. This fierce battle continued for approximately half an hour, after which all retreated beyond 3 kilometers. Behind the hunting forces, a dozen leaders from various factions convened. I propose we should reveal some of our true capabilities. Otherwise, we will merely be handing out lives to Peach Blossom Island, exclaimed a handsome individual from Huagua. Lu Chuan. I am curious, as a fellow Huagua citizen, why do you seek to confront Cheng Mo? Inquired a curious individual from Japan. Akatada, what time do you think it is? We are no longer on Earth. Does nationality even matter? All I know is that to become formidable, one must seize more resources. And Cheng Mo's Peach Blossom Island undoubtedly possesses the most resources in Huagua aside from Longzhan. Excellent. Mr. Liu, you are truly a scoundrel. We Americans admire individuals like you. A bearded African remarked. Mr. Jess, you flatter me. It is my honor to befriend you. Lu Chuan replied with a faint smile, exuding humility. I must ask, is it truly amusing for you to engage in mutual flattery here? It would be far more pragmatic to reveal our trump cards without delay. At that moment, a woman clad in a strapless gown suddenly spoke. Chapter 62, Strike First. Madame Paneva. As soon as she spoke, the leaders from various factions fell silent. All eyes converged upon her, filled with unmistakable reverence and respect. The source of her commanding presence was undoubtedly her A-grade peak contract beast, the desert scorpion, exuding a fierce aura. Madame Paneva's piercing gaze swept across the leaders present, a satisfied expression gracing her features. It seems today's probing has reached its conclusion. Especially since she gestured toward the figures gathering in the distance among the sand dunes. More reinforcements were en route. Rather than force an action tonight, it would be wiser to wait until dawn when all hands are assembled. After a brief pause, her tone turned resolute. Shall we deploy our trump cards and decisively breach that fortress's shell? Everything shall be according to your command, madam. We shall heed your orders. Her suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. The heads of various factions nodded in accord, displaying utmost respect. On the fortress walls, the cold alloy reflected the dim light. Old Iron, who had been intently monitoring the biological radar, noticed a rhythmic flicker of green in his mechanical eyes. He turned and, in a low voice, reported to Cheng Mo, who was leaning against the wall. Master, the observational analysis indicates they are unlikely to launch another attack tonight. Cheng Mo, roused from a brief slumber, opened his eyes. Basis for your judgment? The enemy has dispersed to establish camps. Old Iron pointed towards the camp below, where lights were beginning to illuminate. Moreover, there was a brief meeting involving all faction leaders just now. Based on their behavioral patterns, it is highly probable they are strategizing for a full-scale assault tomorrow rather than preparing for action tonight. He swiftly synthesized the data relayed by the sensors. Cheng Mo nodded slightly. Your analysis holds merit. Maintain vigilance. We must not relent. Understood. Old Iron affirmed before returning his gaze to the biological radar, scanning continuously. Cheng Mo closed his eyes once more, yet his body remained poised for alertness. As for the coordination and management within the fortress, he could entirely rely on Han Yuyen for that. He could afford a moment of rest, knowing that a fierce battle awaited on the morrow. The following morning, as dawn broke, Cheng Mo awoke from his slumber. Master, there are now 13,524 individuals gathered outside. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they will soon launch an attack. Upon seeing Cheng Mo awake, Old Iron hurried to his side to report. Is everyone up? They are awake. Female led no. 2 asked you to rise and join them for breakfast in the fortress. Good. Cheng Mo replied and proceeded into the fortress. Upon entering, he found everyone leisurely enjoying their breakfast. Oh, you all seem rather unfazed by the impending battle. Cheng Mo jested. What use is fear? Han Yuyen shot him a glance before presenting a bowl of meat porridge to him. Eat up. We have no idea how today's battle will unfold. What does it matter how it unfolds? If we can't win, we'll just flee. Cheng Mo shrugged nonchalantly. After all, we can fly. What is there to fear? What if the enemy has individuals who can fly as well? Just then, Shangwan Han, who was typically reticent, unexpectedly spoke up. If they can fly, then I shall slay those who possess that ability. Faced with the palpable murderous intent emanating from Cheng Mo, everyone fell silent. They understood all too well that this battle was pivotal for both Peach Blossom Island and the Peach Blossom Alliance. A victory would ensure their dominance. While a defeat would not be the end, they could still retreat, though no one intended to flee unless absolutely necessary. Moments later, everyone from Peach Blossom Island had ascended the city walls. Cheng Mo's gaze swiftly swept over the crowd before settling on Lao Tai. Have the parameters for the cannons been adjusted? He inquired. Yes, Master. All settings have been calibrated. Lao Tai's voice responded. Excellent. A glint of cold light flickered in Cheng Mo's eyes as he barked. Everyone, fire. No sooner had the command been issued than the 10 Italian cannons atop the walls erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening cacophony of cannon fire tore through the air. Thanks to the pre-calibrated parameters, the gunners merely needed to pull the bolt and load the ammunition. 10 whistling cannonballs, laden with the echoes of death, effortlessly traversed the 4-kilometer expanse and crashed violently into the dense throng of enemies in the distance. Boom, boom. The shells exploded midair, creating 10 fiery orbs. My leg, my eyes. I can't see. Help, help. Countless sharp shrapnel transformed into the scythes of death, mercilessly reaping lives. In an instant, blood and flesh were scattered everywhere, and the wails of the dying melded into a horrific chorus as hundreds of enemy combatants fell like cut wheat. Yet, more lethal than the instantaneous casualties was the eruption of terror and chaos within the enemy's hearts. What the hell is happening? A leader among them bellowed, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Wasn't it said that Peach Blossom Island's cannons only had a range of 3 kilometers? This is already 4 kilometers. Who lied about the military situation? Step forward. Another voice trembled with shock. The physical devastation wrought by the 10 cannonballs was merely the first step. The revelation of their true range struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all the hunters, instantly shattering their psychological defenses. The bombardment from the city walls showed no signs of abating. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions became the most terrifying death knell. Run, run, fall back. Don't block the way. The once ferocious hunters were now utterly demoralized. They jostled and trampled each other in a frenzied retreat. The scene spiraled into chaos, with countless individuals being knocked down, trampled, or injured. By the time the tens of thousands of hunters had retreated beyond the plains, over 2,000 corpses lay upon the flat desert. Of course, many of them were not yet lifeless, but soon enough, that would no longer matter. Madame Paneva, what shall we do now? As they exited the cannon's range, a dozen leaders once again gathered, casting their gazes upon the enchanting woman in a strapless gown. What shall we do? Didn't I already say? All factions should reveal their trump cards and strike decisively. Cheng Mo daring to attack us first was indeed unexpected. After surveying the group, Paneva's gaze drifted toward the distant fortress, her eyes flickering with an unexpected glint. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the gathered leaders turned complex. They certainly had their trump cards, yet no one was willing to reveal them at the outset. If they managed to win, it would be easy enough to negotiate a share. However, if their trump cards were spent, they would incur significant losses. Despite the presence of over 10,000 individuals, most were merely opportunists seeking to profit from the chaos. After all, engaging in battle with Peach Blossom Island would surely entail casualties. A chance to snatch a corpse or two could yield a modest profit. Observing the anxious expressions of these individuals, Paneva sneered disdainfully. What? Are you afraid? If you're scared, then scram. Madam, how can you say that? If your desert scorpion is willing to strike, we naturally have no objections. One leader voiced the sentiments of the crowd. Rest assured, my scorpion will certainly take action. Paneva replied dismissively, for she truly looked down upon these people. Chapter 63, The Cannon Fodder Strikes. Half an hour later, all factions were prepared for battle. Madame Paneva, everything is ready. Let us begin. With Paneva's command, 2 cannons, long poised for action, were swiftly loaded. Boom. The cannon's roar shattered the air, and Cheng Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Cannon fire. Take cover. He shouted urgently at the women on the walls. Boom, boom. 2 shells struck the fortress walls with pinpoint accuracy, causing sparks to fly, yet they left only 2 gaping craters without shaking the structure in the slightest. Lao Tai, can our cannons reach them? Though the shells hadn't landed directly overhead, the massive noise sent a cold sweat cascading down Cheng Mo's back as he called out to Lao Tai. Master, the enemy's position is at least 6 kilometers away. Our Italian cannons have a range of only 5 kilometers. We can't hit them. Lao Tai replied, his mechanical voice tinged with helplessness. Understood. You all guard the home front. I will personally take out their cannons. Before he finished speaking, Cheng Mo had already strapped on his personal flight device, the engine roaring as it propelled him into the air, charging straight toward the enemy artillery position. However, as he ascended, he suddenly saw several figures with wings soaring into the air above the opposing position, resembling giant birds. Can the subhumans be teleported here? This thought flickered through Cheng Mo's mind before being swiftly cast aside. No matter what they are, I'll take them down. Cheng Mo's eyes sharpened as he accelerated toward the winged foes. Clearly, they had also noticed him and immediately surged forward to intercept. Just as the 2 sides closed in within 500 meters, the group of winged beings brandished long, thick metal tubes in unison. The ominous black muzzles instantly locked onto Cheng Mo in midair. Damn it! RPGs. Cheng Mo's pupils constricted as a wave of cold dread surged through him. Cheng Mo, your time has come. One of the dark-skinned beings grinned maliciously as he squeezed the trigger. Whoosh. The The deafening shrieks of the cannonballs slicing through the air were overwhelmingly piercing. Cheng Mo's body bristled with fear. In a life-or-death moment, he unleashed his wind-based powers with abandon. Whoosh! A tempest swirled around him, accelerating his speed 2 or 3 times in an instant. Faced with the deadly onslaught, Cheng Mo surged forward, transforming into a blurred blue shadow, charging against the trajectory of the incoming shells. You want to kill me? Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted behind him as shells detonated. 500 meters closed in an instant under his maximum acceleration. He appeared before the group of winged beings like a specter. Die for me. A chilling light flashed in Cheng Mo's eyes as a crimson glow ignited in his right hand. The scarlet blade traced a stunning arc, moving with astonishing speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The blade flashed, and heads were sent soaring high into the air. Following that, a series of dull thuds echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Dust swirled violently, revealing 13 grotesquely shaped depressions in the ground. Humph. Cheng Mo let out a cold snort as he gracefully descended. Expressionless, he bent down to swiftly collect the wristbands from the 13 fallen, before launching himself skyward once more. Just as he ascended, the ground beneath him erupted violently, and a gigantic scorpion over 5 meters long burst forth from the sand. In the next instant, a dark projectile shot toward his face. At the critical moment, Cheng Mo's crimson blade successfully blocked the incoming attack. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated. Cheng Mo felt a jolt in his arm as he was thrown backward. What in the world is this? With great difficulty stabilizing his stance, Cheng Mo cast a perplexed glance towards the direction from which the recent attack had originated. Damn! A towering scorpion. At this moment, the enormous creature's tail shimmered with an eerie black light. I'm done playing with you. Realizing that the intended assault on the artillery position had failed, Cheng Mo hastily soared towards the fortress without a moment's hesitation. As he set foot on the fortress platform, the scene before him made his pupils constrict. Beyond the sand dunes, countless adversaries were charging fearlessly towards him. All of them wielded katana swords, their appearances and stances seemingly crafted from the same mold. What on earth is happening? Cheng Mo inquired in a low voice. It's an illusion, Han Yuyan replied with unwavering conviction. No sooner had she spoken than she raised her gun and fired, a bullet whistling through the air and striking one of the small figures. However, the bullet passed right through, as if it had struck a mere phantom, leaving the target unscathed. TSK. Han Yuyan's brow furrowed in annoyance. This needs to be handled by Lao Tai. Cheng Mo firmly grasped Han Yuyan's hand, which was poised to fire again, and decisively commanded, Lao Tai, eliminate that illusion caster. Understood, master. Lao Tai's voice was steady and resolute. Boom. The deafening sound of artillery fire drowned out all else, as concentrated shells battered against the fortress's thick walls, causing the ground to tremble. Some errant shells even soared over the parapets, exploding within the fortress and sending clouds of sand into the air. The atmosphere was thick with gunpowder and heat. Had it not been for the members of Peach Blossom Island being equipped with lava battle armor, the relentless bombardment would surely have resulted in casualties. Yet, the true lethal threat at this moment was not the artillery, but rather the enemy's tactic of overwhelming numbers. Faced with the relentless tide of hunters advancing from all sides, Peach Blossom Island's numerical disadvantage was magnified to its utmost extent. Cheng Mo, amid the chaos, Han Yuyan's voice cut through the cacophony of explosions. Her tone laced with urgency. They're charging in. We're surrounded. Cheng Mo's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk as he swiftly scanned the battlefield. The earlier bizarre figures wielding katanas had vanished entirely. In their place surged a dark mass of survivors, resembling a swarm of ants. They were brandishing makeshift, heavy steel plates as shields, charging towards the fortress with reckless abandon. Damn, have these people lost their minds? Cheng Mo felt a jolt of shock at the sight of the thousands of survivors rushing towards them, yet he hesitated not for a moment. He immediately issued a stern order. Everyone, listen up. Yin, take half the people to man the artillery. Shengwan, take the other half to operate the heavy machine guns. Once we reach 3 kilometers, commence indiscriminate fire. At this moment, Cheng Mo was unconcerned about the reasons behind the enemy's attack. Beneath the sand dunes, numerous powerful factions wielded their blades, threatening death, compelling these pawns to expend their flesh and blood to deplete the fortress's firepower. For these survivors, retreating meant immediate death, while charging forward offered a slim glimmer of hope. Yet, Cheng Mo remained oblivious to this grim reality. Even if he were aware, his orders would not waver. Having chosen to advance with shields raised, they had positioned themselves as adversaries of the fortress. In his assessment, whether they were genuine desperate villains or coerced pawns, they were all enemies that needed to be eradicated. The throngs, sheltered behind their steel plates, cautiously approached the artillery's range. Yet, The anticipated bombardment was conspicuously absent. The eerie silence of the fortress only served to chill the hearts of those at the front of the charge. Damn it, someone in the crowd muttered under their breath, trembling with fear. Why isn't teaching fired yet? I was just waiting for the explosion to create chaos, so I could flee. Who wouldn't think the same? Another figure nearby, pale-faced, whispered in agreement. I just wanted to snag some benefits, but here I am, forced to be cannon fodder. As they drew closer to the fortress, the ominous silence persisted, as if the place had been abandoned. What is going on? Did the people of Peach Blossom Island flee? Unclear. But surely they can't be afraid? It's only natural to be scared. I heard they only have a dozen or so people, with our numbers in the thousands. One spit from each of us could drown them. Exactly. If I were Cheng Mo, I'd have already devised an escape plan. Behind their heavy shields, the expendables pushed to the front lines were suffocated by the oppressive silence of the battlefield. Conversations erupted, tinged with barely concealed panic, as if they were attempting to dispel the chill within through their words, a form of self-soothing, or perhaps self-deception. As the throng entered the 3-kilometer death zone before the fortress, nearly everyone was on high alert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, the chilling sound of sharp whistles pierced the air, and artillery shells rained down upon the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions shattered the air, flames and anguished cries erupting simultaneously. Brothers, charge! The firing points have been revealed. A voice, hoarse from shouting, rang out. With the artillery falling, the targeted areas became clear, dispelling the unknown terror that had loomed above. As long as the explosions weren't happening at their location, the immense pressure seemed to lighten significantly. One individual took the lead, triggering a chain reaction. The tightly packed hunters erupted into frenzied roars, surging forward like a herd of stampeding beasts, propelling their heavy steel shields into the smoke-filled fray. At the rear of the crowd, Panawa and the leaders of numerous powerful factions observed this spectacle, their lips curling into satisfied smirks. My lady, it seems we shall soon break through the shell of Peach Blossom Island. Lu Chuan leaned in with a sycophantic grin. Indeed, indeed. Our hidden nails within the crowd have yet to move. I wonder when your desert scorpion will join the fray. A sense of optimism permeated the command point at the back, as if victory was within easy reach. Everyone, Panawa remarked with a smile, his gaze penetrating, feigning humility as he interjected. Though it appears that defeating Peach Blossom Island is a foregone conclusion, Cheng Mo is not a foe to be underestimated. Exercise caution. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Up ahead, the expendable vanguard had advanced within 1,000 meters, but they soon encountered the anticipated fierce resistance. From the fortress, 13 Maxim machine guns unleashed a relentless torrent of deadly fire, the concentrated bullets slamming against the heavy steel plates, producing a deafening clatter as sparks flew. Cheng Mo, this is untenable. There are simply too many enemies, and their steel plates are providing cover. The effectiveness of the machine gun fire is limited. Han Yuyin's anxious voice rang out, urgent amidst the cacophony of gunfire. No sooner had she spoken than boom. A precisely aimed shell detonated violently next to one of the roaring Maxims. The shockwave, laden with smoke, surged skyward, and the tremendous force sent Jiang Yuling, who was operating the machine gun, flying. Yuling, Cheng Mo bellowed. Amidst the smoke, a figure rose unsteadily yet swiftly. It was Jiang Yuling, dirt-streaked, but with a fierce glint in her eyes. Boss, I'm fine. Thanks to this lava battle armor. She brushed the dust off her body, still shaken. Cheng Mo slammed his fist against the cold parapet in frustration. Damn it. The time has come to eliminate those rabid curs wielding artillery. As rage surged within him, the communication bracelet on his wrist suddenly trembled with urgency. Damn it. Who could be contacting me at this moment? Cheng Mo muttered irritably, but upon reading the message, the furious tempest on his face instantly solidified. It quickly transformed into a cruel and frigid grin. Everyone, cease fire. Cheng Mo's roar eclipsed the cacophony of the battlefield. Relocate the machine gun positions. Once I topple those damn tortoises, unleash a relentless onslaught. He swiftly retreated to the inner side of the city wall and efficiently began to tally the spoils of the previous skirmish. 13 RPGs and entire crates of rockets, totaling a staggering 130 rounds. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, his sharp gaze piercing through the veil of smoke, locking onto the throngs of people swarming below like ants. Cannon fodder, he whispered coldly, the words carrying the grim judgment of death. Are you ready to meet your demise? Before the echoes of his voice faded, Cheng Mo suddenly leaped from the 15-meter-high fortress. Cheng Mo, what do you think you're doing? Han Yin screamed, rushing to the edge of the battlement. The wind howled past his ears, his wind-based powers enveloping him, significantly cushioning the impact of his descent. As his Qingyun boots touched the sandy ground, a faint glimmer flickered, followed by a resounding thud as he knelt, absorbing the force, then propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Stop wasting time. Cheng Mo replied fiercely without looking back, his voice resonating in the air. Keep your eyes on my trajectory. Cover me and kill. The echoes of his command lingered in the air as he became a blur, accelerated by his wind powers and Qingyun boots, darting toward the massive throng of enemies composed of shields and bodies. Almost simultaneously with Cheng Mo's descent, chaos erupted at the command point behind the hunters. Madame Paneva. It's Cheng Mo. That lunatic, jumped down. Lu Chuan exclaimed, his tone distorted by shock and a hint of exhilaration. Silence. Panava's icy reprimand pierced through the air like a dagger. Lu Chuan's prattling ceased abruptly, the chilling edge of a blade pressing against his throat, rendering him mute with fear. The other leaders of various factions were similarly cowed by Panava's thunderous authority, no one daring to utter a word as they barked orders to their subordinates. Relay the message. It's Cheng Mo. Concentrate all firepower. Turn him into a sieve. Spare no expense. Eliminate him. The commands spread like wildfire across the battlefield. Among the cannon fodder, hidden like coiled serpents, the elite soldiers masquerading as mere foot soldiers revealed their fangs. Rifles and submachine guns emerged from the gaps in the shields. Fierce lines of fire weaving together into a lethal net, unleashed upon the figure charging madly through the smoke. The hail of bullets fell like torrential rain. The projectiles, trailing blinding streaks of light, formed a deadly web that ensnared the figure weaving through the chaos. Bullets thudded around him, kicking up clouds of dust, while a few well-aimed stray shots clanged against his molten-like armor, sending sparks flying as they ricocheted off. You think you can kill me? Do you think you are worthy? Cheng Mo's roar echoed amidst the gunfire, his form dancing with an uncanny agility, like a stubborn leaf caught in a tempest, perpetually teetering on the edge of death's grasp. 200 meters. In the face of his superhuman speed, this distance was devoured in an instant. Heh, now it's my turn. A wicked smile spread across his lips. In the midst of his sprint, he hoisted an RPG onto his shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, he zeroed in on the densest cluster of enemies. Whoosh boom. The shriek of the rocket leaving the chamber harmonized perfectly with the earth-shattering explosion. A crimson fireball erupted in the unfortunate heart of the cluster, a deathly bloom mingling with severed limbs and metal fragments. The thunderous roar still reverberated in the air. And under the cover of the ensuing chaos and the billowing smoke, Cheng Mo propelled himself forward once more, akin to a released arrow. The 200 meters vanished in the blink of an eye, and as he burst into the enemy ranks, his razor-sharp dagger carved a path of bloodshed. At that moment, the dagger's unparalleled sharpness rendered it an instrument of divine retribution. Regardless of whether faced with blades, spears, or steel, all were rendered utterly impotent before it. Cheng Mo had transformed into a blood-soaked demon, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Everyone, focus your fire on the move. Han Yuan's voice rang out from the fortress. In the next moment, multiple heavy machine guns roared to life. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The dense barrage of bullets rained down upon the breach Cheng Mo had created. In an instant, rows of hunters fell like wheat before the scythe. Blood wails, and chaos became the prevailing symphony of the battlefield. I can't take it anymore. A survivor, witnessing the relentless tide of casualties and the specter-like presence of Cheng Mo, could no longer suppress his terror. With a howl, he turned and fled. Do not retreat. Whoever retreats shall die. Behind the crowd, a group was attempting to withdraw, only to be met with the merciless gunfire of the faction's subordinates. Bang, bang, bang. As the ground became littered with the fallen, the various factions' subordinates shouted angrily. The slaughter continued, Cheng Mo's rampage far from over. Behind the throng, the leaders of the factions were deeply unsettled by Cheng Mo's terrifying prowess. He must be eliminated, otherwise, allowing him to live would mean eternal unrest for them. Paneva, observing Cheng Mo's deadly dance, felt a flicker of ruthlessness in her eyes. His fighting capabilities had far exceeded her expectations. She understood the principle of striking the serpent without letting it escape. If Cheng Mo were to escape, none present would ever sleep soundly again. Kill him. Spare no effort. The others nodded in agreement, with Xiao Rizi leading the charge, rallying his subordinates to rush toward Cheng Mo's position. Even if they could not annihilate Taohua Island this time, Cheng Mo must be eliminated. As the conversation unfolded, York also joined the fray with his men. With two leaders spearheading the charge, the rest quickly followed. Realizing they had irreparably offended Cheng Mo, leaving no room for reconciliation, it was now a fight to the death. Watching the hundreds converging to besiege Cheng Mo, Paneva's eyes glimmered with cunning. A bunch of fools, do they think Cheng Mo is so easily vanquished? Since you all wish to pursue him, I shall raid his lair. In the next moment, she closed her eyes, forming an unusual gesture with her hands, murmuring incantations. As the last syllable slipped from her lips, the massive scorpion, previously hidden beneath the sands, surged forth as if summoned, burrowing through the earth with unmatched speed, surpassing that of an ordinary human's run. Its target was not the melee of Cheng Mo but the fortress atop the dunes. Alarm! Alarm! As the first female protagonist, Han Yuyan, observed the rapid advance of a creature towards their fortress, a piercing alarm echoed from the radar, alerting them to the imminent threat. Where? She inquired just as a tremor reverberated beneath their feet. Almost instantly, a jarring metallic, grinding noise emanated from the central metal floor of the fortress. Before she could finish her sentence, a massive fissure erupted in the metal flooring, and a colossal claw emerged, swiftly tearing open a gaping 2-meter-wide hole. Shangwan, come with me. Han Yuyan called out to Shangwan Han, who was busy firing at the enemy. She readied her demon-slaying sniper rifle, prepared to take aim. Responding to Han Yuyan's summons, Shangwan Han promptly abandoned her machine gun and activated her personal flight device, soaring to the opening above. With her Barrett rifle aimed at the breach, she pulled the trigger. A thunderous boom resonated as the enormous body of the sand scorpion defied the laws of nature and leaped from the chasm, crashing onto the floor with a resounding thud. The sheer size of the creature left both women in awe. No sooner had the sand scorpion emerged than it unleashed a black stinger from its tail towards Shangwan Han. The attack was so sudden that the stinger struck her abdomen with force. Ugh, Shangwan Han groaned, her body uncontrollably flipping backward until she collided with a protruding corner of the fortress, finally coming to a halt. Although the strike did not penetrate her lava battle armor, the significant impact inflicted considerable internal damage. To make matters worse, her flight device sustained damage from the collision. One propulsion unit extinguished, while the other flickered erratically. With one propulsion unit rendered inoperative, Shangwan Han began to plummet towards the ground. Shangwan! Han Yuyan shouted in alarm as she witnessed her impending fall. In a split second, a figure leaped into action, catching Shangwan Han midair. It was Huang Mei, who had been closely monitoring the situation. As a special forces operative, she was always vigilant on the battlefield. Sensing the danger the moment the sand scorpion appeared, she was able to react with remarkable speed. With Shangwan Han now safe, Han Yuyan felt a surge of confidence and unleashed a barrage of fire from her sniper rifle. Bang! 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 Multiple rounds struck the sand scorpion. Yet they seemed utterly ineffective, as if it were an indomitable armored vehicle. Old Iron quickly analyzed this beast's weaknesses. Yes, female protagonist number 1. Old Iron's eyes gleamed, emitting a green light that swiftly scanned the sand scorpion. 2 seconds later, the glow faded. Female protagonist number 1, attack its flank. Without hesitation, Han Yuyan took aim at the creature's side and fired several shots. This time, instead of the sound of metal clashing, a sickening noise of flesh being pierced filled the air as armor-piercing explosive rounds detonated within the sand scorpion, causing muffled explosions. The intense agony drove the creature into a frenzy, raising its pincers and letting out a piercing shriek directed at Han Yuyan. The sound was deafening, overwhelming her senses just as she prepared to strike again, leaving her momentarily disoriented. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the sand scorpion's tail glimmered ominously. Just as it was about to launch another stinger attack, the rapid fire of a machine gun erupted. Huang Mei, wielding a barren gun, unleashed a precise volley of bullets at the creature's tail, diverting the trajectory of the stinger. The sharp clang echoed as the black stinger embedded itself into the metal wall. Simultaneously, a recovering Shangwan Han fired at the sand scorpion's rear. Letting out an uncharacteristic roar, the sand scorpion reacted violently to the unexpected assault. In the next instant, its tail glinted darkly, unleashing a barrage of black stingers like a hail of bullets towards the 3 women. This is bad. The beast is enraged. Shangwan, what did you do? Han Yuyan asked anxiously as Shangwan Han, caught off guard, flushed. I didn't do anything. I just shot it in the rear. Han Yuyan's expression darkened, realizing that they must have struck a weak spot. Keep attacking. Sister, do you hear what you're saying? A black stinger whizzed past Shangwan Han's nose, sending chills down her spine as she recalled her earlier injury. The 3 women were now like frantic moles, dodging the lethal projectiles raining down upon them. Below, the sand scorpion spun in the center of the fortress, launching stingers with relentless precision. Any hint of exposure from the trio resulted in immediate retaliation. Yuyan, this won't work. Huang Mei shouted as she evaded a stinger. In that case, let's not hide any longer. Activate your abilities. Han Yuyan assessed their surroundings. The enemy remained oblivious to the happenings within the fortress and decisively commanded, I've been waiting for that. At her words, Shangwan Han raised her hand, conjuring a fist-sized ice sphere that coalesced above her palm. As she released it, the ice projectile hurtled towards the sand scorpion below. The impact was precise, yet the small ice sphere failed to inflict substantial damage. However, Shangwan Han's intention wasn't to vanquish the creature with ice magic. Upon closer inspection, the ice shattered upon contact, coating the sand scorpion's exoskeleton. One by one, the ice spheres detonated against its body, gradually reducing its mobility. I'll join in. At that moment, Huang Mei, who had been waiting for the opportune moment, formed a basketball-sized green orb of energy in her hands. With a swift motion reminiscent of a slam dunk, she sent the green sphere crashing onto the sand scorpion's head. Upon impact, the orb exploded, unleashing a torrent of vines that ensnared the creature's head entirely. Now's our chance, Han Yuyan shouted, leaping towards a cannon positioned nearby. With a decisive sweep of her hand, she summoned the artillery into her storage ring. In an instant, the cannon reappeared, its barrel now aimed directly at the sand scorpion. Perish! With a thunderous roar, Han Yuyan pulled the trigger, launching a shell that struck the sand scorpion's armored shell with pinpoint accuracy. Even the formidable sand scorpion could not withstand the force, as a gaping hole was blasted into its back, unleashing a deluge of dark green ichor and shredded flesh, resembling a rain of viscera. The attack sent the sand scorpion into a frenzied rage, its agonized roar echoing through the fortress, its massive pincers crashing against the ground with a thunderous cacophony. Huang Mei, now's your opportunity. Following up on her successful strike, Han Yuyan urgently relayed her command. Don't worry, Yuyan. Meanwhile, a verdant orb of light, comparable in size to a basin, was held aloft by Huang Mei. Wood element, parasitic. As her voice resonated, the basin-sized sphere precisely struck the cavity upon the back of the sand scorpion. 3 seconds later, numerous tendrils, each as thick as an arm, surged forth from the opening with fervor. The anguished wail of the sand scorpion was short-lived, fading into silence as it transformed into a flower pot shaped like a scorpion. A minute later, the once meager green tendrils had burgeoned into a dozen interwoven, flourishing trees. Observing the scene, the three exchanged knowing smiles. My goodness, we've finally vanquished that beast. Sheng Wanhan plopped down on the city wall, her left hand trembling as she grasped an 8th-tier cigarette, while her right hand heated the scarlet blade to ignite it. After taking a deep breath, she managed to utter, "Are you all right?" Han Yuyan sat beside her, similarly lighting an 8th-tier cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. Fear not, I shan't perish until I have bested you. Upon hearing Sheng Wanhan's robust voice, Han Yuyan's previously anxious heart found solace. I say, Yin, Han, are you two taking a break now? It seems our leader is in a bit of a predicament. Just as the two were enveloped in smoke, Huang Mei's voice rang out. Following her gaze, they beheld Cheng Mo, now engulfed by a throng, surrounded by a veritable wall of bodies. At that moment, the elite forces of various factions had finally arrived, their diverse armaments emerging in abundance. Just moments ago, Han Yuyan had witnessed an armored figure launch Cheng Mo into the air. For reasons unknown, Cheng Mo's sharp dagger attacks elicited no response from the figure. Cough, cough. Cheng Mo rose from a pile of corpses, his neck cracking ominously. Cheng Mo, did you ever imagine that I would possess an SSS-grade invincible armor? Ha ha ha. As Cheng Mo regained his footing, the armored figure emitted a triumphant sneer. Oh, is SSS-grade truly formidable? At these words, Cheng Mo felt a surge of dread, though he maintained an air of disdain. Cheng Mo, even in your final moments, you remain defiant. This armor can withstand all physical assaults. Not even a nuclear bomb can harm me. Is it truly that powerful? Cheng Mo, already astonished at its defensive capabilities, was taken aback to learn it could endure a nuclear strike. Ha ha ha. Cheng Mo, today you are destined to perish at my hands. Qian Sanhu, and all that you are shall become mine. Before Qian Sanhu could finish his boast, he felt a sudden blur before his eyes, followed by a dizzying sensation. Bang, bang, bang. It turned out that Cheng Mo had just unleashed his analytical ability, the wind chains. A 20-meter-long azure chain ensnared Qian Sanhu's feet, rendering him akin to a human meteor hammer, swinging fiercely at Cheng Mo's command. All enemies within a 20-meter radius were crushed into a pulpy mass. The crowd was awash with blood and flesh, and clad in his dark red magma battle armor. Cheng Mo appeared as the harbinger of death emerging from the depths of hell. Ugh, Cheng Mo, let me down. Qian Sanhu, treated as a human hammer, retched while demanding to be released. But why would Cheng Mo heed his pleas? What did you say? Are you unaware of who reigns supreme now? Cheng Mo chuckled, exerting force, causing Qian Sanhu to be buried in the sand. Cheng Mo, let me go. We can negotiate. Negotiate with whom? Cheng Mo swung once more, the sounds of his human meteor hammer ringing out incessantly. As he spun, he charged towards the densely packed foes. This human meteor hammer was exceptionally effective. It would be foolish not to eliminate more of the enemy while he still had the strength to do so. Ding! Just as Cheng Mo was reveling in the carnage, his wristband suddenly chimed. Hearing the sound, he loosened his grip, sending Qian Sanhu arcing through the air, crashing forcefully into the sand, leaving only his legs flailing above the surface. Upon checking the wristband, he found a mere 5 words. We have arrived. Chapter 67, Reinforcements arrive. Upon reading this message, Cheng Mo instinctively gazed into the distance, but was obstructed by the throngs of people, rendering visibility impossible. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, rat-a-tat-tat. Although Cheng Mo could not see the approaching reinforcements, the fierce gunfire resonated clearly around him. Kill. Charge. Amidst the gunfire, familiar Mandarin echoed loudly. Oh no. It's Longhua Island. Long Zhan has arrived. Panic ensued among the hunters encircling Peach Blossom Island, as Long Zhan appeared atop the dunes. Leading over 1,000 warriors clad in standardized camouflage, those who had come to hunt were thrown into chaos. Among the crowd, Madame Paneva, observing the elite soldiers of Longhua Island, attempted once more to contact her sand scorpion, but to no avail. Her complexion turned ashen. The sand scorpion was her foundation. And now it was gone. How could this be? My sand scorpion could never be defeated. It was a peak A-grade beast, madam. We must retreat. It will be too late if we don't leave now. A loyal subordinate tugged at Paneva, urging her to flee. Flee? To where? Just then, a figure unexpectedly materialized before them. The subordinate was instantly silenced with a knife to the throat. Do not kill, before Paneva could finish her plea. A crimson line appeared at her neck, followed by a fountain of blood. My apologies. General Long has decreed, those who oppose our Huagua shall be slain without mercy. A cold voice echoed from behind her, followed by the figure vanishing into a dark haze. Kill. A cacophony of battle cries erupted in the desert outside the fortress, as more and more camouflaged soldiers joined the fray. From the moment the camouflaged warriors appeared until the battle concluded, no more than half an hour had elapsed. The smoke of battle was torn asunder by the wind, and Cheng Mo kicked aside a broken curved blade at his feet. With a tug of the wind chains, Qian Sanhu tumbled into a heap of sand. He lifted his gaze to the edge of the dunes, where Long Zhan knelt, tending to a wounded soldier. Bloodstains marring his cuffs, yet failing to diminish the ferocity in his eyes. Noticing Cheng Mo's approach, Long Zhan concluded his task and strode towards him. Cheng Mo, my brother. What is this? Long Zhan regarded Cheng Mo and the ensnared Qian Sanhu with curiosity. General Long? Cheng Mo ventured tentatively. Indeed, I am Long Zhan. At this, Cheng Mo could not help but scrutinize Long Zhan more closely. The man stood tall and imposing, with a square jaw and a spirited crew cut. General, I am Cheng Mo, and I sincerely thank you for your timely assistance. Cheng Mo clasped his hands in gratitude. Ha ha, you lad. Even without my intervention, you would likely have emerged unscathed. Long Zhan observed Cheng Mo's magma battle armor with keen interest, recognizing it as an extraordinary piece. You flatter me, General. Without your support, we could never have completely annihilated these ruffians. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan was taken aback. You don't mean to say that you intended to annihilate them from the very beginning, do you? Of course, isn't that rather normal? Cheng Mo, perplexed, was unaware of any issues with his intentions. Boldly, he inquired, how many of you are there? Long Zhan asked curiously. 13 inside the fortress, and 3 outside. Cheng Mo replied, gesturing towards the trio, who were members of his Peach Blossom Alliance. He had instructed them to withdraw at the onset of the battle, and they returned only after it concluded. You intend to eliminate over 10,000 with just 16 of you? Long Zhan's jaw dropped, seemingly incredulous at his own words. 16 is no small number, and didn't we already take down several thousand before you arrived? Cheng Mo was not exaggerating. Through previous skirmishes, bombardments, tramplings, and his own swift strikes, they had directly or indirectly claimed over 5,000 lives. Upon hearing Cheng Mo's impressive tally, Long Zhan fell into contemplation, and after a considerable pause, finally spoke. Cheng Mo, have you considered joining our Huameng? General Long, joining Huameng is out of the question. I currently lead my own alliance. However, in the future, should any matters arise, feel free to reach out. As long as my Peach Blossom Alliance can assist, we shall not hesitate. Cheng Mo politely declined. I see. Very well, then let us discuss the distribution of this batch of spoils. Long Zhan shifted the topic without pressing further. All right, that works for me. Cheng Mo readily agreed. He then retrieved a tent and a set of tables and chairs from his storage ring, gesturing for Long Zhan to take a seat. Cheng Mo, shouldn't you deal with this fellow first? Long Zhan pointed at Qian Sanhu, whom Cheng Mo had brought along. At that moment, Qian Sanhu was thoroughly ensnared by the wind chains, with only a slight range of movement for his legs, his mouth bound as well. Oh, General Long, to be candid, this fellow is clad in a set of 3S, grade armor, and I intend to trade him with you for some items. Would you be interested? What? 3S, grade armor? Long Zhan exclaimed, springing from his chair to scrutinize Qian Sanhu closely. General Long, this armor is said to withstand nuclear blasts, though I cannot attest to its authenticity. Regardless, my indomitable dagger could not inflict a scratch upon it. Hearing Cheng Mo's explanation, Long Zhan turned back to him. Why would you not keep such a fine item for yourself? It is indeed a remarkable piece, but if it can be exchanged for the resources I desire, I would be willing to part with it. Cheng Mo spoke earnestly, devoid of any hint of deceit. What do you wish for? Long Zhan's eyes gleamed with interest in the armor. I have a list here. Should General Long be able to procure these items, it shall be yours. As he spoke, Cheng Mo retrieved paper and pen from his storage and began writing on the table. Minutes later, Cheng Mo handed 2 densely written sheets to Long Zhan. General, this is all I require. Observing the multitude of materials, Long Zhan's lips twitched. Do I appear to be a fool? General, how can you say that? To speak frankly, with this armor, it is akin to possessing immortality. These materials are well worth it. Long Zhan rolled his eyes. Immortality? How did I let you capture me then? Well, even if it be immortal, one must still be captured. Cheng Mo chuckled awkwardly. Long Zhan, however, paid no heed to Cheng Mo's inner thoughts and began to examine the list. Kid, none of these materials are simple. Are you certain you're not jesting? Ha. General, while these items may be difficult for others to obtain, for you, they should be a piece of cake. Cheng Mo laughed heartily, utterly unembarrassed. 60%. I can offer you no more than that. No way. 90%, or we shall not negotiate. We are all compatriots of Huagua. 70%. After a round of haggling, Cheng Mo ultimately sold Qian Sanhu along with his armor to Long Zhan for 80% of the price. Watching the two bargain, Qian Sanhu felt utterly despondent. He had not intended to trouble Cheng Mo at this moment. However, upon seeing the influx of individuals on the world channel, he thought to seek some advantage for himself. In his understanding, as long as he donned this armor, Cheng Mo should not be able to harm him. Indeed, Cheng Mo did not injure him, but had him tightly bound. Just as Cheng Mo and Long Zhan finalized their transaction, Han Yuyan soared out from the fortress. Cheng Mo, it's bad. Her voice preceded her arrival. Chapter 68, Long Zhan. General Long, I apologize. I need to attend to some matters. Cheng Mo clasped his fist in respect to Long Zhan. No worries, attend to your affairs. Long Zhan replied with a smile. Cheng Mo nodded and headed in the direction where Han Yuyan had flown. Before long, Han Yuyan landed before Cheng Mo. What is it? Cheng Mo furrowed his brow, questioning with evident concern. It's about one of our alliance's islands. Han Yuyan stepped closer and whispered the details into Cheng Mo's ear. Is that so? You need to return and gather your things immediately. We depart in half an hour. After listening to Han Yuyan's account, Cheng Mo was momentarily taken aback, then instructed her accordingly. Understood, be swift. Han Yuyan glanced meaningfully toward the tent, then took off toward the fortress. Cheng Mo returned to the tent, brow furrowed. What's wrong? You seem troubled. Has something occurred? Long Zhan inquired, curiosity piqued. There is indeed a problem. I shall trouble you with matters on your end, General Long. How about a 60-40 split of the spoils? Cheng Mo said absently. Are you certain you do not wish for 55? Had it not been for you leading these fellows here, we would not have reaped such great rewards. No need for 55. You have come from afar and are managing the battlefield. 64 will suffice. Cheng Mo smiled calmly. All right, kid, you're straightforward. You go handle your business first. I will prepare everything and send the materials along to you. Long Zhan, equally forthright, thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, my young brother Cheng Mo. I shall not shortchange you. Thank you, General. After expressing his gratitude, Cheng Mo promptly joined forces with his 3 allies and the well-prepared Han Yuyan. 3 barren vehicles stirred up clouds of dust as they sped northward across the desert. Watching Cheng Mo's departing convoy, Long Zhan's eyes glimmered with envy. General, do you desire those armored vehicles? Just then, a woman cloaked in black emerged from the shadows behind Long Zhan. Alas, our Huaming currently lacks individual weaponry. Yet we have yet to secure any armored vehicles. Long Zhan sighed in response. In that case, why not purchase them from Cheng Mo? The woman's voice rang clear. There's no rush. We must proceed cautiously, as our relationship with him remains tenuous. Understood. As she spoke, the woman handed over 2 storage rings. General, one is from Panawa, and the other belongs to that Qian Sanhu. Upon receiving the bracelet, Long Zhan inquired with keen interest, did you also eliminate the Panawa? The infamous crossdresser? The woman shrugged. In Cheng Mo's fortress, it is teeming with women, and even the A-class pinnacle beast of Panawa met its demise there. Judging by the traces of battle, at least 2 of them possess supernatural abilities. Not just 2. Cheng Mo is one of them. Long Zhan interjected. Does this not imply that among the mere dozen individuals on Peach Blossom Island, there are 3 with such powers? The woman expressed surprise. For obtaining supernatural abilities is exceedingly rare. Among nearly 5,000 members of the Huaming, only a handful have achieved this status. Now do you understand why I have my eye on him? Without some capability, how could he be the first to complete the island upgrade? Long Zhan smiled slightly. Once this matter is concluded, we must thoroughly publicize their accomplishments. I suspect his motivation for engaging in this battle was to establish his reputation. Indeed, less than half an hour after Cheng Mo and his companions departed, a piece of news set the world channel ablaze. 20,000 besieged Peach Blossom Island. Yet over 10,000 were slain in retaliation, with the remaining forces annihilated by the Huameng. Initially, disbelief permeated the air. But as one photograph after another flooded the world channel, skepticism gave way to acceptance. After all, the corpses of the leaders from several major factions lay strewn about. These were not nameless figures. Each one was a notable character from their respective regions. In no time, the world channel was awash with discussions about Peach Blossom Island. Goodness! Peach Blossom Island is astonishing. They managed to retaliate against an assault of 20,000 and slay over 10,000. Indeed, Peach Blossom Island is not to be trifled with. How terrifying. Truly terrifying. Can't you focus on the crux of the matter? Why did Cheng Mo willingly expose his position? Was he deliberately luring them into an ambush? Why did the Huameng appear there? Upon hearing these words, everyone suddenly grasped the implications. Yes, even if Peach Blossom Island is formidable, it seems implausible they could wipe out so many. Surely Cheng Mo and Long Zhan must have struck some sort of accord. They orchestrated a trap for these individuals to walk into. The clarity of the situation is commendable. It appears we must exercise greater caution in the future. We must never provoke Cheng Mo. Indeed, Cheng Mo is someone we must avoid provoking at all costs, even if he were to disrobe. Enough with that. Where does this twisted thinking come from? Brother Cheng Mo, look, the world channel is filled with discussions about us. Within the armored vehicle, Cheng Mo reclined on Han Kiki's lap, resting his eyes. The previous battle had drained him considerably, nearly depleting his wind-based abilities. At that moment, Han Kiki presented her bracelet before Cheng Mo, her face alight with joy. Kiki, could you explain what is happening? Cheng Mo replied, barely lifting his eyelids and sounding fatigued. Ah, all right. Han Kiki retracted her bracelet, organized her thoughts briefly, and began to explain. General Long has announced on the world channel that we, in alliance with the Huameng, have eradicated over 20,000 foes, over 10,000 of whom were taken down by us. Upon hearing this, Cheng Mo's eyes flew open, a flicker of brilliance shining within. This General Long truly understands me. I must express my gratitude to him later. The convoy traversed the endless desert for most of the day, until the evening when Han Yuyan's voice echoed, "Everyone, we are about to reach the target area." So soon? Cheng Mo pouted, reluctantly rising from Han Kiki's lap. As he sat up, he realized that the surrounding environment had transformed. They were now driving across a stony desert. We have arrived. With the engines silenced, the three vehicles halted before a massive pit. What on earth? How can there be such a large pit here? It must be at least 100 meters in diameter. Cheng Mo exclaimed as he jumped from the vehicle and peered over the edge, seeing only a profound darkness below. This is our destination. It's down there. Han Yuyan stood beside him, speaking with unflappable composure. Chapter 69, Underground City? Are you certain Tang Xin and the others are below? Cheng Mo scrutinized the unfathomable pit, struggling to comprehend how anyone could descend into its depths. They are indeed down there. Zhang Yuling approached without waiting for Han Yuyan's response, extending her bracelet toward Cheng Mo. The virtual screen clearly displayed Tang Xin and her companions navigating through an otherworldly cavern. Wow, so this is what lies beneath. Han Kiki leaned closer to the screen, her eyes wide with curiosity. Cheng Mo, what is the plan moving forward? Han Yuyan inquired. Let me think for a moment. Cheng Mo retrieved an eightfold nine, igniting it and inhaling deeply, the rich smoke filling his lungs, bringing a wave of intoxicating relaxation. Equip Old Iron with a flight device and let him scout ahead. He gradually exhaled a smoke ring, making his decision. Old Iron was soon outfitted appropriately. Old Iron, remember to switch on the light above when you descend, Cheng Mo instructed, giving a couple of pats on his robust metallic shoulder. Master, my optical sensors possess night vision capabilities. I can see without lighting, Old Iron responded in his mechanical voice. Puzzled. Slap. Cheng Mo playfully smacked Old Iron's head. I know you can see. I want to gauge the depth of this pit. Oh. Old Iron replied in a programmed tone, as the light above his head flickered on, and he leapt into the abyss, vanishing into the dim opening. Oh, Old Iron. That fellow, Cheng Mo remarked, observing the receding light. I feel like his programming could use some optimization. He seems somewhat rigid and not very clever. Indeed, quite foolish. Han Kiki, hiding behind her sister, made a face at Cheng Mo. It must be your influence, brother Cheng Mo. Enough of that. Han Yuyan gently chided her sister. Cheng Mo leaned over the edge of the pit. Old Iron's figure had long since disappeared, with only the faint light above dwindling from view until it vanished entirely. 1 minute later, the light stabilized in size. 3 minutes later, the flicker of light at the pit's bottom shifted. An old iron soared back to the surface like a cannonball, landing steadily before Cheng Mo master. No anomalies detected below. The pit is 123,784 meters deep, and no sources of danger have been found, Old Iron reported. Good. Cheng Mo nodded. Yin, prepare yourselves. I will descend first to clear the path. With that, he donned the flight device without hesitation and leapt into the pit. The rush of wind roared past him. Cheng Mo plummeted swiftly, soon landing on solid ground. Upon touching down, he immediately scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Just as Old Iron had described, this was a bizarre cavernous realm, with variously shaped stalactites dotting the landscape. Yet no immediate signs of danger were apparent. Cheng Mo stowed his flight device, transferring it to Shengwan Han, who was lacking equipment due to damage. Including the device on Old Iron, they had only 9 functioning sets in total. Ultimately, the group of 15 divided into 2 teams and safely descended to the cavern's base. Now, which direction shall we take? Cheng Mo inquired, looking toward Jiang Yuling. Jiang Yuling swiftly verified the wristband's location, directing it towards a singular path. This way. Following Jiang Yuling's guidance, the scenery of the cavern shifted subtly. The once ordinary rock walls began to be adorned with luminous, enigmatic flora and minerals. The space, in tandem, opened up, expanding ever wider. After traversing for approximately 2 hours, the group suddenly found themselves in an expansive area. A vibrant, bustling modern street scene, replete with lights and revelry, was unexpectedly set against the backdrop of the primordial cavern. Neon-lit billboards flickered, throngs of people bustled about, and a cacophony of languages filled the air, immersing them in the essence of a contemporary metropolis. However, at that moment, Jiang Yuling let out a muffled groan, her body going limp as she collapsed towards the ground. Fortunately, Cheng Mo was nearby, quick to catch her in his arms. In the instant their gazes met, Jiang Yuling mustered her strength, nodding with difficulty yet unwavering certainty. Sister Yuling, what ails you? Han Kiki hurried to support Jiang Yuling on the other side, her voice tinged with urgency. I'm fine, let us proceed inside and take a look, Jiang Yuling replied, her voice somewhat frail. Just then, a man and 2 women emerged swiftly from the lively street, their expressions lighting up upon seeing Cheng Mo leader. They exclaimed, their faces brimming with excitement. They were members of the Peach Blossom Alliance who had become separated. Tang Xin, Cheng Mo addressed the girl in a school uniform with a high ponytail. Please explain the situation here. Leader, I've gathered intel, Tang Xin spoke rapidly. This place is called Peace City. The inhabitants are survivors from various eras. Tired of living in fear outside, they gathered to establish this town, seeking a semblance of stability. Oh, such a place exists? Cheng Mo mused, intrigued and eager to inquire further. At that moment, a languid yet captivating voice, suffused with the right amount of surprise, unexpectedly cut through the noise, resonating clearly in their ears. Ah, what a joyous occasion today, with so many new friends visiting our Peace City. As the voice faded, a stunning woman clad in a vibrant red high-slit qipao sauntered gracefully from the depths of the neon lights. Her figure was enchanting, a myriad of charm gracing her smile. Behind her followed 10 other exquisite women, also adorned in various beautiful qipaos, each embodying a different ethnicity, yet all sharing the breathtaking allure of their forms, creating a mesmerizing and peculiar tableau. This scene left several men in the group utterly spellbound. Excuse me, beautiful lady, how should I address you? Cheng Mo approached the qipao-clad woman, clasping her delicate hand as he inquired. Brother, look at how Cheng Mo is acting. Han Kiki, witnessing Cheng Mo's unusual demeanor, was nearly brought to tears from frustration. Just as Han Yuyin was about to speak, Jiang Yuling grasped her hand, gently tapping on her wrist. After a moment, Han Yuyin finally spoke. He is the island master. Let him do as he pleases. What can we do to stop him? Hee. The qipao-clad woman giggled as Cheng Mo held her hand. Where did this charming young man come from? He truly knows how to flatter. I like it. As she spoke, she playfully lifted Cheng Mo's chin with a finger. You may call me Sister Hong. I am the head of this Peace City. Wow, sister, you are truly amazing, so beautiful. And you're the mayor as well. How about I become your husband? Cheng Mo gazed at her dreamily, barely holding back his drool. Hee, little rascal. There are many who wish to be my husband. If you truly desire it, you must defeat them. As she spoke, Sister Hong playfully poked Cheng Mo's chest, pushing him away. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as hundreds of men brandishing various weapons surged from the street, quickly surrounding Cheng Mo and his companions. Wow, sister. It seems your admirers could form a battalion. Cheng Mo remarked sarcastically as he surveyed the 100-odd muscular men pouring in. Sister Hong's expression darkened. Were you just toying with me? Were you not? Cheng Mo's voice turned frosty as he responded. Before the words had fully left his lips, he transformed into a blur, swiftly closing in behind Sister Hong. A dagger, glimmering with an eerie chill, was firmly pressed against her delicate neck. Do not move. Cheng Mo's voice was devoid of warmth. This was a 3S class dagger. As a former survivor, you should understand what that entails better than I do. The blade pressed slightly, revealing a fine line of blood. You're an ability user? Sister Hong's voice trembled, betraying her disbelief. Is that surprising? A cold smirk crossed Cheng Mo's lips. Not just me. Every member of my team possesses abilities. He keenly detected the nuances in Sister Hong's tone, deliberately amplifying the stakes. Impossible. Sister Hong gasped. In our generation, it was a stroke of luck to have even one ability user awaken among thousands. How could there be a multitude? Then let us gamble. Cheng Mo replied coolly. If all my team members are ability users, you will divulge everything about this place to me. Deal. I'll tell you anything you wish, as long as at least half are. Sister Hong replied through gritted teeth. Girls, show Sister Hong what we can do. Cheng Mo declared. No sooner had he spoken than the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The team members conjured diverse forms of energy in their hands. Ice orbs radiating frigid air, vines that danced with vitality, and crackling arcs of electricity, each manifestation a spectacle to behold. Now do you believe? Cheng Mo slightly shifted his wrist, retracting the dagger. The pressure released, and Sister Hong immediately seized Cheng Mo's arms, her eyes gleaming with excitement. How did you accomplish this? Now, I'm the one asking the questions. Cheng Mo calmly brushed her hands away. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Sister Hong, deflated, withdrew her hands, offering a bittersweet smile. It's not convenient to talk here. Let us find a quieter place. Noting Cheng Mo's scrutinizing gaze, she added with sincerity, rest assured. We are counting on you for our salvation. With your strength, crushing us would be effortless. Cheng Mo nodded slightly. Lead the way. Under Sister Hong's guidance, they soon entered a quaint, antique tea house. As fragrant tea was served, the swirling steam seemed to soothe their frayed nerves. After sipping a cup of tea and calming their emotions, Sister Hong finally began to unveil the truth behind what was known as Peace City. This place was originally named Despair City. Once a survivor steps inside, it is akin to entering an invisible prison, with no hope of escape. Initially, it was vast, covering an area of over 100 square kilometers. Yet, as time passed, the city began to mysteriously contract. No one knows how long this has persisted until it solidified into its current dimensions. However, the most lethal aspect is that every day, residents inexplicably explode into nothingness, not leaving behind ordinary corpses, but transforming into a bizarre scarlet mist that vanishes into the air in an instant. Those who struggle to survive ultimately discovered the sole means of hope. It is imperative to offer 10 pieces of essence soil at the ancient altar in the city center daily to secure one day of peace. If offerings are insufficient and a few pieces are missing, on that very day, several individuals will randomly dissolve into a mist of blood. Cheng Mo listens intently, keenly capturing several pivotal questions. You mentioned that this place is inhabited by survivors, yet people die every day. How many are still alive? 534 individuals. Were they all part of the same cohort? No. Since I stepped into this city, for 13 cycles, new individuals have gradually entered, totaling 1862 people. How long is a cycle? Approximately 10 years. 10 years. Cheng Mo's gaze sharpened suddenly, his fingers almost instinctively reaching for his waist. How do you explain your age? By your account, you must be over 100 years old. Don't make any sudden moves. Sister Hong quickly interjects, explaining that once one enters this city, aging ceases and illness is a distant threat. If it weren't for that damned specter of death, this place would be a paradise of immortality. This revelation leaves everyone momentarily breathless. Cheng Mo presses on with his final inquiry. With so many people surviving long-term, where do the water, food, and energy come from? Deep within the city lies a fountain that never runs dry, nurturing a wondrous land. Any plant sown can mature and be harvested within a day. There is also a perpetually functioning power station. So, if we can resolve the issues of the lingering threat of death, this place could indeed be considered a perfect earthly paradise? Cheng Mo still harbors doubts. Yet Sister Hong shakes her head in bitterness. No, there is one insurmountable limitation. Here, no matter how hard we strive, we cannot nurture new life. Cheng Mo is taken aback. Is there truly such a place? Handsome sir, I implore you, find a way to rescue us. Sister Hong's voice trembles with desperation, hoarse and filled with despair. Before she finishes her plea, she suddenly kneels before Cheng Mo, her body trembling from the intensity of her emotions. Cheng Mo furrows his brow, refraining from immediately offering support, instead fixing her with a piercing gaze. Are you concealing something from us? If what you said is true, you wouldn't have needed to draw your weapon from the outset. Nor would you be lowering your dignity to plead with me now. Sister Hong's face drains of color, her lips quivering. Yes, I deceived you. In truth, as long as one remains here for no more than 24 hours, there is no issue. However, once that time exceeds, there is no escape. Her words escape her throat with great difficulty. Cheng Mo's expression darkens, and he shifts his gaze towards Jiang Yuling. Jiang Yuling, who has been silently observing, possesses the ability to sense others' thoughts and malice. Meeting Cheng Mo's inquiring gaze, she subtly yet affirmatively nods. With confirmation, Cheng Mo inhales deeply, his expression grave as he speaks slowly. Very well, we can attempt to assist you, but I cannot guarantee success. His voice carries an undeniable weight. Upon finishing, he turns to Han Kiki. Kiki, it's your turn. Activate your source-finding ability and ascertain the core of this city. Yes, Cheng Mo Gij, leave it to me. Han Kiki beams with a charming smile. She nods, no longer hesitating, and closes her eyes to activate her powers. An invisible yet palpable wave of mental energy radiates from her, cautiously yet determinately probing in all directions, permeating every corner of this strange city. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes slip by in silence, the only sound being the restrained breaths of the group. Found it. Up above. In the sky. Han Kiki suddenly opens her eyes, her face as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, revealing her immense fatigue. She weakly but firmly points in a direction. Good. Cheng Mo feels a pang of anxiety and quickly steadies the swaying Han Kiki, thanking her for her efforts. He immediately requests the flying device from Han Yuyan. The group swiftly exits the private room and steps onto the open street. A cold breeze sweeps past, brushing against their tense faces. Cheng Mo Gij, it's over there. Even with Han Yuyan and Jiang Yuling supporting her, Han Kiki stubbornly raises her arm, accurately pointing to the inky depths of the sky, to a place that appears empty to the naked eye. That there? Sister Hong follows the direction of her finger, her eyes widening in disbelief, her body jolting as if struck by lightning. It's up there in the sky? Her face is instantly filled with profound astonishment and intense regret. No wonder we have almost excavated every inch of land here, searched through every brick and tile, yet have found no escape. It has always been, always hovering above us. Chapter 71. Congratulations on your rebirth. Now that we know the location, what is there to fear? Before Cheng Mo could finish his thought, the flying device on his back whirred to life, propelling him swiftly toward the core in the sky. Within mere seconds, he hovers high above. However, before him lies nothingness. Kiki, are you certain it's still here? Why can't I see anything? Cheng Mo calls out to Han Kiki, his tone filled with confusion and urgency. Cheng Mo Gij, it is directly in front of you, just 1 meter away. Han Kiki responds with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, Cheng Mo extends his hand forward tentatively to explore. After a few attempts, his fingertips suddenly make contact with a hard, invisible entity. He carefully traces the intangible edges with both hands, and suddenly, as if he has activated a hidden mechanism, a city model, approximately 20 centimeters on each side, materializes before his eyes. The model floats in the air, emitting a soft glow. Cheng Mo, cautious and alert, immediately activates the analysis function of his wrist device. In an instant, streams of information project from the model, Despair City. Level, SSS. Description, an incomplete world that can merge with the Survivor S Island. SSS level. Cheng Mo murmurs, carefully cradling the model in his palm for observation. Soon, he discovers 2 exceedingly minute buttons along the edge of the model's base, nearly blending into the background. What is this? He leans in for a closer look and finally discerns the function labels. One reads reseed, the other release. Driven by curiosity, Cheng Mo presses the reseed button. In an instant, chaos ensues. The city of despair below seems to be stirred by an invisible hand, twisting, contorting, and stretching. All buildings and streets morph into a torrent of energy, crazily flowing into the model clasped in his hands. In less than 3 seconds, the area below transforms into an endless abyss of darkness, as if the city had never existed. Oh no, Yuyan and the others are still inside. Cheng Mo's heart plummets, panic coursing through him like a lightning bolt. He hastily looks down at the model in his hands. Within the model, on the miniature city streets, Han Yuyan and the people from Peach Blossom Island stand in scathe, gazing up in confusion at the suddenly shifting sky, or rather, what is now the outer shell of the model. Phew, thank goodness they are safe. Cheng Mo breathes a sigh of relief, heavily patting his chest, murmuring to himself, buzz, buzz. The bracelet suddenly vibrated, signaling a message from Han Yuyan. Cheng Mo, where are you? Why did you disappear so suddenly? Cheng Mo, startled, quickly replied, can't you see me? No. The realization dawned upon him. It seemed that the model had completely isolated perception from the outside world. Without hesitation, he swiftly pressed the small release button. Like a scroll unfurling, a torrent of magnificent energy surged forth from the model. It twisted, restructured, and reshaped. And in the blink of an eye, the vast and despairing city appeared intact at the very spot they had just vacated. Cheng Mo firmly grasped the core of the city, landing gracefully with a hint of excitement still lingering on his face. No sooner had he landed than the crowd from Peach Blossom Island immediately surrounded him, bombarding him with questions about his sudden disappearance. I will explain later. Cheng Mo raised his hands, signaling for silence, and then turned to the still-dazed Hongjia. I have found a way to get you out. He glanced at the bracelet. In 13 hours, I will take you away. Ah, thank you, my lord. Thank you. Upon hearing that they could escape this city of despair, Hongjia was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears, and she bent her knee in gratitude. All right. Cheng Mo quickly gestured to stop her. There are still a few hours left. Let us arrange some leisure activities so we can experience true modern life. Yes, I will ensure that you and all the esteemed guests feel at home. Hongjia responded eagerly. Under Hongjia's meticulous arrangement, Cheng Mo and his companions found themselves thriving, completely immersed in the splendor of urban civilization. Delicious food and wine, arcades, and novel video games. They indulged in nearly every form of entertainment available, resembling a group of eager explorers yearning for modern civilization. With only 15 minutes remaining until the end of the battlefield instance, the members of the Peach Blossom Alliance stood reluctantly on the street. We're about to return to that primitive era, someone murmured, voicing what was in everyone's heart. The melancholy of parting from civilization was clearly etched on each face. Observing their expressions, Cheng Mo couldn't help but smile enigmatically. He intentionally withheld details about the city of despair, preparing to surprise them upon their return. Brother Cheng Mo, Han Kiki bounded over. Grabbing Cheng Mo's arm and shaking it vigorously, let us build a modern city like this when we go back. Sure, let us build. Cheng Mo chuckled, somewhat exasperated by the enthusiasm. Just then, over 500 residents, led by Hongjia, surged forward. Island Master, we are ready to set off. Hongjia reported reverently. Cheng Mo looked up, unable to suppress a sigh, as he noticed that each of the 500 individuals was heavily laden with packages. As they were former survivors stranded here, their identity bracelets had long ceased to function, and upon returning to reality, they would lose their survivor status and revert to ordinary citizens. These packages were their preparations for a new life. Leave everything behind. Cheng Mo commanded helplessly. You don't need to take anything. Island Master, you don't plan to take us with you? Hongjia trembled, her voice quivering in disbelief. Of course. I will take you. Cheng Mo emphasized, but you need not prepare anything. Listen to me. Just return quietly and wait. Soon, you will truly be reborn. The residents exchanged glances, clutching their luggage, hesitant. What's the matter? Cheng Mo's expression darkened as he scanned the crowd, an undeniable pressure enveloping them. We won't hesitate, Island Master. We will return at once. Hongjia, startled, immediately turned to the others and called out, quick, put the things back and wait for the Island Master's arrangements. The crowd dispersed in a wave of trepidation, retreating hastily. Shortly after they left, the cold voice of the survival world echoed in every survivor's mind. The battlefield will close in 10 minutes. All survivors will be transported back to their respective islands. Please prepare. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the final second ticked away, Cheng Mo decisively pressed the retract button on the city core, instantly storing the model in the bracelet's warehouse. A brilliant white light flashed. When he opened his eyes again, Cheng Mo found himself safely back on the familiar soil of Peach Blossom Island. He surveyed the surroundings, looking at his companions who had been transported back, and declared loudly, Welcome, everyone, to your rebirth. Chapter 72, A Battle of Wits. Island Master, you've returned. As soon as the figures of the winged ones appeared in the villa's hall, Yin welcomed them, just as Cheng Mo was about to respond. The cold voice of the survival world echoed synchronously in everyone's minds. Congratulations, survivors, for completing the battlefield trial. We are now unlocking new features for your bracelets. Feature 1. The trading platform has been upgraded, adding an auction house feature and initiating a currency system. Feature 2. The bracelet's analytical function has been solidified. Upcoming disaster. A harsh winter is imminent. Please prepare in advance. As the announcement concluded, the previously silent world chat channel erupted like a lake disturbed by a boulder, boiling over with chaos. What the hell? Are you kidding me? We just barely made it back, and now there's a winter coming. Mom, I don't want to play anymore. My teammates are dead, my supplies are gone. Does this cursed world even allow us to live? Don't worry, brothers. Join our Sakura Alliance. We supply winter supplies at low prices. Don't listen to the small fry. Come to our Eagle Sauce Alliance, and you'll be guaranteed to survive the cold. Cheng Mo's gaze lingered on the rapidly scrolling world channel for less than a second before he decisively closed it. The information overload was nothing but worthless noise. Ladies, let us go upstairs to pay our dues, Cheng Mo said, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he turned toward the staircase leading to the second floor, aiming for the territory cabinet. Brother Cheng Mo, wait for me, Han Kiki called out, nimbly leaping onto Cheng Mo's back. Han Yuyan exchanged glances with Jiang Yuling, Shang Wanhan, and others, sharing a mix of exasperation and amusement as they followed suit. Upon reaching the territory cabinet, Cheng Mo wasted no time with a mere thought. He transferred all the supplies from the bracelet's warehouse into the dimensional warehouse. He then retrieved the blueprints for the Tsang Hai Yunzhou and Iron Curtain Sentinel. Settling into the nearby sofa to begin his research, Han Yuyan and the others stepped forward in turn, depositing their supplies into the dimensional warehouse. Just as Cheng Mo settled onto the sofa, preparing to study the blueprints, the voice of the survival world unexpectedly resonated in his mind once more. Congratulations to Longhua Island for being the first to upgrade to a level 3 island. Rewards: 1 gene serum blueprint. Rewards: 1 conventional power aircraft carrier. Rewards: 100,000 Xiang soil. Holy crap, General Long is too formidable, Cheng Mo exclaimed, springing up from the sofa in astonishment. Before his words could fully dissipate, a subsequent system announcement widened his eyes. Congratulations. Longxiao Island has successfully upgraded to a level 3 island. Reward: Modern Town X1. Reward: Conventional Submarine X1. Damn it, Cheng Mo couldn't help but curse. That old fox Long Zhan is leaving no opportunity unexploited. The moment his words fell, his wristband vibrated gently. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a message from Long Zhan. Little brother, are you cursing me? I've specifically reserved the 3rd position for you. Beneath the message lay a trade request. Trade item: Survivor wristband 4784. Trade item: none. Accept trade? Yes, no. Without hesitation, Cheng Mo's finger pressed on the yes option. Almost instantaneously, 4,784 shimmering survivor wristbands appeared in his wristband space. Ladies, Cheng Mo wasted no time, swiftly distributing the wristbands evenly among himself and the 9 companions present, urging for immediate fusion. Following that, he deposited all resources into the dimensional space. The 3rd position must be secured. The 9 women, their expressions sharpening, immediately sprang into action, fusing wristbands and transferring resources in seamless succession. Done. Han Yuyan's voice rang out less than 2 minutes later. Cheng Mo quickly darted to the territory cabinet, opening the dimensional warehouse with haste. Inside, a mountain of essence soil shimmered with a warm glow, exceeding 14,000 units. His mind raced as he transferred all the essence soil to the territory cabinet without hesitation, confirming the upgrade option. Buzz. The entire villa, or rather, the whole island, reverberated with a powerful tremor. The ground beneath him seemed to expand and solidify. In an instant, the area of Peach Blossom Island surged to over 150,000 square meters, successfully elevating to a level 3 island. The subsequent system announcement served as a reassuring bomb. Congratulations, Peach Blossom Island has successfully upgraded to a level 3 island. Reward: Village X1. Hearing this proclamation, Cheng Mo exhaled a long sigh of relief, collapsing back onto the sofa, rubbing his temples. His tone bore a hint of imperceptible disappointment and reluctance. Who would have thought? We made such a commotion, toiling for so long, only to let Long Zhan reap the benefits effortlessly. Han Yuyan settled beside him, her hand gently resting on his, offering soft consolation. Don't take it too hard, Cheng Mo. We've already given it our all. The key factor for General Long and his crew seizing the advantage is their ample manpower, even disregarding our side's gains. Their capacity to consolidate resources and their scale of personnel inherently accelerates their accumulation. 3 upgrade notification tones erupted in the minds of all survivors. The world channel instantly erupted. Messages flooding in like a deluge. It's a conspiracy. Absolutely a conspiracy. Why are the top 3 islands all from Huagua? What else with the Huagua people? So formidable. Upgrading so quickly, it must be cheating. Humph, perhaps they're just plundering resources from their own. Countless shrill accusations erupted from foreign survivors, drowning the channel in vitriol. Nonsense. Quick. ISNT it just you bunch of useless fools lining up to offer your heads? The fury of Huagua survivors ignited in an instant. A bunch of jealous fools. This is survival, not a game. What nonsense about conspiracies. Incompetent lot. Envious of our General Long and the mighty Cheng Mo. Why don't you produce someone worthy? Countless Huagua survivors boldly joined the fray. In the realm of verbal confrontation, Huagua held its own. A fierce exchange unfolded in the channel, Huagua players, with the spirit of a single warrior standing resolutely against 1,000, fought valiantly through the overwhelming derision and insults, carving a path through the global dissenters. Cheng Mo's wristband continued to vibrate as Long Zhan relentlessly sent him supplies. The vibrations persisted for a full 5 minutes before finally ceasing. Long Zhan concluded with a message. Little brother Cheng Mo, I sincerely apologize. Here are the supplies from our previous equipment exchange. And I've added an extra half portion as a small compensation. Gazing at the various supplies sent by Long Zhan, Cheng Mo's face broke into a grin. The materials he required had all been prepared by Long Zhan. Sweeping away his earlier disappointment, he replied cheerfully, no worries, no worries. If such good fortune arises again, do remember to come by. Closing the chat interface, Cheng Mo chuckled. Songhai Yunzhou, Tai Mu Sentinel, here I come. Chapter 73, Songhai Yunzhou completed. Cheng Mo fluidly transferred all the materials from his wristband warehouse to the dimensional warehouse. Subsequently, he decisively extracted all necessary materials to manufacture Songhai Yunzhou and Tai Mu Sentinel. Upon acquiring the materials, he promptly accessed the virtual interface of the workbench. A glance at the inventory confirmed ample resources for crafting 3 cloud ships and 55 sentinels, instilling confidence in him. After weighing his options, Cheng Mo swiftly navigated the screen, deciding to fabricate 1 Songhai Yunzhou and all 55 Tai Mu sentinels for the time being. Within mere minutes, accompanied by the workbench's completion notification, the brand new Songhai Yunzhou was announced. Cheng Mo immediately opened its detailed information panel. Songhai Yunzhou. Level S. Description: amphibious multifunctional vehicle, possessing reinforcement and upgrade potential. Specifications: length 118 meters, width 42 meters, height 27 meters. A profound sense of happiness surged within Cheng Mo, almost causing him to hold his breath. Just as he was immersed in the awe inspired by the cloud ship, a crisp chime echoed from the wristband. Tai Mu Sentinel has also been completed. His gaze instantly shifted to the newly crafted entity, swiftly accessing the information on Tai Mu Sentinel. Tai Mu Sentinel. Level S. Description: versatile intelligent combat unit, suitable for any extreme battlefield environment. As anticipation reached its zenith, Cheng Mo decisively released a Tai Mu Sentinel onto the open ground. The moment the Sentinel materialized, its streamlined figure captured the attention of everyone present. In stark contrast to the rugged design of the old iron, the Tai Mu Sentinel stood tall and slender, clad in battle armor resembling a black mirror, exuding a sense of advanced technology, akin to an elite warrior emerging from a futuristic battlefield. 2 glimmering alloy long knives were crossed on its back, while a steady electromagnetic rifle rested on its chest, cold, lethal, and visually striking. Wow, this robot is so cool. Han Kik's exclamation shattered the silence of the living room. Brother Cheng Mo, can I have one of these robots? Han Kiki pounced into Cheng Mo's embrace, her small face flushed with excitement. Of course, not just you. Every member of Peach Blossom Island will have one. As he spoke, Cheng Mo waved his hand, summoning 8 more identical robots to appear before everyone. 1 for each of you. Henceforth, they shall be your personal bodyguards. Yay. Brother Cheng Mo is the coolest. Han Kiki planted a gentle kiss on Cheng Mo's cheek before retreating to her room with her robot. As night had fallen and following several days of intense battles, everyone had returned to their quarters after acquiring their robots. Hey, are you all just going to abandon me? Cheng Mo mused with a wry smile as he watched the women depart. Shaking his head, he approached the territory cabinet once more. For there remained a task awaiting his attention: to integrate the Despair City into Peach Blossom Island. Cheng Mo retrieved the core of Despair City from his wristband storage and placed it into the operation interface of the territory cabinet, selecting a placement location without hesitation and clicking confirm. In that instant, a city measuring 100 meters in length and width materialized with a thunderous roar in the left front of the central basin, adjacent to the left side of Peach Blossom Pool, perfectly aligned with the military unit nest. As Despair City manifested, those inside, including Hongjia, felt an immediate lightness in their bodies, as if an invisible restraint had suddenly been lifted. They all emerged from their abodes and were greeted by the sight of a villa glowing with warm lights not far away. At that moment, an overwhelming thought surged through everyone's minds. We are free. With the successful integration of Despair City, the island's area expanded by an additional 10,000 square meters, now totaling over 160,000 square meters. Casting a glance at the empty living room, Cheng Mo showed no desire to linger and headed straight to his room. Barely had he settled down when the door creaked open silently. A figure stealthily slipped inside and snuggled against Cheng Mo's bed. Unable to discern the visitor's features in the darkness, Cheng Mo tentatively whispered, "Kiki?" The figure remained silent, merely pressing a finger gently against his lips, as if to convey, "Do not speak, kiss me." In that moment, Cheng Mo was beyond the need to identify the intruder. The flame of desire within him was instantly ignited. The following morning, when Cheng Mo awoke, the warmth of soft jade beside him had already vanished. He rose and drew back the curtains, allowing the enchanting winter scenery blanketed in white to flood his vision. Captivated by this pristine wintry tableau, he felt an urge to experience the chill outside. He slightly pushed open the window, but a bone-chilling gust rushed in, causing him to shiver and promptly shut the window tight. After completing his morning routine, he descended to the dining room for breakfast, only to find that only Jiang Yuling and Han Yuyan were present. He served himself a steaming bowl of porridge and, while eating, inquired, "Where is everyone? Why are they absent?" Jiang Yuling, with a piece of fried dough in her mouth, replied with a hint of playful annoyance, "They've all gone to play in Despair City." "Boss, you should have mentioned earlier that you would bring it back." Cheng Mo chuckled, "I merely wished to surprise you all." "Hey, Yan, are you feeling unwell?" "You haven't spoken a word," he noted. At his words, Han Yuyan's face flushed, and she averted her gaze. "I have nothing to say." All right." Cheng Mo chose not to dwell on the matter, finishing his porridge in a few swift gulps before instructing Jiang Yuling. "Check in on the Alliance members and invite them to visit Peacetown for a bit of leisure." "Peacetown?" Jiang Yuling queried, her brow furrowing. Despair City is too grim a name, and since its transfer to the island, its side effects have dissipated, along with the property of immortality. Henceforth, let us call it Peacetown. "Understood, boss. I'll head out for a bit. Send me a message if anything arises." Before she could finish her sentence, Cheng Mo had already dashed out of the villa. Upon reaching the summit of the circular mountain range, he gazed down at the island, now adorned in a shimmering cloak of white, and an overwhelming sense of accomplishment surged within him. The island's diameter had expanded to 451 meters, with the outer beach measuring 45 meters, the thickness of the circular mountains also at 45 meters, and the central basin's diameter reaching 270 meters. Upon the pinnacle, one surveys the lesser peaks. Cheng Mo thought to himself before turning his gaze toward the sea. To his surprise, he could clearly see a white island 10 kilometers away. I can now see the Allies' islands? He mused, but soon felt reassured. Previously, his island had not been as expansive, limiting the height of the mountains and his visibility. However, with the mountains now soaring to 50 meters, he could clearly observe the distant landscape. With this in mind, Cheng Mo raised his hand to open the Alliance chat channel and sent a message. "Brothers, can you see our Peach Blossom Island? Everyone come over. I'll treat you all to hot pot. The first to arrive will receive a prize." After sending the message, Cheng Mo equipped his personal flying device and ascended to a height of 100 meters, eager to witness the spectacle of nations converging. Chapter 74, Nimbus Cloud. The biting cold wind lashed against his face, sharp as a blade. Yet Cheng Mo felt no chill, ensconced as he was in his form-fitting lava battle armor that insulated him from the icy air. Before long, over a dozen ships of various designs were cleaving through the gray-white sea, racing toward Peach Blossom Island with purpose. Watching the approaching vessels, Cheng Mo couldn't help but smile with a sense of ease. Within minutes, the leading ship had reached the mouth of Peach Blossom River and glided along the straight Peach Blossom Creek into the inner island. As the passengers caught sight of the newly erected Peace Town by the riverside, they erupted into exclamations of astonishment. "Good heavens! The leader has moved the entire thing to the island." Tang Xin and Fong Yuan, who had previously visited Despair City, immediately recognized it, their faces alight with incredulous joy. At this moment, the central lake of Peach Blossom Island had expanded to over 50 meters in diameter, more than sufficient to accommodate the 10 small to medium-sized vessels. The ships docked in succession, and the passengers stepped onto solid ground just as Cheng Mo descended from the sky. "Leader, leader." Upon seeing him, everyone bowed respectfully, their voices imbued with genuine reverence. Cheng Mo waved his hand with a smile. "No need for such formalities. The primary objective of gathering you all here is to unwind. The newly established Peace Town on the island is your playground." He gestured toward the modern town nearby, encouraging them to revel in their leisure while also promoting our alliance. Furthermore, he paused. "As you return, each island leader should remember to collect a generous supply of winter provisions from Jiang Yuling." "Thank you, leader." Upon hearing of the provisions, warmth filled their hearts, and they expressed their gratitude in unison, delight evident in their demeanor. "Now go enjoy yourselves." Cheng Mo chuckled heartily, disregarding the crowd as he cast aside his fishing rod and settled down on a quiet shore. Casting his line into the water, the bobber danced upon the surface. Soon, a flurry of notifications announcing catches flooded the screen. "Congratulations! Acquired 1,000 sets of cotton clothing." "Congratulations! Acquired 500 sets of thermal underwear." "Congratulations! Acquired 200 boxes of heating pads." "Congratulations! Acquired 20 tons of coal." "Congratulations! Acquired 1 set of heating bed schematics." 30 fishing opportunities vanished in an instant, yielding a mountain of rewards. Beyond these essential winter supplies, one extraordinary item stood out. "Congratulations! Acquired Nimbus Cloud 1." Nimbus Cloud, Level S Class. Description: a premier flying vehicle originating from myth, bound to its owner for life. Only upon the owner's demise can it transfer to another. Speed: 1,000 kilometers per hour. Hiss, what a divine artifact. Even Cheng Mo, accustomed to find treasures, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, springing to his feet in excitement. He eagerly retrieved the Nimbus from his personal storage. In an instant, a brilliant flash of white light appeared, and a large, fluffy, soft cloud with slightly curled edges hovered in the air, resembling the finest cotton candy, radiating a pure and ethereal glow. Without hesitation, Cheng Mo pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall precisely onto the heart of the cloud. Buzz. In that moment, the entire cloud erupted in a dazzling display of pink radiance, shimmering with colors that flowed like liquid light, a spectacle that lasted for 2 to 3 seconds before gradually subsiding, returning the cloud to its pristine white, now more solid and composed. As the dazzling light faded, Cheng Mo sensed a remarkably clear, warm, and gentle connection deep within his consciousness. Come. With a subtle shift of thought, the Nimbus seemed to understand his intent, gracefully drifting to his side. Cheng Mo stepped onto its surface, finding it surprisingly solid and reassuring. Unlike the imagined softness he had anticipated. Rise, he called softly. Whoosh. The Nimbus ascended swiftly, soaring into the sky. Haha. The exhilarating laughter mingled with the sound of rushing air, echoing through the azure sky of Peach Blossom Island. Cheng Mo skillfully navigated the legendary artifact, weaving effortlessly among the island's peaks and the azure waves. After a considerable time of exploration, he finally selected a spacious expanse of sea, gently coming to a halt. Last night, he had not had the opportunity to examine the magnificent sea cloud vessel closely, and now was the perfect moment. Cheng Mo scanned his surroundings, ensuring the vicinity was safe. Then with a flick of his wrist, the massive vessel appeared out of thin air upon the water's surface. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the sea cloud vessel plunged into the water, creating colossal waves. Amidst the splashing white foam, a sleek, stunningly beautiful giant boat revealed itself. It resembled a newly forged deep-sea sword, with a broad hull tapering sharply at both ends, and its short, sturdy wings stood firm like the legendary stabilizing iron. Most striking were the uniquely shaped engines at the tips of the wings, which imprinted themselves in one's memory at a mere glance. Above the vessel, a large transparent dome covered a significant portion, akin to a moving observation deck, capturing the vast sky and sea in its entirety. The neatly arranged portholes along the side of the vessel illuminated the intricate internal structure with artificial light. Gazing at it, an idea crystallized in Cheng Mo's mind. This vessel could conquer the boundless sky as well as the profound depths of the ocean with the grace of a swimming fish. The words Sea Cloud Vessel were boldly emblazoned on its cold metal side, silently proclaiming its dominion over these waters. The sky and sea were both its domains. Cheng Mo circled the colossal ship at low altitude, feeling its unparalleled grandeur before gracefully flying towards the entrance located at the front of the vessel's top. Descending along the internal corridor, he soon found himself in a spacious and brightly lit cockpit. The interior was lavishly appointed, and at the forefront, a 270-degree panoramic transparent window framed the azure sea and sky. Before the window, a uniquely designed captain's chair exuded an aura of comfort and authority. The moment Cheng Mo sat down, Buzz, the wall directly in front of him slid open gently, revealing an operational touchscreen. Yes, no claim. Several clear words pulsated on the screen. No wonder the manufacturing list included a territory cabinet. Cheng Mo realized, without hesitation. His fingertip pressed the yes option, understanding its purpose here. Claim. Almost simultaneously, the information on the screen refreshed like a cascading waterfall. Sea Cloud Vessel, unnamed. Level S Class. Captain. Cheng Mo specifications. Length 118 meters. Width 42 meters. Height 27 meters. Cruising speed. Underwater 120 nautical miles per hour. Surface 360 nautical miles per hour. Air 560 kilometers per hour. Upgrade options. Strength, scale, weaponry. Speed, functionality. From now on, this vessel shall be named Dragon of the Sea. Cheng Mo murmured to himself as he swiftly operated the screen. Sea Cloud Vessel naming completed. Dragon of the Sea. A mechanical voice chimed suddenly, and the lettering on the side of the vessel was replaced by Dragon of the Sea. Splendid. Cheng Mo punched the air above him several times, his excitement palpable. He wondered how the people on Peach Blossom Island would react upon seeing this magnificent creation. Chuckling to himself, he began to study the operational methods of the Dragon of the Sea. Ding. Captain Cheng Mo, you may issue voice commands. The Dragon of the Sea is fully capable of autonomous navigation. Just as Cheng Mo was exploring, a mechanical voice echoed in the cockpit. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Destination ahead. Peach Blossom Island. Homeward bound. Chapter 75. The dragon emerges from the sea. The deep blue flame of the dragon of the sea's engine flickered to life, and an idea sparked in Cheng Mo's mind. He still had materials for 2 additional sea cloud vessels. Rather than expending energy to create 2 more vessels of the same class, it would be wiser to concentrate resources on enhancing the existing one. Dragon of the Sea. Mission aborted. Execute upgrade procedure immediately. With this thought, Cheng Mo decisively issued his command. Command confirmed, Captain. The Dragon of the Sea replied steadily. The energy fluctuations it had accumulated settling instantly, the massive hull coming to a standstill. Please select upgrade direction. Comprehensive upgrade. Maximize enhancement. Cheng Mo declared without hesitation. Please input upgrade materials. He acted swiftly, depositing the remaining materials for the 2 sea cloud vessels. Upgrade procedure initiated, estimated time, 3 minutes. The brief 3 minutes felt elongated until the vessel suddenly shook, and a fresh aura enveloped it. Upgrade complete. The display before Cheng Mo flickered, revealing the new data. Sea Cloud Vessel, Dragon of the Sea. Level, S. Captain, Cheng Mo specifications. Length 250 meters, width 50 meters, height 32 meters. Cruising speed, underwater, 90 knots. Surface, 230 knots. Air, 770 kilometers per hour. Upgrade options. Armor strength, scale expansion, weapon systems, propulsion systems, functional modules. Gazing at the newly upgraded data of the Dragon of the Sea, Cheng Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart brimming with joy. The goal, home. The moment he issued the command, he felt a powerful thrust beneath his feet, and the scenery outside the cabin transformed into a blur of light. He scarcely had time to fasten his seatbelt before the colossal vessel hovered above the central basin of Peach Blossom Island. As the Dragon of the Sea departed, a massive shadow suddenly emerged from the depths of the ocean beneath its previous position, though Cheng Mo remained oblivious to it. The enormous shadow loomed like a descending night, casting darkness over a vast area below. Why is the sky darkened? Fang Yuan, embroiled in an intense basketball game at Peaceful Town's court, felt the light dim and looked up in confusion, his pupils narrowing. My God, what is this? An enemy attack? His exclamation instantly ignited a wave of astonishment among the players. The dozen or so men and women in motion all looked up at the sky, astonished and breathless at the sight of the colossal steel beast floating above them. My goodness, a battleship soaring through the sky? The Dragon General's aircraft carrier has arrived? What are they thinking? That is a conventionally powered aircraft carrier, yet this marvel can soar through the skies. Undoubtedly more advanced. Indeed. But what exactly is this? Could it be a new toy crafted by our esteemed leader? Hurry, take pictures. Just then, Cheng Mo's robust voice reverberated through the ship's bridge via the high-definition sound system, booming like thunder. Feel free to take photos, but be mindful of the angles. Do not reveal the details of my Jiao Long. This resounding proclamation instantly stirred the entire island's inhabitants. People rushed out of their homes, gazing up in awe at the flying fortress that obscured the sun above them. Hongjia leaned against the balcony railing of a small building, her eyes brimming with admiration as she remarked, Our island master is truly incredible. To have created such a marvel. Just think of our cohort of survivors. It took us a year after the trials to even catch a glimpse of such a massive aircraft. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 agile figures simultaneously shot into the sky, precisely hovering in front of the cockpit. They were the winged ones, led by Yen. Yen, what is the matter? Cheng Mo's voice echoed through the external speakers nearby, the powerful sound waves causing the 4 to sway slightly before regaining their balance. As if summoned, whoosh, 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 another 8 figures ascended from the ground. Han Yuyan, Han Kiki, and others activated their individual flying devices, converging in front of the cockpit. Han Kiki leaned towards the enormous, crystal-clear window that seemed almost non-existent, gently tapping it as she called out, Brother Cheng Mo, are you inside? Sister Shangwan doesn't have a flying device. Hurry and lend her yours. The advanced acoustic collection system of the Jiao Long clearly captured the sounds from outside. Cheng Mo smiled slightly and promptly transferred his flying device to Shangwan Han. Before long, she too gracefully soared up and joined the aerial assembly. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Cheng Mo opened the hatch and stepped out with a casual gait. A playful smile graced his lips as he snapped his fingers sharply. A pristine white cloud promptly descended. It was indeed the Nimbus cloud. He lightly stepped onto it, and with a subtle thought, the cloud carried him effortlessly to the group behind. Hello, beautiful ladies. Were you looking for me? He inquired with a cheerful tone. Suddenly, an unexpected voice from behind startled the group, prompting a collective gasp from the women. Han Kiki was the quickest to react. She turned and spotted Cheng Mo standing atop the cloud, her face instantly lighting up with joy. Brother Cheng Mo, what is that beneath your feet? It's so adorable. Like a cotton candy cloud. Curiously, she edged closer, cautiously perching on the edge of the nimbus cloud. Once assured of its safety, she puffed her cheeks and playfully pounded her small fists against Cheng Mo's chest, exclaiming, "You naughty brother Cheng Mo. You startled us." Cheng Mo laughed heartily, taking the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slender waist. All right, let me take you all inside to tour our flying fortress." With that, he maneuvered the nimbus cloud towards the entrance of the bridge. The group exchanged smiles, immediately following suit. Upon entering, they were instantly captivated by the futuristic design and formidable capabilities of the spacecraft. The interior of the Jiao Long was extraordinarily spacious, divided into 6 levels: living areas, workspaces, and recreational zones, each containing hundreds of independent chambers, each with distinct functions. At the rear of the ship, a vast space opened up, a central park measuring 80 meters in length and 30 meters in width. The ground was laid with materials that seemed to pulsate with life. Although currently empty, the deliberately sculpted terrain and the reserved channels for water clearly indicated that this would soon be a lush recreational haven. Above the park, a colossal arched transparent dome promised a breathtaking view of the starry sky for those reclining on benches beneath it at night. Wow, this place is amazing. It would be perfect if it were filled with flowers, plants, and trees. Another exclaimed, "Look, they've designed a fountain base." Oh, is this room layout the command center? A medical center? Wow, there's even a swimming pool. The water is so clear. 13 women, including Yen and the 4 winged ones, flitted through the expansive interior like curious children, their excited chatter and gasps echoing in every corner. Below, on Peach Blossom Island, the Alliance members and over 500 residents from Peace Town could only gaze enviously at the colossal structure hovering above, yearning for someone to descend. Among the crowd, a young girl cradled her heart in her hands, her eyes sparkling with longing. "The Leader-S spaceship is so cool. I want to go up and take a look." Nearby, a burly man with a scruffy beard admired the sleek, powerful lines of the ship's hull, smacking his lips. "I feel the same. Driving this behemoth must be so impressive." Someone jested, "Hey, buddy, with that tone, I suspect you're talking about driving a car." The bearded man chuckled, "What car? I want to pilot a ship. A super spaceship that can soar through the sky and dive into the sea." Meanwhile, a few young women from the Alliance huddled together, whispering, "Sisters, have you heard that little rumor? It said that only those truly integrated into the core circle of Peach Blossom Island are the Leader-S." "Shoo, don't speak such words carelessly," another, appearing slightly more mature, cautioned, lowering her voice. "Look at those who flew up: Shangwan Han, Han Yuyan, Assistant Jiang, Huang Mei. Each one is a stunning beauty. With their poise, ability, and looks, how can we compare?" The initial speaker, however, remained unconvinced, slightly puffing out her chest. "Humph. Not necessarily. What if the leader prefers someone with a neighborly charm like mine?" Just as the crowd buzzed with chatter, sudden roars echoed from the sea's surface surrounding Peach Blossom Island. "Oh no, it's a beast tide.